Chapter 1. The God-Slaying Sword. Shameless. Shameless Tang San. Can you be any more shameless? Reclining on his bed, Zhu Ran gazed at the novel in his hands, savoring the scenes meticulously depicted within its pages. Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo Continent, a figure akin to a paragon, had once again been thoroughly outshone by others. Upon reaching this point, Zhu Ran did not hesitate to recharge 1,000,000 starting coins, casually bestowing a silver alliance as a tip. Alas, even after perusing over 100 fanfictions, I remained powerless. If only I could traverse into Douluo Continent. Possessing exceptional talents, what would mere protagonists amount to? Sigh, regrettably, I am utterly helpless, merely watching as Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong are bullied by Tang San and his companions. Moreover, there are so many captivating girls in Douluo Continent, Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu, all languishing in solitude. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the qualification to traverse Douluo Continent. The task system is now binding. Ding! The host can enhance their strength by completing tasks assigned by the system for rewards. A soft, mellifluous female voice echoed, and suddenly, Zhu Ran's vision was engulfed in darkness. In that void, he felt his body grow light, as if he were soaring through the fabric of time and space. Could it be? Zhu Ran's spirit jolted. Had he truly crossed over? Into Douluo Continent, no less? Miss System, what is happening? Zhu Ran's eyes sparkled as he recalled that his system was personified as a young lady with an exceedingly sweet voice. According to the system's assessment, the host's aspirations align perfectly with the requirements of this system, thus qualifying you as its host, the system elucidated. Ah, I see, Zhu Ran nodded, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. Yet, what could he possibly aspire to in Douluo Continent, aside from flaunting his prowess and charming women like Tang San? It appeared the system lady shared a similar discontent with Tang San. Miss System, could you expedite the process? Does traversing really take this long? Are you incapable? Zhu Ran urged impatiently, eager to step into Douluo Continent. Before him lay a scene of utter darkness, leading Zhu Ran to suspect it was akin to the black holes described by experts. Traversing through it would usher him into the realm of Douluo Continent. Host brother, this system is merely a girl. How could I possibly be incapable? Only boys would lack such capability. Males are inherently deficient. The system lady teased, nestled within an unseen realm, adorned in a floral gown, resting her chin on her hand, her enchanting gaze piercing through the void to observe Zhu Ran, a playful smile gracing her lips. Zhu Ran, Miss System, you mustn't speak so recklessly. This host is quite capable, Zhu Ran quickly countered. As a chosen one, how could he possibly be weak? Were he truly feeble, how could he be selected as a traveler? Such an accusation was nothing short of slander. He, Zhu Ran, harbored grand ambitions. If he were too weak, how could he ever woo the fairer sex? How would I know? I've never seen it, the system lady replied, her tone laced with temptation, igniting a bold thought within Zhu Ran. The system lady must be stunning. Could it be? This system is merely a virtual entity. The host must not entertain such improper thoughts, the system lady gently admonished, sensing Zhu Ran's burgeoning idea. Of course, this host is exceedingly upright, a paragon of virtue. Why would I harbor any sordid notions? Zhu Ran chuckled. Even if the system lady were exquisite, she was but a digital construct. Douluo Continent, however, brimmed with countless beautiful maidens awaiting his exploration. By the way, system, please do not transform me into a child. If that were the case, I'd rather perish, Zhu Ran suddenly cautioned, recalling tales of countless travelers who were forced to acknowledge a father figure upon their arrival. Such a fate was utterly demeaning. As a traveler, to be reduced to recognizing a father before even displaying his prowess was utterly devoid of dignity. Most importantly, should he arrive as a child or even an embryo, what would be the point? How could he pursue romance then? Would it be akin to playing house with children? Indeed, host brother is truly that type of person. However, should you deviate from the timeline, it could lead to significant complications. If you follow the storyline, you might even have the chance to eliminate Tang San and become the protagonist yourself, the system warned. That matters little with the system lady by my side. I can hardly envision a dismal fate, right? I merely need to traverse at the tender age of 12 or 13, parentless. Furthermore, remember to ensure the timeline aligns before Tang San and his companions arrive at Shrek Academy, Su Ran instructed. The timeline concerning Shrek Academy was crucial should he arrive too late. The maidens would be claimed by others. Such a fate was intolerable. Ding. Arranging identity for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You are now recognized as a collateral descendant of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, having just turned 12 with both parents deceased. Ding. The system has detected that the host meets the genius criteria for a 12-year-old in Douluo Continent. Your current cultivation level is 31. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system continued. Open, Su Ran replied decisively. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a system-provided martial soul, the God-slaying sword. God-slaying sword, an ancient, unparalleled, divine sword of immense power, with a 100% damage enhancement against divine beings. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the first soul skill of a century, blood slaughter. Blood slaughter. Infused with a formidable aura of death, the user transforms into a deity of slaughter, wielding the sword imbued with a potent bloodlust, possessing terrifying lethality. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the second soul skill of a century, star concealment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the third soul skill of a millennium, sword chi soaring. As the system's voice resonated, a series of profound insights flooded Su Ran's mind. Star Luo Empire, Zhu family, both parents deceased, God-slaying sword. Su Ran smiled, astonished by the auspiciousness of his start. The Star Luo Empire was dominated by the Dai and Zhu families, and now he had become a disciple of the Zhu family, quite a favorable position. And this martial soul, Su Ran's gaze fell upon the unexpectedly manifested long sword in his hand, momentarily taken aback. The God-slaying sword, measuring 3 feet in length, was sheathed in a scabbard adorned with intricate symbols he could not comprehend. Drawing the sword, a flash of cold light invigorated Su Ran's spirit. All knowledge regarding this blade surged into his consciousness. Vaguely, Su Ran perceived a figure clad in black robes, wielding the God-slaying sword, every swing resulting in the demise of multiple foes. Each adversary bore 10 soul rings, all divine beings, yet their lives appeared pathetically fragile beneath the might of the God-slaying sword, easily vanquished. After a lengthy moment, Su Ran emerged from that memory, gripping the obsidian-hued God-slaying sword, unable to suppress his excitement. His palm rested upon the blade, which resonated with a deep rumble, as if acknowledging him as its master. Su Ran sheathed the God-slaying sword, collecting his thoughts before stepping outside. The God-slaying sword was not only his martial soul, but also a divine artifact. Even without unleashing his martial soul, he could wield it at all times. Swords differ from other martial souls. As a swordsman, one must never part with their blade. Ding. Task issued. Please, host, make a notable impression at the Zhu family gathering in 3 days and secure a marriage proposal from the family head, becoming Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Task reward, 100 skill points. Note, skill points can be used to upgrade the soul ring's age or for a lottery draw. Chapter 2. The treasure girl Zhu Zhuqing. Become Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé? Su Ran was taken aback, never anticipating that his first task would be this. Among the female protagonists of the Shrek 7, Zhu Zhuqing was renowned for her stunning figure. Naturally, Su Ran was drawn to such a woman. His desires were honest. No man could resist a woman with an alluring physique. If someone claimed otherwise, they were either feigning modesty or had succumbed to impotence. There were no other possibilities. First, let's open the system panel. Su Ran mused before speaking. He needed to familiarize himself with his system. Soon, a mystical light appeared in his mind. Host, Su Ran. Age, 12 years. Martial soul, God-slaying sword. Skill points, none. Cultivation, level 31, upgradable in the future. Bloodline, none. Harem, none to be acquired later. Task, make a notable impression at the Zhu family gathering in 3 days and secure a marriage proposal from the family head, becoming Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing, the second miss of the Zhu family, was undeniably beautiful. However, the disciples of the Zhu family were aware of her engagement to Mu Bai and dared not overstep their bounds. Yet, as a traveler, Su Ran was unconcerned with such matters. With his current cultivation level, a 12-year-old soul master, he was considered an unparalleled genius within the Zhu family. The Zhu family held considerable power within the Star Luo Empire, unmatched in authority, yet they could not compare to the pure cultivation families of the Heaven Do Empire. A 12-year-old soul master was already an extraordinary talent within the spirit hall in the Zhu family. He was particularly exceptional. Given his gifts, should they be revealed, the Zhu family would undoubtedly seek to cultivate his favor. At that point, he could request the family head to annul Zhu Zhuqing's engagement with Mu Bai. Although Mu Bai was a prince, he was a wasteful one with no hope of ascending to the throne. Su Ran could easily intercept the situation. In due course, he could accompany Zhuqing to Shrek Academy and flaunt his affection before Mu Bai. Such an exceptional young lady as Zhuqing deserves my protection above all others, Su Ran remarked with a smile, contemplating the manner in which he should approach Zhuqing, whether with a touch of ostentation or a more understated demeanor. For centuries, the Zhu family had not produced a titled Douluo powerhouse. Should he reveal his talents, the family head might not oppose his association with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he still needed to win her heart if Zhuqing were unwilling. What worth would it have to possess her, even if he succeeded? Moreover, Mu Bai had abandoned her, disregarding her safety as he fled alone to the Heaven Do Empire. She was already heartbroken in her world. Her sister did not cherish her, and her fiancé had succumbed to debauchery, fearing that her presence would be a burden during his escape. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to inflict further sorrow upon her? He would pursue Zhuqing openly, ensuring her safety. With him by her side in the future, all she would need to do was revel in happiness. In Xingluo City, the Zhu family stood as a prominent clan in the Douluo Continent. However, due to their long-standing alliance with the Dai family in governing the Xingluo Empire, they had become complacent in their cultivation, making it exceedingly rare for the Zhu family to produce a formidable force capable of standing firm on the continent. At that moment in the plaza, numerous disciples were diligently practicing. Many young women of the Zhu family, possessing exquisite features and slender physiques, showcased their beauty, rivaling the most renowned school beauties and starlets from Earth. It was a testament to the adage that one's surroundings shape one's appearance. Those who resided in the Douluo Continent were generally not lacking in attractiveness. Su Ran's gaze wandered, and he could not help but feel a surge of anticipation for Zhuqing's beauty. If the passers-by were so stunning, Zhuqing would undoubtedly surpass them. And then there was Zhu Zhuqing, whose curves were even more pronounced than Zhuqing's. Before long, Su Ran's attention was captivated by a young maiden. She donned a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, her perfect curves rendering countless girls in the plaza envious. Her beauty was extraordinary, her long, graceful legs, elegantly showcased by the leather pants, radiated an irresistible allure that drew the gazes of numerous young men. The boys in the plaza stared at her, their eyes filled with admiration. To win the affection of such a girl would be a remarkable accomplishment. Moreover, should they succeed in courting her, their status within the Zhu family would undoubtedly rise. As for Mu Bai, in their eyes, he was merely a cowardly waste, too fearful to confront Davis directly, opting instead to flee. Such a failure was hardly worthy of consideration. Yet, they could only entertain these thoughts in silence. While they held disdain for Mu Bai, they would never dare to underestimate imperial authority. Moments later, everyone averted their gazes, unwilling to entertain any notions regarding Zhu Zhuqing. Except for one person, Su Ran. Could this be Zhu Zhuqing? Su Ran mused, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing with admiration. Truly, she was one of the illustrious protagonists of the Shrek 7 monsters, stunningly beautiful, with a slender waist, long legs, and a bosom that hinted at a cup. Such a girl could only be described as a vision of beauty. After stealing a few glances, Su Ran shifted his gaze away. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing detested lecherous individuals. He could not allow her to form a negative impression of him. "Who are you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, looking at the young man before her with a hint of confusion. Greetings, I am Su Ran, a distant disciple of the Zhu family. I have been cultivating outside, and this is my first return to the family, Su Ran replied, moving closer to Zhu Zhuqing with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and propriety, akin to that of a gentleman. As he drew nearer, he caught a whiff of the faint, alluring fragrance unique to Zhu Zhuqing, warm and pleasant. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze flicked to Su Ran, and she acknowledged him with a curt nod. As he was merely a regular disciple of the Zhu family, she did not pay him much heed. Nevertheless, she extended her hand in greeting. Best of luck in a couple of days. The family assembly will take place. I look forward to your performance, Su Ran said with a smile, gently grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, feeling a soft touch in return. You too, Zhu Zhuqing responded, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Su Ran earnestly. She sensed a peculiar sentiment emanating from him. Yet, did he not know her status? She was already betrothed, and many disciples of the Zhu family dared not harbor any feelings for her. Yet he gazed at her so unabashedly. Chapter 3. Zhu Zhuqing, a beautiful girl. Zhu Zhuqing was merely slightly curious. Within the Zhu family, and even in Xinghua City, many admired her. However, upon discovering her identity, they would maintain their distance, fearing misunderstandings with Davis and the subsequent troubles that could arise. The same held true within the Zhu family. Few dared to approach her closely. Su Ran's initiative to seek her out piqued her curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing moved to a quiet corner of the plaza, her rounded legs folded beneath her, the leather pants tightening slightly. Her beautiful eyes gazed ahead, her delicate features betraying a hint of loneliness. Many Zhu family disciples engaged in sparring nearby. Soul masters could only grow stronger through battle. Yet, she was Zhu Zhuqing. Even in training, she remained alone. No one dared to challenge her, fearing the displeasure of the crown prince and the young lady. Historically, the Zhu and Dai families had a tradition of intermarriage, with the younger generation competing against one another. The most outstanding pair in each generation would inherit the throne, while the defeated would face execution. Everyone believed that Davis and Zhu Zhuyan would become the future emperor and empress of the Xinghua Empire, and as their rivals, Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing would naturally not be well regarded. Su Ran watched the girl before him, unable to suppress his sympathy. He recalled that in the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing had always been reclusive and reticent. Such a disposition was perhaps cultivated in an environment like this. It was not that she did not wish to be as cheerful as Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. It was simply that within the Zhu family, she lacked anyone daring enough to speak with her. Madisitere, Su Ran approached Zhu Zhuqing's side. Sure, Zhu Zhuqing replied, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Su Ran, nodding slightly before falling silent. Su Ran too remained quiet, sitting beside Zhu Zhuqing, as a gentle breeze carried her unique fragrance to his nostrils. He could not help but glance at the stunning girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was remarkable. Even as a young maiden, she possessed a physique rivaling that of fully matured women. Are you not afraid of me? Why do you dare to sit so close? Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously. Su Ran was fully aware of her identity, yet chose to remain in her company. Did he not fear reprimand from her sister? Moreover, there was the possibility that Davis people might take action against him. Fear not, for the second miss is so exquisite that countless individuals long to draw nearer to her. What is there to be afraid of? Su Ran remarked, inhaling the unique fragrance that wafted from Zhu Zhuqing, a radiant smile illuminating his face. You are well aware that I did not mean that, Zhu Zhuqing replied, a blush gracing her fair cheeks, though her heart brimmed with a touch of joy. Every girl delights in being praised for her beauty, and she was no exception. However, within the Zhu family, due to her status, no one dared to utter such compliments. They merely cast lecherous glances her way, which she found distasteful. I am unafraid. Even if the crown prince is formidable, I shall not cower, Su Ran asserted, shaking his head. When the time comes for his true strength to be revealed, Davis may even seek to ally with him. Should he and Zhu Zhuqing become entwined, it could tarnish Mu Bai's reputation, thus bringing joy to Davis as the beneficiary. Davis, intent on claiming the throne, naturally sees Mu Bai as an adversary, and in his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, Mu Bai stands as the greatest obstacle. For now, they share a common foe in Mu Bai, hence Su Ran will maintain a cordial relationship with Davis. However, the future remains uncertain. After all, Zhu Zhuyan possesses remarkable beauty as well, her figure more voluptuous than Zhu Zhuqing's. Moreover, Su Ran understood that Zhu Zhuqing did not genuinely wish to isolate Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, she sought to protect her sister, hoping that Zhu Zhuqing would recognize the peril and voluntarily depart from the Star Luo Empire. Thus, even if Davis ascended the throne, he would refrain from acting against her. What are you pondering? Are you afraid? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed. It is likely that an ordinary person would be struck dumb upon hearing the crown prince's name, and perhaps Su Ran was no different. I am not contemplating anything. Second miss, did you not come to the square to cultivate? I can accompany you in sparring and practicing combat, Su Ran suggested. You would accompany me in cultivation? My strength is quite formidable. Are you certain? What is your cultivation level? Zhu Zhuqing asked, noting that Su Ran was merely a collateral descendant of the Zhu family. From his name, she discerned that his father was of foreign descent, raising the possibility that Su Ran had not even inherited the family's martial soul. How could his strength be substantial? My cultivation level? I am a 31st level soul master, Su Ran replied. You are boasting. How could you possibly be a soul master? I am only at 25. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her skepticism. Her current status as a 25th level Great Soul Master was already remarkable. A talent unparalleled even by her elder sister within the Zhu family. Even though Su Ran is formidable, it is impossible for him to surpass her in terms of innate talent. If you do not believe it, so be it. Do you still want me to accompany you in practice? If not, I shall take my leave. Of course I do, Zhu Zhuqing replied, unaware that she was speaking more than usual in Su Ran's presence, a stark contrast to her typically reserved nature. I am about to make my move, she announced, her beautiful eyes suddenly taking on a serious expression. Standing there in her form-fitting black leather attire, her perfect curves were on full display. A gentle breeze swept through, causing her long black hair to dance alluringly, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Her gaze was filled with determination. Regardless of her opponent, she would exert her utmost effort. Furthermore, she believed that Su Ran's strength would not be insignificant, likely at least that of a great soul master, as her martial spirit quietly manifested. A massive shadow of a black cat appeared behind her. From her flowing dark hair sprouted a pair of adorable black cat ears, and a phantom black cat tail emerged from her shapely form. Beneath her, 2 yellow soul rings pulsated, releasing a wave of dark energy. Many disciples of the Zhu family turned their attention towards her, astonished by the spectacle. What? Su Ran actually wants to spar with Zhu Zhuqing? Has he lost his mind? Does he not understand the consequences of getting too close to the second miss? Perhaps he merely seeks to draw attention and capture her interest. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing is betrothed to Mu Bai. What more does Su Ran desire? Besides, he is merely a peripheral member of the family. Even if he garnered the second miss's attention, it would amount to little. It's your turn, Zhu Zhuqing stated as she completed the release of her martial spirit. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Ran. She was eager to ascertain his level of cultivation. Although she did not believe Su Ran to be a soul master, she expected him to possess at least the prowess of a great soul master. Zhu Zhuqing felt a flicker of anticipation. She hoped Su Ran's strength would be substantial enough to warrant the family's attention. Otherwise, with their close association, he would inevitably become a target. Many disciples of the Zhu family also watched Su Ran, curious to see what level he had attained. If Su Ran proved to be lacking in strength, he would find it increasingly difficult to establish himself within the Zhu family, especially given the closeness he shared with Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran immersed himself in concentration, awakening his martial soul. With his current talent, a 12-year-old soul master, should he venture to the spirit hall, even Bibi Dong would personally attend to him. In the Zhu family, and indeed throughout the entire Star Luo Empire, no one possessed a talent surpassing his. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, his potential was destined to grow even more formidable. Under the watchful gaze of all, a black longsword manifested in Su Ran's hand. The sword measured 3 feet in length. Its blade a pure black, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. The moment he grasped the sword, a profound transformation enveloped Su Ran's demeanor. His gaze sharpened, as if he himself were a blade, radiating an aura of invincibility. Everyone stared in astonishment at Su Ran, sword in hand. A unique presence emanated from him, stirring their hearts and minds. Zhu Zhuqing, too, widened her beautiful eyes, captivated by Su Ran's figure. What level of cultivation does Su Ran possess? It has become quite evident now, as the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings float around him. Su Ran, indeed a soul master of remarkable prowess. The gazes of many disciples shifted instantly upon observing Su Ran. Although they were unaware of his exact age, it was evident that he was quite youthful, likely not exceeding the tender age of 15. To possess such mastery at this age signifies that Su Ran is a prodigious talent among soul masters. A genius of this caliber is destined for a promising future, one that is beyond imagination. Those who could ally themselves with Su Ran would undoubtedly reap numerous benefits in the years to come. Many young women regarded Su Ran with eyes filled with affection, some even casting flirtatious glances his way. A talent like him would undoubtedly hold a prominent position within any family. And if they could forge a close relationship with Su Ran, perhaps even become his partner, they would be spared decades of struggle. Is he truly a soul master? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran, unable to suppress her astonishment. The impact Su Ran had on her was profound, for she had observed him closely. Their ages seemed to be quite similar, with Su Ran possibly being only a year or two her senior. Achieving the rank of soul master at such a young age is truly remarkable. Su Ran's talent was even more formidable than hers, causing her to feel a blush creep across her cheeks for her earlier words. I have already stated that I am a soul master, even if I deceive others. I would never deceive you, Su Ran remarked with a smile, gazing at the silently blushing girl before him. Humph. The flush on Zhu Zhuqing's face faded slightly, and she chose not to say anything further. Instead, she accelerated and charged directly at Su Ran. As an agile attack-type soul master, her speed reached its zenith, resembling a fleeting shadow as she lunged toward him. Her fingers curled, and her elongated nails glimmered with a chilling light. With a soul power of 25, Zhu Zhuqing was not considered weak among the younger generation of the Zhu family, and to everyone else's eyes, her speed was impressive. However, to Su Ran, her pace appeared exceedingly slow. Su Ran stood in place, shifting his feet slightly and tilting his body, using the scabbard to shield himself. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws grazed the ebony scabbard, producing a hissing sound as 5 white marks were left by her fingertips. The scabbard remained unscathed. The marks were merely the result of Zhu Zhuqing's nails scraping against it. When the target of her attack suddenly evaded, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face changed slightly as she attempted to turn and continue her assault on Su Ran. However, in her moment of panic and under the influence of inertia, she stumbled forward. Be careful, Su Ran said, extending his arms to catch her. Countless onlookers observed this scene, rendered speechless in astonishment. They were filled with envy. Su Ran had managed to embrace the breathtaking Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, thoughts of Mu Bai surfaced in their minds. It was said that Mu Bai had fled to the Heavendo Empire. What would his feelings be if he knew that another man held Zhu Zhuqing in his arms? Many entertained these thoughts, unable to suppress their anticipation. They had long harbored resentment towards Mu Bai. The long-standing alliance between the Dai and Zhu families had left many in the Zhu clan feeling resentful. The finest women of the Zhu family had all married into the Dai family, leaving none behind. Who would he feel indignant about such matters? As the saying goes, the rich water should not flow into the fields of outsiders. The Zhu family had continuously allowed their resources to flow to the Dai family for generations. While it was acceptable for a year or two, the disciples of the Zhu family had grown increasingly discontented over the years. Yet, they understood the necessity of the alliance due to the martial soul fusion technique, and they rarely spoke of it. However, Mu Bai's cowardice had ignited their ire. His weakness, the absence of any valor, and his decision to flee quietly rather than face competition with Davis had left Zhu Zhuqing to bear the pressure from both families alone in the Star Luo Empire. This was deemed the most disgraceful act in the eyes of all. Regardless of Mu Bai's strength, they were indifferent. Abandoning one's fiancé and displaying such cowardice was what truly earned their contempt. Mu Bai's behavior destined him to be regarded as a worthless individual. Many disciples of the Zhu family felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Why should such a worthless person be allowed to marry one of their most exceptional women? Was it merely because the Dai family was royal? Mu Bai was nothing but a joke, far inferior to Su Ran. A man who abandoned his fiancée to flee did not deserve the affection of the second young lady. Yet, it was unclear what Su Ran truly thought. Previously, he had never heard of this person in the family. He wondered if Su Ran genuinely had feelings for the second young lady. If Su Ran were sincere, it would indeed be intriguing, a powerful genius from one family and a worthless prince from the royal family. What decision would the head of the family make? Numerous discussions arose. If Su Ran were to be with Zhu Zhuqing, they would not voice any objections. After all, Su Ran was one of their own, and internal matters posed no problems. However, if Zhu Zhuqing were to be with Su Ran, would that not be a betrayal to the worthless Prince Mu Bai? Chapter 5. I Can Help You. Embraced by Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing's cold visage flushed with a hint of crimson, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had seldom interacted closely with boys, let alone being held so intimately. Let go, she urged, pushing against Su Ran's chest with her delicate hands. When she found she could not budge him, her face reddened further, and she felt mortified by the whispers surrounding them. After today, there would likely be many rumors about her and Su Ran within the Zhu family. Regrettably, she and Su Ran did not share such a relationship yet. Only once he had completely won her heart could he embrace her without reservation. In that moment, not only would he be able to hold Zhu Zhuqing, but he could also do whatever he wished. Though she appeared aloof, her heart was warm, and she was incredibly devoted. Once he captured her heart, he would possess all of her. Be a bit more careful next time. If I hadn't been here today, you might have fallen. Su Ran said with a gentle smile, releasing his hold on her slender waist. It seems you lack practical experience. Surely, you have sparring instructors in your family? Su Ran inquired, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing's combat experience was insufficient, as even the simplest techniques of force absorption escaped her mastery. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing had only risen through relentless training at Shrek Academy. I do have practical instructors, but they can be quite intimidating, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Her gaze lowered to her elegant legs. She dared not meet Su Ran's eyes, still acutely aware of his masculine aura lingering on her, which made her feel somewhat flushed. With her head bowed, her petite toes tapped lightly on the ground, unsure of how to proceed. The breeze swept through, causing her raven hair to dance in the wind. In the Zhu family, her status was unique. Even her instructors attempted to maintain a certain distance from her, striving to keep their relationship formal. Contemplating these matters, Su Ran felt a pang of sympathy. Zhu Zhuqing had quietly endured many grievances within her family, and he had witnessed it all. Just moments ago, amidst the crowd in the plaza practicing their skills, Zhu Zhuqing had been by herself. Had he not arrived, she would have borne even more burdens. Meanwhile, Mu Bai was indulging himself at Shrek Academy, and not only had he fled, but he had also betrayed Zhu Zhuqing, engaging in scandalous activities with twin beauties. Such a person could still emerge unscathed. It was utterly ridiculous. If becoming powerful allowed one to rewrite history, then Su Ran would take it upon himself to pin this new narrative. In the original story, Zhu Zhuqing eventually accepted everything and ended up with Mu Bai. However, now that he had entered this world, he would not permit such an outcome. Zhu Zhuqing would be under his protection from now on. Su Ran approached slowly, gazing at the girl before him, yearning to caress Zhu Qing's delicate strands of hair. With me around, no one dares to bully you, Su Ran declared, his voice imbued with sincerity. In a few days, he would petition the family head to annul the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai. Such a gem of a girl could only belong to him, Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing stepped aside, avoiding the touch of Su Ran's hand. Listening to his audacious words, she felt a twinge of anxiety within her heart. No girl could remain composed in the face of such declarations. Even she, Zhu Zhuqing, was merely an ordinary girl. I can protect myself. There's no need for your concern, Zhu Zhuqing replied, still avoiding Su Ran's gaze, though her tone softened slightly. I already have a fiancé, and it would be best if we kept our distance from now on. She withdrew her martial spirit, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Within her heart, a wave of reluctance surged. Why, from the moment of her birth, was she bound by an engagement? Other girls had the freedom to choose the ones they loved. Yet she did not. Her fiancé was predetermined from the day she was born. Why should that be? Moreover, Mu Bai's character was so flawed. He was notorious for his flirtations and had even abandoned her to flee alone. Why should she be compelled to marry such a man? Yet, what other choice did she have? The alliance between the Zhu and Dai families had endured for generations, and her desires would not alter that. Furthermore, Mu Bai was a prince. His marriage signified the dignity of the royal family, and how could she dare to resist? I can assist you, Su Ran softly offered. His gaze fixed on Zhu Qing, filled with a profound sense of protectiveness. He understood that this girl before him bore far too much alone. My matters do not concern you. You need not seek me out anymore. I have my own combat mentor and do not require your companionship and training, Zhu Zhuqing stated. A glimmer of mist forming in her eyes. Her fate was already sealed, beyond the possibility of change. She sensed Su Ran's intentions, yet she would not accept them. Nor would she allow him to be dragged into her plight. Su Ran was oblivious to the intricate relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, and she remained unaware of the peril she might encounter if she were to become entangled in their affairs. She would not allow herself to bring misfortune upon others. Over the years, even her sister, who had always cared for her, had grown distant. As the saying goes, one knows best the warmth or coldness of their own experiences. The grievances she endured within her family were hers alone to bear. There was no one to converse with her, nor anyone to lend an ear to her sorrows. Yet now, there was Su Ran. The knowledge that someone still cared for her was sufficient. Everything else paled in significance, and she would not permit Su Ran's feelings for her to deepen. This was the only way to ensure his safety. Let us conclude today's sparring here. I shall take my leave now, and please do not seek me out again, Zhu Zhuqing declared, as she turned and sprinted into the distance, tears brimming in her eyes. In the Zhu household, she had always been solitary. Even if someone genuinely wished to show her kindness, she would instinctively maintain her distance, unwilling to let those who cared for her suffer harm, not even in the slightest. Su Ran gazed at the retreating figure of Zhu Zhuqing, unable to suppress a sigh. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing's heart was currently in turmoil, making it impossible for her to accept him at this moment. However, he had not anticipated that he would be able to pursue her so swiftly. After all, there lay a long expanse of time ahead, and eventually, Zhu Zhuqing would belong to him. As he watched Zhu Zhuqing gradually fade into the distance, Su Ran also departed from the square. He realized that only by truly proving his strength and demonstrating his ability to protect her would Zhu Zhuqing cease to reject him. It would be then that she might be willing to draw a little closer to him. Chapter 6. Su Ran, the Extraordinary Genius. Not long after Su Ran departed, Zhu Zihai, the head of the Zhu family, along with the 3 esteemed elders, hastily arrived at the square. Their eyes reflected a sense of urgency, accompanied by a hint of excitement. They had received word that yet another prodigy had emerged from the Zhu lineage. A talent of remarkable prowess who had already attained the rank of Soul Master. Naturally, the individual they sought was Su Ran. Upon hearing the report from their subordinates, they rushed over, only to find that they had arrived too late. Su Ran had already taken his leave, leaving behind only the Zhu disciples, who were still engaged in animated discussions. As Zhu Zihai listened to the myriad voices of his disciples echoing in the square, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Su Ran is an extraordinary talent, having achieved the rank of Soul Master at a remarkably young age. Such a gift would undoubtedly be a prized asset for the Zhu family. With proper nurturing, they could potentially cultivate another formidable Soul Douluo in the future. However, the fact that Su Ran harbors inappropriate feelings for his daughter has left him somewhat displeased, regardless of the genius. No one should jeopardize the long-standing friendship between the Dai and Zhu families. For generations, these two families have intermarried, a tradition that even he, as the head of the Zhu family, cannot alter, let alone an ordinary disciple. To be with Zhu Zhuqing, one must possess an extraordinary talent akin to a taboo. To safeguard such exceptional talent, he would find ways to navigate the situation. Other levels of genius do not hold that privilege. The connection between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, if it reached the ears of the Dai family, could lead to severe consequences. Although Su Ran's talent is commendable, his character still requires refinement. At the very least, he should no longer have any involvement with the second young lady. The second elder remarked, his gaze growing cold as he absorbed the surrounding murmurs. The alliance between the Zhu and Dai families brings mutual benefit, but separation would lead to mutual detriment. The two families possess a soul fusion technique, and only through their union can they secure a place on the continent. Despite the rigid nature of their marital arrangements, which may even lead to fratricide, there is no fault in this. It is the only way to cultivate the most exceptional successors. The enduring prosperity of the Dai and Zhu families hinges on this age-old principle, a rule that no one, not even the elders, can contravene. Alas, Zhu Zhuqing. The third elder could not help but sigh, feeling a pang of sympathy for Zhu Qing's future. Yet, no matter how reluctant he might be, rules are rules. They are immutable unless an unparalleled genius or formidable force emerges to shatter them. However, such prodigies have not graced the Zhu family in a long, long time. The ancestors of the Zhu family and the Dai family were once titled Douluos, jointly founding the Star Luo Empire. Since then, it has been increasingly difficult for the Zhu family to produce notable strong figures. As a military and political family, they inevitably lag behind the purely cultivating families of the Tiando Empire, for engaging in governance often leads to a degree of laxity and cultivation. Although Su Ran is a prodigy who has garnered their attention, he remains merely an ordinary genius, a collateral descendant, perhaps even lacking a formidable martial soul. How can one expect him to excel significantly? Even the main lineage of the Zhu family has not produced an extraordinary talent. How could the collateral branches possibly do so? Zhu Zihua, I understand the resentment that lingers in your heart. Witnessing the fratricidal strife is indeed disheartening. Yet, such is the nature of the Zhu family. None of us can escape the confines of these rules. The second elder remarked, patting Zhu Zihua's shoulder. Throughout the generations, heads of the Zhu family have confronted these challenges. But ultimately, they all come to realize that the family's interests hold paramount importance. Yes, I am aware. Zhu Zihua replied with a bitter smile, and in that moment, his silhouette appeared to age considerably. Seated in this position, no one comprehends the depth of his helplessness and anguish. There are matters he wishes to avoid, yet finds himself compelled to confront. By the way, elder, may I inquire about Su Ran's age? Zhu Zihua suddenly turned and asked. Only by understanding Su Ran's age can one ascertain the extent of his talent in relation to his cultivation and strength. Su Ran had never returned to his family, and they were unaware of his circumstances. At this moment, the Grand Elder was perusing the family genealogy, searching for information about Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing felt perplexed. The Grand Elder had been standing there for quite some time, seemingly frozen in place. His expression was peculiar, as if he had encountered something truly astounding. The other two elders glanced at the Grand Elder, equally puzzled by Zhu Zhuqing's voice. With a deep sigh, the Grand Elder's aged visage flushed with a hint of excitement. From this day forth, all the Dark Guards shall be mobilized to ensure Su Ran's safety. Should he suffer even the slightest harm, we would surely be remiss to our ancestors, he declared, his voice trembling with palpable enthusiasm. How many years had it been since the Zhu family had produced a prodigious talent? Although the 7 major sects were well known, the Zhu family, despite its esteemed lineage, lacked the recognition of even the lesser 4 sections. However, from this moment on, the Zhu family would undoubtedly rise, perhaps even surpassing the Dai family. For they had given birth to a true dragon, Su Ran. Dark Guards? Zhu Zhuqing and the 2 elders exclaimed in unison. The Zhu family's Dark Guards numbered over a dozen, each possessing the strength of soul emperors or even soul saints. These guards undertook various missions for the Zhu family while covertly safeguarding its prominent members. The Dark Guards held a prestigious position within the family. Even the family head, Zhu Zhuqing, was only protected by 2 formidable Dark Guards. But what had the Grand Elder just proclaimed? Mobilizing all the Dark Guards solely for Su Ran's protection? Surely, this was no jest. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Is Su Ran's talent truly exceptional? Zhu Zhuqing inquired respectfully, turning to the elder beside him. The Grand Elder, being the most powerful figure in the Zhu family, wielded the strength of an 89th level Soul Douluo, having weathered countless storms throughout his life. Why did he now display such unusual emotion? Could it be that Su Ran was indeed an extraordinary genius? See for yourselves, and then decide. The Grand Elder replied with a smile, handing the genealogy to Zhu Zhuqing. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. The Zhu family, as the second-in-command of the Star Luo Empire, had never produced a title Douluo. However, that would soon change. A 12-year-old soul master, such a prodigy had been born into their family. Zhu Zhuqing, along with the two elders, quickly revealed expressions akin to that of the Grand Elder. Transfer the dark guards assigned to me over to Su Ran. We must ensure his safety, Zhu Zhuqing stated with unwavering determination after taking a deep breath. The moment he realized Su Ran's talent, all prior thoughts had dissipated. He understood that such genius must be fervently courted. We must never offend Su Ran. Although he is a distant relative and has spent most of his time training outside the family, his emotional ties to us are not particularly strong, the two elders remarked. They exchanged glances, simultaneously recalling Su Ran's relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. It would not be inappropriate for Su Ran and Zhuqing to be together. If our Zhu family could claim such a genius, it would be far better than perpetually relying on others, the Grand Elder wisely suggested. No matter how close the relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, the martial soul fusion technique would always be led by the Dai surname. The Zhu family's daughters, possessing great talent, would become part of the Dai family upon marriage, resulting in continuous losses for the Zhu family. In his youth, the Grand Elder had harbored feelings for the Zhu family's eldest daughter, who reciprocated his affection. Yet, he could only watch as the prince held her close, playing with her heart. His life had already been a tragedy, and he wished not to see history repeat itself. Moreover, with Su Ran's potential, should he break through to the title Douluo rank, the Zhu families standing on the continent would soar. Unlike the Ning, Tang, and Yu families of the Heaven Do Empire, the Zhu family, alongside the Dai family, wielded control over the Star Luo Empire. They possessed a formidable army and political resources unavailable to other families. Should the Zhu family produce a title Douluo, their commanding military and connections with various officials would elevate their influence to rival that of the Dai family. This prospect was their utmost concern. Su Ran would undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the Zhu family, prompting them to court him with all their might, even if it meant reconsidering the long-valued alliance between the Zhu and Dai families. In the realm of family, there exist no eternal friends, only eternal interests. When the benefits Su Ran could provide surpassed those of the Zhu-Dai alliance, they would not hesitate to prioritize their own family's gain. Chapter 7. What? 100,000 skill points required for transformation? Sigh. How mundane it is to cultivate without the presence of beautiful maidens, Su Ran sighed. Practicing his soul skills on the outskirts of Star Luo City, he had now mastered the application of his soul skills. His second soul skill, Star Concealment, allowed him to shroud his presence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding void for a brief period. This effect was particularly pronounced under the night sky. His martial soul was inherently powerful, and with the addition of this concealment skill, he could eliminate foes without a trace. If he executed a combination with his second soul skill, Su Ran believed that even a soul sect adversary would stand little chance. After all, when an opponent suddenly vanishes only to reappear with a devastating blow, few would be able to react in time. His third soul skill, Sword Chi, unleashed a multitude of sword energies within a designated area, serving as a formidable area of effect attack. Su Ran, having thoroughly explored his soul techniques, began to feel a tinge of boredom. He was not fond of violence. Instead, his purpose in this realm was to pursue many beautiful girls and lead a blissful life. Host brother, you can now pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Given your exceptional talent, the Zhu family would surely do their utmost to fulfill any request you may have. The system's melodious voice chimed in. What requests? Su Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he feigned indifference. Humph. Shameless host. Still pretending, the system teased, her cheeks slightly flushed. Uncertain of the implications but merely wishing well for Su Ran. As a system, her primary duty was to ensure the host could freely engage in activities he cherished in this new world. By the way, host, why didn't you seize the opportunity to find Zhu Zhuqing? The system inquired, detecting a shift in her feelings towards him. Though she was merely a system, her beauty was undeniable, yet she lacked an understanding of human emotions. You wouldn't understand. I need to give Zhuqing some space. Distance breeds beauty, you see? If I leave, it will stir her emotions. Su Ran laughed. If we were together all the time, it would diminish the appreciation. Too long apart, and feelings may fade. It is the delicate balance of proximity and distance that keeps one yearning. How impressive, host. The system replied with a gentle smile, though she did not fully comprehend. She sensed the profundity in his words. By the way, can you take on a human form? Su Ran asked with a knowing smile, his curiosity piqued. The system, possessing such intelligence, surely had that capability. Moreover, her voice was enchanting. If she transformed into a human, she might be a breathtaking beauty, at the very least, fair-skinned and long-legged. That is indeed possible, but it would require 10,000 skill points to reveal my face, and 100,000 to take on human form. The system's purpose was to serve the host. In human form, she could provide better assistance and offer protection with her considerable power. In the system's realm, she donned a delicate blue floral dress, twirling before a full-length mirror, her patterned skirt swirling gracefully, revealing her fair legs. She surveyed her form, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She was, after all, a system and deemed herself the most beautiful. But that is rather expensive. A mere glimpse of your face costs 10,000 skill points. How outrageous. Su Ran lamented, realizing his dire financial state. He had no skill points to his name. Even if he completed a task, he would only earn 100 points. 100,000 points were exorbitant. Even if he wished to transform the system into a human, it seemed a distant dream. Do not be disheartened, host. As long as you focus on completing your tasks, you will soon accumulate enough skill points, the system reassured him. Perhaps I shall forego that idea for now and instead use my skill points to enhance my soul techniques. I should prioritize increasing the age of my soul rings. If all else fails, I can resort to the lottery. Skill points are hard-earned. I cannot squander them carelessly, Su Ran replied with a mischievous grin. He still had no idea what the system looked like, and with the cost of revealing her face being 10,000 skill points, he decided against it. What if she transforms and resembles someone like Xiao? A beautiful voice does not guarantee anything. After all, Xiao was known for her extraordinary feats. No way, host brother. You mustn't be so cruel. The system's voice responded, tinged with irritation. She was exceptionally beautiful, with a perfect figure and long legs. How could the host think so poorly of her? Once I have enough skill points, I shall allow you to take on human form. For now, my power is too limited, Su Ran stated, ceasing his playful jabs at the system. He understood that if the system took on human form, he would gain a formidable ally, and if he had sufficient points, he would surely oblige. Enough of this chatter. It is time to seek out Zhu Zhuqing. Once I win her over, I shall also pay a visit to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is a wonderful girl as well, and I suspect Tang San would be quite distressed if I succeeded with her. As the evening deepened, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone upon a flat boulder on the back mountain, reveling in the tranquility surrounding her. The sounds of chirping insects and the gentle breeze enveloped her. Dressed in a black gauzy skirt, her lustrous black hair flowed freely in the wind. She curled her knees to her chest, savoring the serenity of the night alone. She had developed a fondness for this solitary spot, where she could admire the night sky. Though the darkness enveloped her and she had no company, she found solace in her solitude. Today, her heart felt lighter, knowing there were those who cared for her. That was enough. However, she resolved to sever ties with Su Ran, determined not to let him suffer because of her. Su Ran possessed remarkable talent, surpassing her own. His future was boundless, and she could not allow herself to be a burden. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes gazed at the moonlit sky, its silvery glow casting a serene aura. As she contemplated her decisions, a twinge of melancholy tugged at her heart. She longed to experience the joy of an ordinary girl. Yet, she recognized her responsibilities. She was Zhu Zhuqing, and those desires were not hers to grasp. In a few months, she intended to seek out Mu Bai. If he remained unchanged, she would choose to walk alone. Ultimately, her departure from this realm would not cause any upheaval. This way, her sister could fulfill her role as the empress of the Star Luo Empire without concern for unforeseen events. The Zhu family would continue as usual, and Su Ran would eventually find a beautiful girl to marry and start a family of his own. Chapter 8. Do you still remember Su Ran from 6 years ago by the shores of Daming Lake? Su Ran appeared silently behind Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the girl before him. At that moment, the luminous moonlight bathed her in its glow, enhancing the already fair complexion of her skin with a lustrous sheen. Her exquisite figure, under the soft, golden halo, appeared even more voluptuous. Her long, lustrous black hair shimmered with a faint radiance, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, there was an ethereal quality to her beauty, as if it would vanish upon contact. Witnessing this scene, Su Ran felt a pang in his heart, and his earlier base desires towards Zhu Zhuqing dissipated. All he wished for was to protect her, to shield her from harm inflicted by others. Although he was drawn to her physical form, he was not the type to seek mere physical indulgence. What he truly desired was her heart, for only then would she be wholly complete. A mere shell, no matter how exquisite, loses its significance without a soul. What are you pondering alone? Su Ran approached Zhu Zhuqing and sat beside her. Su Ran, what brings you here? Zhu Zhuqing startled, her heart racing at the unexpected sound, only to exhale in relief upon recognizing him. I went to your room and noticed you were absent. I was a bit worried, so I came here to find you. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing felt warmth in her heart, realizing how much Su Ran cared for her and was concerned for her safety. Yet, they were destined to remain strangers. A favorable outcome between them seemed unattainable, so it was better to maintain distance. Su Ran, please don't seek me out anymore. You mustn't harbor feelings for me. Your talents are remarkable, and you will encounter many beautiful girls in the future. Don't waste your time on me. It isn't worth it. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, speaking softly. Worth it or not, that decision lies with me, not you. Su Ran observed the girl beside him, noting the thinness of her dress, which left her fair calves exposed. The chilly breeze swept across her, making her appear somewhat cold. Without hesitation, he removed his outer garment and draped it around her exposed legs. From now on, you must not wear skirts at night. If you do, they should be long ones. It's too cold, and you might fall ill. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, her delicate hands twisting together in uncertainty. She had seldom received such care, especially from a male, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. Though she yearned to retort, questioning his right to dictate her choices, the words remained unvoiced on her lips. Su Ran cared for her deeply, and she equally relished the sensation of being cherished. Su Ran, you are so kind to me. What is it that you desire? The things you seek may be beyond my reach, Zhu Zhuqing stated, lifting her beautiful eyes to gaze directly at Su Ran. Could Su Ran truly be one of those lecherous individuals? Throughout her life, she has loathed such shameless characters. Could Su Ran possibly be one of them? Yet, if that were not the case, why would Su Ran treat her with such kindness? She, the second young lady of the Zhu family, is perceived by countless individuals as merely a victim in the family's power struggles, destined to become but a forgotten soul. How could someone of her stature ever capture Su Ran's attention? All she possesses at present is merely this facade. Su Ran's visit to her may have merely stemmed from an appreciation for her visage. He was no different from the men outside, judging her solely by her appearance. Zhu Zhuqing let out a self-deprecating smile, pondering who in this world genuinely cared for her. Perhaps no one did. I merely wish to see you a little happier. I do not want anyone to bully you, and that is all. Su Ran spoke softly, his gaze imbued with a hint of determination. Of course. There was a half-sentence left unspoken by Su Ran, only he was permitted to tease her. Yet, teasing his wife would never be truly harsh. Such an act would be too painful for him as well. Is that so? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and she turned her head away, discreetly wiping away her tears while Su Ran was distracted. She could not help but feel the urge to weep bitterly. For how many years had it been? Since she awakened her martial soul at the tender age of 6, even her sister began to harbor disdain for her. Her father was preoccupied with state affairs, and the people in the household avoided her as if she were a plague. The teacher who instructed her in cultivation dared not forge any connection with her. She was the second young lady of the Zhu family, of noble status. Yet what did that matter? No one held any hope for her. She was destined to become a casualty in the family's strife, lacking any worth. What others revered was merely her lineage and bloodline. Had it not been for her status, she might have been cast aside by her family as if she were worthless. She had once believed Su Ran to be nothing more than a lecher, but she was mistaken, utterly mistaken, and, indeed, in an absurd manner. Su Ran is not that kind of person. Su Ran's sole desire was for her to be happy, without any other demands. But I am not worthy of such affection from you, Zhu Zhuqing softly remarked, turning once more to wipe away the tears in her eyes. You should know that although I am a disciple of the Zhu family, I am merely a collateral branch. I have been cultivating alone outside since childhood, and I hold no emotional ties to the Zhu family. With my current talent, even if I do not return to the Zhu family and instead go to the Spirit Hall, I would have access to ample resources. Perhaps even more than I would at the Zhu family. Yet, I have chosen to return because I know there is someone in the Zhu family waiting for me. If I do not return to seek her out, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. I cannot allow the one I cherish to become another's fiancé, Su Ran said, gazing at the moonlight on the horizon. His eyes reflecting a sense of weariness and determination. His expression was so genuine that even the system assistant was left speechless. Had she not known the circumstances, she would have believed Su Ran's words entirely. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Su Ran had returned to the Zhu family for her. Had he already developed feelings for her in the past? However, she had no memories of Su Ran before this moment. I still remember 6 years ago when you were bullied in Xinglua City. Back then, you called me Brother Su Ran. From that moment on, I began to harbor feelings for you. Yet, I was weak and unable to protect you. Although my strength is still lacking now, I do not wish to wait any longer. If I delay, I fear I may lose my chance. Su Ran's gaze was filled with a profound innocence and resolve as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. In that instant, his eyes seemed to radiate a dazzling brilliance, rendering everything else in the world dim in comparison. At that moment, his focus was solely on Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was extraordinarily beautiful, with a delicate figure, skin like snow, and long, shapely legs. To win the affection of such a girl would render one's life complete. Furthermore, after winning Zhu Qing's heart, he could flaunt it before Mu Bai. That scoundrel Mu Bai had caused Zhu Qing much suffering while he gallivanted around with Ma Hongjun. The grievances he had inflicted upon her would be repaid, piece by piece. Brother Su Ran, please don't go, Zhu Zhuqing said, her brows furrowing slightly in surprise. She blinked her beautiful eyes, astonished. When did I ever call you Brother Su Ran? She thought, perplexed. Could it be that he's deceiving me? Ah, you don't remember. I saved you by the Daming Lake in Xinglua City 6 years ago. You called me Brother Su Ran then. However, it has been so long that it is normal for you to forget. Su Ran quickly interjected, wishing to end this topic before he revealed too much. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, still wearing a look of doubt on her lovely face. However, she refrained from asking further questions. After all, she had been just a child 6 years ago, and who could remember such distant events? Moreover, she was not a foolish woman. She possessed her own discernment and could see the sincerity in Su Ran's eyes. She believed his words were genuine. He would not deceive her. If he were not sincere, why would he have returned to the Zhu family for her? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhu Zhuqing thought about how she had forgotten someone who had once saved her. Would Su Ran be disappointed if he knew? Could you call me Brother Su Ran once more? It has been so long since I last heard you say that. Su Ran smiled, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with anticipation. He yearned for her to address him this way. Even Mu Bai, as Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, had never enjoyed such privilege. In the original story, Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with Mu Bai had always been strained. Su Ran recalled that their relationship only improved when Tang San distributed celestial herbs among the 7 monsters. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing had been concerned about Mu Bai's potential issues with the celestial herbs. It was during that period, as their powers significantly increased, that Zhu Zhuqing found hope. Mu Bai, too, emerged from his despondency, ultimately defeating Davis and beginning his redemption. Even a worthless person could become strong with a treasured item. But a worthless person remained worthless. In this lifetime, he would never obtain a single celestial herb. Furthermore, once he won Zhu Zhuqing's heart, he would ensure Mu Bai knew the bitterness of seeing his fiancé cherished by another. At that time, he could also discreetly inform Davis of Mu Bai's whereabouts, allowing Davis to deal with him as well. While Davis was unaware of Mu Bai's presence in Soto City, Su Ran knew that Mu Bai had fled to the Heaven Do Empire to escape Davis. If exposed, Mu Bai would surely meet a dire fate. Su Ran, please, Zhu Zhuqing said, lowering her head, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. She was uncertain if she ever had a brother Su Ran, but if Su Ran said so, then it must be true. Su Ran was a good person. Despite his occasionally brazen gaze, she found it impossible to harbor resentment towards him. Especially now that she understood he had come to the Zhu family for her, even risking danger, her fondness for him deepened considerably. In a few days, I will request the family head to annul your engagement with Mu Bai. He is unworthy of you. I cannot stand idly by and watch you leap into the flames. Su Ran stood up, gently caressing Zhu Zhuqing's long hair, speaking with determination. Su Ran, no. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled slightly as she clutched his arm. If he approached her father with such a request, he would be met with severe consequences. I cannot watch the girl I care for jump into danger. Even if she does not return my feelings, Su Ran insisted, his gaze drawn to Zhu Zhuqing as she clutched his arm. You mustn't look so brazenly. And you must not approach my father. I will not allow it. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she became aware of Su Ran's gaze. She was old enough to understand where his eyes wandered. Yet, she was reluctant to release him. What if he acted recklessly and put himself in danger? What if her father, along with the elders, discovered Su Ran's feelings for her? She could hardly fathom the punishment he would face if her father were to learn of his affections. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of anxiety as she held Su Ran tightly, her body pressing against his arm, stirring feelings within him. Yet Su Ran knew that in the original story, Xiao Wu's legs were the most beautiful. However, pursuing Xiao Wu would be far more challenging. Zhuqing was already disenchanted with Mu Bai, making her easier to court, while Xiao Wu had Tang San by her side, without sufficient charm. He would be unable to win her over. Brother Su Ran, I implore you, please do not go. I do not want you to be hurt, Zhu Zhuqing pleaded. Noticing Su Ran's silence, she was uncertain if her feelings for him were deeper than friendship, but she knew she could not allow him to suffer on her behalf. Very well, for now, I shall refrain from going, Su Ran conceded, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing. She felt soft, and the fragrance that enveloped her was delightful. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as Su Ran began to take liberties, holding her close. Did he not realize that a girl could not simply be embraced without reason? It is getting late. I should return home. Su Ran, you should also head back and rest. Zhu Zhuqing freed herself from Su Ran's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurried away. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she could not comprehend why she felt no aversion towards Su Ran. Even being held by him did not evoke discomfort. Clutching his garment, which he had used to cover her legs moments ago, she pressed it against her chest. The lingering scent of Su Ran enveloped her senses, quickening her heartbeat further. With long strides, she hastened towards her chamber, only finding tranquility once Su Ran was no longer within her sight. Chapter 10. No one but Su Ran Zhu Zihua, the head of the Zhu family, along with 3 elders, arrived early at the Grand Hall, their minds preoccupied. Although the family assembly was a significant event, their thoughts were elsewhere. The Zhu family was not lacking in soul emperors or soul saints, only individuals like Su Ran, who had the potential to break through to title Douluo, could capture their attention. Today's assembly was solely focused on Su Ran. At merely 12 years old, he had already achieved the remarkable rank of 31 as a soul master, a prodigy unseen in the Star Luo Empire for centuries. The emergence of such talent within their family was a clear sign of divine favor. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing graced the hall. Adorned in a long black gown with golden patterns that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her long legs standing out like a crane among chickens. Countless gazes were drawn to her. A mixture of admiration, resignation, and sighs permeating the air. Zhu Zhuqing possessed the greatest talent in the Zhu family, surpassing even the eldest daughter, Zhu Zhuyuan. Yet, her fiancé was a feckless coward, a fate that seemingly sealed her own. History often tells of beautiful women meeting tragic ends, barring unforeseen circumstances. Zhu Zhuqing would likely fade away in the years to come. The scrutinizing eyes of the crowd were disregarded by Zhu Zhuqing. As she had grown accustomed to such gazes over the years, she was indifferent to others' opinions, living solely for herself. Her enchanting eyes scanned the surroundings in search of Su Ran's figure, but after a considerable time, disappointment set in. Since that fateful night, she had not encountered Su Ran again. It was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm. Now, even at the family assembly, there was no trace of him. Su Ran, was he disappointed in her? Yet, given their respective statuses, how could they possibly be together? Even if she harbored feelings for him, what of it? Did they possess the strength to defy the royal family? She wished not to burden Su Ran, yet a pang of heartache struck her as he departed. Was Su Ran truly leaving? Would he ever return? A sense of unease stirred within her. Although their encounters had been few, it was undeniable that Su Ran had etched an indelible mark upon her heart. Zhu Zhuqing, I have arrived late. As Su Ran stepped into the grand hall, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she appeared particularly radiant, adorned in a flowing gown that revealed a glimpse of her fair legs, drawing the gaze of many. This day marked the family assembly, and he was determined to persuade the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Zihai, to dissolve the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai. In doing so, he would have the opportunity to voice his own desires. With his talents, perhaps Zhu Zihai would consider bestowing Zhu Qing upon him. Su Ran, you have finally come. I thought you might skip the family gathering today. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head abruptly, her heart fluttering with uncontrollable joy upon hearing Su Ran's voice. She gazed at his face and exhaled, realizing that her previous worries had been unfounded. How could Su Ran, so kind, possibly harbor anger towards her? I have washed her clothes, Zhu Zhuqing said as she approached Su Ran, presenting him with the garment she had held close. Thank you, Zhuqing. You are truly remarkable. Anyone fortunate enough to marry you will be blessed, Su Ran replied with a smile as he accepted the clothes. Zhuqing's capabilities made him wonder if being together would inspire her to become even more adept. He found himself filled with anticipation. For she was the type who preferred to contribute quietly, embodying the virtues of a devoted wife. Stop joking. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched Su Ran. Though it bore no pain, resembling a child's innocent teasing, her display astonished the onlookers. Who is this person? Why is he so close to the second young lady? They murmured, noting that she had just held his clothes. Could it be? A bold speculation arose among many. Had Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing already crossed a line? Otherwise, what need was there for clothing? Their imaginations began to run wild. Meanwhile, they felt a twinge of discontent. Who was Su Ran? A name unfamiliar to them. Yet he seemed to enjoy a closeness with Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to harbor some fondness for him. I am Zhu Ling, a level 28 soul master. Here to seek guidance. A boy clad in black attire strode confidently towards Su Ran, his tone dripping with disdain. Even if he could not win Zhu Zhuqing's heart, he would not permit her to be pursued by another man. Zhu Zhuqing was an unparalleled beauty, possessing remarkable talent. What was Su Ran in comparison? Zhu Ling's voice captured the attention of those present, drawing the gaze of Zhu Zihai and three elders, who watched with keen interest, curious about Su Ran's prowess. A 12-year-old soul master, a rapid progress indeed, but what of his actual strength? Skill and power are not synonymous. Just you? I fear you may not suffice. Su Ran replied coolly, unimpressed by Zhu Ling's bravado. To be envious of another's pursuit of a lady while lacking courage himself was utterly shameless. Arrogant. If you are defeated, keep your distance from Miss Zhuqing, Zhu Ling retorted, summoning his martial soul, the nether spirit cat. The energy radiating from his level 28 soul power prompted several disciples to nod in acknowledgement. After all, among the younger generation of the Zhu family, at 16, Zhu Ling's strength was considered quite respectable. Despite Zhu Ling unleashing his martial soul, Su Ran remained unmoved, exuding an air of nonchalance. This provoked Zhu Ling's ire. He perceived a hint of disdain and disregard in Su Ran's gaze, igniting his fury. How dare a subordinate branch disciple dismiss him? The surrounding Zhu family members burst into laughter at Su Ran's composure. What level is Zhu Ling? Does Su Ran dare to act so arrogantly? He hasn't even released his martial soul. No matter how strong he is, he cannot match Zhu Ling. Su Ran seemed intent on showing off before the second young lady. Oblivious to Zhu Ling's power. Level 28 was formidable among the youth of the Zhu family. If Su Ran can defeat Zhu Ling, I shall make a fool of myself, declared one particularly brash disciple. Yet, those who had witnessed Su Ran's strength in the plaza remained silent, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Encouraged by the chatter, Zhu Ling surged forward with confidence, a cold smile gracing his lips as he prepared to unleash his second soul skill. Eager to demonstrate the might of a main lineage disciple against someone from a collateral branch who dared to pursue the second young lady, in his mind, defeating Su Ran would perhaps garner Zhu Zhuqing's attention, though he dared not entertain a relationship with her. The mere notion of being admired by such a beauty was a source of pride. However, his fantasies were soon shattered. With a resounding boom. Before Zhu Ling could even close the distance to Su Ran, he was sent hurtling backward, landing several meters away, while Su Ran had yet to release his martial soul. Su Ran's movements comprised only two actions, drawing his sword and sheathing it. These two maneuvers were executed with remarkable precision, completed within a mere second. Devoid of any hesitation or delay, the scene left the disciples present utterly astonished. Even the clan leader, Zhu Zhuqing, along with the three elders, appeared somewhat dazed. Their eyes fixed in disbelief upon Su Ran. A soul master of the 20th level had been effortlessly defeated in an instant, without Su Ran even unleashing his martial soul. Was this for real? At that moment, Zhu Ling lay on the ground, curled in pain, his heart pounding with shock as he grappled with the realization of Su Ran's overwhelming strength. The power of that single strike was terrifying. It was unimaginable that not only he but anyone below the soul's sovereign rank in the hall could withstand such force. Just how formidable was Su Ran? A soul sect master? Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such prowess without manifesting his martial soul? Do you yield? Su Ran inquired, casting a calm glance at Zhu Ling. This was his first experience in actual combat, and it was evident that the martial soul bestowed upon him by the system was indeed invincible. He sensed that although he was merely a soul sovereign, he could hold his own even against a soul king when pushing himself to the limit. Yes, I yield. I truly concede, brother, Zhu Ling replied fervently, nodding vigorously, his gaze transfixed on the obsidian sword in Su Ran's hand, shivering involuntarily at the thought. Had Su Ran unleashed his martial soul, he would have surely been cleaved in two by that very strike. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this spectacle, seemed to shudder as well, their eyes now imbued with a newfound respect for Su Ran. In this world, strength begets respect, and indeed, everything else. Su Ran is incredibly powerful, far beyond my expectations. Zhu Zhuqing remarked in astonishment, a subtle smile breaking through her usually composed demeanor. Su Ran's strength surpassed her expectations by a considerable margin. Judging by this display alone, Su Ran's true power could easily rival that of the Soul Sect. Given his youth, such a prodigious talent must certainly be regarded as one of the finest geniuses on the continent. Su Ran's future is boundless. He may even have the opportunity to become a titled Douluo. Chapter 11. The marriage certificate. The family head remarked, Su Ran's strength surpasses our imagination by a considerable margin. The elder spoke with palpable excitement. At such a young age, Su Ran has attained this level of combat prowess. It is likely that only the extraordinary individuals from the Spirit Hall could achieve such feats. He recalled that within the Spirit Hall's 1,000 families, there is a young woman named Qian who possesses an innate spirit power of level 20. Even at 12 years of age, she demonstrated remarkable combat capability. Qian, being the daughter of the Pope, wields a six-winged angel spirit and has access to all the resources of the Spirit Hall, making her accomplishments unsurprising. However, Su Ran has nothing. He has not even received the resources from the Zhu family. The most terrifying aspect of Su Ran is that he has reached such heights without substantial resources. Does this not imply that Su Ran's innate talent may surpass that of the legendary Qian? If no unforeseen circumstances arise, his future will undoubtedly be akin to that of a sword Douluo. The second elder sighed, reflecting on how he once considered punishing Su Ran for his closeness to Zhu Zhuqing. In retrospect, that notion seems utterly laughable. How could they possibly punish a genius like Su Ran? Su Ran is merely a distant descendant of the Zhu family. Even if he chooses to disavow his connection to them, it is permissible, for his surname is Su. The Zhu family should be grateful that there exists a bond between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. This connection is perhaps the only allure that still ties Su Ran to the Zhu family. Otherwise, it is hard to fathom what the Zhu family could possibly offer to retain his presence. Were it not for Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran could easily seek his fortune in the Spirit Hall, or even align himself with the seven-treasure glazed tile school, renowned for its sword Douluo. Why then would he choose to remain with the Zhu family? Proud indeed, for you have raised a remarkable daughter, the great elder remarked, patting Zhu Zhaohai's shoulder with a knowing look. At this moment, their course of action became strikingly clear. Mu Bai, a worthless individual, was likely to bring Zhu Zhuqing to ruin should she continue to associate with him. Su Ran is an unparalleled genius, destined to become a formidable powerhouse in the future continent. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing is also a prodigy, should they both successfully break through to the rank of titled Douluo. The Zhu family's influence will ascend to unprecedented heights. In such a scenario, even the Dai family would be compelled to regard them with utmost seriousness. Zhu Zihua understood what needed to be done. Overwhelmed with excitement, he gazed at Su Ran as if beholding a precious treasure. With Zhuqing by Su Ran's side, he felt a sense of fulfillment as a father, devoid of regrets. Who would desire to witness the tragic scene of Zhuqing and Zhu Yun turning against each other if it were not for dire necessity? The clan assembly lingered until the afternoon, serving merely to document the prowess of the younger generation and to reward those who exhibited exceptional strength or remarkable progress. That was the extent of its purpose. As the family gathering approached its conclusion, Zhu Zihua strode directly to the center of the grand hall, his gaze sweeping over the youthful faces below, ultimately resting on Su Ran. This family assembly is hereby concluded. Su Ran possesses extraordinary strength and exceptional talent. From this day forth, Su Ran shall be regarded as the core disciple of the Zhu family, receiving a monthly stipend of 3,000 gold soul coins. All resources of the family shall be directed towards Su Ran. Every disciple of the Zhu family must aspire to emulate Su Ran, so that they may become powerful protectors of our family for generations to come. Zhu Zihua proclaimed solemnly, his voice resonating with gravitas. As the echoes of his words faded, all eyes in the hall turned to Su Ran, etching his name into their memories. They understood that he was destined to receive the Zhu family's unwavering support, paving the way for a future of limitless potential. Master, could we consider an alternative reward? Su Ran inquired, turning his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, a faint smile graced her lips, her exquisite black gown accentuating her graceful curves, evoking a desire to cherish and pamper her. However, upon hearing Su Ran's words, the smile abruptly vanished from her face. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen, her mind racing back to that night when Su Ran had spoken. Surely he did not intend for his father to annul her engagement to Mu Bai. Su Ran, please don't, Zhu Zhuqing implored, her face paling with anxiety as she hurried to his side and grasped his sleeve firmly. Why is Su Ran so impatient? Is he disregarding his own life? Even if he desires her, they could elope in secrecy. Seeking out her father seems nothing short of courting death. I cannot wait any longer. If this continues, I fear she may be taken away by another. Therefore, I wish to make an attempt, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, Su Ran declared. And many witnesses to this scene were left astonished. What is happening? Could it be that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing share a romantic connection? Perhaps they have already entered into such a relationship. Yet, Su Ran's audacity is remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing is to wed into the royal family. To think he would pursue her. Would this not bring shame to Mu Bai? Nevertheless, one cannot help but admire Su Ran's courage. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a dashing spirit in the afterlife. With Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite figure and stunning beauty, Su Ran's pursuit of her is undeniably worthwhile. Even if the royal family sought retribution, to share a night with such a beauty, and to be attended by Zhu Zhuqing, would make any fate seem justifiable. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Zhu Zhuqing felt a blush creep across her face. For Su Ran's reckless words have led others to misconstrue their relationship. Yet, she had no time to dwell on these matters. She knew that if Su Ran continued, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. The union of the Zhu and Dai families has long been regarded as paramount by their clan. Su Ran's interference would surely incite the wrath of her father and the elders. Su Ran, please come with us, and Zhuqing, you too, Zhu Zihai commanded. His gaze fixed on Su Ran with evident satisfaction. He could sense Su Ran's earnestness towards Zhuqing. Su Ran's character far surpasses that of Mu Bai. Providing Zhuqing with a worthy companion and securing a prodigious talent for the family is undeniably a tremendous gain. In the study, Zhu Zihai and 3 elders stood above, observing Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing below. Su Ran, what did you mean by your earlier statement? What reward do you seek? With your talents, we shall endeavor to fulfill any desires you may have, Zhu Zihai offered, his eyes shimmering with unspoken significance. In the Zhu family, I seek nothing. All I desire is the annulment of Zhuqing's engagement to Mu Bai. He is but a useless individual, unworthy of Zhuqing. Should the family head insist on marrying her to such a man, I shall consider the Zhu family my lifelong enemy. If I am not slain, I shall exact my revenge, Su Ran proclaimed, standing tall, as if his sword felt the call of its master, issuing a resounding cry. Do not speak thus, father. Su Ran is simply overwhelmed with emotion. He did not mean it. Please, do not punish him, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, feeling profoundly moved by Su Ran's unwavering commitment to her freedom. Yet, she was also gripped by fear of the consequences he might face. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had carved a significant place in her heart. She could not bear to see him suffer for her sake. Clenching her teeth, she stood there, tears glistening in her eyes. If her father were to punish Su Ran, she would willingly share his fate. Regardless of life or death, she would stand by his side. Zhuqing, speak honestly. What feelings do you harbor for Su Ran? Zhu Zihai inquired, a smile gracing his face, having discerned Zhuqing's affections for Su Ran. Both being prodigies, their union seemed destined. I like Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her beautiful eyes locking onto his with a hint of determination. If punishment was to be meted out, then they would face it together. Should her father impose a severe punishment on Su Ran, she would claim responsibility, stating she had seduced him. She cared not for the scorn of others, even if they labeled her a shameless woman. The only thing that mattered was Su Ran's safety. Very well, Zhu Zihai acquiesced. From this day forth, the Zhu family shall no longer acknowledge the engagement between Mu Bai and Zhuqing. Henceforth, Zhuqing's only betrothed shall be Su Ran, he declared without hesitation. He understood the significance of a talent like Su Ran, one who could provide benefits to the Zhu family far beyond what Mu Bai could offer. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her father, her dark eyes wide with disbelief. When had her father become so progressive? And now, she was to be Su Ran's fiancé? What was transpiring? Her cheeks flushed as she momentarily struggled to comprehend. Were they not to face punishment together? Otherwise, she would not have confessed her feelings for Su Ran. Uncle, here is the marriage certificate, Su Ran said with a smile, promptly presenting the prepared document, addressing Zhu Zihai as uncle. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing stood in stunned silence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and irritation. At that moment, she understood the unfolding events. Her engagement with Mu Bai was annulled, and she was now to be Su Ran's fiancée. Yet, had Su Ran anticipated this outcome all along, even preparing the marriage certificate in advance? Zhuqing, what is your stance? If you agree, then your relationship with Su Ran shall be solidified, Zhu Zihai said with a grin, eyeing his precious daughter. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, her chest rising and falling slightly as she dared not lift her gaze. In this moment, she could not voice dissent. To do so would mean marrying Mu Bai. Considering this, she would much prefer to wed Su Ran, whose character was 100-fold superior to that of Mu Bai. As Zhu Zihai handed the marriage certificate to Su Ran, feeling the intensity of Su Ran's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of embarrassment wash over her. "Father, I must take my leave," she said quietly, bowing slightly before hastily exiting the room. "Uncle, I shall also take my leave," Su Ran remarked, adhering to proper etiquette. "Very well, you young ones may do as you please, but do remember, Zhuqing has been somewhat frail since childhood," Zhu Zihai cautioned, reminiscing about his own youthful escapades. A time when he did not need to rely on goji berries for vitality. "Ah, enough reminiscing. Too much talk only brings tears." "Understood," Su Ran nodded. Swiftly pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. "Are you angry?" he asked, taking her hand. "Humph. You shameless Su Ran, deceiving me once again," Zhu Zhuqing retorted, pulling her hand away. Her face aglow with embarrassment as she glared at him. She suspected Su Ran had known all along that her father would concede to his requests, causing her unnecessary worry. "What else could I do? The marriage certificate is already signed," Su Ran replied with a grin, holding up the newly signed document. With the marriage certificate in his possession, Zhuqing was undeniably his, and no one could alter that. In the Douluo Continent, a marriage certificate is a vital testament. With it, nothing can be undone. Even Mu Bai, who had no such certificate with Zhuqing, could not challenge this. The Zhu and Dai families have been intertwined for generations, their bond strong, and their unions traditionally agreed upon through verbal consent. However, the emperor's decree had always been final, and no one dared to dispute it. But who could blame Su Ran for being audacious? With enough courage, even the most formidable opponents could be overcome. Su Ran's grand ambition upon arriving in the Douluo Continent was to court the most enchanting women, indulge in the finest spirits, and stroll with the wildest of dogs. How brazen! Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head, stealing a glance at the contents of the engagement, and then felt so bashful that she could not utter another word. Would she truly become Su Ran's fiancé from now on? How did Su Ran manage it? How could her father acquiesce to Su Ran's wishes and directly promise her to him? She had no preparation whatsoever. "How did you accomplish this?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. "A secret. Let me embrace my fiancé first," Su Ran replied with a smile, tucking away the marriage contract. With this contract in hand, he could proudly showcase his engagement to Mu Bai at Shrek Academy. "No way. I won't let you embrace me," Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushing. She took a few steps back, her graceful legs moving swiftly to evade him. Su Ran was so audacious, employing tactics that caused her to worry for no reason. She had no intention of granting him an embrace. "Oh, I'm already your fiancé, yet I cannot hold you. Am I destined to be the most miserable fiancé in the world? My fiancé is so beautiful, and I can't even hold her. This is too difficult." Su Ran lamented playfully. He understood that he needed to allow the Qing some time to adjust once she accepted her new role. Wouldn't his fiancé be available for embraces at any moment? "Regardless, I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow," Zhu Zhuqing said. Her face still flushed as she swiftly flew away, a hint of joy gracing her features. The marriage contract held far greater significance than a mere verbal agreement. In the Douluo Continent, once the marriage contract was established, the relationship between her and Su Ran became irrevocable. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, the importance of the marriage contract in Douluo was unprecedented. With this contract, even if he were to perish, Zhu Zhuqing, as a woman, would never marry another. Although she appeared indifferent, she held traditional values concerning her chastity. Her agreement to sign the marriage contract signified her willingness to entrust Su Ran with everything, including her very essence. Chapter 12, The Qilin Bloodline, Transforming into a Divine Beasting. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and unlocking the identity of Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. You have earned 100 skill points. These skill points can be utilized to upgrade the years of soul rings or for lottery draws. Naturally, they can also be saved for system transformation. The system's sweet voice chimed in. "Save them? Absolutely not. I would rather die than save them." Su Ran shook his head. After much effort, he had finally earned 100 skill points, yet the system required him to accumulate a staggering 100,000. He was not foolish. The crux of the matter was that this endeavor resembled saving money. If he did not spend it, it would inevitably depreciate. Once his strength increased, he would be able to undertake subsequent tasks, and at that time, would not the number of skill points soar? "Once my power rises, I shall save more for the system," Su Ran added. He felt it necessary to utter some flattering words to the system, for he feared it might conspire against him. Women could be quite vindictive, and a female system might be no different. "System, how many years can 100 skill points enhance the soul ring's duration?" Su Ran inquired. Intrigued. If tasks could continuously earn points, would it not mean that eventually everyone could achieve 10,000 years? Or even more? If everyone reached 1,000,000 years, could he not challenge the divine realm single-handedly? Yet, how many skill points would that require? It seemed he would need to labor like an ox, completing tasks daily. One skill point can enhance the soul ring's duration by 10 years. The host's 200-year soul rings currently stand at 300 and 500 years. Would you like to increase their duration? Perhaps not. What about the lottery? Su Ran asked, still yearning to test his luck. The lottery was divided into 3 tiers, silver, gold, and diamond, requiring 10, 100, and 1,000 points respectively for a single draw. Since this is your first lottery, dear host, you can use 100 points for 10 consecutive draws at the gold level, the system sweetly responded. To delight the host, she decided to offer him some perks. After all, the system existed solely to serve him. However, she had yet to take on a physical form and could only provide limited services for now. Once she materialized, she would be able to offer even more. Very well, I choose to participate in the lottery. Su Ran felt a surge of excitement. Surely the gold level 10 consecutive draws would yield something remarkable. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of autumn trousers from Aunt Wang. Su Ran. Su Ran wore a troubled expression as he listened to the system's prompt, his hands pressed against his forehead, unable to bear the sight. Could it be that the system assumed his physical condition was lacking? He was in excellent health. How could this absurdity even be of use to him? Surely, this must be a jest. And what was that about Aunt Wang's thermal pants? Did she really think he was the sort of person to have peculiar reactions to clothing? Even if he were such a person, why not something celestial like Chang'e or Nuwa, a middle-aged woman? Surely this was a joke. Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of loss. He had never experienced such a profound depletion. 100 skill points invested into the soul ring had resulted in all of his rings being of the millennium level. At that moment, his power was destined to soar. Was this lottery not a grievous misfortune? Meanwhile, Su Ran patiently awaited the results of the subsequent draws. Even with a streak of bad luck in 10 consecutive draws, one would expect at least a minimum reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the supreme bloodline, the Qilin bloodline. With the Qilin bloodline, you can embody the form of a soul beast resembling a Qilin. Currently, it has a lifespan of 100 years. Given that this is the host's first awakening of the bloodline, you are granted a one-time experience card to utilize the power of a 10,000-year Qilin. The Qilin, a creature of auspicious nature, will bestow its blessings upon all soul beasts within a 300-mile radius, doubling their growth rate. Even soul beasts that reincarnate as humans will benefit from the protection of this auspicious beast, experiencing a twofold increase in their cultivation speed. Furthermore, this auspicious creature possesses dual attributes of light and flame, with secondary attributes including mental prowess and a holy essence. As the sweet voice of the system echoed, Su Ran stood in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. After a prolonged period, he finally emerged from the shock of this astonishing news. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his earlier grievances. To his amazement, he had acquired the Qilin bloodline and could transform into a Qilin. Could it be that he would now have the ability to seamlessly switch between human and soul beast forms? Su Ran pondered these thoughts with astonishment. From now on, he would not merely be a human. He would also become a spirit beast, and moreover, a divine beast. It was evident that the growth rate of all spirit beasts would be doubled. Without a second thought, he imagined that if he ventured into the extreme north or the Star Doe forest, he would be regarded as a local sovereign, revered and adored. At that time, wooing the enchanting beauties of the spirit beast realm would be an effortless endeavor. Su Ran seamlessly transitioned into his Qilin form, transforming rapidly under an enigmatic energy into a golden soul beast over a meter in length. This magnificent creature was adorned with lustrous golden fur. Its appearance a harmonious amalgamation of a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, a moose's body, and dragon scales, with a tail resembling that of a dragon. Richly covered in golden fluff, it radiated a brilliant golden glow, with a halo of ethereal golden clouds enveloping its paws. As he embodied the Qilin, Su Ran felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a gentle swipe of his claws, a towering tree was felled in an instant. Despite possessing merely a century's worth of cultivation, his strength rivaled that of an ordinary soul beast aged between 4,000 to 5,000 years. At the moment Su Ran transformed, deep within the starry forest, a similarly golden beast cast its gaze towards him. This creature was slightly larger than Su Ran's Qilin form, its overall features resembling his, save for the 3 eyes gracing its massive head. At that moment, it sensed a tingling in the crimson vertical pupil on its forehead, howling with delight. The golden beast frolicked by the verdant lakeside, its head held high as it called out joyously. It was filled with astonishment, yet even more so with exhilaration. Each generation of auspicious beasts could only produce one, but now it felt the presence of another akin to itself. What's the matter? Inquired a woman dressed in elegant palace attire, her exquisite beauty complemented by flowing azure hair cascading over her shoulders. A hint of perplexity graced her serene countenance. Sister Baiji, I sense the presence of a kindred spirit. Its essence is not strong, yet it radiates a destiny power akin to mine, the golden beast exclaimed, leaping excitedly towards the woman. What? Are you saying there exists another auspicious beast? Baiji's tranquil expression shifted to one of alarm. The abilities of auspicious beasts were overwhelmingly formidable, capable of doubling the growth rate of surrounding soul beasts. Most significantly, this amplification could be compounded, allowing only one auspicious beast to exist in any given era. The emergence of one auspicious beast in the starry forest would result in a doubling of the overall cultivation speed of soul beasts. If another were to appear, the implications would be staggering. Doubling once more, the starry forest would transform into a sanctum for all soul beasts. 1 becomes 2, and 2 become 4. Such an enhancement was an irresistible temptation for any soul beast. I must promptly inform Ditian. The arrival of a second auspicious beast carries extraordinary significance for the soul beast race. Baiji gently placed her hand upon her chest. her figure shimmering like a fleeting light as she darted towards the center of the lake. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, the events unfolding in the starry forest were beyond his awareness. He merely sought to experience the power of the Qilin before swiftly reverting to his human form and returning to the Zhu family. The Star Luo Empire housed numerous formidable beings, and any discovery of his anomaly could lead to dire consequences for him. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Main quest activated. Please proceed to Nodding City and disrupt the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu, instigating enmity between them. Additionally, you must place this green hat upon Tang San's head. This hat will absorb his fortune, leading to a streak of misfortune for him henceforth. Ding. Given the profound bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San, it will be challenging for you to complete this task. Therefore, upon successful completion, you will be rewarded with 500 skill points. Flirting with Xiao Wu? That seems quite manageable. Su Ran chuckled lightly, jesting about his own capabilities. After all, who was Su Ran? It would be a trivial matter for him. If he couldn't accomplish this, what would be the point of being a host? He was well versed in various strategies, and there was no way Tang San could best him. Brother host, Xiao Wu has immense trust in Tang San. It would be quite challenging to disrupt their bond, the system reminded him. Xiao Wu's feelings for Tang San ran deep, making her far less susceptible to manipulation than Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Bai had already lost his charm in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, making him easier to pursue. However, the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu was profound. 6 years had fostered a strong trust between them. Regardless of the challenges, he had to proceed. Perhaps the system could grant me a shortcut, and I could merely coast through this task, Su Ran mused, his eyes glinting with possibility. Given his good rapport with the system, surely a little favor would be out of the question. You shameless host. This system upholds its principles. Even in service to you, I cannot simply grant you a shortcut, the system retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lightly scolded him. The audacity of the host was astonishing. She was merely a system, not yet taking shape, and yet he harbored such thoughts. A flicker of fear crossed her mind. What if, upon taking form, he made such requests? The essence of her existence was to serve the host. Would she acquiesce then? Never mind, I shall devise my own strategies. Su Ran declared, making his way toward Zhu Zhuqing's chamber. He couldn't help but shrug. Did the system truly think he was that kind of person? Yet, if he accumulated enough skill points, transforming the system into human form could be a splendid option. At that point, even Ning Kaichen and Su Xian would pale in comparison to him. Chapter 13. Tang San. I am here to showcase my skills outside Zhu Zhuqing's chamber, in the courtyard. She sat on a stone chair, her long, elegant legs extended upon the stone table, her gaze lost in the distant sky, deep in thought. She had just clarified everything with her father, and now grasped the extent of Su Ran's genius. A soul master at the age of 12 was a rarity in the history of the Star Luo Empire, a distinction held by no more than a handful. Su Ran was among them. Such prodigies were coveted, even by the Zhu family, which is why they had facilitated her union with him. As memories of her time with Su Ran flooded her mind, she found herself uncertain of her feelings for him. She was merely a girl, still naive to the nature of love, unsure if her sentiments for Su Ran could be classified as such. Then there was Mu Bai. Despite her desire to dismiss his name, she had to acknowledge that he was the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, and his marriage would carry the weight of royal authority. Even with her family's approval, the path to being with Su Ran would be fraught with obstacles. The influential figures of the Star Luo Empire would not tolerate any disgrace to the royal family. Forget about it. No matter what happens, I will stand before you. Su Ran quietly approached Zhu Zhuqing from behind, enveloping her in his embrace, relishing the warmth of the girl in his arms. Stay still. I merely wish to hold you. Nothing more. Feeling the girl's heartbeat against him, he tightened his grip, pressing her delicate form closely to his chest, his face nestled in her soft black hair. Inhaling her unique scent, Zhu Zhuqing was truly beautiful. At least, she was the most exquisite girl he had ever seen in the Zhu family. And now, she was his fiancé, bound by a marriage contract, belonging solely to him. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on her, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight stiffness as she was held in Su Ran's embrace, her heart racing, unsure of how to react. She had initially considered escaping his grasp, yet the depth of his attachment and care was something she had long yearned for. Su Ran, will you protect me from now on? Always, she whispered, uncertain of what the future held. Yes, unless I perish, he replied without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. Though he cherished Zhu Qing's form, his intentions were far from trivial. For the girl he adored, all he wished was for her to rest peacefully in his arms. If he could not safeguard his beloved, what worth was there in his existence? Do not speak in such a manner, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, covering Su Ran's lips with her delicate hand, unwilling to entertain any thoughts of misfortune befalling him. Very well, I shall remain silent. Su Ran chuckled, his gaze inadvertently drifting elsewhere. Zhuqing, you truly are remarkable. From his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of her fair skin, following the line of her shoulder. Do not look so brazenly. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head, immediately aware of Su Ran's gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and irritation. Shameless Su ran, claiming he is not a lecher while stealing glances at me. A gentleman pursues a graceful lady. I do not intend to be lecherous. It is simply my nature, one I cannot alter. Besides, I only gaze upon my cherished Zhu Zhuqing, not anyone else, Su ran replied with a playful grin, finding her adorably charming. It was evident that no one in the Zhu family took the time to care for her, leading her to gradually retreat into herself, becoming distant. Nonetheless, he was determined to melt her icy demeanor. Who is your cherished one? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson. She had never noticed how brazen Su ran could be. Calling her his beloved. You are my fiancé, with a contract in hand. If you are not my cherished one, then who else could be? Su ran chuckled softly, his fingers gently entwining Zhu Zhuqing's long hair, savoring its smooth texture. I have yet to fully capture your heart. Should you treat me poorly, I shall not marry you. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, a mix of pride and embarrassment evident in her tone. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. And soon you will find yourself comfortably nestled in my embrace, my dear. Su ran continued, his gaze turning serious. By the way, I must depart tomorrow. There are matters I must attend to. He glanced towards the horizon, knowing that Nodding City was far from here, requiring an early start. When will you return? Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously, feeling a tinge of disappointment. They had just entered into their engagement, and now he was leaving. They had yet to truly converse. She knew little about him, and he knew little about her. Was it truly necessary for him to leave so soon? Soon. When I return, I will take you away from this place. We shall go to the Heaven Do Empire. Here. I fear the royal family will discover our connection and take action against us. Su ran gently ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Aware that the enrollment period for Shrek Academy would soon arrive, he naturally intended to show off to Dai Mu Bai upon his return. All right, I shall await your return. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She too longed to explore the world beyond. Then I shall take my leave, Su ran smiled. Embracing Zhu Zhuqing once more before turning to depart, he had to rescue the misguided girl, Xiao Wu. At present, she remained oblivious to the true nature of Tang San. The false gentleman. He presented himself as a paragon of justice, seeking to eradicate the spirit hall in the city of slaughter, but it was merely vengeance cloaked in righteousness. He had reaped benefits from the city of slaughter, only to obliterate it and erase the legacy of the Shura god. His behavior exemplified the adage, he lifts the bowl to eat, yet curses when he sets it down. He has spent thousands of years in the divine realm as a Shura god. Yet he shows no inclination to abdicate. His inheritance has likely been ruined, leaving no room for succession. After the destruction of the spirit hall, he did not assist the spirit masters in establishing a beneficial organization, resulting in countless ordinary spirit masters unable to awaken their martial spirits. During the era of the Peerless Tang sect, Wei Yuhao had to venture alone to the extreme north to obtain his soul rings. Jiang Nanan, one of the 7 monsters, was willing to sell herself for a mere 10 gold soul coins for a Xian Shui Dan. Indeed, the subsidies distributed by the Spirit Hall to spirit masters were forcibly extracted from the 2 great empires. However, without the Spirit Hall, how could the 2 empires afford such expenditures? As emperors, they would prefer their subjects to be mediocre, ensuring their own rule remains unchallenged. Why would they allow forces they cannot fully control to grow stronger? If things were truly as favorable, there would be no instances of book burning, the suppression of various schools of thought, or the rigid examination system. Furthermore, what virtuous deeds has Tang San accomplished? The calamity that befell the continent during the era of the Peerless Tang sect is inextricably linked to him. With the fall of the Spirit Hall, the legacies of countless families, and even the divine positions of the Angel God and the Rakshasa God, have been obliterated, leading to their extinction. The loss of the Rakshasa God means there is no one to manage the evil soul masters. The 6-winged angels, possessing attributes of light, holiness, and flame, have severed their lineage, depriving evil soul masters of a formidable nemesis. Self-proclaimed as just, he has become the greatest villain of Douluo Star. The divine decree prohibiting descent to the mortal realm means nothing before him. He has sent his daughter down, and then his grandson, and every 10,000 years. When Douluo Star regains its vitality, he dispatches his descendants to reap its benefits. Such a person, who prides himself on righteousness, is, in Su Ran's eyes, no different from Yubuchuan. Moreover, he pretends to be aloof, only intervening when his comrades are in peril. When Xiao faces danger, his strength surges, allowing him to triumph and win her heart. However, with his appearance, Tang San's fate is already sealed. He is destined to be a failure, and indeed, a victim of betrayal. He desires to snatch away Xiao Wu, teaching him the meaning of cruelty. Naturally, after taking her, he will flaunt his triumph, letting him witness the agony of seeing the girl he cherishes in another's embrace. Chapter 14. The Injured Divine Beast, Xiao Wu's Fury in Nodding City. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a stunning young girl clad in a pink long robe emerges from the academy. Her slender waist and exquisite features captivate all. But it is her long, shapely legs, tightly encased in form-fitting pants, that truly draw the eye. It can be said that her legs alone overshadow countless women around her. At this moment, Xiao Wu's face retains a hint of youthful innocence, yet one can glimpse the burgeoning beauty that she is destined to become. Everyone knows that given some time, she will undoubtedly blossom into a rare gem of a woman. However, Her delicate face now pales as she senses the presence of the divine beast, stirring her into a frenzy. How could there be a divine beast's aura in the human realm? Xiao murmurs, her petite frame trembling slightly. The divine beast, the king of soul beasts, bestows its grace upon all surrounding soul beasts, doubling their growth rate and significantly increasing their chances of transcending tribulations. The full name of the divine beast is the Imperial Divine Beast, wielding terrifying influence in the realm of soul beasts. Its existence is crucial to the survival of the soul beast clan. Luck is intangible and elusive, yet profoundly significant. 100,000-year soul beast, with the aid of a divine beast, possesses a much stronger fortune during tribulations, increasing the chances of success by 2 or 3-fold. The worth of a divine beast cannot be measured solely by strength. Even the mightiest soul beasts seek to curry favor with the divine beast, hoping for assistance during their tribulations. Yet, such a creature now appears within the territory of humans? But has the divine beast been captured? Xiao gasps at the thought, horrified at what might transpire if the divine beast were to come to harm. Humans, you not only killed my mother but now seek to harm the divine beast? Do you not comprehend its esteemed position? The king of soul beasts is not to be desecrated lightly. Xiao's expression turns icy. She is transformed to avenge her mother. Though she is now considered human, she has never forgotten her duties as a soul beast. When encountering a divine beast, it is the obligation of all soul beasts to protect it with their very lives, an imprint etched into their very blood from birth. Xiao stands there, feeling the weakening aura of the divine beast. An icy chill enveloping her entire being as the essence of the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit hidden within her heart slowly begins to unseal. She senses the divine beast's aura fading, inciting an overwhelming fury within her. Not only she, but any soul beast with awakened intelligence would be enraged upon sensing danger to a divine beast. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Tang San, sensing her distress, inquires with concern. It is the first time he has seen such a troubled expression on her face, causing him to worry. Brother, I'm fine. You should return. I have something to attend to. Xiao Wu's voice softens. Though Tang San is human, he is unlike the ordinary folk. Over the years, she has come to trust his character deeply. Xiao Wu, what is happening? Let us face this together. Tang San persists, still not at ease regarding her state. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his heart. For some reason, he feels as though something is slipping away from him. This sensation is both mystical and strikingly real, leaving him in a state of agitation. His gaze shifts to Xiao Wu, and he unwittingly realizes how beautiful she has become. Her chest rises and falls gently. Her youthful visage now hints at the beginnings of breathtaking beauty. Undoubtedly, Xiao Wu will become a stunning beauty, yet he is fortunate to have her by his side. He cannot believe that despite his diligent watch, she could still slip away. Brother, please return. My matters do not concern you. Xiao Wu, filled with urgency, pushes Tang San away and swiftly races outside. Xiao Wu's departure causes Tang San's heart to ache. In the past, she would always seek his opinion before leaving, never departing without a word. What has changed now? Could it be that in her heart, there exists someone more important than him? Tang San walks slowly towards the dormitory, bewildered by his own feelings. He suddenly feels a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. For some inexplicable reason, he fears that Xiao Wu's departure might be permanent. This thought is absurd. How could Xiao Wu ever leave him? Outside Nodding City, Su Ran sits languidly beneath a grand tree, exuding the aura of a divine beast. This essence can only be perceived by soul beasts or humans who have undergone reincarnation as soul beasts. His intention is to lure Xiao Wu out, using the aura of the divine beast to gain her trust. Host, Xiao Wu will arrive in 1 minute, the system alerts, piquing his curiosity about how he intends to ensnare her. All right, Su Ran nods. With the system's assistance, the golden radiance emanating from him gradually dims. The unique power of fate belonging to the divine beast becoming increasingly unstable, flickering in and out, weak as ever. Su Ran bore numerous delicate wounds upon his body, shallow yet strikingly gruesome. The wounds oozed a substance resembling tomato juice, appearing eerily akin to genuine blood, devoid of any pretense. The spirit beast, Xiao Wu, sprinted with fervor, her delicate form unleashing an unprecedented swiftness. In her graceful eyes flickered a hint of sorrow. As a soul beast, witnessing the peril of the spirit beast was profoundly tragic. She remained unaware of the trials the spirit beast faced and had never contemplated whether her own strength could rescue it should calamity befall. All she understood was that every soul beast, regardless of its might, would shield the spirit beast with their very bodies in times of danger. Even if her mother, a Ro, were present, and despite their own frailty, they would strive to protect the spirit beast with all their might. Had humanity not inflicted enough harm upon soul beasts? Must they lay their hands on the spirit beast as well? Should anything dire happen to the spirit beast, they would have to brace for the wrath from the Star-Do forest, Xiao murmured, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. After such a prolonged silence in the human world, she had nearly convinced herself of her normalcy. Yet she was a soul beast, and her presence in the human realm was driven by vengeance. The memories of her purpose surged anew, rekindled by the spirit beast's peril. 6 years had nearly erased her identity from her consciousness. 10,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, Xiao Wu. By the time Xiao Wu arrived, Su Ran had already turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. A golden light flickered about him, yet it was translucent to the point of insignificance, even less radiant than the sun. evidently a sign of feeble energy. Soft Bone Rabbit Clan, I greet the spirit beast, Xiao declared, kneeling on one knee before Su Ran. Performing the customary homage of a subordinate to their sovereign, her gaze filled with anxiety. Noticing the absence of human powerhouses in the vicinity, she felt a slight relief, fortunately. No formidable humans lingered near the spirit beast, or she would have been at a loss for what to do. Simultaneously, her heart brimmed with resentment. The spirit beast's crimson wounds continued to bleed profusely. 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit? You must be one of those 2 rabbits from the Stardow Forest, Su Ran spoke softly. His breath weak, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. Even the system's lady observed Su Ran with astonishment. Brother host can act too, I suppose. Had I not known the truth, I might have believed it. Xiao's rebirth was fueled by her thirst for vengeance. The murder of her mother was a grudge that could never be forgiven, yet she vowed never to forget her identity as a soul beast. I am a soul beast. And that truth shall never waver, Xiao proclaimed with reverence. I am aware. Today you saved me. I shall assist you in avenging your grievances henceforth, Su Ran replied, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of reverse blood, which cascaded onto Xiao. So soft. Su Ran's head rested upon Xiao's delicate legs. Divine beast. How do you feel now? Xiao's heart fluttered with both shyness and concern as she stretched her long legs, allowing Su Ran to recline comfortably. Initially, she believed her quest for vengeance was futile, but with the support of the divine beast, her hopes ignited. The influence of the divine beast in the spirit beast realm could summon countless formidable beings. I mean, divine beast, how's your condition? Xiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Once she sensed that the divine beast was not gravely harmed, her anxiety eased. And she became aware that the divine beast had been resting on her legs for some time. When had that happened? She was completely oblivious. In her earlier panic, her only concern was for the divine beast's safety, entirely neglecting the intimacy that had developed between them. Her body trembled slightly, her skin involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue. She contemplated shifting her legs, yet feared inciting the divine beast's displeasure. The divine beast had just promised to assist her in her quest for vengeance, and she could not afford to make it unhappy. In all the gathering places of spirit beasts, wherever the divine beast appeared, it would receive imperial treatment. Not to mention her legs, even the most extravagant requests could not be denied by its subordinates. Other spirit beasts, regardless of their power, would never earn true respect from their peers. However, the divine beast could bring benefits to all spirit beasts, which is why even a newborn divine beast, lacking strength, could become the monarch of spirit beasts. After a considerable time, Su Ran continued to recuperate while lying on Xiao Wu's long legs, inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from her. He felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Of course, there was also a faint salty taste, likely from Xiao Wu's earlier anxiety and vigorous movements. It was impossible for it to be anything else. Xiao was pure and innocent, with no ulterior motives. Shameless host, always taking advantage of Xiao, the system huffed. Observing Su Ran's indulgence as he lay on her legs, unable to suppress a hint of jealousy. The host is too wicked. Pretending to be gravely injured when he is not. Is it really that comfortable lying there under the sun? Xiao isn't even as beautiful as me. How could it be that pleasant? Isn't it necessary to feign injury? How else could I gain Xiao's trust? And how could I showcase Tang San? Su Ran outright denied any inappropriate intentions. Humph. Utterly shameless, the system responded, somewhat displeased. Then I shall rise. I must go showcase Tang San now, Su Ran declared. Suddenly opening his eyes, which gleamed with renewed vitality, his aura once again surging, as if he had regained his strength. Divine beast, you are awake? Xiao inquired. A flicker of embarrassment and anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. The divine beast had been resting on her for quite some time, causing her legs to numb. Yes, I have regained some strength. We must leave here quickly. That title Douluo may still be searching for me, and staying here for too long could be perilous. Su Ran stated, his expression grave. A title Douluo? Is there one nearby? Xiao's heart lurched at Su Ran's words. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, a title Douluo could easily discern her identity. That title Douluo is exceptionally powerful. I am not his match. He resides in a nearby village. And it is from there that I managed to escape, Su Ran revealed, a serious expression crossing his face. Fortunately, Tang San had a benefactor. Otherwise, pursuing Xiao would be exceedingly difficult. A title Douluo lives nearby? Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically, her heart racing with a new question. If a title Douluo truly existed, why hadn't he attempted to kill her? That title Douluo has already reached the pinnacle of his power. Killing you would bring him no benefit. I suspect he has been watching you for years, waiting for the right moment to strike and take your spirit rings and bones, Su Ran explained. How can this be? Xiao's face turned pale, her body trembling. She had believed that coming to the secluded nodding city would keep her hidden from powerful beings, yet even here, a title Douluo was present. She had no doubts about Su Ran's words. As a divine beast, he would never deceive her regarding such matters. Moreover, he too had encountered danger here, indicating that a title Douluo truly lurked nearby. Divine beast, when will he make his move against me? Xiao's voice quivered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She did not fear death. If she did, she would not have taken human form. What terrified her was the thought of dying insignificantly, leaving her mother's vengeance unfulfilled. If she were to perish, no one would avenge her mother's great wrongs. Divine beast, I implore you, show me a path forward. I cannot die. If I do, how can I avenge my mother? Xiao bent her knees, kneeling before Su Ran. Her delicate forehead touched the ground, her youthful yet rounded form arching gracefully. Why are you kneeling? And in such a manner? This could lead to misunderstandings, Su Ran remarked, pulling Xiao back up. He smiled, knowing he had a plan to sever the bond between her and Tang San. Once their connection faltered, he would be able to claim Xiao for himself. As a divine beast, the monarch of spirit beasts, what could possibly be wrong with taking a concubine? Who would dare to object? That title Douluo, known as Tang Hao, is the unparalleled powerhouse of the Haotian sect. After offending the spirit hall, he was exiled and has been living in seclusion in the Holy Soul village outside Notting City for years, Su Ran stated. Tang Hao? Xiao could not help but be taken aback. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, she was not ignorant of such matters. Tang Hao had vanished from the continent long ago, and no one knew of his whereabouts. It was no wonder the spirit hall could not locate him. But I heard that Tang Hao is a good man. He and sister Ain have such a strong bond. Their love is legendary, Xiao questioned, unable to contain herself. As a spirit beast, she had been deeply moved by their love story upon first hearing it, and her impression of Tang Hao is quite favorable. Such a formidable being. With a wife like Ain, could he truly act against her and the divine beast? Xiao's heart was in turmoil, feeling as though a foundational belief was crumbling within her. Is Tang Hao truly a good man? Su Ran's smile curled with disdain. In this world, how many genuine romances exist? Only naive girls would believe such tales. Do you truly think there are such beautiful things in life? You must know about a yin sacrifice for Tang Hao, right? Even if a spirit beast is willing to offer a spirit ring to a spirit master, a crucial condition must be met. The spirit master must be at least level 90 and in need of a spirit ring. However, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Tang Hao does not possess twin martial souls. How could he have surplus spirit rings? He clearly broke through to level 90. So why did he not hunt for a spirit ring immediately? Su Ran scoffed, unable to believe in such fortunate coincidences. Moreover, Tang Hao was not ignorant of a yin's identity. He allowed her to be exposed before the spirit hall, even if it was unintentional. He must have known that Xiao was a 100,000-year spirit beast and did not stop her from going to Spirit City. After the conclusion of the competition, powerful soul masters across the globe became aware of a 10,000-year soul beast named Xiao, yet her current strength was exceedingly feeble. Even in the absence of the spirit hall, other formidable beings would harbor murderous intent towards Xiao. While hunting a 10,000-year soul beast is no simple task, it is not beyond the means of a soul sect or even a soul king to extinguish her life. Tang Hao masked his intentions better than anyone else, with Ain and Xiao's identities under his meticulous surveillance. Nevertheless, in the original narrative, his portrayal as a passionate and righteous figure remained unchallenged, with no one daring to expose the truth. The powerful often don the guise of hypocrisy, mirroring the common folk in their complexities. They merely revel in showcasing their personas. Su Ran remarked that, despite his own shamelessness, he would never harm those he cherished. His malice was reserved solely for his adversaries, while his kindness was bestowed upon his beloved. Is it truly so? How could this be? How could the Haotian Douluo be such a person? Xiao felt her spirit wane, as Su Ran's revelations threatened to shatter her worldview. The romantic legends she had trusted for years seemed to conceal such dark truths. However, she argued, it was during the escape with Ain that Haotian Douluo had attained his breakthrough. She clung to the hope that the predictions of the spirit beast were merely misguided. With Haotian Douluo's prowess, he could undoubtedly govern his cultivation, choosing when to ascend. Achieving a breakthrough amidst chaos would lend credence to his innocence regarding any intentions to harm Ain. Furthermore, the pursuer of Tang Hao, Qin had perished, leaving others absent, rendering Tang Hao's words unassailable. Su Ran shattered Xiao's final glimmer of hope with his words. Tang Hao contemplated leveraging the pressure from the spirit hall to compel Ain into his sacrificial offering, thereby achieving the status of a titled Douluo. At that juncture, the might of the Haotian clan would surge, having absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, compelling the spirit hall to relent. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for Bibi Dong to eliminate the wounded Qian Senji and frame him for the act. The accusation of murdering the Pope plunged the spirit hall and himself, as well as the Haotian clan, into an unending conflict. All his ambitions were buried by Bibi Dong's machinations. It could be said that evil begets evil. Tang Hao's daily intoxication was not solely a result of his infatuation. He was, in fact, the mastermind behind a yin's demise. He was engulfed in fear, regret, despair, and suffering. Some lessons are only appreciated upon loss. After losing Ain, he found himself bereft of everything he desired, now facing the wrath of the spirit hall due to Bibi Dong's slander. He lamented, had he not orchestrated such schemes, he could have been the esteemed leader of the Haotian clan, with a beloved wife, status, and respect, rather than reduced to hiding away in fear. Before meeting Tang San to see Ain, Tang Hao had even resorted to self-mutilation, sacrificing an arm and a leg not to repay the clan, but as a penance to himself, to atone for Ain. Such hidden truths were not deduced by Su Ran. He had no time to delve into these matters. They were revelations imparted by the system, undeniably genuine. Chapter 16. The arrival of Tang San. How could there be a man in Xiao's boudoir? So, the Haotian Douluo is indeed this sort of individual. Ha! Oh Yin, dear sister, how mistaken you were, foolishly sacrificing your life. Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. As a 10,000-year soul beast and a rabbit type, she was intimately acquainted with the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, Yin. Although they were natural enemies from a species perspective, their bond was strong. During her time in the Stardow Forest, she often sought out Yin for companionship. Ironically, she had naively believed that Yin had found a worthy partner. Yet, it turned out that Tang Hao had also seized Yin's soul ring, and even her heart. His ruthlessness surpassed that of mere hunters seeking to slay soul beasts. Had Yin known that the one she loved harbored designs on her soul ring, calculating even her feelings and sacrifices, she, with her gentle nature, might have succumbed to madness. No woman can bear the truth of being deceived by her beloved. Mr. Spirit Beast, must humans and soul beasts coexist in such a manner? Xiao raised her beautiful eyes to Su Ran, a bittersweet expression gracing her delicate cheeks. Upon learning of a Yin's love for a human and their tragic love story, she had once harbored beautiful fantasies. She envisioned that once her vengeance was fulfilled, she could also be with her brother, living a life akin to that of a pair of lovebirds, envied by the celestial beings. Yet now, someone had revealed to her that this was an immense deception and conspiracy, and she found herself unable to refute it. Was it truly all mere coincidence? Could such fortuitous events occur in this world? She felt lost, adrift in uncertainty. From now on, you may simply call me Brother Su Ran. My name is Su Ran now. The world is fraught with peril. Both humans and soul beasts harbor virtuous souls and malevolent ones. It is time for us to depart. Su Ran stated, recognizing that Xiao remained too naive. Whether in Tang San's presence or by his side, her innocence remained unchanged. Yet, this very quality presented him with an opportunity to exploit her vulnerabilities. Xiao was exquisite. Once he won her heart, he could lead a life filled with happiness. In the hallowed halls of Nodding Academy, within Xiao's fragrant chamber, Su Ran reclined on Xiao's delicate pink bed, resting. His injuries were severe, necessitating several days of recuperation. Though he claimed he was uninjured, who could truly judge that but himself? Xiao, ever obedient, instinctively attended to him. Even a mere log would know to remain in bed and not rise, how much more so for him? The faint fragrance lingering in Xiao's fragrant bed made him even less inclined to get up. Moreover, he was acutely aware that if Tang San were to discover him lying on Xiao's bed, he would be infuriated. It would be a prime opportunity for him to flaunt his position to Tang San. Currently, Tang Hao is perceived by Xiao as the vilest of individuals. Being Tang San's father, the implications were evident. Xiao's prior expressions indicated she was unaware of the connection between Tang San and Tang Hao. What would happen when she eventually learned that Tang San was indeed Tang Hao's son? Even if Xiao trusted Tang San implicitly, she might still harbor concerns that Tang Hao had intentionally sent Tang San to be near her, such as the exquisite advantage of being a transmigrator, possessing knowledge of the plot, and being well-versed in various schemes. How could Tang San possibly be his rival? Even if Tang San were exceptionally clever, he would likely be left dumbfounded by Su Ran's intricate stratagems. Brother Su Ran, how is your health? Xiao asked, holding a pink handkerchief, dampened with water, which she gently placed on Su Ran's forehead. She harbored worries. Just moments ago, he seemed well. Yet now he appeared to be burning with fever. The innocent Xiao had no inkling of Su Ran's cunning plans. All she could discern was that his body felt unusually hot, and beads of perspiration were forming on his skin. I never anticipated that as a spirit beast, I could become so fragile. Xiao, I may need to trouble you to take care of me for these days, Su Ran remarked. His gaze lingering on Xiao's delicate figure, stirring a sense of longing within him. This is my duty. Every spirit beast must protect it, Xiao affirmed. Her heart filled with a profound sense of responsibility. By the way, Xiao, you do not have a boyfriend, do you? If you do, I shall take my leave to avoid disturbing you, Su Ran inquired, wishing to gauge her feelings towards Tang San. At this moment, Xiao likely had not yet developed feelings for Tang San, as they had yet to attend Shrek Academy and had not faced life and death trials together. At most, Xiao held a mere 6 years of mutual affection towards Tang San. No, it's impossible for me to develop feelings for a human, Xiao replied softly, her heart racing with confusion. She couldn't help but recall the relationship between Tang Hao and Sister Yin. Brother, could it be the same for her? An inexplicable fear gripped her. She did not wish for her brother to be like that. Over the past 6 years, she had come to understand Tang San thoroughly. He could never treat her in such a manner. Moreover, her brother was merely an ordinary person, unaware of her identity as a spirit beast. He could not be as despicable as Tang Hao. Only someone as shameless as Tang Hao would behave in such a manner. My brother could never be that kind of person. The experiences Tang Hao shared with Yin would not transpire between Tang San and herself. She could not allow herself to suspect Tang San because of the vile actions of Tang Hao. There was no correlation between Tang San and Tang Hao. That is reassuring, Su Ran said, casting a knowing glance at Xiao. Her 6 years of education had forged a deep bond between her and Tang San. Although he, as a spirit beast, had certain expectations of ordinary spirit beasts like her, they were obliged to comply. He could even assist Xiao in seeking vengeance, thereby compelling her to reciprocate in some manner. Even if he were to take advantage of the situation now, Xiao would likely not dare to protest. Yet, Su Ran could never stoop to such shamelessness. No matter how unscrupulous one might be, such actions were unacceptable. At the very least, he should first win her heart. Ding. Host. Tang San is currently heading towards Xiao Wu's dormitory. The system's voice alerted Su Ran, indicating Tang San's approach. Brother Su Ran, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes turned towards him, aware that having a spirit beast like him in her presence could be perilous. What if Tang Hao were to come looking for them? Nothing in particular, just a lingering pain in my body, Su Ran replied, his hand brushing against his back. A grimace of pain crossing his face as he attempted to ensnare Xiao Wu in his scheme. Is it here that it hurts? Xiao Wu asked. Sitting at the edge of the bed, her hand resting on Su Ran's chest, her brow furrowed in concern. Yes, indeed. Then allow me to massage it for you. Xiao Wu said earnestly, her small hands beginning to knead gently. That feels truly delightful. Whoever marries Xiao Wu will be incredibly fortunate, Su Ran remarked. A smile gracing his lips. Just as Xiao Wu was focused on massaging Su Ran, Tang San quietly approached the threshold of her chamber, his heart racing with anxiety. Xiao Wu's demeanor today felt amiss. Perhaps she had encountered some trouble. Regardless of the nature of her troubles, he was determined to assist her. Xiao Wu was stunning. With a slender and graceful figure, even he could not suppress his admiration. Throughout the countless days spent with Xiao Wu, he had overlooked these aspects, yet today, upon genuinely paying attention, he realized just how beautiful she truly was. As Tang San raised his hand to knock, he suddenly heard an incongruous sound. It appeared to be a man's voice. Xiao Wu, how could this be? He thought, his disbelief mounting. How could there be a man in Xiao Wu's room? Standing at the door, he sensed the commotion inside with mounting disbelief, his face betraying a mixture of panic and anger. He could hardly accept what he was witnessing. Xiao Wu, pure and innocent, could never be the type to entertain such indiscretions. After collecting his monthly supply from the spirit hall, Xiao Wu had rented a room on her own. Since that time, even he, as Tang San, had rarely set foot in her private space, despite their closeness. Yet now, everything had changed. A man he did not recognize was growing too close to Xiao Wu. Tang San trembled slightly, unable to accept this reality. He had not entered Xiao Wu's private chamber in years, that intimate space, filled with the lingering sin of her presence. Chapter 17. Tang San spits blood. Xiao Wu? Tang San's mood shifted to one of agitation. He had not realized just how significant Xiao Wu had become in his life over the years. His eyes turned crimson, and he pressed himself against the door, straining to listen to the sounds within. Regardless of who was involved, even if it were not Tang San himself, any man would struggle to maintain composure in such a scenario. How could anyone endure the thought of their beloved in the company of another man? Ah, this feels so good, Su Ran remarked, knowingly aware that Tang San was eavesdropping, deliberately speaking out. I'm glad you enjoy it, brother Su Ran, Xiao Wu nodded, noticing a hint of color returning to Su Ran's pale complexion, prompting her to massage him more cautiously. In her heart, Su Ran was not merely a spirit beast. He represented her hope for vengeance against her mother's enemies. The moment Su Ran had promised to aid her in her quest for revenge, his life had already surpassed her own in significance. Her purpose in cultivating her powers was solely for retribution. For that cause, she would willingly pay any price. However, in that moment, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware of the implications of her words and the fact that Tang San was listening from outside. Most importantly, Su Ran's schemes were far too intricate. No, Xiao Wu, this cannot be. Tang San could not help but feel a surge of blood rising in his throat. What had he just heard? Comfort? What kind of comfort could a man and woman possibly share? Tang San's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by the revelation that Xiao Wu had formed such a relationship with another man. Her anxious departure today was perhaps in pursuit of him. A pang of sorrow engulfed Tang San, nearly bringing him to tears. After years of companionship with Xiao Wu, he had only just realized that his feelings for her had evolved into something deeper. 6 years of mutual support had seemingly yielded nothing substantial. Now, he recognized the depth of his affection for Xiao Wu, but was it too late? She had already surrendered herself to another's embrace. A bitter smile escaped Tang San's lips, his heart aching as he recalled Xiao Wu's urgency from mere hours ago. She had been so desperate to meet that man, even pushing him away in her haste. Surely, he held great significance in her heart, making each moment spent with him precious. It seemed that, at the very least, he was more important to her than Tang San. With reddened eyes and teeth clenched against his lip, he let the blood trickle forth, feeling no pain, for the anguish within him was far greater. Xiao Wu, how could you have made such a choice? Am I truly so unworthy? What does 6 years of love amount to? Tang San's heart felt like ash. The die was cast, and how could he possibly reverse it? While Xiao Wu was with that man, the very thought of confronting such a situation was unbearable. Would he barge in? If he were to witness it firsthand, it would only bring her distress, and perhaps they would never even be friends again. What meaning would that hold? Observing Tang San's turmoil from outside, Su Ran nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated Tang San's vivid imagination, conjuring up such elaborate scenarios from just a few words. Initially, he thought Tang San would be enraged enough to storm in, only to realize he had misunderstood. Even if he saw how much Xiao Wu cared for him, it wouldn't escalate to this level of misunderstanding. However, to Su Ran's surprise, Tang San left with remarkable decisiveness. Did he really believe that he was with Xiao Wu in that way? It was inconceivable. Even if he were shameless, Xiao Wu was not that kind of person. Yet, Considering it was Tang San's first encounter with such a situation, it was understandable that he would struggle to process it. After all, in his past life, he was merely a solitary figure. Faced with such a melodramatic circumstance, witnessing the girl he loved with another man in a room would naturally lead to emotional upheaval, clouding his basic reasoning abilities. Nevertheless, given Tang San's intelligence, he would likely come to his senses soon. Yet, Su Ran had no intention of letting Tang San off easily. He sought to deepen the misunderstanding, ensuring that even when Tang San awoke to the truth, Xiao would already belong to him. Xiao, are there any classmates with the surname Tang at your school? Su Ran inquired. What would Xiao think if she discovered Tang San's connection to Tang Hao? In Notting City, Tang Hao has likely been keeping an eye on you. If I am not mistaken, there is indeed a classmate with the surname Tang at your school. A descendant of Tang Hao. He has refrained from acting against you, likely intending for his heir to eliminate you to seize your soul rings and bones, Su Ran explained. A change swept over Xiao Wu's face, her hands pausing in their motion. She stood there, stunned, struggling to comprehend. After all, Tang San bore the surname Tang. Was he the son of the Haotian Douluo? His martial soul was blue silver grass. Could it be a legacy from Sister Ayin? A tremor coursed through her delicate frame as she pieced together Su Ran's hints, almost confirming her suspicions. In a place like Notting City, how could a person with innate full soul power possibly exist? If he were not Tang Hao's son, how could he possess blue silver grass as his martial soul while also being innately full of soul power? Had he approached her with ulterior motives? Did Tang Hao see through her soul beast lineage and send Tang San to get close to her from a young age, only to kill her once his power grew? Chilled to the bone, Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale. She stood frozen, as if struck by a tremendous shock. Impossible. He can't be that kind of person. If he truly came for my soul rings and bones, how could it feel so genuine? How could he perform so convincingly? Xiao Wu murmured to herself while seated on the edge of the bed, her fragile form seeming as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. What's wrong? Su Ran grasped her hand, feeling a pang of sympathy. He did not wish to see Xiao Wu in distress, but this was a trial she must endure. Otherwise, in the future, Deming and Heir Ming would become Tang San's soul rings. Tang San, such a righteous figure, much like his father, preying on those close to him. Eventually, the father-son duo would both earn the title of a romantic. In truth, this aspect of Tang San far surpassed that of the neighboring Xiao. If Xiao had allowed Sooner and Qilin to perish before him only to seek revenge, perhaps he could maintain his facade? Since when was a facade maintained through the deaths of one's loved ones? How tragic. However, since he had arrived in the Douluo Continent, and since he would showcase Tang San's flaws, Su Ran felt compelled to show him what a true failure looked like. Divine beast, master of the world's fate. I possess a hat of destiny, imbued with boundless fortune. Place it upon that individual's head, and if the hat begins to glow, it signifies that all he has said and done previously is not but fade. Su Ran remarked. A green hat materialized upon his head. What fate awaits Tang San? Is there any need to elaborate? A fate tainted in green, a fate of ineptitude. In the 18th chapter, Tang San coughed up blood. Was this a gift for me? The hat of destiny? Xiao Wu stared vacantly at the hat in Su Ran's hand. Despite her extensive experience spanning 100,000 years, she could not discern the nature of the hat. Even her mental energy, attempting to perceive its essence, was entirely repelled. This hat was exceedingly enigmatic, seemingly capable of thwarting all forms of scrutiny. Xiao Wu had heard from her mother that auspicious beasts were born from the energies of heaven and earth, possessing the power of fortune that influenced the rise and fall of the spirit beast clan. Clearly, this hat of destiny was also a manifestation of such energies. Su Ran, do you already know? Xiao Wu could not suppress a bitter smile. She had yet to share anything about Tang San, yet Su Ran seemed to be aware. Well, who could blame me? My dear Xiao Wu wears her thoughts upon her face. So innocent, unaware of the emotional deceptions of others. Your sister Ayin serves as a cautionary tale, Su Ran said, gently stroking Xiao Wu's flowing hair. Xiao Wu wore a scorpion tail braid, and Su Ran knew that should she let her hair down, it would mark her most enchanting moment. Xiao Wu's beauty lay in her legs and long hair. When he finally won her affection, he envisioned her hair cascading down while he reclined upon her lovely legs, savoring their shared world. Su Ran, my heart feels a pang. Xiao Wu confessed, a hint of fear creeping in. She dared not imagine what sorrow would befall her if Tang San were indeed such a person. From the moment she entered Notting City, she had been ensnared by others' machinations. Tang San's closeness was merely a pursuit of her soul bone. His father, the Haotian Douluo, was precisely that type of man. Even Sister Ayin had fallen victim to his treachery. He had taught Tang San such underhanded ways, navigating them with ease. Tang Hao had effortlessly exploited emotions to claim Sister Ayin's soul ring. Was he now to instruct his son in similar duplicitous endeavors? Such conjectures almost felt like undeniable truths in her heart, yet she could not bear to entertain them. 6 years spent studying together, could Tang San truly be so vile? She could not perceive it. Was it possible that, as Su Ran suggested, she was simply too naive? If you still doubt your instincts, why not place the hat upon his head? In due time, all will be revealed. If he harbors ill intentions, the hat of destiny will radiate a brilliant green light. Su Ran proposed, placing the hat of destiny into Xiao Wu's hands. This hat bore profound significance, should Xiao Wu personally adorn Tang San with it. The act would carry an even greater ceremonial weight. Yet, the ability to discern Tang San's deceit was merely a fabrication. aimed at fracturing the bond between him and Xiao Wu. Once dawned, even the strongest of affections would inevitably crack. Su Ran was now lost in thought, imagining what expression Tang San would wear at that moment, despair or regret. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu ultimately grasped the fate hat in her hands. She yearned to trust Tang San, yet doubt clouded her heart. His father, Tang Hao, had caused the death of her sister, Yin, and even sought to harm the spirit beasts. As the son of Tang Hao, how could she convince herself to believe in him? Moreover, he possessed innate full soul power. As the son of Tang Hao, a prodigious talent, how could he possibly reside in the 7th dormitory alongside her? Was the son of a titled Douluo truly so impoverished as to become a work-study student? The peculiar coincidences between Xiao Wu and Tang San were too numerous. They seemed divinely orchestrated, bearing no relation to Tang San himself. Yet, under Su Ran's influence, these coincidences morphed into a series of conspiracies. As if they were deliberately orchestrated by Tang San. It was no wonder that Xiao Wu harbored suspicions. She could only blame Su Ran's intricate schemes. With one plot after another, it was nearly impossible for Xiao Wu not to doubt Tang San. Unless she was completely blinded by love, how could she remain unperturbed? Could the noble spirit beast truly engage in such shameless deception? In Xiao Wu's heart, Su Ran embodied the spirit beast, the sovereign of soul beasts, and would never stoop to such trickery. Su Ran, go. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Wu tightly clutched the hat and rose, her mind wandering aimlessly. Huh. Shameless host, too many tricks, the system chuckled softly. The host is truly remarkable, even persuading Xiao Wu to present Tang San with a hat. Wouldn't that drive Tang San to the brink of madness? Men are wicked, women are drawn to them, Su Ran smiled. After all, his purpose in coming to Douluo Continent was to charm many beautiful maidens, along with tormenting Tang San. Tang San shrank back in fear when faced with the mighty, yet exhibited cowardice towards the weak and utter mediocrity. Later, when he became powerful, he still put on airs in front of the Purple Pearl. Without their pirate crew, the 7 of them would have long been devoured by spirit beasts. What audacity did they possess to confront her? Even more absurd was his attempt to threaten a freshly birthed orange with a child barely a month old. Was such a thing even conceivable? Did he forget he was a law enforcer of the divine realm? Was he enforcing his own laws? Such a worthless being deserved to be tormented. The more miserable the better. The following day, after school, Xiao Wu and Tang San walked side by side in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang San's mind replayed the scene from the previous day, and upon further reflection, he recognized numerous inconsistencies. How could a girl as virtuous as Xiao Wu casually surrender herself even if she had developed feelings for someone else? The likelihood of that was nearly non-existent. Furthermore, Xiao Wu had always been with him, at school and after. Where would she have had the opportunity to meet others? He hadn't seen anything with his own eyes yesterday. He had merely overheard some words and mistakenly assumed the worst of Xiao Wu. That person might have been a relative rather than a romantic interest. With this thought, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Wu. Tang San turned to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded, as Xiao Wu held a vibrant green hat in her hand. Its vivid hue glimmering under the sunlight. How could a green hat have found its way into her possession? A chill ran through Tang San as he felt an ominous premonition. Brother, how long have we known each other? Xiao Wu tilted her head, gazing at him with a dazed expression. 6 years, Tang San replied, his gaze still fixed on the hat in her hand. Indeed, 6 years. I feel ashamed to admit I have never gifted you anything, always relying on you to spend your gold soul coins on me. This time, I wish to give you a gift. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes turned toward the fate hat. Su Ran had mentioned that the more potent the aura of fate, the deeper the green hue would be. The power of fate was unfathomable, a force laden with taboo. If Tang San could wear it, his destiny would surely transform. Which was why she ultimately decided to place it upon him. The fate hat not only revealed whether Tang San harbored ill intentions, but also possessed the potential to guide him through peril. This is for me? Tang San trembled. Unable to believe his ears, Xiao was actually gifting him a green hat. What could this possibly mean? Did she intend to humiliate him? He staggered back a few steps, glancing at the garish green hat and then at Xiao Wu's delicate features, before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 19. Your father is called Tang Hao, is he not? Tang San's heart ached profoundly, his fist clenched tightly as his long nails dug into his palms. Brother. This hat is called the Fate Hat. Wearing it will enhance your fortune, Xiao Wu explained, holding the green hat and observing Tang San's reaction with a pang of concern. Did he know that this hat could unveil his thoughts, hence his extreme reaction? Was everything Su Ran said true? Had he deliberately approached her? If he were truly oblivious, how could he display such an expression upon seeing the hat? Clearly, he was aware of much more than he let on, even understanding the meaning behind the hat. A torrent of questions surged in Xiao Wu's mind, sending chills coursing through her body. Watching Tang San's reaction, a profound coldness enveloped her, striking her heart and causing her to shudder involuntarily. She dared not contemplate the implications. She would not allow herself to think until the outcome was revealed. The Fate Hat? No. This is green. A green hat. Tang San shook his head vehemently. Regardless of past or present, the green hat carried a specific connotation. Xiao Wu presenting him with a green hat. Was this an act of humiliation? Just yesterday, she was with another man. And now she offered him a green hat as a mockery. Even if he were emotionally naive, he could feel the weight of humiliation pressing down on him. His dignity had been trampled upon. Was Xiao truly such a person? How had he failed to notice before? She had sought another man behind his back, betrayed him, and now wished to bestow upon him a green hat. How could such a person exist in this world? Indeed, it was a green hat, the deeper the green, the stronger the power of fate, Xiao continued, her heart breaking further. Since he understood the implications of green, was he attempting to evade reality? No, Xiao. You cannot do this. Tang San glared at her, nearly choking on his words. His eyes were ablaze with fury as he beheld the green hat. To his alarm, he discovered that the closer the hat was to him, the more intense the green light became. The radiance was blinding, threatening to overwhelm his vision. The stronger the green light, the more potent the force of fate. A languid voice broke the tension as Su Ran approached Xiao, his gaze fixed on Tang San. A subtle smile gracing his features. It's you? Tang San seethed, recognizing Su Ran's voice, the same he had heard in Xiao's chamber the day before. Did you instruct Xiao to gift me this hat? Why would you do such a thing? Tang San glared at Su Ran, his body shaking with rage. Before him stood a man who had not only taken away Xiao but also dared to command her to deliver humiliation upon him. What reasonable man could endure such indignity? Even Tang San, despite his strength, felt a profound sense of shame. He understood Xiao's character. Even if she had developed affections for another, she would never stoop to such betrayal. It was evident that she had been ensnared by this man's deceitful charms. Why? I merely wish for you to keep your distance from Xiao. I do not want her to suffer at your hands, Su Ran declared. Wrapping his arm around Xiao's slender waist, his gaze fixed upon Tang San. Harm Xiao? How could I possibly inflict any pain upon her? Tang San retorted, his voice laced with fury. His love for Xiao was still burgeoning. How could he ever wish her harm? At that moment, the truth dawned upon him. This man was intent on claiming Xiao for himself. He had even manipulated her into doubting Tang San's intentions. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he realized Xiao could question his loyalty. Yet, this feeling was eclipsed by a surge of anger. All the misunderstandings between him and Xiao could be clarified in due time. However, it was clear that this man harbored ulterior motives towards her. His audacity in holding Xiao so closely was a blatant affront. If this man were to succeed in taking Xiao from him, it would be an unbearable disgrace. Tang San's gaze turned to Su Ran, his fury igniting in an instant. Su Ran's arm was brazenly wrapped around Xiao's slender waist, his palm resting on her flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Even he had never touched Xiao. What kind of man dares to lay hands on her? Xiao, ensconced in Su Ran's embrace, felt a surge of panic and hastily extricated herself from his grasp, still clutching the hat in her hand. Su Ran, go. Please don't, she implored, casting a remorseful glance at him. The identity of the divine beast was immensely precious. With a title Douluo in the vicinity, he had inadvertently concealed himself, even stepping forward for her sake. If Tang San were truly that kind of person, it would be perilous indeed. He would once again be exposed beneath the watchful gaze of the Haoyan Douluo. A swell of emotion stirred within her. Su Ran genuinely cared for her and considered her welfare. Otherwise, why would he recklessly remain in this city of nodding? Why would he boldly appear before Tang San? Su Ran, go. Hearing Xiao Wu's endearing appellation for Su Ran left Tang San utterly astonished. His body stiffened, frozen in place, while a sharp pang akin to a knife twisted within his heart, inducing waves of agony. Xiao Wu had never addressed him so intimately. She referred to the man before her as brother. The implications were painfully clear. Tang San, there's no need to feign any longer. Prolonging the act serves no purpose. From the very beginning, your approach to Xiao Wu was driven by ulterior motives. You were aware of her identity, and that is why you acted as you did. Even now, you continue to play the part. I must admit, your performance is remarkably convincing, Su Ran remarked, a smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, Tang San could no longer cleanse himself of the situation. While emotions can be elusive and intangible, Xiao Wu's identity as a divine beast was an undeniable fact. Which would she choose to believe? Tang San stood there, bewildered, wearing a dazed expression. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, an unsettling realization washed over him. What did it mean that he approached Xiao Wu? What ulterior motives? His gaze shifted to Xiao Wu, who now bore traces of tears upon her cheeks. She appeared so fragile. Why was she so vulnerable? If Xiao Wu truly harbored animosity, she should be elated at this moment. How could she display such a despondent countenance? Her evident suffering was unmistakably linked to him. As Tang San observed this scene, an epiphany struck him. He understood. Xiao Wu had not betrayed him, nor had she been unfaithful. Su Ran and Xiao Wu share a profound bond, yet it is not of a romantic nature. However, the despicable Su Ran schemes behind the scenes, exploiting Xiao Wu's trust in him to tarnish his own image, leading her to believe he is the villain deceiving her. The true antagonist is, in fact, Su Ran, this contemptible wretch. Xiao Wu, allow me to elucidate. Tang San seeks to clarify matters with Xiao Wu, aiming to reveal Su Ran's true nature. Yet, Su Ran would not permit Tang San such satisfaction. He would relentlessly pursue Tang San instead. Still pretending, Tang San? If memory serves me correctly, you hail from Holy Soul Village, and your father is Tang Hao, am I not right? Su Ran manipulates. At this moment, Tang San remains unaware of the significance of his father's identity. The existence of Tang Hao will only deepen Xiao Wu's misconceptions about Tang San. Chapter 20, Deceit Abounds. Tang San furrows his brow as he gazes at Su Ran. He has now discerned the nature of the relationship between Su Ran and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu may originate from a formidable faction, holding a distinguished status. Moreover, Su Ran is also affiliated with this powerful entity, which explains Xiao Wu's unwavering trust in him. Most importantly, this Su Ran harbors ulterior motives towards Xiao Wu. Su Ran even devised a scheme to mislead him regarding Xiao Wu, even prompting Xiao Wu to deliver a green hat to tarnish their relationship. Upon realizing this, Tang San revealed a faint smile. Fortunately, he had awakened to the truth early. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to Su Ran's manipulation. At that juncture, any rift between himself and Xiao Wu would have provided Su Ran with the perfect opportunity to intrude. However, now that Su Ran was inquiring about his father, Tang Hao, Tang San found himself plunged into deep contemplation once more. Su Ran's tricks were numerous. He had nearly misunderstood Xiao Wu on several occasions. Now, with the inquiry about his father, was Su Ran once again laying a trap? Su Ran, what exactly are your intentions? Tang San furrowed his brow, glancing at Xiao Wu. Unable to suppress a pang of concern, he yearned to confront Su Ran physically. Their bond was so profound, yet Su Ran sought to undermine it. Was he even human? There were countless beautiful girls in the world. Why must he resort to such underhanded tactics? Tang San harbored no negative feelings toward Xiao Wu. If he himself was nearly ensnared by Su Ran's schemes, how could she possibly be immune to his deceit? This was their first encounter, and he was already ensnared in a web of manipulation. Xiao Wu, being well acquainted with Su Ran, could easily be swayed by his words. Your father is a worthless individual, hiding in the Holy Soul Village, laboring away for a lifetime. And you are even more of a failure, unable to acknowledge your own origins, Su Ran remarked, clearly perceiving the fury in Tang San's eyes. Origins? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping Su Ran's objective. He aimed to make Xiao Wu aware of how mundane and unremarkable his background was, inciting her disdain and prompting her to abandon him. Upon this realization, Tang San chuckled, amused by Su Ran's ignorance of Xiao Wu. Despite Su Ran's myriad schemes and machinations, what significance do they hold? He fails to comprehend Xiao Wu. It has always been Tang San by her side throughout these 6 years. Su Ran cannot even fathom the depths of Xiao Wu's heart. How could she possibly be that kind of person? If Xiao Wu were truly one to covet fame and fortune, she would not forsake the resources of a powerful faction to attend the humble Nodding Academy. Indeed, my father is Tang Hao. Though I hail from modest beginnings and a humble background, what of it? I shall strive with all my might to grow stronger. When I attain power, those treasures shall naturally come to me. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Tang San raised his gaze, fixing it upon Su Ran. His posture was resolute, and as he uttered the words, do not underestimate the impoverished youth, his eyes shimmered with fervent brilliance. Xiao Wu values character above all else. She cares not for wealth or status, despite his humble origins. Tang San's remarkable demeanor captivates her attention. Su Ran's attempts to snatch Xiao Wu away through deceit are but a fanciful dream. For Xiao Wu detests those who employ cunning and guile. How shameless are such individuals? How could Xiao Wu ever regard them? Tang San mused to himself, a smile gracing his features, oblivious to the dimness clouding Xiao Wu's gaze at that moment. Su Ran, on the other hand, nearly burst into laughter, thinking Tang San fancied himself a hero. Though he regarded himself as a villain, did Tang San truly believe he could overthrow him? Su Ran, have you deceived me again? Tang San was momentarily bewildered, suddenly realizing that Xiao Wu's gaze had shifted, becoming markedly different. That gaze, once gentle and affectionate, now resembled that of a stranger. His heart skipped a beat, swiftly replaced by a surge of wrath. He could not comprehend where things had gone awry. What insidious words had Su Ran spoken to Xiao Wu? Why had she transformed in such a manner? Tang San could not help but grasp Su Ran's sleeve, his aura pressing down upon him. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it, and death is certain. For Tang San, Xiao Wu was that reverse scale. Su Ran's seduction of Xiao Wu and the disruption of their bond had crossed the line for Tang San. How have I deceived you? If your conscience is clear, how could I ensnare you? Su Ran replied coolly, delivering a swift kick that sent Tang San sprawling, with his strength still beneath the rank of Soul Master. How could he hope to rival Su Ran? Especially after gaining the bloodline of the Qilin, his physical prowess had undergone a significant enhancement, merely relying on his physical strength. He was no less formidable than a Soul Master. Meanwhile, Tang San's martial soul remained merely blue-silver grass, weak despite the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. How could your power be so formidable? Tang San gazed at Su Ran in astonishment. Though Su Ran appeared to be of similar age, his strength was unfathomable. Neither had released their martial souls, yet Tang San found himself unceremoniously dispatched with a single kick, lacking even a moment to react. The speed of that kick was astonishingly swift. The blue-silver grass martial soul is inherently worthless. Could I not be your match? Su Ran scoffed, regarding Tang San as somewhat laughable. In this world, Tang San was no longer the most extraordinary individual. What of the Tang sect's secret techniques? What of the twin martial souls? In Su Ran's eyes, they were but a jest. Tang San's heart simmered with indignation. He was a prodigy of twin martial souls. Yet here he was, so thoroughly belittled. The blue-silver grass was merely a facade. What did Su Ran truly understand? Once he broke through the tidal Douluo and filled the soul rings of the Haotian hammer, He would ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Enough of this quarrel. Xiao Wu interjected, a sense of despair gnawing at her heart. Yet when Tang San revealed that his father was Tang Hao, her heart sank further into disappointment. She had previously harbored uncertainty about Tang Hao's identity as Tang San's father, as he had never disclosed his family's circumstances, nor had she inquired. But now, with Tang San's own admission, there could be no doubt. Perhaps Tang San had come to Notting City as a work-study student under his father's directive. To possess a title Douluo as a father and yet choose to live as a mere work-study student, how noble for her sake. Tang San forsook the comforts of wealth to masquerade as a destitute student, even donning tattered clothing to lower her defenses. Tang Hao and Tang San were indeed cunning planners. Yet, what could surpass the value of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones? Tang San was already a genius. If he were to eliminate her and seize her soul ring and bones, his potential would be unfathomable. Brother, this shall be the last time I call you that. If you are truly guiltless, then wear this cap of shame. Otherwise, let us sever our ties here and now. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply. Her beautiful eyes now icy as she regarded Tang San. Chapter 21. Tang San's fractured mind, an unexplainable rift. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Tang San implored. Gazing at her stunning visage, his heart pained. The golden sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Xiao Wu's delicate form, rendering her even more exquisite. As though she had stepped forth from a painting. Yet, this beautiful Xiao Wu wished to sever their bond. How could he not feel anguish? The 6 years spent with Xiao Wu at Notting Academy were the happiest moments of his 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, as a disciple of the Tang sect, he had been solely focused on the study of hidden weapons and secret techniques, a monotonous existence. After his reincarnation, he had endured a meager life with his drunken father, often going hungry. By the age of 3 or 4, he was already washing clothes and cooking. He had thought his life would continue in such a mundane fashion until he encountered Xiao Wu at Notting Academy. She was the most beautiful girl there. Her skin smooth and fair, adorned with long, flowing braids, and her sparkling eyes gleamed like precious gems. From that moment, Xiao Wu had captured his heart. In 2 lifetimes, she was the first and only girl to occupy his thoughts. There was a time when he heard her call him brother, and he felt an overwhelming desire to protect her. He even entertained a bold notion. He had heard Wang Xing and others mention that siblings without blood ties need not remain just siblings. Deeper relationships could blossom. If Xiao Wu were to address him as older brother, their bond could grow even closer than it was now. In that moment, he had impulsively struck Wang Xing, maintaining a stoic facade while inwardly reveling in joy. Xiao Wu had blossomed, her figure subtly maturing, and at times he found himself captivated by her beauty, relishing the sight. Yet now, Xiao Wu sought to sever their connection. How could he accept such a fate? Xiao Wu, what wrong have I committed? I can change. Tang San pleaded. Taking a deep breath, he was determined to restore his image in her eyes, for he believed that no mere outsider's slander could tarnish their bond. Change? Some things cannot simply be altered. Moreover, the one who must change is not you, but me. From your perspective, all you have done over these years has been without fault, Xiao Wu replied, tears glistening on her delicate cheeks. Indeed, she was a soul beast. For 100,000 years soul beast to take form, would Tang San not be justified in his quest to remain by her side, biding his time to strike? The act of humans slaying soul beasts is a matter of natural order. The words of the auspicious beast ring true. Such actions cannot merely be categorized as right or wrong. One is a soul beast, and the other is a human. From Tang San's perspective, his actions are justified. Yet, why does she feel such profound heartbreak? Despite being aware of the outcome, she remains unwilling to accept it. Why must Tang San be the offspring of that demon? Tang Hao? Had he not been so, she might have continued to place her unwavering faith in him. Xiao Wu, please do not cry. What have I done? Tell me, and I shall amend my ways. I will do whatever you ask, Tang San implored anxiously, still bewildered by the notion that he had erred in any regard. Why was Xiao Wu in such sorrow? He questioned himself, convinced he had not acted in a manner that could harm her. He was intent on protecting her. How could he possibly inflict pain upon her? Even now, you refuse to acknowledge it? If you truly wish to prove your innocence, then don the hat of fate. In due course, all shall be revealed. Should I have misjudged you, I will offer my apologies. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, stifling the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She lifted the hat of fate, her delicate countenance adorned with a mixture of reverence and hope. She yearned for Tang San to place the green hat upon his head. If he could don the hat of fate, clarity would ensue. For the hat possesses the power to reveal all truths. Su Ran once stated that if the hat of fate shone with a green light upon Tang San's head, it would signify that he had been deceiving her all along. Su Ran, a creature of auspiciousness and the sovereign of soul beasts, spoke with an authority that was indisputable. A creature of such nature could not possibly mislead her in this regard. Xiao Wu, this is not merely a hat of fate, it is a green hat, and a rather large one at that. The closer it gets to me, the greener it becomes, and now it has even transformed into a dark green hue. It could not be greener. Tang San shuddered, gazing at the hat with profound dread. He refused to believe it was a hat of fate. It was clearly a trap set by Su Ran, who had instructed Xiao Wu to present it to him. Su Ran was indeed heartless. Tang San felt an overwhelming rage swelling within him, his face turning a shade of green. Were it not for Xiao Wu's presence, He would have drawn his concealed weapon and aimed it at Su Ran without hesitation, ensuring his demise. Never had he been so enraged. But Su Ran had utterly thrown him off balance. If he did not eliminate Su Ran, he would not consider himself human. To have the person he cherished most personally adorn him with a green hat was an affront to his dignity, a humiliation he could not bear. Still unwilling to wear it? Of course, you understand what this green signifies. You certainly wouldn't want to wear it. Xiao Wu observed Tang San's hesitance with a heart heavy with despair in her eyes. Tang San was aware of the hat's purpose and was merely evading it out of fear of exposure. However, did he think she was oblivious to the obvious signs? Did he believe she was foolish enough to fall for the same trap that had claimed her sister, Yin, at the hands of his father, Tang Hao? With a Yin's fate as a cautionary tale, would she truly be that naive? If she believed Tang San, she might end up sacrificing herself just as Yin had, possibly endangering De Ming and Heir Ming as well. Even if she were too innocent to see through Tang San's deception, she had the auspicious beast by her side. The creature would not deceive her as Tang San did. I will wear it. Tang San's voice trembled as he caught the gaze of Xiao Wu, who regarded him as if he were a stranger. Fear gripped his heart. He feared losing her. He could not fathom the true meaning of the green hat or the enchantment Su Ran had cast upon Xiao Wu. All he knew was that if he refused to don the hat, Xiao Wu would sever their bond. Chapter 22. Tang San's desperation to eliminate Su Ran. Tang San was consumed with loathing. Why had it come to this? To be adorned with a green hat was a disgrace beyond measure. Yet, if he did not wear it, Xiao Wu would leave him. Should he wear it? He would fall victim to Su Ran's cunning scheme, becoming the object of his mockery. His heart swelled with resentment. He did not blame Xiao Wu, for she too was a victim of Su Ran's deceit. His animosity was directed solely at Su Ran, the despicable wretch who sought to take Xiao Wu from him while humiliating him. Although he remained unaware of the specifics of their plight, he understood that Su Ran was the architect of their misfortune. Tang San, do not wear such a forlorn expression. Smile a little, Su Ran advised as he approached, placing a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder. He failed to comprehend why Tang San's countenance was so grim. To live harmoniously, one must embrace a touch of green. This hat is imbued with potent destiny. The greener it is, the more powerful its essence. This extraordinary treasure is not something just anyone can acquire. In time, it will shield you from calamity. Su Ran continued, once the hat of fate rests upon your head, my task will be complete, and I shall earn 500 skill points. Most importantly, I will have brought about your downfall. Once the hat was placed on Tang San's head, it could not be removed. The hat of fate, a unique creation of the system, was impervious to external forces. Su Ran, your treachery knows no bounds. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today will be repaid in due time. Tang San's face turned pale as he beheld the hat inching closer to him, fear creeping into his heart. Suddenly, an unsettling apprehension overcame him. He sensed that this green hat was far from ordinary. Xiao Wu, too, felt a pang of anxiety. She held her breath, hoping the hat of fate would not illuminate. She wished that everything that had transpired was merely coincidental, allowing her to reconcile with Tang San and forget the day's events. A strange silence enveloped the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu grasped the hat of fate and placed it upon Tang San's head. A resounding click echoed, as if a latch had fastened, and with it, an intense green light erupted from the hat, enveloping the vicinity in its brilliance. How vibrant! It still glows, Tang San gasped, shivering at the intense radiance. He had never witnessed anything so vividly green. What did this hat signify? What had Su Ran whispered to Xiao Wu, now that he wore the green hat? Surely Xiao Wu would believe him. Tang San inhaled deeply. He was willing to endure humiliation if it meant clearing the misunderstanding between them. Xiao Wu, the hat of fate is upon my head. You must believe me now. With the green light atop his head, he looked toward Xiao Wu, oblivious to what the light signified in her heart. It glows. The hat of fate is glowing, Xiao Wu murmured, her face paling, her body trembling slightly as she took a step back, overwhelmed by her emotions. Despite knowing the truth, witnessing this moment shattered her heart. She had never anticipated that Tang San would genuinely seek to harm her. For 6 long years, he had concealed his intentions, plotting to claim her soul ring and soul bone. It must be said, Tang San had hidden his true self remarkably well. Even she had been oblivious. Were it not for the auspicious beast's intervention, awakening her, she might still be naively by his side. In the future, he might do to her what his father had done to Yin, taking her soul ring and soul bone, all while she remained unaware of his treachery. To perish as Yin had, without understanding the betrayal of the one she loved, would be a tragedy beyond compare. Tang San, we no longer share any connection. You walk your path, and I shall traverse mine. Xiao Wu's voice was devoid of emotion, her eyes gently closing as tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, she found Tang San laughable. He knew full well the significance of the hat of fate, yet he feigned ignorance when exposed. His acting was truly remarkable. Had his performance not been so convincing, she would not have been deceived for so long. Tang San, I have donned the hat of fate. What troubles you? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's cold words, Tang San shouted in desperation. His composure shattered. He was utterly unhinged. He had worn the green hat as she had requested, believing that by acquiescing to her wishes, she would no longer harbor anger. Yet now, her heart seemed even more hardened. What does this green hat truly signify? What has become of me? For 6 long years, you deceived me entirely. What is wrong with me? Tang San, do you wish to continue this charade? Xiao exclaimed. Her voice icy and devoid of compassion. She had never witnessed Tang San in such a light. For 6 years, she had treated him as a brother. Yet he regarded her as something akin to livestock, waiting for the moment when his strength would allow him to bear the burden of 100,000 years of soul rings, only to extinguish her life. Xiao, I did not. Su Ran, despicable and shameless. What have you said to her? Have you bewitched her? Tang San shouted frantically, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He surged towards Su Ran, releasing his martial spirit, the robust tendrils of blue-silver grass lunging towards Su Ran's neck. Xiao's heartless demeanor had completely shattered his rationality. A profound pain twisted within him. He realized that to reclaim the gentle and exquisite Xiao, he must first eliminate Su Ran. Su Ran had been sowing discord. And as long as he remained, no matter how well Tang San performed, Xiao would never trust him. The desire to kill, a frenzy of murderous intent, overwhelmed Tang San to the point where he forgot to utilize his soul skills, opting instead for a primal confrontation. Chapter 23. Tang San's mental collapse. Before Tang San could reach Su Ran, Xiao struck first. Her long scorpion tail braid ensnared Tang San's neck, and her elegant leg delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Tang San, are you truly enraged out of shame? Upon grasping the final outcome, Xiao relinquished all illusions regarding Tang San. The evidence was irrefutable, and there was nothing more for Tang San to say. A haunting crimson glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes as the ancient bloodline within her began to stir. As a 10,000-year soul beast, even in her innocence, she was still a rabbit that had lived for 100 millennia, having been deceived by Tang San for so long. How could she not feel wrath for misplacing her affections? Ah, Xiao, how could you lay hands on me? Tang San lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, the agony twisting his features. Yet a deeper pain resided within his heart. Xiao, this entire situation has been orchestrated by Su Ran. He has been manipulating us. Before Su Ran approached you, how splendid was our bond. We studied and trained together. But from the moment Su Ran entered the scene, everything changed. He is a demon. A devil. Do not believe a word he says, Tang San pleaded, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. In merely a day or two, Su Ran had led Xiao astray to this extent. What would become of her in the future? Would she come to see him as an enemy? The thought of the once innocent and beautiful Xiao, now so indifferent towards him, made his heart ache. He even perceived profound hostility in her gaze. Xiao, do you now regard him as an adversary? Tang San, you truly are remarkable, even mastering the art of deflection. Xiao trembled with rage at his words, unable to comprehend how such shamelessness could exist in the world. Tang San understood the meaning of the fateful hat. Its green glow revealed everything. Yet, he had the audacity to cast aspersions on the auspicious beast. What sort of being is the auspicious beast? Naturally born as a harbinger of good fortune. It is a treasure of the soul beast realm. Even if Su Ran possesses only a year's cultivation, he remains a paragon within the soul beast domain. The auspicious beast can enhance the growth rate of soul beasts, and its power can aid them in overcoming tribulations. Such abilities compel all formidable soul beasts to curry favor with the auspicious beast, fearing to show even a hint of disrespect. With such a status, would the auspicious beast deceive her? What could it possibly desire from her? Even if it yearned for her beauty, how could she resist? If the auspicious beast wished to harm her, would it not be a simple matter? The will of the sovereign demands the subject's demise, and with a mere command, countless soul beasts would come to slay her in a bid to appease the auspicious beast. It is laughable that Tang San remains ignorant of Su Ran's identity, casting blame instead. Yet, it is plausible that even Tang Hao is unaware of the auspicious beast's true nature. How could Tang San possibly know? Su Ran, let us depart. Xiao disregarded Tang San, taking Su Ran's hand and walking away without a backward glance. The sight of Tang San now repulsed her. However, she could not confront him directly, as behind Tang San stood the formidable Hao Tian Douluo, whose strength was beyond their reach. Even the auspicious beast could not contend with Hao Tian Douluo at this moment. Xiao, do not leave. Do not follow him. Tang San's despair deepened as he rushed towards Su Ran and Xiao. In that moment, he felt no animosity towards Xiao. In fact, he harbored a twinge of pity for her. His only resentment was directed at Su Ran, whose treachery was boundless. If Xiao remained by his side, she would undoubtedly endure countless grievances. Begone. Su Ran smirked lightly, kicking Tang San, who was already in disarray, away. He regarded Tang San with a sense of mockery. No matter how shameless Su Ran may be, he would never sacrifice Xiao, nor would he allow her only friends, Deming and Erming, to meet the same fate. What could Tang San truly offer to Xiao? To remain in his vicinity would only subject her to further suffering. Su Ran observed Tang San's vibrant green head with a hint of amusement. What expression would Tang San wear upon discovering that the green hat atop his head was utterly indelible? From that moment on, as he carried the gift of this green hat, Tang San would be plagued by perpetual misfortune. As for the effects of the green hat procured by the system, even Su Ran could not fathom its full implications. However, he was acutely aware that the intensity of its hue deepened in tandem with his growing closeness to Xiao. Most notably, during intimate moments when he embraced Xiao, the hat would radiate a glow, incessantly reminding him of his identity. What identity, you might ask? Undoubtedly, it was the identity of one who had been cuckolded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 skill points. Announced the voice of the system lady. She was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Su Ran would accomplish the task so swiftly. The bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu was remarkably steadfast, yet now the host had forcibly turned them into adversaries. Yet, how could one blame him? After all, Tang San's father was Tang Hao. Despite his extraordinary lineage, Tang San had chosen to be a work-study student and forge a friendship with her. A person of sound mind would inevitably harbor suspicions, especially given that Tang Hao's reputation had already crumbled before Xiao Wu. Ain, a soul beast of 100,000 years, had befriended Tang Hao and ultimately became a soul ring for him. How eerily similar was all of this to her relationship with Tang San? The coincidences were too numerous. Even Tang San's silver tongue could not elucidate the situation. Alas, it was all too simplistic. Xiao Wu had lost her trust in Tang San. Pursuing the cherished Xiao Wu would henceforth be significantly less arduous for Su Ran. In his heart, he mused, gazing at the radiant girl before him, exuding the essence of youth. Her long, shapely legs glided gracefully as she walked, with her long scorpion tail braids swaying elegantly behind her, embodying a unique charm. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San glanced ahead, witnessing Xiao Wu and Su Ran hand in hand, appearing as though they were a couple. At this sight, tears of anguish streamed down his cheeks. A man may shed tears, yet seldom does he do so unless deeply hurt. The events of the day had nearly shattered his composure. Su Ran was despicable and shameless, his gaze continually drifting to Xiao Wu's alluring legs and figure. It was evident that Su Ran desired Xiao Wu. It was precisely because Su Ran had witnessed the affection between Xiao Wu and himself that he had schemed to sever their bond. Now, due to reasons he could not comprehend, Xiao Wu had turned against him, all orchestrated by Su Ran. Chapter 24, The Despicable and Shameless Xiao Gang. Su Ran. You are truly insidious. You are indeed treacherous. If I were an ordinary person, I would be at a loss. However, there is one thing you may never anticipate. I am not a native of Douluo Continent. I am a traveler, and my strength cannot be solely measured by my cultivation level. When my hidden weapons are unleashed, your demise is inevitable. Tang San clenched his fist and rose from the ground, wielding a black concealed weapon box that measured a foot in length. If he employed his hidden weapons, what could Su Ran possibly do? Previously, in his rage, he had not even released his martial spirit. In a full-scale confrontation, how could he not best Su Ran? No matter how formidable Su Ran was, he could not surpass him. Tang San stood tall, surveying his surroundings, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this street was rather desolate, and no one had witnessed his earlier humiliation. Had it occurred in a bustling area, the news of his cuckolding would have spread like wildfire through Notting City. In that case, he would have lost all face and credibility there, regardless of location. It is a profoundly shameful matter for a man to be cuckolded. Even a title Douluo at level 99 would become the subject of ridicule. Humph, Su Ran. Once Xiao Wu's spirits are lifted, I shall seek you out once more. At that time, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Tang San inhaled deeply, cradling the green hat on his head, attempting to remove it and shatter it violently. Yet, no matter how forcefully Tang San tried, the green hat seemed to be glued to his head, refusing to budge. This is a disaster. Tang San's heart sank. While he could accept being cuckolded as long as no one else witnessed it, the thought of being unable to remove the hat was truly catastrophic. Was he to bear this green hat for the rest of his life? The mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine, and his face turned pale. He could not fathom such a bleak existence. If he were to walk the streets adorned with this green hat, he would undoubtedly attract countless gazes, and all would know of his shame. Impossible. This cannot be. It is merely an ordinary hat. How can it be so difficult to remove? Tang San shuddered deeply. He could not help but unleash his martial spirit, employing every ounce of strength to rid himself of the green hat. Several robust blue-silver vines sprouted from his hands, sweeping toward the hat atop his head, pulling with all their might. Yet, once again, there was no response, only a profound pain. After a lengthy struggle, he felt as though his scalp might tear away, yet the hat remained stubbornly affixed to his head. It seemed that unless he tore off his own scalp, it would never come free. Why can it not be removed? It feels as though it is glued to my head. Su Ran, what have you done to me? Tang San's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, his anguished roar echoing through the air. His face was ashen. He could envision the harrowing days that lay ahead. The murderous intent in his eyes was boundless. Su Ran had shattered his relationship with Xiao Wu, while he sought to claim his beloved. He had further humiliated him with this permanent green hat. This is utterly intolerable. Yes, the teacher must be able to assist me. Tang San spoke tremulously, realizing that his only recourse lay with his teacher. If even the teacher could not help him, he was at a complete loss for what to do. He hastily removed his inner garments, wrapping his head tightly to conceal any trace of green. Then, he sprinted frantically toward Xiao Gang's dormitory. In the dormitory of Xiao Gang, he was engrossed in a scholarly tome, meticulously studying its contents. The text was adorned with elegant calligraphy, annotating the principles within. As Xiao Gang perused the characters, a stunning figure emerged in his mind, a woman of unparalleled beauty, clad in a luxurious black robe embellished with golden patterns. She wore a 9-curved purple gold crown and held a staff nearly 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. The woman's visage was nearly flawless, exuding an aura of nobility and sanctity that inspired reverence, compelling those in her presence to kneel before her flowing gown. Recalling this vision, Xiao Gang displayed a hint of infatuation. Such a woman, breathtakingly radiant, with a figure as ripe as a peach, evoked in him an irresistible desire to embrace her and shower her with affection. Moreover, she was a pope, her status supreme, surpassing even the emperors of the two great empires. To hold such a woman in his arms and cherish her would undoubtedly bring immense fulfillment. Dong Earth, do not blame me for being heartless. See, upon hearing that the scoundrel Qiang Sunji had perished, I hastened to orchestrate my separation from Erlong. I have not laid eyes upon her for years, solely to express my feelings for you. If that old fool Qian Dao dies, I will come to find you, muttered Xiao Gang, a smile gracing his face. In his youth, he believed he had lost the chance to be with Bibi Dong, having pursued a relationship with his cousin Lu Erlong in a bid for control over the Golden Iron Triangle. However, he never anticipated that Qian Xuanji would perish so swiftly, granting him another opportunity, naturally leading him to sever ties with Lu Erlong. While Erlong was undeniably beautiful, rivaling Bibi Dong in appearance, Bibi Dong held the title of Pope. A man associated with the Pope commanded respect, and no one would dare label him a failure. At that time, everyone would revere him. Yet, as long as Qian Dalu remained alive, seeking out Bibi Dong would be tantamount to courting disaster. He resolved to wait until Bibi Dong achieved the rank of 99th level, ensuring his safety before making any moves. The image of Lu Erlong resurfaced in his mind. He had not seen her in years. After such a long separation, the originally stunning woman must have matured into an even more alluring figure. Regrettably, her status paled in comparison to that of Bibi Dong. Nevertheless, he decided to defer such thoughts for the future. If his protege Tang San possessed exceptional talent and emerged as the strongest on the continent, he could finally shed the stigma of being a failure. Tang San held enmity with Bibi Dong, and should she fall, he would be free to pursue a relationship with Lu Erlong and devote himself to nurturing Tang San. Xiao Gang spoke softly, a sense of pride swelling within him. Tang San, with his twin martial souls, has the potential to become the mightiest. This is what I eagerly anticipate. After all, being able to cultivate a powerhouse signifies that I am indeed the foremost theorist. Alas, it is a pity that the breathtaking Bibi Dong may meet her demise at Tang San's hands. He has yet to truly possess her. If she were to die, it would leave him with a pang of regret. Bibi Dong, a twin martial soul, and the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall would inevitably target Tang Hao and Tang San. Regardless of the victor, he would emerge unscathed. After all, he had yet to declare his intentions to either Bibi Dong or Lu Erlong. No matter what transpired in the future, he would remain a winner. Your future teacher will be either Erlong or Bibi Dong. That depends on you, Tang San. Xiao Gang murmured, hoping for Tang San's growth. Such advancement would bring him greater fulfillment. Merely being the husband of the Pope would likely subject him to whispers of living off a woman, a title he found rather unflattering. Chapter 25. This hat is an invaluable treasure. Bang. 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 The urgent knocking at the door interrupted Xiao Gang's musings. Annoyed at the disruption of his fantasies, he felt a flash of displeasure. He had been lost in a reverie involving Donger and Erlong when the knocking broke his trance, eliciting a surge of irritation. Taking a deep breath, he closed the tome, masking his dark expression and returning to a more neutral demeanor. He called out, "Who is it?" "Teacher, it's me, Tang San," came the frantic response from the other side, punctuated by vigorous knocking. The prospect of bearing a permanent mark of humiliation drove the usually composed Tang San into a state of distress. He had pinned all his hopes on his mentor Xiao Gang, if even he could not help him remove this symbol of disgrace. Tang San feared he would never be able to face anyone again. "Tang San, what troubles you?" Xiao Gang inquired as he opened the door, only to be met with a sight that astonished him. Tang San stood there, his head swathed in a cloth resembling an elderly woman's headscarf. His bare torso and the peculiar way he covered his head made Xiao Gang uneasy. "What on earth are you doing with that cloth on your head?" Xiao Gang couldn't help but ask, puzzled and concerned. He knew Tang San's character well. He would never display such alarm unless faced with a truly formidable problem. Typically, Tang San would endeavor to resolve issues independently before seeking assistance. Clearly, Tang San was entangled in a serious predicament, one that pertained to his head. The wise Xiao Gang quickly discerned the gravity of the situation. "Teacher, I've been humiliated. I truly have," Tang San stammered, trembling as he unveiled the cloth from his head, revealing a vivid green hat. "Tang San, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Gang blinked in confusion, momentarily failing to grasp the situation. He could only perceive the hat as quite aesthetically pleasing, not immediately considering its implications. "Teacher, please listen. This is a fate hat. Or rather, a green hat. Regardless of whether it is called a fate hat or possesses any formidable powers, it is undeniably a green hat," Tang San insisted solemnly. He was unconcerned with the hat's potential benefits or its ability to avert misfortune. All he knew was that its very presence brought in distress. This represents a humiliation imposed by Su Ran. If I must wear such a disgraceful item, even in solitude, it would drive me mad. Each glance in the mirror would only serve as a reminder of my predicament. And thus, Xiao Gang remained somewhat bewildered, unable to resist. He reached out to touch the hat, noting its remarkably soft texture, crafted from high-quality materials. It was no wonder he was unaware of its significance. His focus on theoretical research had left him oblivious to the affairs beyond his studies. Teacher, do you truly not see the issue? Are you unable to perceive the significance of this hat? Tang San inhaled deeply, regarding Xiao Gang with disbelief. Could it be that even your wisdom fails to grasp the implication of this headgear? Ah, I can see it. The quality is quite fine. And the style is rather appealing. Next time, do remember to procure one for me as well, Xiao Gang replied, still examining the hat. The material was undoubtedly superior to any fabric he had encountered, surpassing even the finest pelts of soul beasts. It is not about the style. The problem is that this hat cannot be removed. Tang San felt his frustration mounting. Although he recognized that his teacher was not intentionally mocking him, his pride still suffered a blow. Cannot be removed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the hat atop Tang San's head. He grasped the brim firmly, exerting force in an attempt to dislodge it. To his astonishment, the hat proved impervious to his efforts. After a prolonged struggle, Xiao Gang tried various methods, even resorting to scissors, yet the hat remained steadfast. This bizarre headgear was beyond even his capabilities. There are no records of such a hat in any of the texts, Xiao Gang murmured in frustration. Despite his extensive knowledge of soul master lore, he found himself at a loss when faced with matters beyond the written word. Teacher, what are you saying? Tang San could not help but inquire, having not caught the entirety of Xiao Gang's mutterings. This hat is exceedingly peculiar. It appears to be firmly affixed to your head. Conventional methods will likely prove ineffective in removing it. Even scissors cannot cut through it. The only course of action left is to employ that one method, Xiao Gang declared, shaking his head as he turned to retrieve a heavy hammer from the inner chamber. This hammer, forged from fine iron, appeared modest in size but weighed at least several dozen pounds. Teacher, what do you intend to do with that? Tang San gasped, taken aback by the sight of the hammer. Surely, his teacher was not considering smashing the hat to pieces? This may be the only viable solution, Xiao Gang asserted gravely. He had observed that while the hat felt supple to the touch, it hardened in response to harm. His earlier attempts with scissors had failed for this very reason. If that is the case, then go ahead, teacher, Tang San said through gritted teeth, steeling himself for the inevitable. Tang San, brace yourself for the pain. Gathering all his soul power to his head, Xiao Gang said, this will mitigate the damage from the hammer. Tang San, however, unleashed his martial spirit, concentrating his entire soul power at the crown of his head. His face was set with determination, even if he suffered a concussion. It would be worth it if he could break this hat. This hat was something he wished to be rid of at once. With a resounding thud, the heavy hammer struck Tang San's head. Xiao Gang wielded it with the strength of an ordinary person, while Tang San, empowered by his martial spirit, was not overly concerned about sustaining grave injuries. Yet, neither Xiao Gang nor Tang San anticipated what would transpire when the hammer was about to collide with Tang San's head. A most unexpected event occurred. The once soft fabric of the hat instantly transformed into an impenetrable shield, with the hammer striking it without inflicting even the slightest damage. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang's arm trembled violently from the rebound force. Indeed, there was something amiss. Xiao Gang inhaled deeply and struck down once more. With another loud thud, the hat remained unscathed. After a dozen more strikes, Xiao Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This was indeed a treasure. That little rascal Tang San had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He had observed closely. The hammer, incredibly hard, had done nothing to the hat. Yet iron shavings flew from the hammer, indicating the hat's formidable defensive capability, surpassing even that of fine iron. Such a treasure, if Tang San could wear it continuously, would open up numerous possibilities for his future. The head was inherently a vulnerable area. Possessing such a powerful defensive artifact would significantly enhance Tang San's prospects in battle. Before Tang San utilized the Haotian hammer martial spirit, his primary means of attack had been the blue silver grass. As a control-type soulmaster, the demands on mental acuity were exceptionally high. The mind was the critical element for a control-type soulmaster leading a decisive victory. Now, with this hat protecting his head, it would undoubtedly benefit his strength. Xiao Gang pondered these thoughts, disregarding any particular significance this hat might hold for Tang San. As his teacher, he merely needed to recognize its extraordinary strength. Should Tang San successfully navigate his developmental stage and emerge as a formidable figure, he would bask in unparalleled glory. As for whether this powerful individual donned a green hat, it was of no consequence. After all, he was not the one wearing it. Teacher, what are you thinking? Tang San couldn't help but ask, feeling that his teacher's gaze was somewhat peculiar, as if he were staring at a priceless artifact. This was no treasure, merely a hat with symbolic significance. Since this ordinary hammer cannot breach the hat, why not try your second martial spirit? Its invincibility and destructive power far surpass that of any ordinary object, Xiao Gang suggested, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. If even the Haotian hammer could not shatter this hat, it would indeed confirm its status as an invaluable treasure. Chapter 26. Tang San's despair, Xiao Gang's excitement. Indeed, I possess a second martial spirit. Tang San's eyes sparkled anew. Although he did not yet know the name of his second martial spirit, he sensed its extraordinary nature. At this moment, he was unaware that his father was the Haotian Douluo and that his second martial spirit was, in fact, the Haotian hammer. However, He could gauge the speed and power of soul power consumption between the two martial spirits, concluding that his second martial spirit was undoubtedly formidable. At least, he had yet to encounter anyone at Nuoding Academy with a weapon spirit superior to his. With such a powerful martial spirit at his disposal, he was determined to strike the hat. He refused to believe that the hammer could not break it. Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass martial spirit, and with a slight surge of energy, a hammer materialized in his hand. It was a pitch-black hammer, its handle about half a foot long, the head cylindrical in shape, resembling a miniature forge hammer. Yet, upon its dark surface danced a unique luminescence, and faint patterns swirled around the cylindrical head. This was Tang San's martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. As he infused his great soul master-level soul power into the Haotian hammer, it radiated a dark glow, and the entire room became oppressive. Truly, the Haotian hammer could be deemed the world's premier weapon spirit, wielding such might without any attached spirit rings. In the future, once Tang San surpassed the Soul Sage level and began to attach spirit rings, how fearsome would it become? Though Bibi Dong also possessed dual martial spirits, they were both Spider Emperors, unable to complement one another. In contrast, Tang San had one focused on offense and the other on control. At the same level, he could steadily suppress Bibi Dong. Xiao Gang murmured softly, watching Tang San as one would a priceless treasure. Should Tang San defeat Bibi Dong, given her aggressive nature, she might pursue a relentless battle with him, ultimately leading to her demise. The thought of Bibi Dong being vanquished by Tang San stirred a mix of sympathy and anticipation within Xiao Gang. After all, he held deep affection for both. However, the future would depend on their performances. He stood in the middle. If Tang San were to excel, he would seek to cultivate him alongside Erlong. After all, Erlong was also quite lovely. Moreover, if Tang San could render Bibi Dong powerless, it would be even better for the noble pope to be reduced to a mere mortal at his side. Her strength would be rendered useless, and they might even grow closer as a result. The thought of the dignified, serene, and beautiful Bibi Dong lying in his embrace, subject to his whims, sent shivers of excitement through him. At that moment, she would be a mere mortal, and he could do as he pleased. Yet, in that future, Bibi Dong would lack strength, appearing almost as a plaything, beautiful but merely a concubine. If that time came, he could indeed have a harem, with both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong as his women. After all, Lu Erlong adored him deeply, and despite knowing he was her cousin, her affection had not waned even slightly. Finding a reason to establish a harem would pose no challenge. Love, after all, requires sacrifice. If she could not accept his desire for a harem, what did love mean? For so many years, he had endured humiliation without indulging in carnal pleasures. Once Tang San matured, he too would relish the joys of manhood. Teacher, what are you murmuring about? Tang San suddenly inquired, sensing that his teacher might know the origin of his martial spirit, explaining his peculiar expression. Nothing, just try striking with your second martial spirit. Xiao Gang returned to his thoughts and gazed expectantly at Tang San. All right. Tang San nodded, dismissing other thoughts. Removing the hat was now of utmost importance. With a resounding thud, Tang San summoned all his soul power and struck toward the hat atop his head. Yet, the hat remained entirely intact, only causing a sharp pain to throb at his crown. Ouch, that hurts. Tang San clutched his head, unable to suppress the gasp that escaped his lips as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The force of the Haotian hammer was incomparable to that of an ordinary hammer. One strike nearly left him dazed. Yet, the hat remained unblemished, without even a trace of impact. Tang San looked at his reflection in the mirror, his head adorned with that vibrant green hat, feeling utterly despondent. What material was this hat made of? How could it be so hard? When struck, it became rigid. Yet when left alone, it was soft and pliable. Was this truly an ordinary hat? It felt almost sentient. Surely, this was not a jest? Tang San's legs buckled beneath him, rendering him powerless as he collapsed onto the ground. He had exhausted all conceivable methods to remove the hat. Surely, there were no further options available to him. This was an egregious affront, an intolerable humiliation. Tang San could no longer bear such indignity. A man of unwavering resolve, he found himself subjected to this disgrace. Why was this so? He was Tang San, born with the memories of a past life, possessing the unparalleled skills of the Tang sect, mastery of hidden weapons, the profound secrets of the Xiantian treasure record, and the rare gift of twin martial spirits. With such an abundance of extraordinary attributes, why then did he find himself in such a lamentable plight? Su Ran, despite his youth, possesses remarkable strength. This is merely an indication of your insufficient power. The ordinary methods cannot dislodge it, Xiao Gang remarked. Once your cultivation reaches the rank of a titled Douluo, you will surely be able to remove it. Though unaware of the reasons behind Tang San's anguish, if it could transform his sorrow into strength, compelling him to train with greater fervor, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Strengthening one's abilities? Tang San clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging. He was determined to train diligently, aspiring to become the strongest in the world and to trample Su Ran beneath his feet. He was resolute in reclaiming Xiao Wu, intending to demonstrate to Su Ran that she truly loved him. It is essential to view matters from both perspectives. Although this cap cannot be removed, could it not also be seen as a blessing? Such an indomitable treasure, if we cannot breach its defenses, neither can anyone else. In future battles, it shall serve as your protective treasure, Xiao Gang noted, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. As a master of theory, his intellect allowed him to see through the cap's defenses. No one beneath the soul sect could hope to breach it. Teacher, you are correct. If I cannot overcome this cap, neither can anyone else, Tang San replied, his gaze turning icy and merciless. He had devised a strategy to deal with Su Ran. Although Su Ran was indeed formidable, perhaps even stronger than himself, Tang San surmised that Su Ran's martial spirit was likely sword-based. No matter how powerful Su Ran's sword, it could not penetrate the cap's defenses. At that moment, he would need only to guard his vulnerabilities, making battles significantly easier. Teacher, I must take my leave. Tang San said respectfully to Xiao Gang before turning away, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His only desire now was to eliminate Su Ran, who had stolen his beloved and humiliated him by forcing him to wear this cap. He could not rest until he avenged this grievance. Chapter 27. Comforting Xiao. Tang San, is this truly who you are? Lurking by my side merely to seize my soul rings? Xiao scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. The son of a titled Douluo, possessing such a noble status, yet you feign such pitiable circumstances, your clothes patched and worn. What a performance. Yet, it made sense. Without such an act, how could you have become a work-study student? You must have anticipated my lack of resources upon entering the human world, waiting for me in the dormitory. All of this is deception. Your father employed similar tactics to bring about the demise of Sister Aine. And now you seek to employ the same against me. Xiao murmured, her heart heavy with grievances, as she ran away, her heart shattering piece by piece. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. At that moment, her feelings for Tang San lay in ruins. As a girl, even if she were 100,000-year soul beast, she remained emotionally vulnerable. No girl could withstand such a blow. Tang San, the one who had accompanied her for 6 years, had only been kind to her to keep her tethered to him, waiting until he grew strong enough to claim her soul rings and bones. Thunder rumbled ominously. As if echoing Xiao's sentiments, dark clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the land. Moments later, torrential rain poured down, drenching her dress. The chill of the wind was palpable, yet Xiao was oblivious to the cold. The pain in her heart overshadowed everything else. Wandering aimlessly, she had no destination in mind, only the ache within her heart, unbearable and relentless. Memories of her 6 years with Tang San flooded her mind. The once warm moments now glaringly painful. Those scenes, those coincidences, all orchestrated by Tang San to showcase himself before her, felt like a sickening display. She could not comprehend why Tang San would act thus. Was the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and bone truly so compelling? Did he have to resort to such measures to enhance his strength? Even if he initially harbored such thoughts, after 6 years of profound affection, how could he still entertain thoughts of killing her? Was his heart made of iron, so impervious to emotion? With her head bowed, she continued her aimless walk. Raindrops soaking her dress, clinging to her form, revealing her graceful silhouette. She gazed up at the gloomy sky, feeling utterly alone in the vast expanse. She had come to the human world, believing she had found friends akin to Deming and Air Ming. How foolish. Did she truly think she could find kin among humans? Even if there were, would they remain calm upon learning of her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast? Would they not succumb to greed, seeking her demise? Do not venture further. Return with me. Su Ran, clad in a black robe and holding a single umbrella, stood before Xiao, halting her progress. Su Ran, you have come, Xiao replied, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. She felt a surge of grievance. Without Su Ran, she did not know how long she would have been deceived by the despicable Tang San, who had sold her out while making her count his money. Yet, she found solace in Su Ran's unwavering honesty. In this world, anyone could betray her, but not the Ruisho. As the Ruisho emperor, Su Ran would never abandon his pride to commit such acts. Do not weep. He is not worth your tears, Su Ran said, shedding his coat and draping it over her fragile form. However, Su Ran was not the type to act shamelessly. He would never allow Xiao to suffer harm for his own desires. In such torrential rain, how could her delicate body withstand it? She was not the powerful 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit. Her current constitution was that of an ordinary human girl. After her rebirth, she bore no difference from humans. Yet why should she carry such burdens? Once her identity was exposed, countless powerhouses would set their sights on her. A 100,000-year soul beast is a treasure, and a transformed one could incite a commotion across the continent. In the past, Aine, as a 100,000-year soul beast, faced relentless pursuit from Qian Xuanji and numerous powerful foes. 100,000-year soul beasts, even the Pope would find it challenging to possess, as they are immensely powerful and possess formidable combat abilities. Most crucially, soul beasts of that caliber possess their own life-saving soul skills, capable of self-detonation rather than allowing humans to claim their soul bones when facing certain death. Thus, hunting a 100,000-year soul beast is exceedingly difficult. Even the mightiest titled Douluo cannot guarantee success. However, after their rebirth, 100,000-year soul beasts are no different from humans, making their extermination all too simple. Therefore, each one in the human realm attracts envy from all. Xiao, in essence, was akin to a treasure. Should other powerful soul masters discover her identity, they would stop at nothing to eliminate her. Yet, Tang Hao was fully aware of this, yet did nothing to prevent Xiao from heading to the spirit hall. Perhaps Tang San did not harbor murderous intentions, but Tang Hao undoubtedly sought to orchestrate a scene of Xiao sacrificing herself for Tang San. He employed the same tactics against Ayin. If he could act against his own beloved, how could he refrain from doing so against Xiao? Xiao's beautiful eyes were tinged with crimson, glistening with unshed tears, while droplets dampened her long hair, cascading down like rain. In that moment, the mingling of rain and tears rendered Xiao strikingly fragile, aggrieved, and anxious, despite being a soul beast for 100,000 years. Sheltered in the Star Do forest by her mother and the brothers Ming and Ming, she had lived a carefree life, oblivious to the intricate schemes of the human world. Witnessing Xiao's profound sorrow stirred a pang of sympathy within Su Ran. He could not bear to see her weeping in distress. Yet, if they did not confront this, would they truly part ways? As the saying goes, one should not sever what is already broken, for it invites chaos. Xiao had endured countless grievances alongside Tang San. Her own sacrifice mirrored that of Ming and Ming. However, he vowed to protect her moving forward. As a divine beast with his current stature, commanding 100,000 years' worth of soul beasts to safeguard Xiao would pose no challenge. Su Ran gazed at Xiao, letting out a sigh as he gently caressed her long hair, dampened by the rain. He tenderly cradled her delicate and exquisite form in his arms. Chapter 28, Uncontrollable Fury. Release my precious Xiao. Being embraced by Su Ran, a delightful masculine fragrance enveloped her, causing Xiao's slender body to tremble softly. She made no effort to push Su Ran away. Su Ran is now the only person she can trust. If he were to disappear, she would be at a loss as to whom she could believe. Under the vast sky, only Su Ran would never deceive her. She cannot place her faith in anyone else, not in anyone from the Nodding Academy. The affection shared with Tang San over the past 6 years was nothing but a facade. How could she hope that anything else was genuine? The wind howled fiercely, and torrential rain poured down. The wind whipped mercilessly, and the raindrops fell relentlessly upon the two of them. Su Ran decided to close his umbrella, freeing his hands to embrace Xiao tightly, striving to provide her warmth. If the pressure became unbearable, she could simply cry it out. From now on, with me by your side, no one will dare to bully you, Su Ran whispered, gently patting her back as though soothing a child. Xiao remained silent, burying her head in Su Ran's embrace, softly sobbing. For reasons unknown, she found Su Ran's presence to be incredibly comforting. Feeling his breath only intensified her sense of grievance. Tang San, who had lived with her for 6 years, had deceived her with malevolent intentions, while Su Ran, whom she had only known for a few days, treated her with such kindness. This stark contrast was unmistakable in her mind. Two figures emerged in her thoughts. One was Tang San, and the other was Su Ran. Tang San's deceitful words were laughable, akin to a performer in a play. In contrast, Su Ran, as a noble beast, exuded integrity and humility, devoid of any arrogance. The disparity between these two individuals was striking in her heart. Without comparison, there could be no pain. It was through comparison that she realized Tang San's hypocrisy and Su Ran's genuine kindness. Now that Su Ran's injuries had nearly healed, he chose not to abandon her but instead sought to assist her in awakening to the truth so they could escape together. How could she betray someone who would risk their life for her? I'm sorry, Su Ran. Not only have I failed in my duty as a spirit beast to protect the noble beast, but I have also caused you to expose yourself to so many eyes in your effort to help me. I've even missed the best opportunity to flee, Xiao confessed. Overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach, her heart aching painfully, she lamented how her association with someone as despicable as Tang San had led her and Su Ran into a dire predicament. What if Tang San informed Tang Hao about her connection with Su Ran? If Tang Hao discovered that she had seen through their scheme, what would happen? They would both be in peril. Do not worry. As long as you recognize the villains for who they are, that is enough. Tang San has always deceived you. And now that you understand, everything will be all right. As for the rest, I will take care of it. My strength is not insignificant, Su Ran replied, a hint of derision in his tone. He sensed Tang San's presence and instinctively tightened his embrace around Xiao. He had no intention of allowing Tang San to take advantage of her. He merely needed to create a misunderstanding. My dear Xiao, Tang San, knowing her nature, approached with an umbrella to shield her from the torrential rain, only to be confronted with an unexpected sight. At that moment, Xiao's clothing clung tightly to her fair skin, draped in a black coat, yet her alluring figure was inevitably accentuated. In this state, she appeared even more delicate than the vivacious girl she once was, her slender form seemingly capable of captivating countless gazes. Yet, this exquisite Xiao was currently held in Su Ran's embrace. Beast, Su Ran, let go of Xiao. Release her, Tang San bellowed, standing in the street, furious that he had yet to even touch Xiao himself. How could Su Ran, that despicable wretch, have the audacity to hold her? Su Ran, a contemptible creature employing shameless tactics to steal Xiao away, had no right to embrace such beauty. Tang San was so enraged he felt he might vomit blood. In his eyes, Su Ran's hands were blindingly provocative. Xiao, so beautiful, her delicate form slightly rising and falling, though still a girl, seemed like a flower on the verge of blooming. This budding allure, combined with her stunningly tender visage, made her exceptionally remarkable. Ding. The system detected that the host was being insulted. To protect the host's flawless image, Tang San's words were directly suppressed by the system. Given the delicately evolving relationship between the host and the female protagonist Xiao, she would not hear Tang San's derogatory remarks. The sweet voice of the system's assistant made Su Ran almost chuckle. He mused on how odd Tang San was, flailing about without understanding his actions, only to realize that the system had muted him. The system's operation was indeed sophisticated. Tang San, feel free to insult away. Regardless, you won't be hurt. Su Ran could not help but ponder, amidst the vast expanse of the world, who could possibly rival the capabilities of the system lady. Not only did the system possess formidable functionalities, but it could also transform into a humanoid form to better serve its host in the future. He recalled the system lady mentioning that her transformation would enhance her ability to assist the host. The meaning of her words eluded him somewhat. All he knew was that should the system lady take on a physical form, her power would be considerable. Beastly Su Ran, I command you to release Xiao Wu. Are you deaf to my pleas? Tang San roared, his voice echoing with fury. How can someone like you, who has just seized Xiao Wu, dare to reveal such intentions? What fate awaits her in your presence? It is hard to believe. You are a demon, and Xiao Wu will inevitably encounter peril in your grasp. Xiao Wu, do you hear me? Su Ran is not a good person. He has been deceiving you all along. Tang San shouted vehemently, his gaze fixed on Su Ran, who seemed to be taking advantage of Xiao Wu. In reality, Su Ran's hand was still a mere centimeter away from Xiao Wu's delicate form, not yet making contact. However, the rainy night cloaked everything in darkness, and with a bit of distance between them, Tang San could not discern the truth clearly. In Tang San's eyes, Su Ran was nothing short of a villain. He believed Su Ran's tactics to be utterly despicable. How could someone treat a girl in such a manner? If he was so brazen now, what horrors might he unleash once he fully possessed her? He had heard of unfortunate girls ensnared by men who held leverage over them, forced into actions they loathed. Clearly, Su Ran embodied such a character. Chapter 29, The Urban Depths of Deception. Tang San is once again outshone. Tang San leaned against the wall, his body bent, gasping for the fresh air. After venting his anger for so long, he found himself somewhat exhausted. In this moment, he was bewildered. Why did neither Xiao Wu nor Su Ran respond to his thunderous outburst? This was not normal. Perhaps that vile creature, Su Ran, was impervious to shame, indifferent to everything. Yet, Xiao Wu was not of such a temperament. She was certainly not the type to endure such indignities. Given her present attitude towards Su Ran, had she known he was being berated, she would undoubtedly be furious. Not so composed as she appeared. What had gone awry? Had Su Ran employed some sorcery to render Xiao Wu deaf to his words? The thought left Tang San speechless with rage. Su Ran was truly despicable. If Xiao Wu could not hear him, how could he ever explain himself to her later? If he wished to meet with Xiao Wu privately to clarify matters, Su Ran would undoubtedly deny him that opportunity. Su Ran, you are truly contemptible for obstructing my voice from reaching Xiao Wu. Tang San seethed, blood boiling within him. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, catching Su Ran's gaze, which bore a hint of derision, as if mocking him. Look, your woman is now in my embrace. In the future, she will turn against you, becoming your adversary. Su Ran, I shall slay you. Tang San's fury reached its zenith, his normally placid demeanor shattered by the relentless series of events. His beloved Xiao Wu had severed ties with him. He bore the weight of disgrace, and Su Ran was flaunting his hold over Xiao Wu. Each individual incident ignited a blazing wrath within him. Yet, he harbored no resentment towards Xiao Wu. His ire was solely directed at Su Ran for snatching her away and treating her in such a manner. Once you are dead, everything will come to an end. Tang San declared coldly, his eyes ablaze with crimson intent. No man could remain indifferent while witnessing the girl he cherished in another's embrace, especially when that man was the notorious Su Ran. A dark, foot-long hidden weapon pouch materialized in Tang San's hand. This was a contraption he had crafted just days prior. Although he was still merely a great soul master, this weapon was capable of slaying even those of higher ranks. Ding. No derogatory remarks detected in the vicinity. Disabling shield status. The system's voice resonated. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu's delicate form quivered as she heard Tang San's voice. She had comprehended every word he had just spoken. When had he arrived? Did he intend to ambush and eliminate Su Ran? Her complexion paled as she raised her head sharply to gaze in Tang San's direction. Upon glimpsing him, her expression shifted to one of profound distress. Was Tang San now filled with rage and humiliation? Had Su Ran exposed his misdeeds, prompting him to seek revenge? Su Ran merely unveiled his true face without provoking him, yet he now intends to strike Su Ran with lethal force. Be cautious. Xiao Wu urgently warned. Upon witnessing Tang San produce a concealed weapon, a wave of panic surged within her. Tang San's hidden weapon had previously been demonstrated before her. Such a device could easily overwhelm even the spirit sect. Perish. Just as Xiao Wu was alerting Su Ran, Tang San bellowed, abruptly activating the mechanism of his concealed weapon. Instantly, 12 razor-sharp darts surged towards Su Ran, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, their velocity reaching an astonishing peak. Tang San, are you here to deliver your tricks again? Su Ran remarked with a smile, appreciating Tang San's timely intervention, as he appeared to be nearing the end of his repertoire. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran unleashed his martial soul, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, around him. Simultaneously, a long sword, as dark as ink, appeared in his grasp. As he observed the flying darts swiftly returning towards him, he did not falter but rather activated his 3rd soul skill. With a flourish of his sword, he wielded it in the air, and in an instant, a multitude of sword energies emerged, precisely striking the incoming projectiles. The sounds of impact resonated, bang, 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 as the sword energies shattered all the darts. However, Su Ran deliberately spared one arrow, intending to impress Tang San and simultaneously garner a measure of favor from Xiao Wu. As Su Ran executed his third soul skill, he subtly shifted his stance while holding Xiao Wu, allowing her to unknowingly arrive at the very spot he had just vacated. At that moment, an arrow was hurtling towards her. Xiao Wu, clearly sensing the imminent danger, prepared to summon her martial soul. Yet, Su Ran swiftly tightened his embrace, pivoting 180 degrees to shield her with his back, cradling her protectively. In tandem, he wielded his long sword once more, releasing a delicate stream of sword energy that slowed the arrow as flight. By the time the projectile reached Su Ran's back, his body, nurtured by the bloodline of the Qilin, sustained only minor injuries. Exercise caution. Su Ran let out a thunderous shout, his body suddenly convulsing, becoming rigid as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the exquisite visage of Xiao Wu. Su Ran, what has happened to you? Xiao Wu inquired, her voice trembling. Held in Su Ran's embrace, she could distinctly feel his form swiftly growing stiff. She abruptly raised her gaze to his face, and there she beheld the harrowing sight. Blood of a vivid scarlet hue trickled from the corner of Su Ran's mouth, cascading down and splattering upon her face. The droplets that landed on her skin still bore a hint of warmth. A multitude of crimson droplets also adorned her lips, allowing her to taste the mixture of saltiness and a faint sweetness. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, her delicate frame trembling gently. 2 streams of crystalline tears rolled down her tender cheeks, merging with the rainwater below. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, momentarily brightening the surroundings. Those 2 teardrops sparkled like exquisite gems, radiating beauty. Xiao Wu lay nestled in Su Ran's embrace, her beautiful eyes never straying from his gaze, while Su Ran, though his expression carried a hint of weariness, looked back at her with a brightness that pierced through the shadows. Su Ran ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, his hand no longer able to grasp the handle of the umbrella. The sheltering umbrella tumbled to the ground as torrential rain poured down upon the two. Alongside the rain, blood dripped from Su Ran's back and lips, creating a vivid contrast against the deluge. Under the relentless assault of the rain, his garments became entirely stained crimson, presenting a harrowing sight. Meanwhile, the earth beneath their feet swiftly transformed into a pool of mingled blood and water. At this moment, Su Ran's injuries appeared grave. Yet he steadfastly held the girl in his embrace. From now on, with me by your side, no one shall inflict even the slightest harm upon you. Remember, I will always stand behind you, supporting and protecting you, Su Ran uttered in a hoarse voice, opening his mouth as raindrops cascaded in, mingling with the crimson blood that flowed more abundantly. Chapter 30. Xiao Wu wept, Tang San fumed, and Su Ran played his part. But you're injured. If anything were to happen to you, how could you continue to protect me? Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's delicate cheeks, her beautiful eyes gazing at Su Ran, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Xiao Wu's smile was so exquisite that it nearly melted Su Ran's heart. Such was Xiao Wu, the heroine of Douluo Continent. Even as a young girl, her beauty was striking. How wondrous would she be when her hair, as radiant as the Milky Way, cascaded down her shoulders? Yet by then, Xiao Wu would belong to him. He would accompany her through her growth, engage in training, and partake in all that couples do. In that time, he would even join her in confronting Tang San. Currently, Tang San existed in Xiao Wu's heart as a vile, repugnant figure who played the role of a deceiver. 6 years of feigned affection had led her to believe that whatever Tang San said henceforth was mere pretense. Dining, resting, and courting Xiao Wu, while showing off and confronting Tang San, such would be their days. Of course, Tang San could not bear the brunt alone. Xiao Wu would lend her support. After all, Tang San had coveted Xiao Wu's soul rings and bones. Regardless of his true intentions, Xiao Wu had already concluded that Tang San sought her soul rings and bones. Stop crying. I cannot bear to see a girl weep before me, Su Ran gently said, his palm caressing Xiao Wu's tender cheek. He could distinctly feel her soft skin, as delicate as a fragile blossom. The 2 faint trails of tears on her cheek evoked profound tenderness within him. All right, I won't cry, Xiao Wu replied. Her voice choked with emotion as she wiped away her tears, striving to appear strong before Su Ran. Just moments ago, that hidden weapon had nearly struck her. Given its speed, she might not have had time to evade it. Had it not been for Su Ran, she could have perished. Her heart swelled with gratitude. She recognized that henceforth, besides her mother and her 2 companions, she had gained another truly trustworthy person, Su Ran. He had unflinchingly exposed Tang San's true nature, even risking his own safety to shield her from the hidden weapon. She recalled her mother's words. If she were ever to meet a man willing to fight for her, she must cherish him dearly. For such men are the rarest treasures in the world. Was Su Ran the very embodiment of what her mother had described? Su Ran, the imperial beast, possessed not only valor but also gentlemanly virtues. Su Ran, how are you feeling? Don't move. Let me check your back. Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, gazing at Su Ran's back, now stained crimson with blood. At that moment, the area where the hidden weapon had pierced him had turned a deep shade of black. Poison. The word surfaced in Xiao Wu's mind. Su Ran's current demeanor unmistakably indicates he has succumbed to a potent poison, one of a particularly virulent nature. Otherwise, with the constitution of a rare beast, it would be utterly inconceivable for Su Ran to be harmed. The auspicious aura of the rare beast provides protection, rendering ordinary toxins ineffective against him. This poison may very well have been concocted by Tang Hao himself. Just imagine the formidable strength of a poison crafted by a titled Douluo. At that moment, Xiao felt her heart sink into despair, uncertain whether the rare beast could withstand such a terrifying toxin. Meanwhile, Tang San appeared utterly bewildered. He gazed at Su Ran, drenched in sweat, as he had just witnessed the immense power Su Ran possessed, effortlessly deflecting his hidden weapons. All 12 of the concealed projectiles were thwarted without exception. Even he could not suppress his astonishment. Su Ran's strength was beyond anything he could compare to at present. Yet, Su Ran's performance was astonishingly theatrical. He clearly observed that Su Ran had deliberately allowed the hidden weapons to pierce his own body. Su Ran had even utilized sword energy to diminish the speed of the projectiles, an act that was simply beyond what one could expect from someone resisting concealed weapons. Su Ran was clearly performing, and as he gazed at the blood pooling on the ground, Tang San felt it was somewhat exaggerated. Are you serious? How could a human possess so much blood? This is simply too far-fetched. Moreover, there was a large black stain, presumably from poison. Tang San, a diligent student, wondered where he could possibly acquire such a toxin. Upon witnessing these scenes, he realized Su Ran was once again putting on a show. Su Ran, you are deceiving me. Tang San seethed, finally comprehending Su Ran's intentions. He aimed to fabricate a scenario in which Tang San appeared to threaten Xiao Wu while Su Ran swooped in as the hero. To make matters worse, Su Ran even accused him of using poison. Should Xiao Wu believe these fabrications, her regard for Su Ran would soar, while Tang San's image in her eyes would plummet. His hidden weapon had all been directed at Su Ran. He never intended to harm Xiao Wu. Yet, Su Ran's manipulations made it seem as though he wished to attack her. Tang San felt utterly wronged. Initially, he had planned to mock Su Ran's overacting, but now, understanding Su Ran's ulterior motives, he could only wear a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His mind was filled with questions. He knew he had to expose Su Ran's intentions quickly. He could not allow Su Ran to succeed in his performance, or his negative image in Xiao Wu's eyes might become irreversible. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze to Tang San, her expression cold and unfeeling. She merely glanced at him before averting her eyes. Her last feelings for him had perished. All she knew was that Tang San had just attempted to kill her. And it was only because Su Ran had not anticipated Tang San's aggression that he had been injured. What could Tang San possibly say now? He had just tried to attack her, yet now feigned weakness as if Su Ran were the true villain. How absurd. It was Tang San who had made the attempt on her life, Tang San who pretended to be the victim, and Tang San who accused others of acting. Her heart was filled with intense resentment. He had deceived her for 6 years and now sought to eliminate both her and Su Ran. Su Ran, how are you faring? Can you expel this poison? Xiao Wu whispered, gently touching the wound on Su Ran's back, feeling a sense of alarm. The wound was not deep, yet the poison was potent. After all, this toxin had been entrusted to Tang San by the titled Douluo Tang Hao. Tang San had been able to craft hidden weapons since he was 6, a fact that had initially startled her. However, upon learning that his father was Tang Hao, she understood. Those hidden weapons had been prepared for her by Tang Hao, meant to kill her should she ever suspect their intentions. Without the ability to claim a soul ring, they could take her soul bone instead. Otherwise, how could a 6-year-old child create such intricate devices? This was the only plausible explanation. Chapter 31. Su Ran, your acting the auspicious beast was shielded by a benevolent aura, making ordinary toxins ineffective against me. However, this poison presents a challenge. It is extraordinarily powerful, likely given to him by Tang Hao. Fortunately, my strength is formidable enough to expel this toxin. Su Ran spoke softly, just loud enough for Xiao Wu to hear. He did not yet wish for Tang San to learn of his father's identity as a titled Douluo. What shall we do now? Xiao Wu asked anxiously upon hearing Su Ran's assurance that he was all right. I will expel the poison first, Su Ran replied. Finding a sheltered spot from the rain, sitting cross-legged and feigning a meditative posture. Soon, Xiao Wu noticed steam rising from his body, and black gas seemed to be expelled from his core. Tang San, why are you still here? Do you intend to attack us again? Xiao Wu questioned warily, her gaze fixed on Tang San with apprehension. Just moments ago, he had stealthily employed hidden weapons, nearly causing their demise. She could not afford to underestimate him, otherwise she might not know how she perished. Xiao Wu, Su Ran is merely pretending to be injured. I never intended to harm you. All of this has been Su Ran's manipulation, designed to fracture our bond, Tang San declared, his heart shattering at the sight of Xiao Wu's defensive demeanor. The once inseparable Xiao Wu now regarded him as a foe, and the pain was unbearable. Acting? Ha! Tang San, do you think I will still believe your fabrications? Were those hidden weapons not given to you by Su Ran? I knew it. How could someone be so talented, even to the point of being abnormal, creating such intricate devices at the age of 6? Do you truly think I would naively trust you? Xiao Wu replied coldly, her voice laced with disdain. Those weapons were gifts from Tang Hao, intended for self-defense. If he could not claim her soul ring, he could take her soul bone instead. Today, Su Ran had unmasked Tang San's true self, and Tang San feared they would flee without him obtaining anything, which is why he sought to eliminate both her and the auspicious beast. Tang San's schemes were meticulously crafted, yet Xiao Wu saw through them with clarity. Kill you? No. No. Xiao Wu, you must understand my feelings for you. I have cared for you deeply. How could I ever wish to harm you? I only wish to eliminate Su Ran. Ever since he arrived, he has wreaked havoc on our relationship. My feelings for you have always been genuine. Su Ran is the true scoundrel. Tang San exclaimed frantically, approaching Xiao Wu. It is unacceptable for you to speak of Su Ran in such a manner. You are the despicable one, trying to tarnish Su Ran's name. Even now, after being exposed, you continue to act. How can such a person exist in this world? Xiao Wu retorted angrily, her voice rising. Su Ran was the man willing to fight for her. He was the one she valued most. Tang San did not deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Su Ran. Her eyes turned red, and she unleashed her martial spirit. 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her. In an instant, her body shot forward toward Tang San. She lifted her slender leg and aimed a kick at his head. Ah! Tang San cried out in pain, caught off guard as Xiao Wu sent him flying. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? You dare to attack me? Tang San lay on the ground, covering his face where her kick had landed, feeling a sharp sting. Xiao Wu showed no mercy. Attack you? Ah! If not for my reservations, I would indeed slay you right here, Xiao Wu declared frostily, her gaze filled with hatred as she beheld the familiar figure before her. Were it not for her concern for Tang Hao, killing Tang San would evoke his wrath, and had she known the truth, she would have eliminated him long ago. Why would she have allowed him to remain? Tang San, we must have some misunderstandings between us, Su Ran said. Panic evident in his voice as he looked at Xiao Wu, eager to explain. But Xiao Wu pressed her foot against Tang San's face, silencing him. Tang San's eyes widened in shock, his face flushed as he struggled, but Xiao Wu pinned his hands down as well, observing the familiar figure. Her cold gaze radiated murderous intent. He felt heartbroken. Just days prior, the gentle and charming Xiao Wu had transformed into this. She showed no mercy, forcefully trampling on his cheek with her toes. In Xiao Wu's gaze, he perceived hatred. Has Xiao Wu begun to despise him? Merely because he had harmed Su Ran. Has she now begun to loathe herself? Enduring such treatment from Xiao Wu, Tang San could no longer withstand it. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the rain. In this world, nothing is more painful than this, one's beloved turning against them, leaving Tang San's heart shattered. He yearned to reveal the truth to Xiao Wu. Yet he felt lost as to where to begin. He was perplexed by her transformation. What was Xiao Wu's true identity? How could she be so certain that he had come to approach and harm her? For approximately an hour, Tang San remained beneath Xiao Wu's foot, his body stiffening against the cold ground. He gazed at her with vacant eyes, devoid of color, resembling a neutered cat. He possessed the strength to rise. His abilities were not inferior to hers. However, at that moment, he felt utterly defeated, the rain soaking him, providing a fleeting sense of relief. Meanwhile, Su Ran had expelled the toxins from his body and approached Xiao Wu, looking down at Tang San from a position of superiority. Tang San, I anticipated that once your vulnerabilities were exposed, you would resort to violence against us. I have always been wary of you. Yet, I never expected you would even lay a hand on Xiao Wu. If I hadn't intervened in time, she might have been killed by you. You truly possess a heart of cruelty, Su Ran remarked, gazing disdainfully at Tang San. Upon seeing Su Ran approach, Tang San's previously ashen face flushed crimson, and his body began to thrash violently, desperately attempting to rise from the ground and confront Su Ran. Su Ran's actions were exceedingly despicable. It was he who, through cunning deception, fabricated the illusion of wanting to harm Xiao Wu. The hidden weapon was initially aimed at Su Ran, but as he shifted his position while holding Xiao Wu, the projectile inadvertently targeted her instead. Chapter 32. Departure. Tang San, what is the matter? Are you once again consumed by rage? Do you intend to use hidden weapons against both Xiao Wu and me? Su Ran observed as Tang San nearly broke free from Xiao Wu's grasp, and with a swift motion, he placed his foot firmly upon Tang San's neck. The neck is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, housing vital organs such as the trachea. Under such pressure, Tang San dared not move. Yet, his eyes were filled with a chilling malice, radiating a deep crimson intent to kill. Tang San, do not presume that we will refrain from acting against you simply because of the power behind you. If you ever dare to threaten Xiao Wu and me with hidden weapons again, I will not hesitate to end your life, Xiao Wu declared coldly. Acutely aware of the fierce animosity Tang San harbored towards Su Ran. However, she refrained from taking Tang San's life. Should he perish, the Haotian Douluo would undoubtedly be incensed. And even if they could not locate them, rumors would spread throughout the human realm that they were transformed from soul beasts after 10,000 years. Such a scenario would likely attract the covetous gaze of the spirit hall, placing them in grave danger. If Tang San remained alive, the Haotian Douluo would be less inclined to disseminate their whereabouts widely, especially if he sought to procure soul rings or bones for Tang San. Very well, Xiao Wu. This can all come to an end. It is not worth our time to linger on someone like Tang San. My injuries have nearly healed. We should leave this perilous place of Nodding City, Su Ran asserted, wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu, showcasing their affection before Tang San. Startled by Su Ran's sudden gesture, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, recalling how Su Ran had just risked himself to shield her from the hidden weapon, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tenderness. Her mother had once told her to cherish the boy who would risk his life for her. Now, she found herself with such a person, who was also the imperial divine beast. If her mother could witness this moment from beyond, she would surely feel profound contentment. Their encounter in the human world might very well be a destined intertwining orchestrated by heaven itself. Su Ran might just be the one destined for her. Otherwise, how could they possibly meet in this vast human world? Tang San, trampled beneath the feet of Xiao Wu and Su Ran, gazed at the two of them embracing. exchanging glances filled with unspoken emotions, and could no longer suppress the blood that surged from his mouth. However, Xiao Wu's foot pressed firmly against his lips, causing the blood to trickle out slowly along the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's already wounded heart turned cold and ruthless. His pallid face lifted towards the sky. A deep hatred festered within him. Having spent so much time with Xiao Wu, he could clearly discern that she had begun to develop feelings for Su Ran. Though her affection was not yet intense, in the future, given Su Ran's cunning, would he not hold her tightly in his grasp? Su Ran was despicable and shameless. His honeyed words would surely fill Xiao Wu's heart to the brim. What would Su Ran do to Xiao Wu then? Su Ran was a lecher, and his gaze upon Xiao Wu betrayed his intentions. At that point, his lust might even compel Xiao Wu to remain by his side day and night, and she might even bear his child. All of this was meant to belong to him. Xiao Wu was breathtakingly beautiful. Although he seldom spoke of it, he was, after all, a normal man. How could he not harbor any thoughts with such beauty in his presence daily? Once upon a time, he had fantasized that as Xiao Wu grew up, they would be together. Having been by her side since childhood, he thought they were predestined. Moreover, Xiao Wu called him brother, and since they shared no blood ties, their bond could have deepened swiftly. Yet, all of this shattered like a dream upon contact. The lovely Xiao Wu would no longer have any connection with him. She would become Su Ran's woman. By the way, system, can I just kill Tang San directly now? Su Ran couldn't help but inquire of the system. Though he relished the feeling of overpowering Tang San, he felt that it would be safer to eliminate him outright. After all, Tang San's talents and strength were formidable. Coupled with his hidden weapons and Tang sect skills, should he grow stronger, he would pose a significant threat. Although Su Ran was not particularly afraid of Tang San retaliating against him, one could never tell when Tang San might strike at those around him. A cornered dog will bite, much less Tang San. That is not advisable. Tang San is connected to many of the host's future tasks. It is recommended that the host complete these tasks before eliminating Tang San. If the major antagonist dies, the host will face numerous challenging tasks to earn skill points. The system cautioned, quelling Su Ran's inclination to resolve the issue with Tang San immediately. Then let it be, Su Ran sighed, shaking his head. If Tang San could consistently provide him with skill points, why not take advantage of it? Furthermore, in the future, should he and Xiao Wu display their affection, it would be all the more poignant with Tang San watching from the sidelines. Xiao Wu, let us depart, Su Ran announced, forcefully kicking Tang San on the neck and rendering him unconscious. With Xiao Wu at odds with Tang San, there was no time to waste. Tang Hao would not let her escape easily. Initially, he had intended to visit Xiao Gang, but reconsidering, he thought there was plenty of time ahead. Tang San had suffered great humiliation, and with Xiao Wu choosing to follow him, remaining in Notting City would mean certain doom. He possessed the 10,000-year Qilin experience card, which allowed him to face Tang Hao without fear, but Xiao Wu did not share that luxury. Where shall we go? Xiao Wu asked, unable to suppress her gaze towards Su Ran. Ever since she had glimpsed Tang San's true nature, an unshakable fear had settled in her heart. If even Tang San, who had always been by her side, harbored ulterior motives, she wondered whom she could trust among humans. Across this vast world, she could only place her trust in Su Ran. Su Ran is a mythical creature, and he would never deceive her or bring her harm. Even if there came a day when Su Ran misled her, it would be for her own good, to guide her to a place more suited for them. You are about to graduate from Notting Academy, and it is the perfect time to head to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Su Ran remarked, naturally intending to take Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy. Besides Shrek Academy, he could find no other advanced institution where Xiao Wu could remain hidden. The renowned academies such as Tianshui, Qihua, and the Tiando Royal Academy are situated in two bustling areas, and Su Ran could not guarantee her safety from powerful figures. After much contemplation, Shrek Academy appeared to be the most favorable choice. Nestled in a village on the outskirts of Soto City, Shrek Academy is devoid of the chaotic mix of students found in other advanced Soul Master institutions. For instance, the Tiando Royal Academy is home to the granddaughter of the title Douluo Star. If those powerful individuals were to visit their grandchildren and discover Xiao Wu, it would spell disaster. Chapter 33, The Taste of the Sea. Advanced Soul Master Academy? However, if we go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it is highly likely that our identities will be exposed, Xiao Wu voiced her concerns. In the small Notting Soul Master Academy, they had already encountered descendants of title Douluo. Attending the Advanced Soul Master Academy would be even more perilous. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. The Advanced Soul Master Academy we are heading to currently has only 3 students, and its location is quite remote. If you study there, no one will discover you. Su Ran reassured her. Of course, in the future, Tang San and Xiao Gang would also come to Shrek Academy. How would Xiao Wu react then? She might even think that Tang San had intentionally sought them out upon discovering their whereabouts. Tang Hao, however, posed a bit of a conundrum. Nevertheless, he possessed a 10,000-year Qilin power experience card, which would render him formidable enough to not fall short against Tang Hao. At the very least, he would be capable of self-defense. The Qilin, like the three-eyed golden lion, is a mythical beast, endowed with the attributes of light, holiness, and flame. With both light and flame being supreme attributes, even in its 10,000-year form, it would undoubtedly possess the combat prowess of an average 100,000-year soul beast. Furthermore, The Qilin is protected by auspicious energy, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat in battle. Even ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts are challenging to kill, otherwise 100,000-year soul rings and bones would not be so scarce. In the past, when Ain and Tang Hao were pursued, Ain even unleashed her indestructible domain. Wildfire cannot be extinguished, spring wine brings new life. Had it not been for her concern for Tang Hao's life, Ain could have made a small sacrifice to escape. However, with Ain fleeing, Tang Hao had no such luck, leading to his sacrifice. In retrospect, Tang Hao's actions do seem rather despicable. At the height of his power, he sought to expose Ain for his own gain, hoping to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring. For a soul master, this was indeed a significant temptation. Yet, to do so against a woman who could bear his children is utterly heartless. Over the course of several days, Su Ran and Xiao Wu traveled swiftly. After leaving Nodding City, they arrived at a nearby town, hired a carriage, and cautiously navigated several circles within the town before departing. Even if Tang Hao had discovered them and attempted to pursue, he would find it difficult to ascertain their direction. As for the aura of the 100,000-year soul beast emanating from Xiao Wu, if they kept their distance, Tang Hao would not be able to sense it. The fact that Tang Hao did not pursue them brought a sigh of relief to Su Ran. After all, even if he could transform into a 10,000-year Qilin, protecting Xiao Wu would still be a daunting task. However, he was aware that in a few days, Tang San and Xiao Gang would arrive at Shrek Academy. And thus Tang Hao would return as well. With a few months of development time for Su Ran to prepare, he would no longer fear Tang Hao. At that moment, on the path to Soto City, an ancient carriage was in motion. Inside the carriage, Xiao Wu donned a powder blue gown, complemented by shimmering silver liquid stockings. And delicate crystal heels adorned her petite feet. Knowing that Tang Hao would not pursue them, Su Ran accompanied Xiao Wu to a nearby town for shopping, where they purchased numerous items that delighted her. Naturally, he also selected some items for himself, such as the glimmering liquid stockings and crystal shoes that Xiao Wu wore, which he had carefully chosen for her. Previously, Xiao Wu relied solely on the monthly subsidies from the Spirit Hall to sustain herself, leaving little room for personal adornment. However, now that he was by her side, she need not worry about such matters. Su Ran, currently residing in the Zhu family, enjoys a monthly allowance of 3,000, along with various family benefits. It is evident that he lacks for nothing. The Zhu family, though not abundant in formidable individuals, is certainly wealthy, as they hail from a military and political lineage. After several transformations, the true beauty of Xiao Wu is unveiled. At this moment, Su Ran sat closely beside her, captivated by the exquisite quality of her liquid stockings, which stirred his emotions. Xiao Wu truly looked enchanting in stockings. Su Ran couldn't help but marvel. Such beautiful legs could only radiate their brilliance when adorned with stockings. Although Zhu Qing's legs were not as long as Xiao Wu's, they possessed a pleasing fullness, while Xiao Wu's were delicately slender. Brother Su Ran, what are you up to? Are you plotting something mischievous? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly. She sensed that Su Ran was contemplating something improper, though she could not decipher his thoughts. I feel quite drowsy and wish to take a nap, Su Ran replied, stifling a yawn. These past few days, he had relished resting upon Xiao Wu's long legs, finding it immensely comfortable. Xiao Wu was so gentle and considerate. Who could resist such charm? Not allowed to sleep. How shameless, Brother Su Ran. Xiao Wu tilted her head, her porcelain-like face blushing with a hint of pink. She couldn't help but pout, pretending to be angry. She had never noticed before that Su Ran was quite the lecher. Humph, pretending to be tired in front of her. I truly am tired. I have been constantly on guard against Tang Hao and Haven T slept well, Su Ran shamelessly retorted, saying little more before lying down on Xiao Wu's long legs. To seize power and revel in the embrace of beauty was Su Ran's singular aspiration upon traversing the Douluo Continent. A man must take the initiative when the time is ripe. The three essential elements to shedding one's single status are boldness, meticulousness, and a thick skin. You could see Su Ran nonchalantly resting on her legs. Su Ran, your shamelessness is quite excessive. You only know how to bully her. Chapter 34, New Channels for Acquiring Skill Points. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Su Ran yawned, gazing at Xiao Wu with a hint of confusion. At this moment, Xiao Wu's eyes were dazed, and her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Su Ran, could you perhaps change your position? If Su Ran were to fall asleep, it would indeed last for several hours. Such an extended duration is truly difficult to endure. Oh, very well. Su Ran nodded and turned away, his back facing Xiao Wu. Usually fond of teasing her, he now exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor. Su Ran was not a typical male. If he were to say anything inappropriate now, Xiao Wu would certainly choose to distance herself in the future, which would adversely affect their relationship. Occasionally, a playful jest could enhance their intimacy, but excess could lead to detrimental consequences in their bond. Noticing Su Ran's turn back, Xiao Wu's cheeks remained flushed for a considerable time. Hey Su Ran Gidge, did you just discover something? She poked his back gently with her delicate finger, unable to suppress her concern. Discover what? I'm on the verge of sleeping. Remember to wake me when we reach Soto City. Su Ran feigned ignorance and even yawned, closing his eyes to sleep. Oh, Xiao Wu pouted, her expression troubled as she acquiesced. She was no longer a child and understood that Su Ran was being considerate of her feelings by not saying anything further. She gently caressed Su Ran's face, observing his serene expression as he lay on her lap like a child, her thoughts wandering. Meanwhile, Su Ran accessed the system interface. Host, Su Ran age, 12 martial soul, god-slaying sword skill points, 500 cultivation level, 31 bloodline. Qilin, 100 years, harem, none, to be acquired in the future, tasks, none system. How can I enhance the lifespan of my soul beast? How many years can one skill point add? Su Ran inquired. One skill point can increase the lifespan by 1 year. Once a fierce beast's lifespan exceeds 10,000 years, one skill point can extend it by 10 years. Soul beasts and humans differ. For instance, a Qilin with 10,000 years of cultivation can rival an ordinary soul beast of 100,000 years, comparable to a rank 95 title Douluo. However, even if its cultivation reaches 999,000 years, its strength remains between title Douluo and divine level. Thus, increasing the lifespan of soul beasts under 10,000 years requires more skill points, the system explained. To become a million-year soul beast. Does that mean I would need almost 100,000 skill points? Su Ran could not help but swallow hard. His current 500 skill points seemed utterly insignificant by comparison. When will I ever accumulate that many? I need 100,000 skill points for the system to manifest. And what about upgrading the lifespan of my soul rings? Goodness, will I be exhausted in the future? Host need not worry. As your strength increases, the number of skill points gained from tasks will gradually rise. Furthermore, you will have alternative means of acquiring skill points for every goddess-level member of your harem. The system will reward you with between 1,000 to 10,000 skill points, the system clarified. Wow, are you compelling me to establish a harem? Su Ran's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within him. He mused that rather than exhausting himself on tasks, pursuing romantic interests would yield dual benefits. One goddess-level partner could yield several thousand skill points, possibly even 10,000. But what does goddess level entail? Su Ran couldn't help but ask. Goddess level is a special classification based on a woman's beauty, physique, talent, strength, and other comprehensive attributes. This threshold is set to prevent the host from whimsically seeking out unsuitable partners for skill points, the system elucidated. So, a girl like Cui Hua would not yield any rewards even if included in the harem, while someone like Xu Qing would. Su Ran quickly grasped the system's intention. This goddess level was a safeguard against Su Ran exploiting the system. Indeed, the system affirmed. Then why is my harem still empty? I'm Xu Qing's fiancé. Doesn't he that make her part of my harem? Su Ran pondered, soon realizing the implications displayed on the system interface. Then please allocate those 500 skill points to enhance the lifespan of my soul rings, Su Ran instructed. The first soul ring should increase by 3,000 years. The second by 1,000 years, and the third by 1,000 years. Ding. The lifespans of your first, second, and third soul rings were originally 300 years, 600 years, and 2,000 years, respectively. After using skill points, they have now become 3,300 years, 1,600 years, and 3,000 years. As the system's voice echoed, Su Ran felt a subtle stirring deep within his soul, and his soul power noticeably strengthened, signaling the successful enhancement of his soul rings. 3,000-year soul rings, if revealed, would surely astound others, Su Ran murmured, unable to suppress a smile. He eagerly anticipated the day he could elevate all his soul rings to 10,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. At that point, none could impede his path. Chapter 35, Xiao's thoughts that night. Su Ran and Xiao arrived at Soto City. They found a hotel to rest for the night before exiting the city through the southern gate, continuing their journey southward. Soto City is located in the Baloch Kingdom, a region bordering the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Whenever war breaks out between the two nations, Baloch Kingdom becomes the front line for the Heaven Do Empire. As the second largest city within Baloch Kingdom, Soto City is neither too large nor too small. For Su Ran, the most crucial aspect was its proximity to Star Luo City, Heaven Do City, and the Star Do Forest. In this region, running between these three locations is quite advantageous. After all, his current identity is linked to the Zhu family, and he would frequently need to travel there. Moreover, with the powerful forces residing in Heaven Do City, it would become a regular destination for him. The Star Do Forest is also significant, as once his true identity as a divine beast is revealed, he would undoubtedly need to explore the area. Most importantly, as a divine beast, establishing a harem in the Star Do Forest would be considerably easier. Guyuna, Bai Ji, ZG, and the three-eyed golden lion are all potential sources of skill points. Moreover, should he successfully pursue Guyuna, the reward would undoubtedly be no less than 10,000 skill points. The three-eyed golden lion, also a divine beast, would be relatively straightforward to court. Su Ran Gij. Where's the Shrek Academy we are headed to? Isn't it in Soto City? Xiao complained, having walked for quite some time after exiting Soto City. Surrounded only by vast farmlands devoid of any buildings, she found it hard to believe that a prestigious Soul Master Academy would be situated in such a rural area. You're not mistaken, Shrek Academy is indeed in the countryside. It is precisely because it is located here that I dared to bring you. In a bustling city, it would be far less safe. If you were to encounter a formidable opponent, troubles could arise. However, Shrek Academy is undoubtedly secure, Su Ran replied with a smile. Most importantly, the instructors at Shrek Academy possess amiable temperaments. Anyone willing to establish an academy in the countryside after achieving the rank of Soul Sage or Soul Emperor must possess commendable character. What do you mean by bringing me here? Aren't you going to study at Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu asked, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. She couldn't help but worry that Su Ran might abandon her after delivering her to the academy. I will also attend Shrek Academy, but I will arrive a bit later. I have some matters to attend to. You should understand that, like you, I have my own human identity, Su Ran reassured her. Moreover, I have a fiancé. She is of a similar age to you and currently resides in the Star Luo Empire, named Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran stated directly, laying bare the nature of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. A fiancé? Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, leaving her momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Su Ran. She had never anticipated that Su Ran already had a fiancé. Su Ran, you are too wicked, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pouting as she gazed at him. Her eyes brimming with unshed tears of grievance, her discontent palpable upon her face. After spending these days in Su Ran's company, she had come to regard him as the closest person to her. Yet now, the individual she held dear had already pledged himself to another, igniting her feelings of frustration. Throughout this time, she had tacitly accepted certain behaviors of Su Ran, which implicitly acknowledged his status. Why are you crying? Su Ran tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes. What else could it be? It's because you're bullying me. You already have a fiancé outside. Why treat me so well? Xiao Wu retorted, a hint of anger in her gaze as she pinched the soft flesh at Su Ran's waist. Upon seeing the pain flicker across his face, she felt a sense of vindication. I feel so wronged. Is it a crime to treat you well? Su Ran exclaimed, feeling unjustly accused. He had been quite reserved during this period, having done nothing inappropriate toward Xiao Wu. Humph, no need to argue, Xiao Wu said with a serious expression, still displaying traces of her unhappiness. Su Ran, you are truly shameless. Despite having a fiancé, you are still so lecherous. You have touched me and pretended to be innocent. Now that you have made me feel this way, you wish to distance yourself? I'm tired and don't want to walk anymore. Carry me, Xiao Wu declared with a haughty stomp of her foot. All right, Su Ran nodded, slightly bending at the waist, and Xiao Wu leapt onto his back. Her form was light, posing no burden to Su Ran. Su Ran, do not entertain any impure thoughts. Xiao Wu cautioned, feeling a twinge of regret now that she was perched upon his back. They had not yet reached such an intimate level, and her previous actions could easily be construed as playful affection. However, the realization that Su Ran already had a fiancé ignited her anger anew, prompting her to raise her delicate fist and lightly pound his back. Su Ran journeyed southward with Xiao Wu trailing behind him. Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed, remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to Su Ran's actions. It was unclear whether this urgency stemmed from her awareness of Su Ran's engagement or from some other matter. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had already secured a significant place in her heart. Su Ran assisted her in unveiling Tang San's true nature. Su Ran, being a divine beast, would also aid her in seeking vengeance in the future. In terms of both emotion and reason, Su Ran has become the most significant person in Xiao Wu's life. Following the dissolution of her relationship with Tang San, Su Ran emerged as the sole emotional anchor in her heart. Furthermore, Su Ran, as a soul beast, surpasses Tang San in perfection, as he is also a divine beast who can help her avenge her mother. Thus, under the influence of countless factors, Su Ran has evidently become the only individual Xiao Wu trusts and relies upon in the human world. With these influences at play, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Su Ran has been developing at a remarkable pace. Although there have not yet been any substantial changes, they have only known each other for a few days. When Tang San returns to Shrek Academy, it is likely that everything will come to a definitive conclusion. At that time, Xiao Wu will wholeheartedly cherish Su Ran, and it will be too late for Tang San to mend their relationship. Under Su Ran's influence, Xiao Wu has already begun to harbor shadows of doubt regarding Tang San. If Tang San were to come to Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu might remain cautious, suspecting that Tang San is intentionally pursuing them, ready to seize their soul rings and bones at any moment. This is the tragic reality of Tang San's situation. Regardless of his actions, Xiao Wu will always perceive them negatively. Chapter 36. The shameless thoughts of Mu Bai. Finally, they have arrived. Su Ran gazed at the quaint village ahead and couldn't help but exclaim. In recent days, he had traveled from Luo City to Notting City, and then from Notting City to Soto City. Although most of the journey was spent in a carriage, he still felt a sense of fatigue. After escorting Xiao Wu to Soto City, he would need to return to Luo City to meet Zhu Zhuqing. Sigh, being a man is exhausting. It is not only during such times that one feels weary, there are countless moments of fatigue. After all, the burden on a man is heavy. Most of the time, it is the man who is active while the woman rests. It is no wonder he feels tired. Here, brother Su Ran, you must be joking. Xiao Wu, perched on Su Ran's back, lifted her head to look in the direction he indicated, only to see a small village. The village appeared to consist of merely 100 households, hardly large by village standards. Would there truly be a prestigious Soul Master Academy here? Shrek Academy is indeed rather dilapidated. However, the teachers within possess formidable strength. Even the weakest among them is at the Soul Emperor level. And there are also 3 Soul Saints, Su Ran explained to Xiao Wu. So strong? If they possess such strength, why establish an academy in such a remote location? Xiao Wu inquired, intrigued. In such a desolate place, no sane individual would choose to enroll, and if it weren't for Su Ran, she would never have considered visiting such an academy. Shrek Academy has stringent admission criteria. Even in a bustling city, it would be meaningless to seek enrollees. Moreover, to become a student at Shrek Academy, one must be under the age of 13 and possess a strength exceeding level 20. Such requirements are met by very few individuals. So strict? Are they aiming to cultivate monsters? Xiao Wu remarked, unable to contain her thoughts. Even a prodigy of such caliber would likely choose to develop within the Spirit Hall. She had to admit the might of the Spirit Hall, which towers above all Soul Master sects and academies. That place is the sanctum for Soul Masters. Although she harbored grievances against the Spirit Hall, she could not deny this reality. Shrek Academy has a motto: better to have less than to have excess. The teachers at Shrek Academy aspire for it to evolve into an institution dedicated to nurturing extraordinary talents. As Su Ran spoke, he made his way toward the village, which was quiet at this time, being the busy season for farming. Su Ran and Xiao Wu, both adorned in splendid attire, exuded an air of exceptional elegance. The young man, with his strikingly arched brows and starry eyes, wielded a 3-foot-long sword with remarkable poise. The young woman, possessing a visage of exquisite beauty, donned a powder blue embroidered gown that accentuated her delicate features. Their appearance inevitably drew the gaze of many onlookers. Some farmers shook their heads, lamenting the plight of yet another pair of naive youths deceived into attending this dubious academy. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing their concerns, for the students of Shrek Academy relied upon them for sustenance and lodging. The more students they had, the greater their profit. Such a stunning girl. An astonished voice rang out from behind them. 2 young men had approached Su Ran and Xiao Wu. The one on the left was plump and sturdy looking, with short hair and small eyes. His chubby cheeks were adorned with nascent whiskers, resembling the whiskers of a rat. The other, on the right, possessed flowing golden locks and eyes that gleamed with an unnerving allure. He gazed intently at Xiao Wu, as though she were his prey. Xiao Wu, already remarkably beautiful, appeared even more enchanting after Su Ran's meticulous grooming. Her silky black hair was elegantly braided into a neat plait that cascaded past her calves. Clad in a powder blue gown cinched at the waist with a pink sash, her developing figure was accentuated, and although her bosom was not yet ample, her slender waist was enviable to many women. These 2 were none other than Ma Hongjun and Mu Bai, who had just returned from the Soul Arena in Soto City. Hello, beautiful. I presume you are here to enroll in Shrek Academy? Mu Bai spoke, his gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, stirring something within him. Although the young woman's physique was not fully developed, he understood that such women possessed a unique allure. Especially her vivacious and playful demeanor was utterly captivating. Such beauty might rival that of his fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, from the Star Luo Empire. Though Zhu Zhuqing was undeniably lovely, she often wore a cold demeanor, as if he owed her something. Mu Bai believed he deserved her respect. As her betrothed, she ought to understand the dynamics of their relationship. He felt a twinge of resentment, particularly when he reflected on Zhu Zhuqing's perfect form and radiant beauty. If only she would willingly be with him, he would not seek the company of other women. The twin beauties, while attractive, were merely trifles to him, incomparable to Zhu Zhuqing's unmatched allure. Yet, he was confident that one day, Zhu Zhuqing would find herself in his embrace, destined to be his. Oh, Xiao Wu replied coolly, her gaze icy as she suppressed her dissatisfaction with a subtle nod. Allow me to escort you to the academy. Although today is not an enrollment day for Shrek Academy, if we intervene, you may still gain admission, provided you meet the criteria, Mu Bai said, reaching for Xiao Wu's hand with an insidious smile. Entering Shrek Academy is no simple feat. The Academy's motto, only monsters are accepted, may be dismissed by many, yet it consistently attracts rebellious scions from prominent families. However, most of these individuals rarely pass the assessments, and the striking girl before him seemed no exception. He had already devised a plan to win her heart. First, by leveraging his influence to facilitate her admission, followed by a few dinners together to ensnare her affections. These sheltered young ladies were easily deceived. Should she fail the assessment, it would be all the more convenient. After all, there exists a term for such fleeting encounters. Ouch! Mu Bai abruptly gasped, jolted from his reverie by an excruciating pain in his hand. Su Ran had seized his wrist, applying such force that it caused Mu Bai's face to twitch with discomfort. Ever since Su Ran awakened his Qilin bloodline, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced, rivaling that of a Soul Emperor. Congratulations, host, for triggering a task. Teach Mu Bai a lesson. Based on the impact inflicted, skill points ranging from 100 to 200 will be awarded, the system chimed. Su Ran couldn't help but smile. He had intended to discipline Mu Bai, and fate had presented the perfect opportunity. Let go of me, Mu Bai exclaimed, his scalp prickling with pain as he struggled to withdraw his hand. only to find Su Ran's grip unfathomably strong. How could this youth, seemingly younger than himself, possess such might? He was a prodigy of the Dai family, a peerless genius with the white tiger martial soul. No one could compare to him, not even Oscar or Ma Hongjun. Release me at once. Dai Mu Bai's muscles twitched from the pain. If this insolent youth persisted, he would have no choice but to unleash his martial soul to teach him a lesson. Yet, even if endowed with innate strength, he knew this world was not governed by mere country bumpkins. Very well, Su Ran said, relinquishing his hold. Dai Mu Bai stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. A laugh escaped Xiao Wu's lips at the sight, her gaze toward Dai Mu Bai laced with disdain. You dare mock me? Dai Mu Bai snarled. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dirt, his fury ignited. Since Dai Mu Bai arrived at Shrek Academy, he has never encountered such humiliation in all these years. Here, with his exceptional talent, he has enjoyed considerable influence, even in Soto City, where many beautiful women have willingly devoted themselves to him. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never been subjected to such mockery. It was clear to him that Su Ran had intentionally let go at that moment, seeking to embarrass him. Mocking you? So what? My woman is not someone you can touch, Su Ran coldly remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai was indeed shameless. He had the audacity to flirt with Xiao Wu right in front of him. How could he lose his fiancé, and still attempt to pursue Xiao Wu? What a joke. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Xiao Wu felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, secretly delighted. Did this mean she was considered his woman? Yet, he already had a fiancé. Was he attempting to claim both? How wicked. Xiao Wu pouted, looking at Su Ran, her heart stirring with a mix of irritation and joy. Despite her annoyance at his flirtations, she held her tongue. In the realm of soul beasts, it was quite common for men to have multiple wives. She was merely feeling a touch of jealousy. Your woman? Humph. What does that matter? Since ancient times, beautiful women have been paired with heroes. How could a weakling deserve a beauty? Dai Mu Bai declared, having already dismissed Su Ran as someone with innate strength but lacking true power. After all, sheer brute strength meant little if not accompanied by skill. Oh. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, astonished at Dai Mu Bai's audacity. He had never witnessed someone so brazen. Just moments ago, he had been at Su Ran's mercy. Yet now he dared to act so arrogantly. Did he truly believe himself to be the only genius in this world? If he were a true genius, he would confront Davis directly instead of hiding. What a fool. Dai Mu Bai's fiancé had already been drawn away from him. What was he worth? However, he was not yet ready to reveal his connection with Zhu Zhuqing to Dai Mu Bai. He would wait until he and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Shrek Academy together. Then he would show off. Humph, the audacity of youth. Seeing the disdain in Su Ran's gaze infuriated Dai Mu Bai. He glared at Su Ran and unleashed his martial soul. White tiger, manifest. He bellowed, and a blinding white light erupted from his form. His arms spread wide. His chest puffed out, and a cacophony of cracks echoed as his muscles expanded, stretching his robes taut. Beneath him, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose, revealing his undeniable strength as a 37th level soul master. Dai Mu Bai, what are you doing? They are here to join Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun interjected, unable to contain himself as the situation escalated. Dai Mu Bai was immensely powerful, a 37th level soul master with a formidable martial soul, the White Tiger. If trouble were to ensue, it would be disastrous. Humph, here to apply to Shrek Academy? Every year, numerous applicants come to our school, yet how many pass the trials? Today, I shall personally assess their abilities. If they are lacking, they should return home. Even if they are fortunate enough to join Shrek Academy, they must abide by the rules. Upon encountering seniors, they must show respect. A shadow of gloom passed through Dai Mu Bai's eyes. Having lost face before Su Ran, he was determined to regain his honor. He would not allow others to think of him as someone easy to bully. He was Dai Mu Bai, and he was no pushover. Ma Hongjun glanced at Dai Mu Bai, then at Su Ran and Xiao Wu, choosing not to speak further, and hurried into the academy. Though he had his vices, he was not foolish enough to provoke trouble. If the teachers learned that he and Dai Mu Bai had obstructed prospective students and acted against them, he would surely suffer repercussions. Ma Hongjun, come back. Dai Mu Bai called out, caught off guard. But Ma Hongjun ignored him, sprinting towards the academy. He was no fool. He had no desire to be punished alongside Dai Mu Bai for instigating trouble. Dai Mu Bai seemed to receive leniency from the teachers for reasons unknown. Perhaps due to his status, while Ma Hongjun knew that any misstep on his part would lead to severe consequences. Most importantly, he sensed that the two newcomers possessed formidable strength. The saying goes that those embroiled in a situation often miss the truth, while observers see clearly. He noticed that when the young man had shaken hands with Dai Mu Bai, his demeanor was remarkably calm, exuding an air of ease, while Dai Mu Bai struggled to break free, using all his strength. The young man had even humiliated Dai Mu Bai intentionally. He could not possibly be a nobody. Given their ambition to join Shrek Academy, they undoubtedly knew it only accepted geniuses. Dai Mu Bai was a student there, his talents and abilities not to be underestimated. In light of this, to challenge Dai Mu Bai was no small matter. These two might very well possess identities and strengths surpassing his own. Hence, he wisely chose to distance himself from Dai Mu Bai. The last thing he wanted was to provoke the wrong individuals, making his life at the academy difficult. Damn it. Mu Bai muttered under his breath, frustrated that Ma Hongjun had abandoned him after he had just taken him to find the twin sisters. Humph. Don't think the arrival of the dean will save you. I shall deal with you before he arrives. Mu Bai turned his gaze to Su Ran, speaking with a haughty demeanor. In this remote place, he had no faith that any true genius would appear, despite being a fugitive seeking refuge at Shrek Academy. He remained a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and such status endowed him with a sense of pride. And you, he added, directing his cold gaze at Xiao Wu. As a woman, aligning with the wrong person could lead to a lifetime of regret. Although the girl was beautiful, she was evidently oblivious to the situation. She had just mocked him, which had wounded his pride and left him feeling humiliated. He was determined to show her that offending a genius had its consequences. Once he defeated her boyfriend, she would likely regret crossing a genius, perhaps even begging for his favor. He had witnessed such scenarios countless times before, and it seemed he was on the verge of experiencing it again. Whether to fight or not, you certainly have a lot to say, Xiao Wu pouted. Regarding Mu Bai, as if he were a spectacle, she had never encountered someone so presumptuous, predicting outcomes before any confrontation had even begun. What did 37th level soul power mean in Su Ran's presence? As a spirit beast, despite her own transformation, her power was undeniably formidable. The soft bone rabbit might not be regarded as a powerful soul beast among its kind. Its spirit beast possessed more than mere luck. A millennium-old spirit beast could rival an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. How could Su Ran's strength be underestimated? Very well, I shall defeat him to demonstrate my point. Mu Bai, possessing the white tiger martial spirit, stands at the esteemed rank of 37th level soul master. He respectfully requests your guidance. With his martial spirit and level declared, Mu Bai gazes upon Su Ran with keen interest. Upon witnessing this, Su Ran no longer hesitated, tightening his grip on the god-slaying sword. A layer of icy murderous intent enveloped his gaze as 3 purple soul rings gracefully ascended beneath him. The moment his martial soul was unleashed, a surge of soul power coursed through him, imbuing the god-slaying sword with an increasingly formidable presence. Although Su Ran could wield the sword like an ordinary object in his everyday life, without the release of his martial soul, he could not truly unleash its formidable power nor employ any soul techniques. In the absence of his martial soul, the god-slaying sword remained merely an exceptionally sharp weapon. Yet, Su Ran chose to carry it with him at all times, for he sensed an almost sentient bond with the sword, as if it were attuned to him. With their affinity steadily growing, Su Ran, martial soul, god-slaying sword, and a soul rank of 32. Please offer your guidance, he stated. Having recently advanced in his cultivation to reach the 32nd level, Su Ran unleashed his martial soul, and upon witnessing it, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Su Ran's soul ring configuration was merely the standard 2 yellow and 1 purple. Now, however, it had entirely transformed into a set of millennium soul rings. Moreover, the age of these rings was notably impressive. The purple ring's saturation was not overly profound, yet it was far from being shallow. Is Su Ran a monster? Is this the terrifying nature of the auspicious beast? Xiao Wu thought in astonishment. She had only heard of auspicious beasts in legends, unaware of their other abilities. However, she understood that to be revered as the emperor of soul beasts, the power of an auspicious beast must be extraordinarily formidable, far beyond mere auspicious signs. Mu Bai, too, was rendered speechless by shock. He had believed Su Ran to possess innate divine strength, never anticipating that Su Ran was a prodigy. 3 purple soul rings, such a configuration was utterly astonishing. Historically, a soul master possessing a standard soul ring configuration was already hailed as a genius, while those with configurations surpassing the standard were deemed monsters. Yet, even a monster could not achieve such a feat. The first soul ring being a millennium old was simply too terrifying. Could it be that Su Ran absorbed the soul ring from a 1,000-year soul beast at the mere rank of 10? How could he accomplish this? How did you manage to do this? Even the prodigies of the Spirit Hall could not possibly possess such a soul ring configuration. Mu Bai could not help but exclaim. His gaze towards Su Ran filled with trepidation. I am not only endowed with innate divine strength, my physical prowess is inherently formidable. A mere 1,000-year soul ring is nothing to me, Su Ran replied. Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom passed over Mu Bai's face. He realized that Su Ran was mocking his earlier statement about his innate divine strength, leading to a surge of irritation. So what if you are a prodigy? My soul power is 2 levels higher than yours. I can still crush you, Mu Bai retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as he unleashed a torrent of soul power towards Su Ran. Chapter 39, Mu Bai Seeks Mercy. Mu Bai was acutely aware of Su Ran's formidable strength, prompting him to unleash his 3rd soul skill. A purple halo radiated beneath him, and his aura grew increasingly robust. Feeling the surging soul power coursing through him, Mu Bai's confidence was rekindled. As a prince, he had always been imbued with a strong sense of self-assurance. He charged towards Su Ran with speed, his tiger claws thick and powerful, adorned with glistening silver blades. Mu Bai roared, lunging his claws towards Su Ran's head. In contrast to Mu Bai's flamboyant movements, Su Ran remained remarkably calm. Gripping the obsidian sword sheath with his left hand, he slowly grasped the hilt with his right, a hint of derision gracing his features. Blood slaughter, Su Ran stated coolly, drawing the god-slaying sword from its pitch-black sheath. As the first soul ring beneath Su Ran shimmered, a thick scent of blood enveloped him. And the dark blade of the god-slaying sword transformed into a deep crimson hue at the very moment the soul ring ignited, almost simultaneously with the sword's unsheathing. Mu Bai and Xiao Wu experienced a chilling sensation that sent shivers down their spines. Xiao Wu, startled, turned her gaze towards Su Ran, who, with his striking features and captivating eyes, appeared exceptionally handsome. Yet, at that moment, his eyes had turned blood red, exuding a thirst for blood. In that instant, Su Ran resembled a god of death emerging from the depths of hell. The overwhelming aura of bloodlust surrounding him evoked a visceral reaction, akin to confronting a venomous serpent. If Xiao Wu felt this way, Mu Bai, facing Su Ran directly, was engulfed by an inexplicable chill that caused him to tremble involuntarily. Even as he lunged towards Su Ran, before Mu Bai could react, a streak of crimson sword light, saturated with the essence of blood, surged towards his transformed tiger paw. The speed of the sword light was breathtaking, carrying with it a sinister aura that seemed to select its prey. With a swift strike, the sword light cleaved through Mu Bai's tiger paw, severing the sharp, silver-white claws as if they were mere paper, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like incision. A cry of agony escaped Mu Bai's lips as an intense pain washed over him. He stared in terror at his hand, realizing that the once indomitable claws bestowed by his white tiger martial spirit had been effortlessly severed. Although his white tiger martial spirit relied primarily on its paw strength, those claws had significantly augmented his power. Now, they lay broken. Mu Bai's gaze fell upon his hand, where, aside from the jagged remnants of his claws, a large portion of the flesh at his fingertips had been sliced away. The wound pulsated with a lingering aura of blood-red sword energy, exacerbating his injury and inflicting excruciating torment, akin to salt being poured into a festering wound. A sharp intake of breath escaped Mu Bai as he stared at the gaping cut, a wave of dread washing over him. The fact that a single strike could effortlessly sever the 5 most hardened claws of his palm hinted that losing an entire arm would be a trivial feat, I concede. This time, I admit defeat, Mu Bai declared, his voice unwavering. In his transformed state as the white tiger, he had reached his peak strength. Yet it was still insufficient to withstand Su Ran's blade. He regarded Su Ran with a cold stare. As a senior of Shrek Academy, he resolved that if Su Ran wished to mingle within the academy, he would undoubtedly relent and have no other choice. For a newcomer to strike a senior on their very first day was hardly a commendable act. In this world, one must eventually repay their debts. My woman is not someone you can covet, Su Ran replied coldly, dismissing Mu Bai as a mere lecher, who, despite his infatuation, had abandoned Zhu Zhuqing. Faced with a strong adversary, he cowered, yet he would flaunt his arrogance against the weak. Just moments ago, he had his eyes set on Xiao Wu. Had it been anyone else, this enchanting girl would likely have fallen prey to Mu Bai's deceit long ago. Su Ran paid no heed to Mu Bai and, with a single sweep of his sword, unleashed a crimson arc that grazed Mu Bai's arm. The fabric of his clothing was instantly severed, exposing a swath of flesh that was also cruelly sliced away. Ah, it hurts. Mu Bai could not suppress a pained cry, staring in shock at Su Ran. He never anticipated that Su Ran would display such a lack of decorum. Even after he had conceded defeat, Su Ran continued to assault him with such ferocity. Accustomed to wielding authority, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that it was he who had first attempted to provoke Su Ran's woman. And he had forgotten that he was the one who had initially unleashed his martial spirit to teach Su Ran a lesson. He thought that a mere admission of defeat would allow him to retreat, yet Su Ran had no intention of letting him off the hook. Had he offended anyone other than Su Ran today, others might have opted to relent. After all, to recklessly provoke a prodigious soul master endowed with a top-tier offensive martial spirit seemed unwise. However, Su Ran harbored no such reservations. Mu Bai's status held little significance in Su Ran's eyes. In fact, had he disclosed Mu Bai's whereabouts to Davis, the latter would have swiftly acted to eliminate him. In the Heaven Do Empire, the death of Mu Bai would go unnoticed, and if Davis were to learn that Mu Bai was so conveniently hidden away, he would likely be overjoyed. After all, what issue could arise from the demise of an unidentified individual in a secluded valley? Had Mu Bai been in the capital of Heaven Do, the situation would have been considerably more complicated, as it would have been easy to reveal that he was responsible for orchestrating Mu Bai's death. Su Ran, must it be this way? I promise I shall never again provoke your woman. I want to even dare to glance in her direction, Mu Bai pleaded, as he beheld the icy gaze of Su Ran, reminiscent of one observing a lifeless corpse. A wave of fear washed over him. Su Ran's strength far surpassed his own. If the battle with Su Ran were to continue, he might even face death. Therefore, disregarding his dignity as a prince, he pleaded for mercy. It was too late. Su Ran coldly stated, showing no sympathy for Mu Bai, and with another swing of his sword, a piece of flesh from his intact arm was severed. Su Ran's greatest disdain lies in the thought of others coveting his woman. Although he and Xiao Wu have yet to establish a definitive relationship, in his heart, she is already regarded as his. The individuals he desires are destined to be solely his. His heart is not so magnanimous. The mere sight of the woman he cherishes being embraced by another, and potentially bearing their child, is intolerable to him. His view of love is rooted in a selfish possessiveness. If one cannot possess, then what is love? It is all nonsense. Chapter 40. Who is your precious Xiao? Mu Bai's first and third soul rings shimmered simultaneously, once again activating the form of the white tiger King Kong. Concurrently, a protective white light shield enveloped him. Shortly thereafter, his second soul ring ignited, and a vast brilliance coalesced in an instant. Accompanied by a fierce roar, a milky white sphere of light erupted from his mouth. In a brief span, he unleashed the three soul abilities: White Tiger Guardian Shield, White Tiger Blazing Wave, and White Tiger King Kong Transformation. It must be acknowledged that Mu Bai is not without merit. His innate talent is commendable. To release three soul abilities in one breath is a feat that few can achieve within the realm of soul sovereigns. Although Su Ran looked down upon Mu Bai's character, he still acknowledged his talent. However, Mu Bai's abilities, while exceptional compared to the average person, paled in comparison to Su Ran. In his presence, Su Ran could only deem him woefully inadequate, even pitiably weak. With a forceful step, Su Ran charged forward without any attempt to evade, sword raised against Mu Bai. Although Su Ran possessed the agility to easily defeat Mu Bai, known for his offensive prowess, he scorned such tactics. He aimed to demonstrate the vast chasm that separated them. Flash! Su Ran exclaimed sharply. A brilliant sword light cleaving through the white tiger's fierce light wave unleashed by Mu Bai. A thunderous sound erupted as the wave was severed. And Su Ran swiftly closed the distance, standing before Mu Bai. Upon seeing Su Ran's figure, Mu Bai's heart raced with dread. He was met with an overwhelmingly terrifying sword light that consumed his consciousness before he could react. With a resounding thud, Mu Bai collapsed. A shallow sword mark etched across his face, extending from his brow to the center of his legs. A fine line of blood quickly oozed forth, staining his body crimson. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 200 skill points. Su Ran, brother. Seeing Mu Bai fall, Xiao hurried to Su Ran's side. Grasping his sleeve, her delicate face betraying her concern. Do not worry, I have been judicious. I have spared his life, Su Ran replied coolly, sheathing his god-slaying sword and retracting his martial soul, allowing his expression to return to normal. Su Ran, brother, the aura you exuded moments ago was terrifying. Akin to a demon risen from hell, Xiao Wu remarked, tightening her grip on his sleeve, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. Only upon seeing the familiar Su Ran did she feel a sense of relief. That is only because of you. Who dares harbor ill intentions towards my precious Xiao Wu? Had it been someone else, I would have undoubtedly killed him, Su Ran stated, acknowledging the formidable power bestowed upon him by the system. His first soul skill, Blood Slaughter, was imbued with a chilling, killing intent that even affected him. However, in his god of slaughter form, the power of blood slaughter intensified significantly. Su Ran, brother, you are being absurd. Who is your precious Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she dismissed all other thoughts, fixating on Su Ran's earlier declaration to Mu Bai. He had claimed her as his woman. How shameless. She had yet to agree. Moreover, he forbade others from having feelings for her. Who would dare to love her in the future? How would she ever marry? What can be done? I am a divine beast. I declare that you cannot marry anyone else, Su Ran chuckled, teasing Xiao Wu. Su Ran, brother, you are too wicked. If you do not allow me to marry, what am I to do? Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, her face bright red. She lowered her gaze, fixated on her crystal shoes shimmering in the sunlight. Her small feet, clad in stockings, fidgeting restlessly. Her heart raced, pounding wildly. Su Ran was not mistaken. As long as the auspicious beast desired to procreate, the entire spirit beast realm would be stirred. Her mother had once told her that if the auspicious beast were to take a consort, all 10,000-year female spirit beasts would be more than willing, and even those who were reluctant would have no choice but to comply, provided the auspicious beast showed interest. This was due to the paramount significance of the auspicious beast to the spirit beast race. The abilities to enhance growth speed and increase the chances of transcending tribulations were enough to drive all spirit beasts into a frenzy. The rarity of auspicious beasts meant that once one perished, it could take countless years for another to emerge, as they were born in accordance with the celestial fortunes of heaven and earth. However, if an auspicious beast reproduced, there would be a substantial chance of giving birth to another. Moreover, when two auspicious beasts wed, the probability of producing offspring would be even higher. This was a scientifically sound principle, validated through countless years of trials by formidable spirit beasts. The status of auspicious beasts was exceedingly elevated, and their propagation was naturally of utmost importance to the spirit beast community. Regrettably, auspicious beasts held themselves in high regard, showing no interest even in female spirit beasts of 10,000 years. Furthermore, they were extremely indifferent to matters of reproduction. Even fierce beasts could not manipulate the situation, for auspicious beasts were the sovereigns of spirit beasts, and none dared to coerce them into such affairs. As harbingers of good fortune, any disrespect towards an auspicious beast could likely provoke ominous omens. Therefore, should Su Ran desire her, even if she were to refuse, the entire spirit beast clan would pressure her into acquiescence. After all, it was a rare occurrence to have an auspicious beast interested in such matters. The propagation of auspicious beasts must not be marred by any unforeseen events. Fear not, for even if you come to love another in the future, as long as his character is commendable, I shall not oppose your union, Su Ran assured, gently wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Of course, despite such words, should the situation arise, Su Ran would undoubtedly eliminate that person with a swift strike. Brother Su Ran, I shall not fall for anyone else. However, I need some time, Xiao Wu replied, lowering her head, feeling the gentle caress of Su Ran's hand, surprisingly not objecting. She too harbored a certain fondness for Su Ran. Setting aside other considerations, both Su Ran and she had undergone the reformation of spirit beasts, which fostered a unique bond between them. After all, the secrets she once feared to voice could now be shared with Su Ran. Additionally, as a sovereign among spirit beasts, the influence of auspicious beasts within the spirit beast realm was profound. Should Su Ran genuinely cherish her, her marriage to him and the bearing of offspring would also constitute a responsibility as a spirit beast. Yet, she required more time to digest these thoughts. Despite her budding feelings for Su Ran, it was implausible to agree so swiftly, especially to voice such an agreement was something she found difficult. Mu Bai awoke from his stupor, feeling excruciating pain coursing through his body, his head spinning. He attempted to call for help, yet found himself devoid of any strength, unable even to utter a word. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Su Ran and Xiao Wu in a display of affection, causing him to faint once more in frustration. Despite his grievous injuries, which made him feel as though death was imminent, they appeared unperturbed in their display of affection, driving him to a state of utter exasperation, leading to another bout of unconsciousness. Chapter 41. Confrontation with Flinder. When Ma Hongjun arrived again, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man, who appeared to be around 50 years of age, robust in stature. His face bore distinctive features, a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat visage, and a slightly hooked nose. He wore a pair of black-framed rectangular glasses, exuding an air of cunning. This man was none other than Flinder, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, as well as Ma Hongjun's mentor. At that moment, Flinder and Ma Hongjun, one old and one young, stared in disbelief at the scene before them, rendered speechless. They were both astounded. They were well aware of Mu Bai's talent and strength. A soul master at level 37, with the formidable white tiger martial soul, his prowess was not to be underestimated among soul masters. Yet now, he lay grievously injured, bloodied and with several areas of flesh even stripped away. Witnessing this, they could no longer remain calm. It was well known that Mu Bai possessed considerable combat experience. Having fought in the Great Soul Arena for an extensive period, he was no ordinary opponent. Just how terrifying must the individual be who had inflicted such injuries upon him? Flinder cast a deep glance at Su Ran, recognizing that the wounds on Mu Bai were evidently inflicted by a remarkably sharp weapon, while Su Ran held a sleek black sword in his hand. Piecing together the reports from Ma Hongjun, he began to understand the situation. Take Mu Bai to find Zhao Wujing for treatment, Flinder instructed after assessing Mu Bai's condition. Although the injuries appeared severe, he noted that they were not particularly deep, and thus he was not overly concerned for Mu Bai's safety. Understood, teacher, Ma Hongjun nodded, glancing at Mu Bai's wounds before casting a deep look at Su Ran, unable to suppress a shiver. Fortunately, he had been wise enough not to join Mu Bai in bullying newcomers, otherwise, he might have fared even worse. If Mu Bai had suffered such injuries, as merely a great soul master, he would have been utterly defenseless against Su Ran. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun could not help but elevate Su Ran and Xiao Wu's status in his mind. He realized that these two were not individuals he could provoke, especially the woman. For even as a lecher, he dared not harbor thoughts towards her. Mu Bai had met such a fate simply for his flippant demeanor and attempt to provoke the girl. Ma Hongjun hastily lifted Mu Bai onto his back and took off in a hurry, intending to secure Mu Bai before returning to witness the unfolding drama. Flinder's gaze remained fixed on Su Ran and Xiao Wu, eventually settling on Su Ran. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he could not help but express his astonishment. He sensed that Su Ran's cultivation was at level 32, yet he appeared remarkably youthful. How could someone of this level have defeated Mu Bai, who was at level 37 and possessed substantial combat experience? Flinder murmured to himself. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Flinder, enveloping Su Ran. 7 enormous soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, swirled around him, signifying his cultivation as a soul sage at level 78. Conquer me with your strength, and you shall gain entry into Shrek Academy, Flinder proclaimed, his gaze fixed on Su Ran, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fervor. He understood that he had stumbled upon a treasure, perhaps encountering a prodigious talent. A level 32 individual overpowering a level 37. Such a feat could only belong to a genuine genius. Flinder had observed closely. The sword wounds on Mu Bai were clean and precise, without any sign of deviation. Had Mu Bai possessed even the slightest capability to resist, it would have been impossible for such wounds to be inflicted. All of this indicated that in Flinder's presence, Mu Bai had been rendered utterly powerless, akin to a mere plaything. Flinder unleashed his martial soul, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Ran. He was in no rush to engage, for his intention was merely to assess Su Ran's strength, not to defeat him. As a soul sage, what interest had he in contesting with a soul master? Su Ran nodded, his right hand once more gripping the hilt of his sword. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Shrek's 7 monsters were tasked with enduring under Zhao Wuji's scrutiny for the duration of a single incense stick's burn upon their entry into the academy. Thus, the admission standards of Shrek Academy were considerably more stringent than those of other institutions. He understood that defeating Flandre was not a prerequisite for gaining entry. Rather, it sufficed to showcase his utmost capabilities in Flandre's presence. This alone would be sufficient. Su Ran stood resolutely, gripping the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, Flandre awaited Su Ran's move with bated breath, his curiosity piqued. Su Ran's sword martial soul must be extraordinary. With proper cultivation, he might well emerge as a figure akin to the sword Douluo for their Shrek Academy. A gust of wind swept by, rustling the garments of both men. It was at that moment that Su Ran made his move. Su Ran directly unleashed his martial soul, with 3 dazzling purple soul rings spiraling upwards. At the same time, the first and second soul rings beneath him glimmered, causing him to vanish from his original position in an instant. Star concealment allowed him to temporarily become invisible, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment while significantly enhancing his speed. Blood Kill represented Su Ran's most formidable single-target attack soul skill. The combination of these 2 soul skills might produce an unexpectedly powerful effect. All 3 soul rings were remarkably of the Millennium category. Such a prodigy existed in the world. Flandre muttered to himself, yet the moment Su Ran released his martial soul, he had already acknowledged the young talent. If someone of Su Ran's caliber could not be admitted into the academy, then Shrek Academy might as well cease to exist. Renowned for enrolling only monsters, Shrek Academy had seen talents like Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Mu Bai, who, while gifted, were hardly monstrous. Today, however, Flandre had truly witnessed a marvel. The first soul ring was indeed a Millennium one. Was this not the definition of a monster? A soul master, at the age of 6 or 7, could absorb a Millennium soul ring? Flandre observed closely, realizing that this first soul ring was over 3,000 years old. A Millennium soul ring typically did not possess such a deep purple hue. Lost in thought, a chilling sensation snapped Flandre back to reality. Su Ran had already launched an attack against him. He felt a jolt of alarm as he scanned his surroundings, only to find, to his horror, that he could not sense Su Ran's presence. Flandre understood that Su Ran must have employed some form of invisibility soul skill, and thus he dared not delay. He released his soul power, sending waves of energy radiating outward in an attempt to locate Su Ran's position. Chapter 42, Wounding Flandre. Power approaching that of a soul emperor, it was too late. A voice, calm and lingering, resonated from behind Flandre, causing him to startle. Before he could react, a crimson sword light sliced toward his back. So swift? Flandre gasped in astonishment. He had merely been momentarily distracted by the peculiar nature of Su Ran's soul rings, not anticipating that Su Ran would take advantage of that fleeting moment to appear directly behind him. The power of this strike exceeded his expectations, leaving him in utter shock. Su Ran's strength surpassed his own expectations by a considerable margin. With such prowess and a cunning approach to combat, even an average soul emperor might find themselves at a disadvantage. This level of fighting capability should not be characteristic of a mere soul master. In fact, even Su Ran himself was unaware that his power transcended the mere estimation of being at the Soul King level. His true combat prowess was not far inferior to that of a freshly ascended soul emperor. Being new to the continent, Su Ran lacked familiarity with the combat capabilities expected at various levels. He underestimated his own strength while overestimating that of a Soul King. His most formidable single-target soul skill, Blood Kill, had seen its potency soar after his soul rings reached an age of over 3,000 years. The destructive capacity of Blood Kill was undoubtedly comparable to that of a Soul Emperor's attack. Such formidable power, manifesting so suddenly, left Flandre feeling compelled to remain vigilant. Flandre's second soul skill, Flicker, transformed his arms into a pair of wings, significantly enhancing his speed in that instant. His martial spirit, the four-eyed cat eagle, was a formidable agility-type spirit, enabling him to move with astonishing swiftness. However, over a short distance, that fleeting crimson blade of light inevitably grazed his arm, leaving a thin line of blood that he swiftly concealed. The expression in Flandre's eyes shifted dramatically as he regarded Su Ran. He was acutely aware of the genius standing before him. A 32nd level soul master had managed to injure him, who had unleashed his martial spirit. How could he not be astonished? If he were to recount this incident to Zhao Wujia and others, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. A soul master exhibiting such terrifying strength was a rarity. Although various factors contributed to Su Ran's ability to wound him, such as the proximity of less than 10 meters and the momentary daze caused by Su Ran's 3 purple soul rings, it was undeniable that Su Ran's actual combat power was sufficient to rival that of a soul emperor. Without formidable strength, even with distractions and proximity, Su Ran would not have been capable of inflicting harm upon him. Su Ran, such a prodigy, is destined to achieve accomplishments that may far surpass those of Jian Douluo, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arise. In his youth, Jian Douluo was not nearly as formidable. During his tenure as a soul master, he could only, at best, triumph over a few fortunate encounters against soul sect opponents. How could he possibly rival the terrifying prowess of Su Ran? Su Ran now possesses combat prowess nearly on par with the soul emperor. Such remarkable potential in the younger generation, Flandre remarked, finding himself at a loss for words to adequately express Su Ran's extraordinary talent, which is unparalleled in the world. Even the prodigies of the Spirit Hall cannot rival Su Ran's innate abilities. The first soul ring is a millennium old. Who else could achieve such a feat? Likely no one. At the very least, he had never encountered anyone besides Su Ran with a millennium as their first soul ring. Dean Flandre, have we passed the assessment? Su Ran inquired with a smile, sheathing his god-slaying sword. In this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. You have indeed passed. Your current abilities can rival those of a Soul Emperor. If you cannot pass, then our Shrek Academy has no reason to continue. However, there are still some formalities we must observe, Flandre stated, his gaze igniting with fervor as he grasped Su Ran's arm, assessing his bone age. 12 years old. With formidable physical strength akin to that of an ordinary Soul Emperor, Flandre murmured, unable to conceal his astonishment. He had presumed Su Ran's strength to be comparable to that of Mu Bai, only to discover he was merely 12. At such a tender age, possessing such terrifying power. The term prodigy hardly suffices to describe him. Having finished his examination, Flandre turned his attention to Xiao Wu, who instinctively extended her arm for Flandre to assess. 12 years old, level 28 Great Soul Master, Flandre noted upon completing his assessment. You both need not undergo any further evaluations. You are now direct students of Shrek Academy. By the way, please declare your martial souls so I can register you. Flandre spoke with excitement, for in his eyes, Su Ran alone was more valuable than the collective worth of all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. Under such circumstances, why would he impose unnecessary tests? A talent of this caliber deserves respect wherever they go. Su Ran, 12 years old, level 32 Soul Scholar, Martial Soul God-Slaying Sword. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, level 28 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul Soft-Boned Rabbit. The two shared their information for Flandre's records. At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Brother Ran. Sister Xiao Wu, welcome to Shrek Academy. If you encounter any difficulties here, feel free to seek my assistance. Although my strength is lacking, I am quite familiar with the surroundings. Having just tossed Mu Bai to Zhao Wujie, he hurried back and witnessed the previous scene. His teacher, Flandre, a formidable soul sage, had been bested by Su Ran. He noticed the injury on Flandre's hand, which the latter concealed well, but Ma Hongjun still perceived it. Furthermore, the teacher had mentioned that Su Ran's combat power was nearing that of a Soul Emperor. Such prowess is indeed comparable to that of the faculty. Moreover, Su Ran is remarkably young. A future breakthrough to title Douluo seems effortlessly within reach. It would be foolish not to align oneself with such a talent. Who are you calling Sister Xiao Wu? You were not so polite earlier, Xiao Wu retorted, recalling how Ma Hongjun had previously referred to her as girl, which he found intolerable. Sister Xiao Wu, I merely appear older. I am also just 12. Although I may seem slightly older in the realm of soul masters. Strength is paramount. You and Brother Ran are exceptional talents. It is only fitting for me to address you as such, Ma Hongjun replied earnestly. His gaze towards Xiao Wu devoid of any ulterior motives. Though he appreciated beauty, he dared not provoke someone like her. Angering Su Ran would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Some women, no matter how beautiful, should not be trifled with. Xiao Wu was undoubtedly one of them. Chapter 43. Su Ran's Family, the God-Slaying Sword. Flandre recorded the information while searching his mind for any records related to this martial soul, only to find none. However, simply hearing the name of this martial soul, he recognized its extraordinary nature. Su Ran's God-Slaying Sword must at least be of the same caliber as the Seven Killing Sword, if not superior. Su Ran. It seems there is no prominent family by the name of Su in the Douluo Continent, Flandre mused. There are too many wonders in this world. My martial soul is nothing remarkable. I am a disciple of the Zhu family. Although I have entered Shrek Academy, I must request a 2-month leave from you, Dean Flandre. Su Ran stated, directly revealing his identity. The Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Flandre was taken aback. The Zhu family is indeed a powerful lineage. Holding significant influence in both military and political spheres within the Star Luo Empire, their comprehensive strength rivals that of the three sects. However, what astonished him was not this fact. Mu Bai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire, possessing the White Tiger martial soul and bearing the Dai surname. When he came to Shrek Academy, Flandre learned of his identity. Su Ran's connection to the Zhu family implies he must know Mu Bai. This suggests a pre-existing enmity between them. The injuries Mu Bai sustained at Su Ran's hands were evidently intentional. Flandre began to formulate a plan. Should a genuine conflict arise between Su Ran and Mu Bai, he would undoubtedly protect Su Ran. After all, only Su Ran could elevate Shrek Academy. While Mu Bai possesses great talent, his character is questionable, indulging in debauchery. Previously, Flandre refrained from commenting on Mu Bai's behavior in hopes of winning Su Ran's favor. However, if Mu Bai were to negatively influence Su Ran, Flandre would not hesitate to take a firmer stance. Su Ran is a true prodigy in his presence. The talents of Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Mu Bai appear rather ordinary. I can grant you a 2-month leave. Come back once you've completed your tasks, Flandre nodded. Aware that the offspring of affluent families often have myriad responsibilities, especially someone as gifted as Su Ran, who was undoubtedly cherished within the Zhu family. Beside them, Xiao Wu listened intently to their conversation, her heart tightening at the thought of Su Ran leaving. He held a significant place in her heart, and the mere idea of his prolonged absence stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Are you really going to be gone for so long? She pouted, wrapping her arms around his, her voice soft. I'm uncertain how long it will be. Perhaps I will return sooner than expected. I'm merely requesting a bit of additional time from the principal as a precaution, Su Ran replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's dark hair, which exuded a subtle fragrance. Humph, then I shall only grant you a month, Xiao Wu huffed, playfully pinching his waist. A hint of jealousy apparent as she recalled Su Ran's fiancé from the Star Luo Empire. She certainly wouldn't allow him to have too much time, lest he grow closer to her. 2 months. What could transpire between a man and a woman in that time? It was hard to fathom. Very well, I shall depart tomorrow. Today, I wish to spend it with you, so you won't miss me too much during my absence, Su Ran stated. Who wants your company? And I certainly won't miss you, Xiao Wu retorted, though she clung tightly to his arm. Rest assured, Brother Ran, I will take good care of sister-in-law. Ma Hongjun interjected, eager to earn Su Ran's favor. Su Ran frowned. Although the words were spoken innocently, he sensed an underlying ambiguity in Ma Hongjun's statement. Realizing he may have misspoken, Ma Hongjun quickly clarified, Brother Ran, that is not what I meant. I meant to say, should Sister Wu require anything, I will be at her service. Hearing this, Su Ran's expression darkened further, while Flinder looked at Ma Hongjun with a mixture of disbelief and dismay. This young man, usually quite astute, could be rather foolish at critical moments. My intention is that I am well acquainted with Shrek Academy in Soto City. If Sister Wu encounters any troubles, she can rely on me. I will do everything in my power to assist, Ma Hongjun declared earnestly, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. Xiao Wu blushed crimson at the repeated mention of sister, feeling embarrassed, while Su Ran's expression remained stern. Could he entrust Xiao Wu to Ma Hongjun? Though Ma Hongjun had decent character, he was certainly not the ideal guardian for her. There's no need. Xiao Wu can take care of herself, Su Ran firmly declined. Principal, I shall take Xiao Wu and leave now. There won't be any classes today, after all, Su Ran said, wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist. Yes, indeed. There are no classes today. You young ones should enjoy yourselves, but remember to exercise moderation, Flinder advised earnestly. He was aware that many talented individuals had squandered their potential due to distractions, resulting in mediocrity. He hoped Su Ran would understand that the allure of romance could lead to a decline in cultivation. Little did Flinder know, Su Ran's pursuits were far more complex, as he could reap substantial rewards from such endeavors. Were Flinder privy to these secrets, he would surely transform into a matchmaker, seeking beauties from every major faction. However, the existence of the system was Su Ran's foundation in Douluo Continent, a truth he would never disclose. Flinder and the others would remain oblivious to the nature of Su Ran's soul rings transforming from purple to black, then to red, attributing it solely to his extraordinary talent. They could only grumble, Su Ran is truly a monster. Oh, how burdensome it must be for the principal, Su Ran remarked, almost stumbling as he heard Flinder's voice. While Xiao Wu blushed, wishing to melt away. Their relationship, for now, was still uncomplicated. They were merely friends or perhaps acquaintances, not yet having crossed into the realm of romance. This troublesome principal. How infuriating. We are nothing more than friends, Xiao Wu murmured, her beautiful eyes flitting nervously towards Su Ran, her heart racing. Who says there is nothing more between us? Who knows what may develop in the future? Su Ran smiled, savoring the softness in his embrace as they walked forward. Shrek Academy, though remote, exuded a profound tranquility, calming the very essence of one's soul. Su Ran and Xiao Wu walked along the country path, observing the farmers around them harvesting their crops. Su Ran harbored a grand vision. Once he conquered the world and achieved success, he envisioned retreating with his wives to embrace a simple life akin to this. At times, cultivation is indeed one of the most wondrous and magnificent endeavors in existence. For after diligent toil, one can soon feel the breath of life burgeoning forth, much like the resplendent golden rice fields surrounding them. Moreover, he understood that with steadfast effort in cultivation, rewards are invariably forthcoming. Chapter 44. A new mission. Intercepting Ain. All right, I must take my leave. Su Ran gently patted the fragrant shoulder of the girl nestled in his arms, rousing her from her slumber. Are we leaving now? Xiao Wu murmured softly, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. In truth, she had awakened early but feigned sleep, knowing that once she stirred, Su Ran would depart. Yes, the earlier we leave, the sooner we return, Su Ran replied, for he had much to attend to. He needed to ensure that he returned to Shrek Academy before Tang San and Xiao Gang arrived, as he understood that with Tang San's arrival, Tang Hao would follow. In that moment, he must possess something capable of restraining Tang Hao, for otherwise, Xiao would be in peril. Su Ran himself was unharmed. Although he possessed the form of a Qilin, as long as he refrained from transforming into one, no one, except for the soul beast that had taken human form, would notice anything amiss about him. The distinction between him and Xiao Wu, who had transformed from 100,000-year soul beast, was indeed significant. Make sure to return sooner. If you don't, I will hold a grudge against you. Xiao Wu spoke earnestly, her fear stemming from the thought of Su Ran leaving and never returning. Rest assured, I shall seek you out within a month or two. But you, after I depart, must not dress too attractively. Only I am permitted to behold you in a skirt." Su Ran replied with a slight smile, his words tinged with a possessive undertone. Naturally, his girl was not to be shown to others. He was rather selfish in that regard. Xiao Wu bit her lip, feeling that Su Ran's request was rather audacious, especially since they were not yet in a romantic relationship. However, with the impending departure weighing on her mind, she could do little more than softly acquiesce. "I shall take my leave now." Su Ran smiled, placing a tender kiss on Xiao Wu's forehead before turning to depart. "Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a new mission, to delve deep into the forest and excavate the blue-silver grass seedlings transformed from the 100,000-year soul beast, a yin. Note: after a yin's sacrificial offering, a single seed was left behind, which has now taken root and sprouted, indistinguishable from ordinary blue-silver grass. The system continued. Considering the simplicity of this task, and given a yin significance in Douluo Continent, a reward of 400 skill points shall be granted. In addition, the host will receive the system's plant cultivation liquid, along with numerous tomes on plant nurturing. By holding a yin and diligently watering it with the essence of the system's awarded seedling cultivation liquid day and night, its growth will be expedited significantly. Su Ran could not help but inquire, if I use this essence liquid continuously, how long will it take for a yin to regain its strength and transform back into a 100,000-year soul beast? Approximately 10 years, the system replied. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. In just a decade, a yin could metamorphose. Such treasures would incite frenzy among all plant-based beings. Particularly, if the immensely powerful plant-type soul beast, the king of 10,000 demons from the Star Do Forest, were to learn of such a treasure, it would undoubtedly go mad seeking it out, eager to please you. However, Su Ran was unwilling to wait for such an extended period. 10 years felt excessively distant. If the host finds this duration too lengthy, an enhanced version of the plant cultivation liquid has now been added to the gold and diamond level lottery pools. Using the enhanced liquid would require only 1 year for a yin to restore its 100,000-year cultivation. The system continued with a playful tone. The probability of winning the gold lottery is 1 in 10,000, while the diamond lottery stands at 1%. Of course, if the host genuinely desires to draw from these, the odds are not so bleak, for I am your precious system, and I cannot allow you to face continuous setbacks. That would hinder my ability to serve you. It seems that one would need several tens of thousands of skill points to secure such odds. And if one has bad luck, the situation could be dire, Su Ran remarked, his expression darkening. Forget that for now. Let us focus on finding a yin first. He decided, pushing future concerns aside. At present, he possessed little in terms of skill points, and overthinking would yield no benefit. By the way, system, what are Tang Hao's feelings towards a yin now? Su Ran suddenly questioned, sensing he might have discovered a vulnerability in Tang Hao, though he remained uncertain. After all, Tang Hao had previously orchestrated a yin's demise. What thoughts could he possibly harbor? Tang Hao deeply regretted his past actions. Even though no one knew he was responsible for a yin's death, he bore the heavy burden of guilt. For years, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, attempting to numb himself to the haunting memory of his actions. Therefore, if the host were to use a yin as leverage against him, it would indeed be a viable option. Human emotions are perpetually fluid. Tang Hao's love for a yin was marred by his guilt, leading him to plot her demise for the sake of obtaining a soul bone. Yet, the subsequent events saw the Haotian sect disavow him, while the spirit hall relentlessly pursued him. The aftermath of a yin's death had opened his eyes to the true nature of strength. What Tang Hao felt for a yin remains a mystery, even to me as the system. On one hand, he harbored deep affection for her and yearned for her revival. On the other, he had planted her in a damp cave, allowing her to wither away. Yin had become a knot in his heart, and he was too afraid to wish for her return. Thus, Tang Hao's feelings for yin are a convoluted blend of love, fear, and regret. He despises his actions yet refuses to make amends. He kept yin at a distance, for seeing her would only remind him of his sins, leading to relentless nightmares. By planting her in the cave, he sought to ensure that the blue-silver grass she transformed into would wither, hoping to bury his past. Yin has always been a nightmare for Tang Hao, a source of love intertwined with fear and regret, twisting his heart. Nevertheless, the host can indeed use yin to threaten Tang Hao. That is reassuring. If that is the case, Tang Hao poses no real threat. Su Ran nodded, his expression turning cold. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife results in 100 days of affection. Tang Hao's actions could only be deemed bestial. After a yin's death, he had intentionally planted her in a dark, damp cave devoid of light. What was his intent? Did he wish for fate to decide a yin's life or death? Such a person is utterly loathsome. No matter how Su Ran tormented him, it could never compensate for the harm he inflicted upon a yin. Once he excavates a yin, he would orchestrate a scenario to compel Tang Hao to reveal the truth of that fateful day. What would a yin think at that moment? Would she ever forgive Tang Hao for his grievous actions? Even if Tang Hao genuinely repented, his words would likely fall on deaf ears. Having been deceived once, how could a yin trust again? Tang Hao, the esteemed Haotian Douluo, master of the explosive ring secret technique, wielding formidable renown across the Douluo Continent, would find himself powerless in Su Ran's hands. At this juncture, Su Ran had already devised a comprehensive plan to ensnare Tang Hao in his own machinations. With Ayin firmly within his grasp, even if Tang Hao recognized the trap, he would likely walk right into it. Tang Hao is Ayin a life, and Su Ran shall reclaim that life on her behalf. New Year greetings, Chapter 45. Mu Bai smiled. Su Ran is a disciple of the Zhu family. At Shrek Academy. In the student dormitory area. Are you implying that Su Ran hails from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Mu Bai, his body wrapped in bandages, momentarily disregarded his pain as he forced himself to sit up from the bed, astonished as he turned to Ma Hongjun. He could hardly fathom that Su Ran was indeed one of Zhu family's own. Since Su Ran hails from the Zhu family, it follows that he is undoubtedly aware of Mu Bai's identity. The reason Su Ran has been so harsh towards him stems from a prior dissatisfaction, predominantly due to Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Mu Bai naturally incites Su Ran's displeasure upon their encounters, for Su Ran harbors feelings for Zhu Zhuqing as well. After all, Zhu Zhuqing possesses extraordinary beauty and an exquisite figure, attributes that would captivate anyone. It is entirely reasonable for Su Ran to be enamored by her charms. Indeed, this is precisely what the teacher conveyed. As Ma Hongjun remarked, nodding in agreement, he was perplexed by the fervor with which Mu Bai reacted upon learning Su Ran's lineage. Could it be that Mu Bai is also familiar with the Zhu family's esteemed reputation? Ah, that explains it. I wondered why Su Ran was so relentless in his pursuit against me. Now it all makes sense, Mu Bai chuckled. Despite being ensnared in bandages and enduring excruciating pain throughout his body. Yet, he found it impossible to suppress his laughter. What does it matter if Su Ran is a prodigy? Even if his cultivation is 5 levels below mine, he still cannot inflict suffering upon me. The reason he has been so mercilessly brutalized is that the woman I cherish is his fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing. Contemplating this, a peculiar satisfaction surged within Mu Bai. He has come to understand why Su Ran's gaze towards him is so frigid. It stems from his long-standing discontent. Their unexpected encounter at Shrek Academy compelled him to act against me. Su Ran, oh Su Ran, despite your unparalleled genius in matters of the heart, you remain merely a younger brother. Zhu Qing is my fiancé. What connection do you have to her? Once my beloved Zhu Qing arrives, I shall ensure you comprehend the essence of anguish. My intimacy with my fiancé, our tender embraces, should pose no issue. Yet such perfectly ordinary gestures will undoubtedly pierce your pride deeply. Mu Bai mused, unable to suppress a smile. He has already resolved that upon Su Ran's return to Shrek Academy, he would bring Zhu Zhuqing along. At that moment, he will make Su Ran acutely aware of humiliation. Su Ran harbored affection for Zhu Zhuqing, and the sight of her in the embrace of another, displaying intimacy, would surely infuriate him to the point of despair. Moreover, Su Ran, bearing the surname Su, was a distant relative of the Zhu family, while Zhu Zhuqing held the esteemed title of the second young mistress of her clan. Her fiancé, with a status slightly superior to Su Ran's, would command her respect. Even if Su Ran resented Mu Bai, he would still be compelled to heed the words of Zhu Zhuqing, the second young mistress of the Zhu family. The moment would arise when he could orchestrate a scenario in which Zhu Zhuqing would verbally reject and even humiliate Su Ran, thus delivering a significant blow to his pride. While he may lack the strength to rival Su Ran, in the realm of romance, he had already emerged victorious. Regardless of her feelings toward him, Zhu Zhuqing was bound by the knowledge of her betrothal. In these matters, her allegiance would undoubtedly lie with him, for Su Ran was merely an outsider. Mu Bai. Su Ran possesses formidable strength and has recently garnered the favor of our instructors. He is not someone we can afford to provoke, Ma Hongjun solemnly remarked. Though he did not fully grasp the implications of Mu Bai's words, he merely intended to caution him. Su Ran's prowess was comparable to that of a soul emperor, a prodigious talent destined to stand atop the continent in the future. He had no intention of provoking Su Ran unnecessarily. His sole desire was to secure his favor. Of course, Ma Hongjun refrained from divulging Su Ran's true capabilities or the fact that he had injured Flander. He had already issued a warning to Mu Bai. Any further entanglements with Su Ran would be solely his own responsibility. There are matters beyond your comprehension, Mu Bai replied, shaking his head with a smile while remaining silent. The visage of Zhu Zhuqing flashed through his mind. In a few days, he would be going to fetch her to Shrek Academy. Though Xiao was undeniably beautiful, her figure paled in comparison to that of his fiancée. In his heart, Qilin was the most exquisite girl in the world. Following the map provided by the system, Su Ran made his way towards a mountain range. This very range concealed the location where Tang Hao had hidden the seed of Ayin, marking the destination of Su Ran's journey. Is this where Ayin resides? Su Ran mused, surveying his surroundings with a sigh. According to the map, Ayin was situated behind the waterfall before him. Had he not possessed the map, he might never have suspected that behind the waterfall lay a hidden realm. Su Ran adeptly employed his spiritual energy to divert the flowing water, subsequently plunging into a damp cavern. The cave was profound and replete with moisture. It was evident that this was a place meticulously excavated by Tang Hao specifically for Ayin. Su Ran stepped into the cave and immediately beheld a slender blue silver grass. With utmost care, he extracted the blue silver grass from the ground. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 400 skill points and several plant cultivation liquids. Su Ran gently transplanted the blue-silver grass into a flower pot he had prepared long ago, then extracted a few drops of the plant cultivation liquid rewarded by the system and applied them to the grass. Instantly, the slender stems and leaves of the blue-silver grass quivered slightly, and the foliage became noticeably more vibrant. Witnessing this transformation, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. With Ayin now in his possession, he felt unconcerned about any potential upheaval from Tang Hao. Most importantly, Ayin was extraordinarily beautiful. As the saying goes, 100,000 years of soul beasts transforming into human form must yield a stunning beauty. As a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ayin was far from being mere embellishment. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu. Moreover, Ayin's gentle temperament resembled that of a refined lady. Once he revealed Tang Hao's true nature before Ayin, wouldn't that mean he could expand his harem? He pondered how many skill points would be required to obtain that enhanced plant cultivation liquid. If he failed to win Ayin's affection, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Brother host, could you refrain from constantly contemplating harem expansion? Too many women can be detrimental. Haven't you heard the old adage? When the heart is devoid of women, the sword draws swiftly. Women will inevitably affect your swordsmanship, the system gently reminded. Concerned for her host's well-being. Who said that? I've only heard that embracing a lady doubles the harm. What you mention is mere antiquated swordsmanship nonsense with no value. Su Ran replied, outright dismissing the system's suggestion. Why traverse this world if not to pursue romance? Would I rather be a eunuch? Chapter 46, A New Task. The grass reveals its divinity. Ding. Task issued. The grass reveals its divinity. Convince Tang Hao to disclose the truth of the past and bring disappointment to Ayin. Note, this task can be completed with system assistance. Task rewards, 1,000 skill points and a fundamental sword technique manual. The fundamental sword technique manual originates from a powerful swordsmanship dimension and serves as the foundation of all sword arts, containing innumerable mysteries. Many sword masters regard this manual as a classic, with some powerful individuals deriving formidable sword techniques from it, embarking on an invincible path. The essence of simplicity lies within the fundamental sword techniques, offering straightforward interpretations of various sword movements such as slashing, thrusting, and cleaving, making it particularly suited for the protagonist. Wow, 1,000 skill points and additional rewards. This task offers such generous rewards? Su Ran gasped in astonishment. If he completed this task, he would accumulate a total of 1,600 skill points, equivalent to extending his soul ring's duration by 16,000 years. Of course, he could also opt for a lottery draw. And even if luck was not on his side, there was a guaranteed 10 draws. Naturally, who told you that our dear host is so admirable? The system giggled, openly granting her host a significant advantage. I merely enhanced the reward slightly. Otherwise, if you fail to accumulate enough skill points, how could I take on a human form? How could I serve you better in the future? Once she could take on a human form, she could enjoy a normal life, going out, shopping, dining, and being with her host. She knew only him in this world, paying no heed to anyone else. After transforming, she could don beautiful dresses for her host to admire. In the system space, her attire was of no concern, but once she took on a form, she could wear outfits solely for him, including many short skirts. The system is truly wonderful. Once I gather enough skill points, I must ensure the system transforms, and then I can finally see how lovely the system's sister truly is. Su Ran remarked, his curiosity piqued. He wondered how many skill points he might gain if he included the system sister in his harem. Wouldn't that yield an endless supply? Brother host, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. Even if this system takes on a human form, I will uphold the rules and not grant you any unfair advantages. The system sister said, clad in a black mini skirt and black tights, accentuating her perfectly shaped legs as she sat on a fragrant bed, playfully swinging her foot. Sensing Su Ran's thoughts, she couldn't help but smile. Ah, this is so difficult. Su Ran dismissed his unrealistic idea. Initially, he had planned to woo the system, to not only reap the rewards of her assistance but also to amass countless skill points. At that time, he would be invincible. However, such a notion was clearly impractical. If the system sister were to grant him such advantages, perhaps the system itself would face repercussions, something he wished to avoid. Never mind. I shall toil to earn skill points the hard way. A bit of hardship is not amiss. After all, being a diligent worker is commendable. As the saying goes, workers possess the soul of labor. Labor is the essence of humanity. I shall quietly toil away and astonish everyone, as long as I develop steadily. Accumulating skill points, it won't be long before I reach the pinnacle of my existence, dominating the continent and captivating countless beauties. Following the guidance of the system, Su Ran discovered the restriction placed by Tang Hao on the blue-silver grass transformed by Ayin. Given that Ayin was in the wild, she was susceptible to encounters with herbivorous spirit beasts such as the soft-bone rabbit. Tang Hao's restriction would aid Ayin in evading the threats posed by ordinary spirit beasts. Su Ran concentrated his spirit power on a blade of grass on Ayin and applied a forceful touch, instantly shattering the restriction set by Tang Hao. Simultaneously, Su Ran located a patch of blue-silver grass that had been ravaged by insects, leaving only the roots and stems. He transplanted the remnants there and aged the surrounding environment so that even if Tang Hao were to arrive, he would detect nothing amiss. With all preparations complete, it was merely a matter of awaiting Tang Hao's arrival. When he comes, there may indeed be a fierce battle to contend with. However, armed with the experience card of the ancient Qilin, there is no need for excessive concern. After Su Ran completed his tasks, he departed directly and sought a secluded place to conceal himself. It goes without saying that he was arranging how to showcase Tang Hao to the system assistant later, as this mission could benefit from the system's aid. In the Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao lay on his bed, clad in tattered garments, disheveled and unkempt, with unkempt hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. No one could fathom that this was the once renowned powerhouse of the continent, the Haotian Douluo. Upon attaining the title of Douluo, he had single-handedly repelled several Douluo rank opponents. It was rumored that the previous pope, Qian met his demise at Tang Hao's hands. Yet, Tang Hao could only curse and bear the blame, for he knew he had merely wounded Qian. The latter's strength was formidable, with a six-winged angel martial soul. How could he possibly have the capability to kill Qian? His outburst of power was merely a result of the explosive rings. Such might could not be sustained. And merely injuring Qian was no small feat. He was acutely aware that it was Bibi Dong who had slain Qian and framed him for the act. However, he found himself unable to defend his name, as Qian had perished while pursuing him and Ayin. What could he say in his defense? Bibi Dong was now the pope, and those who had once hunted him alongside Qian, such as Ghost Douluo and Zhu Zhuqing, had long pledged their loyalty to her. The others were either dead or irrelevant. With only his words to rely on, who would believe him if he claimed Bibi Dong was responsible for Qian's death? Alas, the once mighty Haotian Douluo had fallen to such a state. Was this the manifestation of karmic retribution? Tang Hao murmured, feeling a pang of bitterness. His thoughts turned to Ayin, who occupied a cherished place in his heart with her ethereal beauty and gentle demeanor. Any man fortunate enough to gain her affection would feel immeasurable gratitude. Yet, he had committed an unforgivable act against her. As he approached the threshold of becoming a titled Douluo, an insidious thought took root in his mind. Only those with 100,000-year spirit ring could truly be deemed powerful. And only they had the chance to reach the pinnacle of a 99th level spirit master. However, hunting such ancient soul beasts was a daunting task. Even if he could defeat one, killing it was another matter entirely. Thus, in his quest to attain the perfect 100,000-year spirit ring to enter the title Douluo ranks, he saw only one choice, Ayin. When Ayin perished, regret washed over him, and he finally comprehended her significance in his life. Strength was meant to protect those he cherished. Without them, possessing power held no meaning. Regrettably, he understood this lesson too late. Ayin was gone, and any chance to make amends was lost. Given an opportunity to return to the past, he would never choose to harm Ayin. He longed only to share a peaceful life with her. Chapter 47. Tang Hao's dual personality, Ayin's thoughts. Ayin. I am deeply sorry for the pain I have caused you. In this lifetime, I shall never repay the debt I owe you, Tang Hao lamented, pouring the entirety of the potent liquor from the flask into his mouth. Only the fiery spirit could numb his senses, allowing him to momentarily forget the grievous mistakes he had made. The errors he had committed were unforgivable, even in his own eyes. How could he dare to hope for forgiveness from others? A lifetime of penance was his due. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet, the despondency in his gaze vanishing, replaced by a fierce crimson intent. He sensed that the restraints he had placed on Ayin had been broken. Something was amiss. Ayin was in danger. From his person, he produced an ancient black box, which trembled in response to Ayin's rapidly strengthening life force as it was exposed to the air. When the box opened, a translucent blue-golden soul bone radiated a brilliant azure glow. Tang Hao observed this anomaly with growing anxiety. He could not discern whether this change in Ayin's soul bone was fortuitous or ominous, but one thing was clear, she was in peril. The blue silvergrass that Ayin had transformed into bore no distinction from ordinary blue silvergrass. To break the restraints he had placed, it would require a spirit beast of at least 1,000 years or a spirit master of higher rank. In her current state, Ayin possessed no means to resist such a powerful adversary. If that spirit beast or human sought to harm Ayin, there was little she could do to defend herself. And if it were a plant-type spirit beast intent on devouring her, what would he do? The thought sent a wave of terror surging through him, and his emotions spiraled with fear. Ayin was now merely a seed. As long as the blue silvergrass grew gradually, she could be revived. However, if this final remnant of Ayin were to fall into misfortune, hope would vanish forever. Ayin, wait for me. Just a little longer. I will be there soon. Tang Hao trembled, channeling all his soul power as he sprinted towards the distance. A twinge of hatred stirred within him, not directed at others, but at himself. He despised himself for not only causing Ayin's demise, but also for transforming from the rightful leader of the Haotian sect into this wretched being. He loathed himself for being unable to protect the last remnant of Ayin, the blue silver grass seedling. His self-loathing was profound. Ayin was so beautiful, so gentle. How could he have entertained such detestable thoughts? Why had he not kept the seed that Ayin left behind close to him? Why had he not safeguarded her? At this moment, as he sensed Ayin's danger, he realized how utterly absurd and powerless he was. He, the esteemed Hao Tian Douluo, was nothing more than a beast that had caused the death of his beloved. Tang Hao clutched his chest in agony, unable to fathom the depths of his self-hatred should the seedling of Ain meet a similar fate. Yet, amidst this turmoil, an inexplicable sense of release lingered within him. Years ago, he had planted Ain in a cave, damp, dark, devoid of light, and surrounded by stone walls, intending for her to thrive on her own. If Ain truly perished, he too would be liberated, as all remnants of the past would dissipate. This conflicting desire for Yin's complete annihilation and the urgency of her potential danger clashed in his mind, leaving him with a splitting headache. Over the 12 years since Yin's tragic death, two voices had echoed incessantly in his mind. One voice condemned him. You are a monster. You killed your own wife. You are not human. This voice condemned him to a life of penance, instilling a deep-seated hatred for himself and a profound appreciation for every memory of Ain. The other voice urged him on. Since you have done it, nothing can be undone. Why not go all the way and extinguish the seed that Ain has become? If she were to die completely, everything would become history. No one would know your deeds, and you would bear no psychological burden. Death could resolve all issues. If she were to perish entirely, you would no longer suffer. These two opposing voices reverberated within him, inflicting an indescribable torment. He was indecisive, which led him to plant Ain in a remote location, withholding nourishment and allowing her to fend for herself. In doing so, he could avoid making a painful choice and leave everything to fate. Ain, I am truly sorry. If you survive this time, I promise to cherish you. If, in this instance, you were to perish at the hands of the soul beast, then do not entangle me any further. Release both yourself and me from this torment. Tang Hao murmured. He once again relinquished the choice to fate. Should Ain survive this harrowing ordeal, he would ensure her safe return. Wholeheartedly accepting the transgressions of his past, earnestly repenting, and striving to atone for all he had done. Conversely, if Ain were to perish, then he would embrace the depths of his error, for in this lifetime, no one would ever uncover the truth of his machinations that led to her demise. Tang Hao hastened towards Yin's location. Meanwhile, Su Ran had already orchestrated everything meticulously. With the assistance of the system, all traces had been concealed. Su Ran had repeatedly nourished Ain with the plant cultivation liquid bestowed by the system. To the naked eye, the blue-silver grass that Ain had transformed into appeared revitalized, its blades becoming increasingly lush. Su Ran learned from the system that Ain still retained a flicker of consciousness. The wildfires may consume the land, yet the spring breeze breathes life anew. The seed of life left by Ain, albeit lacking in strength, contains a distillation of all her memories and awareness. Thus, while Ain may not be able to react, she can undoubtedly perceive the happenings of the outside world. She is also aware that Su Ran is a divine beast. For since his arrival, her growth has accelerated significantly, a phenomenon only a divine beast can bestow. Su Ran's nurturing liquid left her utterly astounded, for it had inexplicably accelerated her growth by several hundredfold. How could this be possible? Even without a profound understanding, she instinctively recognized that this liquid was a rare treasure. Perhaps even the essence of life itself, as only such a potent substance could wield such terrifying effects. Yet, to her astonishment, this precious elixir had been lavishly bestowed upon her. While this brought her a sense of joy, it was overshadowed by a profound guilt. By transforming into a human, she felt she had betrayed her own kind. How could she not feel remorse in the presence of the imperial beast? Chapter 48. Yin's doubts. Yin's mental collapse, however, she was beset by numerous questions. Why had the imperial beast appeared here? Why did it take on a human form? Was it possible that the divine beast had also undergone a transformation? Her heart was filled with confusion, yet she could not articulate her thoughts. Instead, gently curling the leaves of the blue-silver grass around Su Ran's fingers, a gesture signifying attachment and submission, even as a soul beast reincarnated. She recognized the need to submit to the divine beast and regard it as her master. I know you possess your own consciousness and are aware of my arrival. If you can understand my words, nod your leaves, Su Ran said, attempting to communicate with Ain. The blue-silver grass contained the complete consciousness of Ain, ensuring that she comprehended his words. This was precisely why he chose to showcase Tang Hao before her. If Tang Hao were to reveal the truth of the past, his image in Yin's eyes would undoubtedly shatter. The betrayal of a beloved, Tang Hao's deliberate design to harm her. While she foolishly sacrificed herself for his survival, if Ain were to learn this, Tang Hao would transform from a beloved into an enemy. As expected. After Su Ran finished speaking, the leaves of Ain trembled slightly, indicating that she still retained her complete consciousness. As a 100,000-year soul beast, what penalty must you face for daring to fall in love with a human? Su Ran stated with unwavering resolve, showing no regard for Yin's current predicament. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Ain felt an even deeper sense of guilt, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. How could she respond to such a profound inquiry from the imperial beast? Nevertheless, the desires she sought were simply unattainable within the realm of soul beasts. Yet, her love for Tang Hao remained unwavering, without the slightest hint of regret. Their love was pure, perfect, and utterly unique, transcending race and gender. How magnificent it was. They were indeed the first couple to prove that genuine love could exist between humans and soul beasts. Even now, she harbored no remorse. In fact, During her own act of sacrifice, she was moved by her own devotion, unaware of how Tang Hao and others felt. Noticing a Yin's silence, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. Poor child, sold yet still counting the coins for others. In Su Ran's eyes, such grand love was a rarity. At least in his perspective, only love that blossoms over time could be deemed reliable. The notion of love at first sight, in essence, was merely desire, an attraction to one's physical form. Who could know if their stockings hadn't been washed in 10 days, or if they bore an unpleasant odor? Yet they found themselves enamored? Was this reality? Love at first sight often devolved into mere flings, while love that develops over time could endure. Even then, feelings were susceptible to trials. Such pure love, untouched by corruption, could only be found in Su Ran himself. For he possessed the virtue of fidelity, he would never betray his beloved. Do you consider your emotions to be beautiful and worthy of respect? Su Ran chuckled, preparing to enlighten the blue-silver grass before him. Why choose to love someone at all? If you had chosen Tang Xiao, your fate would have been different. After all, Tang Xiao is a genuine person. He could never commit such treachery. If you hold Tang Hao in such high regard, why did he choose to plant you in this desolate place? Su Ran continued, gazing upward at the minuscule shaft of sunlight streaming into the cave. A mere hole that Tang Hao had carved. Anyone with a basic understanding of geography knew that the sun's position was ever-changing. The sunlight filtering through that small opening would also shift constantly. Thus, it could only be at noon, when the sun was directly overhead, that its rays would strike Ain directly. At other times, the light would be askew. This meant that Ain had scarcely more than an hour each day for photosynthesis, a torment for a plant-type soul beast. Moreover, the cave was damp, and the soil was hard. Su Ran had noticed that a Yin's roots were already turning white from the moisture when he first removed her. If this blue-silver grass had not been a Yin's manifestation, with its resilient vitality, it would have long since withered. He could not believe that the renowned Haotian Douluo would lack such basic knowledge. Furthermore, as her spouse, he should have possessed some understanding of her nature as a plant soul beast. Even if you believed Tang Hao was fleeing and couldn't take you with him, you were merely an ordinary blue-silver grass now. Even if he took you along, there would be no issue. For blue-silver grass is the most common plant and would attract no attention, Su Ran asserted, striking straight to the heart of the matter. When Ain had transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang Hao had dared to take her everywhere. Now that she was nothing more than ordinary blue-silver grass, it was unlikely to draw any formidable adversary scrutiny. Would he truly have planted her in such a place out of concern for her safety? Moreover, I can tell you that for years, Tang Hao has been living incognito in a sacred soul village, concealing his identity. If no one knows who he is, why has he not planted you in that sacred village, where he could care for you personally? Surely, that would be preferable to leaving you to fend for yourself here? Su Ran continued to interrogate, carefully observing a Yin's reactions. With each question Su Ran posed, a Yin's emotions began to shift. The leaves of the blue-silver grass trembled fiercely. Deep down, she too harbored doubts. Why had Tang Hao chosen to plant her here? Previously, when she was alive, she had imparted much knowledge to him about nurturing plants. Why had he committed such a grave error? She could only attribute this to Tang Hao's lack of attentiveness, a flaw common among men who might not grasp how to care for flora. Yet why had he seldom visited her all these years? In truth, Tang Hao had hardly ever come. Why was this so? If he truly loved her, would he not have come to see her even once? What could he possibly be planning? She had always assumed that Tang Hao was in hiding, fearing exposure, which prevented him from visiting her. But now that he had successfully concealed himself and was leading a stable life, why had he yet to come to see her? Could it be that Tang Hao was indeed such a person? A Yin's heart was clouded with doubt, and fear began to creep in. She dreaded the possibility that Su Ran's words held truth, for that would be utterly tragic. Yet, Ain was only momentarily swayed by Su Ran's rhetoric. Her resolve soon steadied. She trusted Tang Hao and believed in their love. Tang Hao must have his own reasons for his actions. I understand that you may not believe me. Once I bring Tang Hao here, everything will become clear. You will see what kind of person he truly is. Su Ran shook his head, pondering that a woman who believes in love might possess little wisdom. They could hardly believe their own eyes and feelings, instead placing their faith in the elusive notion of love. Such women left Su Ran at a loss for words. Those who believe in love are treasures, yet lamentably, they often love the wrong person. Tang San, Tang Hao, and Xiao Gang are merely hypocrites, each embodying a facade of virtue. When their pretentious disguises are stripped away, one discovers that Tang San is a shameless wretch who, while dining, would shatter the bowl and curse. Tang Hao is a brute who exploits his wife and daughter-in-law. Xiao Gang is a duplicitous figure, wavering between Bibi Dong, Tang San, and Lu Erlong. In this world, the despicable thrive, while the noble are often left with nothing but their epitaphs. The absurdity of life is relentless. Chapter 49, The Tragic Demise of Ain. Tang Hao's reaction at this moment. Tang Hao arrived in the forest where Ain was planted, abandoning all restraint. He unleashed his martial spirit and sprinted forward at breakneck speed. His heart raced with trepidation. For 6 years, he had remained by Tang San's side, never straying from the sacred soul village. This was his first visit since a Yin sacrifice. A tumult of shame, fear, and a flicker of secret delight churned within him. He longed to free himself from the shackles of his torment. He could no longer endure the nightmare that haunted him daily, filled with dread and anxiety. This life was exhausting, Each day felt like an agonizing trial. This time, regardless of a Yin's fate, he was determined to bring closure to it all. Whether he sought repentance or continued down the wrong path, he left it to fate. Yin, let us settle this, regardless of whether it is good or ill. Tang Hao said quietly, having endured enough over the years, exhausted and unwilling to invest further energy in these matters. With that, he stepped into the cave. Upon reaching the stone chamber he had excavated, he was instantly struck dumb. There, in the center, lay a small mound of earth, atop which rested a single blue-silver grass. It was only because Tang Hao recognized it as a yin that he could identify it. To an ordinary person, the type of grass would be indiscernible. At this moment, it had lost all its leaves, leaving only a 3-centimeter-long stem, riddled with numerous insect holes. Countless ants were voraciously consuming the remnants of the stem. Tang Hao stood frozen, an indescribable pain swelling within him. No matter what he had contemplated before, he now found it unbearable. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife is akin to 100 days of affection. Witnessing his beloved being devoured by countless ants, reduced to a mere stub, was a thought he could not bear. His deep love for Yin was undeniable. And it was precisely this love that had birthed his agony after her demise. It was this torment that had led him to wish for her to wither away, to succumb to death. Regardless of his thoughts, his love for Yin remained unchanged. Yet, various circumstances had turned this love into something that caused her harm. With a sudden crash, Tang Hao fell to his knees. Yin, I am so sorry. I truly am, he murmured, kneeling before her. The small mound, resembling a grave, seemed to entomb Yin within. The sight of it pierced his heart, flooding him with pain. All his prior actions, all thoughts of harming her, melted away in that moment, replaced by profound love and regret. Why hadn't he kept Yin close? Why hadn't he cared for her, removed weeds, fertilized the soil, or eliminated pests? Did he not understand how difficult it was for a simple plant to survive? Why had he not visited her all those years? Was it due to his obligation to Xiao San? Yet Xiao San had always been so understanding. He hardly needed care. It was his own fear of confronting Yin that had held him back. She was his nightmare. His guilt had kept him away. Yet it had led to Yin's current state. Initially, he had imposed restrictions on Yin to protect her from pests, intending only to allow her to wither naturally. He had never envisioned such a tragic outcome, with her being consumed by ants, leaving nothing behind. As everything came to an end, Yin had completely perished, freeing him from his burdens, allowing him to move on. Yet, why did his heart ache so? He recalled how, if only he had not been so greedy, Yin's aura would have concealed itself once she became a titled Douluo, rendering her undetectable. Why had he allowed such thoughts to arise? Was attaining the status of a titled Douluo through absorbing 100,000-year soul ring truly that vital? Tang Hao extracted the meager stem that remained. Gazing at Yin's ravaged form, and sighed deeply. Her perfect figure filled his mind, evoking a wave of longing. Had it not been for that incident, she might have already been expecting their second child. He gently caressed the stem, recalling Yin's slender abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. A fleeting sense of satisfaction washing over him. According to the principle of corresponding plant-like beings, this stem symbolized Yin's graceful waist. Yin, regardless of whether I wronged you in the past, let this be the conclusion. I will remain the Haotian Douluo and your husband. From now on, I shall not marry another. In my heart, you will forever be my wife, Tang Hao declared, tears long dried in his eyes. Before the small mound, he prostrated deeply, his forehead striking the ground until the skin broke, before slowly rising. With Yin's tragic end, his heart had turned utterly cold. He regarded the small mound and tossed the remaining stem into it. Instantly, swarms of ants rushed towards it, continuing to consume Yin's body. As he watched the last remnants vanish completely, an emptiness enveloped him, yet it was accompanied by a profound sense of relief. Sometimes, when one errs, there is no turning back. Acknowledging that continuing down the wrong path was futile, he nevertheless felt compelled to proceed step by step. Yin, our child, Tang San, is a prodigy, inheriting our martial spirits, blue silver grass and Haotian hammer. Once he absorbs the soul bones you left behind, he may transform into the blue silver emperor. Most importantly, he is accompanied by 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Although this beast seems to sense my presence, it cannot alter the outcome. After absorbing her soul ring and bones, Xiao San too shall become an unparalleled powerhouse, Tang Hao stated nonchalantly, aware that once something occurs, it often leads to further developments. He had no connection with Xiao Wu. Orchestrating a sacrifice for her to benefit Xiao San was entirely feasible. However, it seems that the 10,000-year-old rabbit has become aware of something, which may lead to some complications in the future. As Tang Hao turned to leave, his expression shifted dramatically, his face turning an ashen white. In the 50th chapter, a Yin soul, Tang Hao was taken aback by an ethereal figure. The woman possessed an exquisite visage, her beauty gentle and serene, adorned in a blue and gold gown that exuded an air of regal elegance. Her celestial features were complemented by a pair of azure eyes, resembling flawless blue crystals. She floated gracefully in the air, a fragrant aroma surrounding her, her jade-like complexion radiating a captivating allure. Her delicate feet, bare and pale, hovered effortlessly in the sky. Upon witnessing the simulated visage of Yin, Su Ren felt a stirring in his heart. Even the likes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing paled in comparison to Yin, who had fully matured into her beauty. A yin's flawless figure, sculpted features, and skin resembling the finest jade entranced Su Ran. It was no wonder that both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were utterly captivated by her. One could say she was breathtakingly beautiful. The 10,000-year-old beasts that transformed into their human forms were all stunning. Although Su Ran was unaware of the trials they underwent to achieve this transformation, he could infer from the transformation of Wang Chou'er during the era of the Supreme Douluo that they had the ability to shape their own appearances. Naturally, they would not intentionally choose to become unattractive. Furthermore, after 10,000 years of evolution, their bodies, enhanced by their formidable power, surpassed those of ordinary humans in both strength and beauty. While Su Ran marveled at a yin's appearance, Tang Hao was engulfed in terror. "Oh, yin, why are you here? How can you still be alive?" Tang Hao stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, his heart racing with dread. Seeing a yin's enchanting face again filled him with fear. Hadn't she been consumed by insects? Who was this standing before him? Was it a mere illusion? Yet, the unique aura of nobility and grace that yin radiated could not be feigned. As the saying goes, those who do not commit wrongful acts need not fear the knocking of ghosts. If it were anyone else standing before him in such a manner, he would remain unfazed, perhaps even dismissing it as a haunting jest. But with yin, he was anything but composed. Reminiscing about the guilt he harbored regarding yin, he was beset by a wave of remorse and fear. His strength was formidable, yet how could he dare to act against yin? "Hao, what are you saying? Do you not wish to see me?" A yin's voice was gentle, yet penetrating. "No, of course not. I have thought of you constantly over the years," Tang Hao stammered, shaking his head. After a momentary pause, his frantic heart began to settle slightly. He focused on yin and noticed that her form appeared somewhat ethereal, not fully corporeal, as if she floated in defiance of gravity. Could this be a yin soul? The thought sent another pang of anxiety through Tang Hao. He lowered his gaze, but when he looked up again, he was startled. Yin had donned a flowing white gown, her lower body seemingly vanished, her exquisite face devoid of color, utterly pale. "How go? Is my death connected to you?" A yin's eyes widened, and she advanced towards Tang Hao, her face mere inches from his. Her gaze burned with fury, resentment, and unfulfilled longing. "No, yin, you were sacrificed, wasn't it? I failed to protect you." Tang Hao's heart raced with terror as he met a yin's ghostly visage, his mind spiraling into chaos. Yin was his heart's torment, his nightmare. Faced with her, he could harbor no other thoughts, particularly as yin unflinchingly addressed the buried guilt he had concealed for so long. His fear deepened. "But why did the Spirit Hall suddenly learn of my existence when you were about to break through? Why didn't you allow me to hide in the Star Doe forest when the Spirit Hall pursued me? Had I sought refuge there, I could have activated the Undying Domain, transforming into a vast sea of blue-silver grass, rendering those tidal Douluo unable to find me and thus unable to kill me. Why did you prevent me from entering?" Yin pressed, her gaze turning venomous. "Was it you who intentionally left a trace while we fled together, drawing the tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall to me? Was it you who sought to gain the Soul Ring from me? Did you, nearing your breakthrough to tidal Douluo, plot to end my life? Did you deliberately leave me in this forsaken place, wishing for my demise?" Yin's voice rose, filled with anguish and accusation. With each advancing step, her eyes widened, blood vessels visible, instilling profound dread in Tang Hao. In his frightened retreat, he found himself backed against a stone wall, resolute in his defiance. "Yes, it was me. I did it all. Are you satisfied now?" Tang Hao shouted, overwhelmed by the apparition of yin before him. "Everything that transpired was indeed my doing. I wronged you, and the harm I caused you can never be undone." He collapsed to the ground, gazing at yin. As he confessed these long-buried truths, he felt a weight lift from his heart. For 12 long years, he had lived in self-reproach, regret, and fear, finding solace only in drunkenness. Such burdens he could never share with others, enduring them in silence. Now, speaking these words to yin brought him immense relief. After voicing the sentiments he had kept hidden for so long, he looked at yin again, and the previous terror had dissipated. In the 51st chapter, Tang Hao severing his own arm, after confessing everything, Tang Hao's gaze hardened with determination. The torment he had carried, the nightmare that haunted him, now laid bare before him, eliciting both guilt and a sense of liberation. With all that had been said, perhaps it was time for understanding. He had wronged yin, and given the chance to start anew, he would never make that choice again. Yet, what was done was done. What could he do now? Unimaginably. "All of this is true. It is indeed your doing." Yin spoke, her eyes reddening. Tang Hao, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of discomfort. How could he bear to see his once exquisite wife, now regarding him as an enemy, all due to his own mistakes? "Yin, I am truly sorry. I owe you everything. If only you could forgive me, I would pay any price." Tang Hao uttered, his gaze vacant and his countenance ashen, as if he had aged several years in an instant. "Very well, then you shall die. Come to the underworld to accompany me," yin declared, her eyes turning fierce. "Yin, I cannot perish just yet. Our child is yet to grow. I must protect him," Tang Hao insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "Then, you must first sever one of your arms and one of your legs to atone for my suffering," Su Ran suggested, a hint of trepidation creeping into his heart. He sought this opportunity to eliminate Tang Hao, who was evidently foolish enough to harm himself. However, it should not be too difficult to make him mutilate himself. In the original narrative, when Tang Hao and Tang San visited Ayin, he had already sacrificed one arm and one leg. Now, with Ayin pressing him so hard, he ought to comply. To unleash the full potential of his Haotian hammer, Tang Hao relied on the strength of his arms. If he were to lose one, his power would significantly diminish. Very well, this is all I owe you. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, gripping his left arm forcefully and twisting it with great effort, causing his left limb to detach. Crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Tang Hao could not help but scream in agony. The pain of wrenching off his own arm was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Even he convulsed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the true Ayin, ensnared in a flower pot, bore witness to this scene alongside Su Ran. The blue silver grass, embodying Ayin, trembled violently upon realizing the truth. It felt as if a sharp blade were mercilessly slicing through her heart, a torment that was unbearable. Is this the truth? It turns out that those who have wished for her demise were not only the Soul Hall but also that man who had accompanied her for so many years. He had always sought to obtain the soul rings from her. During their escape, no matter where they fled, the Soul Hall's pursuers always arrived in time. It was not that the Soul Hall was too powerful, rather, there had been a traitor among them, guiding their every step. He accompanied her in flight not to protect her, but to leave a trail for the Soul Hall's elite to follow. His act of placing her in a dark, damp cavern was not due to carelessness, but a desire to let her perish. Love, how ironic. For such a despicable person, she had foolishly made sacrifices. Perhaps she is the most foolish woman in the world. Ayin was consumed with regret. Why had she been so naive? Why had she placed her trust in a human? The simple truth that those not of my kind will have different hearts eluded her understanding. For 100,000 years, soul beasts are treasures to humans. Why did she steadfastly believe that Tang Hao truly cared for her? Do not grieve. It is enough that you have seen Tang Hao's true face. He has always been this way. You simply fail to notice. Su Ran gently caressed the blue-silver grass in the flower pot, speaking with a hint of pity. Tang Hao, who caused Ayin's demise, later watched as Xiao Wu transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast, willingly sacrificing herself at the Soul Hall without interference. Fortunately, Xiao Wu had already severed ties with Tang San beforehand, sparing her from the fate of being lined up with the Ming and heir Ming for sacrifice. However, Ayin had already met such a tragic end. Without him, Ayin would require tens of thousands, if not 100,000 years, to restore herself. 100,000 years. What a terrifying prospect for Ayin, who had once taken human form and lived among them. Every day, being trapped here, unable to move, must be an excruciating ordeal for her, who still possessed consciousness. Other weaker plant-type soul beasts, though immobile, lacked awareness and thought, and thus felt no pain. Yet when Ayin yearned to glimpse the outside world, she discovered her own immobility. What a lamentable fate. Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow. In the realm of Douluo Continent, Ayin is the most deserving of compassion. She selflessly dedicates her love, willingly transforming into the weakest of plants, nurturing her growth slowly. Such a woman, who could fail to cherish her? Who could resist her allure? However, now Ayin has come to recognize the true nature of Tang Hao. Henceforth, their relationship will be defined solely by animosity, devoid of love. A future fraught with enmity awaits them. As the imperial beast, you shall be able to win Ayin's heart. Su Ran's fingers gleamed with a brilliant golden hue as they gently caressed Ayin, soothing her tumultuous and sorrowful emotions. All soul beasts inherently sensed a trace of affinity towards the aura of the divine beast, and Ayin was no exception. The leaves of the blue-silver grass tenderly entwined around Su Ran's fingers, prompting a wry smile from her. In the vast world, the one who truly cared for her was not the man who feigned affection for over a decade, but rather the regal divine beast she had known for merely a few days. Despite the noble status of the divine beast, he had come directly to her, bestowing upon her the extraordinarily precious liquid that accelerated her growth by several hundredfold. This revelation sent her into a reverie. Recalling an old adage, it is easy to portray a person's appearance, but difficult to depict their essence. One may know a person's face yet remain oblivious to their heart. Tang Hao is indeed such a man, possessing a fade of humanity while harboring a beastly nature. Ding. Congratulations to the host for helping Ayin discern Tang Hao's true nature, successfully completing the task. Congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward, 1,000 skill points, and a genuine volume on fundamental swordsmanship. A reminder to the host, as the task has been completed, the system will no longer assist the host nor provide any protective measures. The voice of the system's assistant resonated, tinged with a hint of grievance. She yearned to continue aiding the host in concealing their presence, allowing for a swift escape. However, according to regulations, she could not act independently to assist the host unless they had transformed. Her previous intervention had been permissible solely because the task allowed for system assistance. Now that the task was complete, her help could no longer be rendered. What a rapid turn of events! Tang Hao had yet to extract his leg. Even without doing so, victory was not guaranteed. Su Ran's expression shifted as he glanced toward Tang Hao's position. Realizing that the simulated Ayin had vanished with the completion of the task, Su Ran could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. If only he had a little more time, allowing Tang Hao to sever his own thigh, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to eliminate him. However, without the leg being torn away, complications arose. If he failed to kill Tang Hao, a myriad of uncertainties would loom in the future. Chapter 52. Hammering Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao, overwhelmed by guilt, had already torn off his left arm. He used his outer garment to tightly bind the severed shoulder, attempting to staunch the excessive loss of blood that threatened his life. After dressing the wound on his left shoulder, as he prepared to cut off his left leg to repay Ain with his left arm and right leg, an unsettling jolt coursed through his heart. He realized something was amiss. He abruptly lifted his head and scanned his surroundings, only to find that Ain had vanished without a trace. The stone chamber was devoid of any presence. Where could Ain have gone? With the yin's disappearance, the trance-like state that had consumed him suddenly dissipated. Gazing at his own severed arm, the sharp pain radiating from the amputation rendered his complexion ghastly. As an unsettling feeling washed over him, he recalled that he had sensed Ain was in danger when the restrictions he had placed upon her were broken. Such a breach could hardly be the work of myriads. Even if someone had dismantled the restraints and departed, how could Ain have been so swiftly devoured? Could it be that everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives, aiming to ensnare him through Ain? Yet, the matters between him and Ain were intricately woven. How could anyone possibly know? Moreover, given a yin's secluded position, how could anyone have discovered her? A chilling dread enveloped Tang Hao as a wave of coldness surged through him, sweeping over his entire being. The thought of his treachery against Ain becoming known, especially to someone who nearly used her to end his life, filled him with a profound sense of fear. Although he had refrained from taking his own life in that moment, losing his leg and arm would render him as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. Now, having lost an arm, his strength would diminish significantly. Who could have done this? Anger boiled within Tang Hao. The thought of being toyed with, despite being the Haotian Douluo, ignited an inferno of rage in his heart. As the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, he held his pride dearly. Yet, just moments ago, he had revealed such a fragile side of himself and had been humiliated to the point of kneeling. How could he endure such disgrace? His spiritual energy radiated outward, searching for Su Ran's presence. Upon sensing Su Ran, he stepped forward to confront him, facing Tang Hao, who had lost an arm. Su Ran felt little concern for his own safety. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me? Tang Hao demanded angrily. And upon discovering Su Ran's mere Soul Master rank, his fury intensified. How could he be bullied by a Soul Master? He was, after all, the illustrious Haotian Douluo, a figure that even the Spirit Hall regarded with caution. I harm you? You, who could bear to kill your own wife, have no right to speak to me in such a manner. The esteemed Haotian Douluo, with such a grand reputation, yet you engage in treachery against your own beloved. It is truly disgraceful, Su Ran replied coldly, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Tang Hao's severed arm on the ground. Should Tang Hao's deeds become public, he would face the scorn of the entire world. In the Douluo Continent, anyone could covet the soul rings of Ain, but Tang Hao was the sole exception. What kind of good person would commit such acts against their own kin? Furthermore, Su Ran was aware that Tang Hao's father, the previous leader of the Haotian sect, had been driven to his demise by the Spirit Hall due to the fallout from his relationship with Ain. Tang Hao had single-handedly caused his father's death, his wife's demise, and his son, who had never known a full meal, was cared for by Tang San. His sect had been forced into a corner by the Spirit Hall, leading to the declaration of severing all affiliations and closing the sect to the outside world. Su Ran could not comprehend why even someone like him could find redemption. You drove your father to his death, caused your wife's demise, neglected your son, and brought near ruin to your sect. If I were you, Tang Hao, I would have long been too ashamed to live. Seeking refuge in the embrace of a crooked tree, Su Ran remarked, gazing at Tang Hao with cold eyes. You speak nonsense. I did not cause my father's death. It was not my fault. Tang Hao shouted in fury, his eyes bloodshot. He had never contemplated that his actions would lead to his father's death. The weight of Su Ran's words struck him like daggers, each piercing his heart with excruciating precision, more painful than the physical agony he had just inflicted upon himself. Everything Su Ran spoke of is a tangible reality, and it has long been his deepest source of remorse. The consequences stemming from his greed and his desire to obtain a yin soul ring have far exceeded the limits of his emotional endurance. His wife, his father, his child, and the very roots of his sect, all of it can be traced back to him. How could a mere soul sovereign possess such profound knowledge? Today, I shall rend your body to pieces and subject you to unimaginable torment. Once you are dead, no one will ever know of these truths. Tang Hao bellowed, charging directly at Su Ran, the speed of the title Douluo leaving Su Ran somewhat astonished. Qilin form. Activation of the 10,000-year Qilin experience card. Su Ran silently recited a phrase in his heart, and in an instant, his body transformed into a majestic Qilin, measuring a remarkable 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height. A terrifying surge of power emanated from within him. Su Ran cast a cold glance at Tang Hao, showing no hesitation as he charged towards him. The imposing presence of the Millennium Qilin was not much different from that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. As he rushed forward, the very cave trembled, causing numerous fragments of stone to cascade down. Remarkably, these falling stones seemed to drift miraculously, as if intentionally avoiding Su Ran. This was the effect of Su Ran's destiny power, which could subtly alter the trajectory of the stone's descent. Are you a soul beast? Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically. Halting his advance towards Su Ran, a sense of dread welled up within him. He could not comprehend how Su Ran, who had just moments ago been merely a soul master with the cultivation of a soul sovereign, had transformed into such a terrifying soul beast. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was nearly on par with that of a 100,000-year soul beast. How can your presence be so formidable? Tang Hao had no time for further contemplation as he swiftly unleashed his martial soul. Seizing the moment, Su Ran erupted with terrifying speed, taking advantage of Tang Hao's unpreparedness to unleash a massive paw directly aimed at him. Chapter 53. Tang Hao's Fury. Su Ran's shameless intentions. This is not good. Tang Hao's complexion shifted slightly as his fourth soul ring illuminated, and the Haotian hammer in his grasp transformed into a deep black hue, positioning itself defensively before him. Bang! Su Ran's Qilin beast struck the Haotian hammer, producing a resounding roar. The Haotian hammer, which Tang Hao held defensively against his chest, trembled incessantly, causing blood to ooze from his wounds, waves of pain crashing over his heart. At that moment, the ground beneath them cracked in a web of fissures, radiating outwards from their position. As shock waves reverberated, debris fell incessantly from the cave, and the entire mountain began to sway. Such formidable power emanated from the soul beast. Tang Hao felt a surge of terror at the sheer force of this golden soul beast before him. Despite its modest size, only 5 meters in length, its strength was astonishing, rivaling even the most potent of 10,000-year soul beasts. How had he unwittingly provoked such a powerful creature? He pondered this, recalling his only encounter with soul beasts being with Ain, leaving him unfamiliar with others. The beast before him exuded an extraordinary lineage, undeniably a formidable entity within the realm of soul beasts. What was the nature of this occurrence? Moreover, how had this soul beast transitioned from a human form to its current state? Tang Hao began to form suspicions, hypothesizing that Ain and the human he had seen were mere illusions conjured by this enigmatic soul beast, its true form. Perhaps this soul beast shared a profound connection with Ain, prompting it to confront him. While evading Su Ran's onslaught, Tang Hao calmly inquired, "What is your relationship with Ain? Are you both 10,000-year soul beasts?" He doubted that this creature could possess such intimate knowledge without a significant connection to Ain. "What is my relationship with Ain? I was unaware before, but now? Ain is my woman," Su Ran replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After this incident, Ain would harbor no feelings for Tang Hao, and as the auspicious beast, he would pursue her. He was curious to see Tang Hao's expression at that moment. "You speak nonsense." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Tang Hao seethed with fury, wielding the Haotian hammer and striking relentlessly at Su Ran. Even with an arm severed, Tang Hao's strength remained formidable. After all, he was the one who had dared to confront the likes of Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Zhu Douluo within the spirit hall. His power was undeniably terrifying. Su Ran understood that he could not defeat Tang Hao today. After all, Tang Hao wielded the secret techniques of the exploding ring and the chaotic wind hammer. And even if Su Ran were to sever an arm, it would not be enough for him to vanquish Tang Hao at this moment. This was merely a newly acquired 10,000-year Qilin experience card, not yet potent enough to reach such heights. While a mythical beast of 10,000 years can rival a 100,000-year soul beast due to the innate suppression of higher bloodline soul beasts over lower bloodline ones, there exists no such bloodline oppression against human soul masters. Do you think Ain will ever trust you again? Su Ran remarked, unable to restrain himself as he observed the fury etched upon Tang Hao's face. To speak candidly, Ain witnessed everything today. Your every action unfolded beneath her very eyes. What do you mean? Ain is dead, is she not? Even if she were alive, it would still send a chill down Tang Hao's spine. Ain has not only survived, but thrives. Moreover, you may be unaware that the blue-silver grass transformed from Ain encapsulates all her consciousness and wisdom. Ain is capable of sensing the happenings of the outside world, albeit as a plant, she cannot articulate it. Su Ran declared, conjuring a flower pot from thin air, within which lay the true essence of Ain, the blue-silver grass. This is Ain, the genuine Ain, he proclaimed, provoking a dramatic shift in Tang Hao's countenance. A profound chill gripped Tang Hao's heart. The realization that Ain possessed consciousness meant she was aware that he was the one who had orchestrated her demise. "You beast, how dare you mock me so?" Tang Hao seethed, his body trembling with rage. Initially, there had been nothing amiss. It was merely his overactive imagination. How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? This soul beast had exploited his vulnerabilities, compelling him to divulge all the truths, and had even frightened him into self-mutilation with its illusion of the false Ain. He had never before suffered such a humiliating defeat, now at the mercy of a mere soul beast. Moreover, after several millennia, when Ain regains her strength and ascends to become a 100,000-year soul beast, I shall stand vigil by her side. Ain is so beautiful, yet you have caused her such harm. Unlike you, I shall care for Ain, cherishing and loving her, Su Ran asserted, retracting Ain into the singular storage space of his system. A glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. Tang Hao, who failed to appreciate such a beauty, had marred her, leaving her for Su Ran to nurture. After all, as an imperial beast, what was the harm in expanding his harem? Furthermore, utilizing the nurturing fluid from the system's lady would allow Ain to once again flourish as a 100,000-year soul beast, akin to a rebirth. Ain remained pure, untouched by corruption. Su Ran found himself grateful to Tang Hao. Though he had harmed Ain, he would return her to an even more pristine state. Moreover, this Ain would harbor hatred for Tang Hao, regarding him as her lifelong adversary. I shall slay you for this. Tang Hao's fury ignited as he listened to Su Ran's taunts. At that moment, he was genuinely incensed. No man could withstand such an affront. Although he had committed numerous wrongs against Ain, he still regarded her as his own. Now, the very essence of his beloved was held captive by this soul beast, which brazenly threatened that after millennia, it would be with Ain. What sort of humiliation could be more intolerable? For Tang Hao, it was simply unacceptable. Regardless of the issues between him and Ain, they were merely their personal matters. This soul beast was clearly intent on claiming Ain. In several millennia, as Ain retained her soul beast identity, she would undoubtedly still be alive, while he would be reduced to dust. What fate awaited Ain and this soul beast? The thought ignited a tempest of fury within him. Even if Ain were to bear offspring with this soul beast, he would not be there to witness it. It was precisely this realization that fueled his rage. He understood that this soul beast harbored intentions toward Ain. Otherwise, it would not expend such effort to confront him, nor would it unveil its true nature before her. The soul beast's words were not mere rhetoric. It was assuredly capable of action. The mere thought of his stunningly beautiful wife, the faultless Ain, lying in the embrace of this despicable soul beast filled him with profound revulsion. Chapter 54. Tang Hao, are you incompetent? Despite Su Ran's assertions regarding events that lay millennia away, it was a reality he could not bear. The thought of betrayal, even if it were a future eventuality, was insufferable. Little did Tang Hao realize that with Su Ran's capabilities, Ain would re-emerge as a 100,000-year soul beast in less than a decade. Of course, by the time he encountered Ain once more, she would have become Su Ran's beloved. At that moment, no amount of regret would suffice. He would be forced to witness Ain nestled in Su Ran's embrace, perceiving him as the person she despised most. In that instant, as Ain turned against him, he would truly comprehend the magnitude of his loss, being regarded as her lifelong enemy, the most detested individual, while the world mocked his actions toward her, leaving him to scurry like a rat. Tang Hao, your prowess is commendable. In your prime, I might not have been your equal. However, in your current state, you possess less than half of your peak strength. To entertain thoughts of slaying me with such diminished power is exceedingly naive, Su Ran articulated, unreservedly colliding with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. A direct confrontation would only result in Tang Hao's detriment. With each clash, blood gushed from the wounds upon Tang Hao's body, particularly from the severed arm. Su Ran fervently wished that Tang Hao would engage with him a few more times. Perhaps, in doing so, Tang Hao might succumb to excessive blood loss. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression darkened considerably. The soul beast before him possessed a remarkable intellect, far surpassing that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. It shamelessly focused its attacks on his severed arm, displaying an utter lack of decency. Could it not allow his wound to scab over before launching another assault? Your strength is formidable, yet I am not to be underestimated. I, the Haotian Douluo, am certainly not comparable to an ordinary title Douluo. With a mighty roar, Tang Hao activated all 9 of his soul rings, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The explosion of rings, a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect, once elevated Tang Hao's power exponentially, injuring the Ghost Douluo, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Qian Xuanji before he made his escape. After the explosion of his rings, Tang Hao's strength surged tremendously. Should he employ this explosive technique, Su Ran would be unable to contain him. If Tang Hao wished to depart, he would undoubtedly do so. Although the strength of the auspicious beast was considerable, it was still only at the 10,000-year level, rendering the notion of effortlessly vanquishing Tang Hao an impossibility. In fact, the beast itself might find itself in peril. After all, the experience card had a time limit. When would he return to being a normal person? That was a thought worth pondering. Were it not for Tang Chen's intervention, he would have found himself in quite a predicament. Today, I shall ensure your demise, leaving you without a grave to mark your end, so you may understand the consequences of your hubris. With that, the 5 soul rings enveloping Tang Hao erupted, their immense power converging upon the Haotian hammer. The magnitude of this display was staggering, even leaving Su Ran in a state of trepidation. Fate's guardianship, Radiance's protection. Su Ran unleashed the 2 most formidable defensive skills unique to the mythical beast, manifesting a resplendent golden shield and a pure white shield, each representing different attributes. Directly before him, with a thunderous crash, Tang Hao's colossal Haotian hammer struck against the dual layers of energy shields, producing a deafening roar. The energy shields trembled momentarily before shattering with a resounding explosion. Meanwhile, Tang Hao felt an excruciating pain as the rebound force from the Haotian hammer jolted his muscles and organs, causing further tearing at the site of his severed arm. Eliciting a pain scream from him, Tang Hao gasped sharply, his eyes widening in horror as he observed the increasingly severe wound at the site of his amputation, sending shivers down his spine. Tang Hao, you are not capable, Su Ran remarked, equally dazed from the impact of the Haotian hammer, his body swaying unsteadily, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Since you are incapable, I shall take care of Ain from now on, Su Ran continued. Tang Hao, consumed by rage, felt as if his lungs might burst. His entire body trembled, his face turning a shade of green with fury. What does a man truly care about? His own capabilities. To be so openly questioned by a soul beast was an affront he could hardly bear. You are too weak, Su Ran could not help but scoff. You insolent soul beast, how dare you insult me? I shall fight you, Tang Hao bellowed, igniting the 4 remaining soul rings on his body, 3 black and 1 red, resulting in a cataclysmic surge of power. The might emanating from him was now doubled compared to before. After all, these 4 soul rings boasted over 40,000 years of age, with the last one being 100,000 years old, granted by Ain. Is that all you've got? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, swiftly retreating, intent on escaping the wrath of the explosive Tang Hao. It was clear to him that today would not be the day to vanquish Tang Hao. Ain would undoubtedly deal with him later. However, before his departure, he decided to leave a parting gift. Su Ran propelled his massive form forward, channeling an immense force through his colossal hand, which struck the mountainside with overwhelming power, causing the entire peak to tremble precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. In an instant, Su Ran transformed into a streak of golden light, racing down the lengthy corridor. Upon exiting, he unleashed an even more ferocious punch against the mountainside, leading to the complete collapse of the peak. Damn it, soul beast. I will not forgive you. Once I regain my strength, I will hunt you down, skin you alive, and make you understand true cruelty, Tang Hao's anguished voice echoed, soon muffled by the debris of the mountain. System, is Tang Hao seriously injured? Su Ran couldn't help but inquire. Not severely, the system replied. Due to the recent explosion of the soul rings, Tang Hao's power is currently concentrated, so even with the mountain collapsing, the threat to him is minimal. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that, dear host, your experience card is about to expire. Only 2 minutes remain, the system reminded him. Is it expiring so soon? Su Ran exclaimed, bewildered, glancing at the system to see the countdown for his experience card, which allowed him a mere 10 minutes of power. The experience card was merely a temporary means to sample the strength of a 10,000-year Qilin, akin to trying on clothes. It was never meant to be a permanent possession. I must make my escape, Su Ran resolved, not daring to hesitate, and bolted away. With his utmost effort, Su Ran maximized his speed, racing toward freedom. Simultaneously, he summoned his fortune, enticing nearby soul beasts to converge. This forest harbored no formidable soul beasts, with the strongest merely reaching 10,000 years in age. However, these creatures would suffice to provide him with some cover. Chapter 55. Su Ran's plans. Not long after Su Ran departed, Tang Hao burst forth from the collapsed stone pile. At that moment, he was disheveled, his body marred by numerous wounds of varying severity, with waves of pain coursing through him, inciting a profound fury within. As the Haotian Douluo, it was utterly intolerable to be so grievously mistreated. Moreover, Ain had been abducted, and given the treacherous nature of that soul beast, he could only dread what might befall her. At this juncture, the after effects of the explosion began to manifest, as excruciating pain surged through his meridians. Following the explosion, it would take several months for the soul rings to reassemble, meaning he would be unable to utilize his soul skills for the next 2 months. While he could still employ secret techniques like the chaotic cloak hammer method, and wield power rivaling that of a titled Douluo, he was disinclined to pursue further. The soul beast was formidable, and in his current condition, he stood no chance against it. Mark my words, once I regain my strength, even if you hide in the Stardoe forest, I shall hunt you down, he thought, his heart boiling with rage at the thought of Ain being under the control of another, especially someone with ulterior motives. Regardless of the enmities or conflicts between them, he could not abide the thought of his beloved being involved with anyone else. This was a matter of a man's dignity. Ain, as his wife, belonged to him in life and death. Upon leaving the forest, Su Ran sought out nearby accommodations. Tang Hao likely still believed he was a soul beast and would not perceive him as human, nor would he pursue him. However, should they cross paths, it would surely lead to complications. Thus, Su Ran resolved to linger for a few days until Tang Hao had moved on before returning to the Star Luo Empire. What a dashing figure, Su Ran mused as he emerged from a hot shower at the hotel, clad in a white bathrobe, gazing at his reflection in the mirror with a hint of self-admiration. Indeed, he had not paid much attention to his appearance before. The body assigned to him by the system was truly remarkable. Sharp brows, bright eyes, and a striking presence complemented by an impressive physique adorned with 8 abdominal muscles. Regardless of gender, one could easily discern that he possessed outstanding character, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Host brother, how self-absorbed you are, remarked the system. Observing Su Ran's exposed physique with a blush creeping across her face, daring not to gaze further. As a system, she had only ever interacted with the host, and had only seen his body, which made her feel somewhat bashful. After all, she was still a girl. What does it mean to be self-absorbed? Do you not appreciate it, system? I do not, she replied. Under your striking visage, perhaps today you may remain unfazed, and tomorrow you might withstand it. However, I doubt you can suppress your feelings indefinitely. Su Ran chuckled, lifting his bathrobe to admire his flawless form more thoroughly. Ah, host brother, you rogue. I shan't speak to you any longer, the system exclaimed, covering her eyes instinctively as she squealed in surprise when he lifted the robe. Suddenly, Su Ran felt a pang of regret. Did I just unknowingly expose myself while bathing? And you must have seen me during my private moments as well, he mused. Realizing this predicament, rest assured, host, this system possesses integrity. I would never gaze upon what should not be seen, and I am not interested in such matters. The system replied, regaining her composure as the flush on her cheeks faded slightly. She could not help but pout. As a system with principles and professional ethics, she would naturally adhere to her guidelines. Su Ran then opened the system panel. Host, Su Ran age, 12 spirit, god-slaying sword skill points, 1600 cultivation level, 32 bloodline, Qilin 100 years harem, none, will develop over time, task, none let's conduct a golden level 10 consecutive draws. Su Ran stated. Gazing at the more than 1,000 skill points, he initially intended to invest them into extending the lifespan of his Qilin form. At that point, his strength would likely be comparable to a typical soul beast of 20 to 30,000 years. However, he currently had no need to flaunt his prowess in the soul beast habitat, even if he ventured into the Stardow forest. The distinction between a century and a millennium was negligible, as no one would dare to challenge him. The golden level 10 consecutive draws would consume 1,000 skill points, leaving him with 600 after the lottery concluded. The system spoke earnestly. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 skill points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the extraordinary cooking pot, which enhances appetite when used for cooking. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the accessory. Part of the illusory sea, a mysterious necklace designed for women. Wearing this necklace enhances beauty and increases soul power cultivation speed by 30%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring lifespan enhancement card. Using this card will elevate the lifespan of any one of the host's soul rings by 10,000 years. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Su Ran felt a sigh of relief. Although there were no monumental surprises, it was certainly better than directly spending the skill points on soul rings. Moreover, he now possessed a necklace that could enhance cultivation speed, which he could gift to Zhu Zhuqing later. This was indeed a worthy acquisition. A 30% increase in cultivation speed could be regarded as a top-tier treasure, considering such items were rare on the continent. He decided to apply the Soul Ring Lifespan Enhancement card to his third Soul Ring. Ding! Enhancement successful. The lifespan of the third Soul Ring is now 13,000 years. As the system's voice resonated, Su Ran felt the power within his body steadily intensifying. Beneath him, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings flickered with resplendent light within the room. On the Douluo Continent, possessing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings constituted a genius. Su Ran's configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul ring would likely astonish even the Pope, Bibi Dong. Should he appear at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong might directly take him as her disciple, thereby making him the holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he had no intention of going there. Otherwise, he might find himself confined in a small dark room. Furthermore, he would be unable to accomplish anything there. If he dared to express any inappropriate intentions towards Bibi Dong, he would likely be met with a severe beating. Being beaten by his wife would be utterly humiliating. It would be far better to pursue Qian Renque instead. Qian Renque had now transformed into Shui Qinghe, the esteemed prince of the Tiando Empire. As a core disciple of the Zhu family, a prominent family in the Xinglua Empire, he could cultivate a favorable relationship with Qian Renque under this identity. This would indeed be delightful. He could even leverage the diplomatic ties between the two nations to engage in deeper exchanges with Qian Renque. At that time, they could bond like brothers, and he could take advantage of the situation. Qian Renque would likely swallow her pride and accept it. Currently, she presented herself as a male, so interactions between 2 males would not be inappropriate. Nearby, the system's voice, sensing Su Ran's thoughts, couldn't help but scoff at the host's audacity. The current host had no harem and yet dared to entertain such fantasies. Truly, he was indulging in gluttony while coveting from afar, utterly shameless. Chapter 56. Returning to the Zhu family. Meeting Zhu Zhuqing again. Zhu family, Xinglua Empire. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a snug black leather outfit, perfectly enveloped her exquisite figure. She stood quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, unable to shake off a sense of melancholy. Su Ran had been gone for 2 weeks, which left her concerned about whether he was in any danger. Although Su Ran was incredibly powerful, his strength was primarily relevant to their younger generation. Even if he was a prodigious talent, he remained far inferior to the older generation of formidable beings. The older generation, being significantly older, had accumulated power over time. Regardless of their innate talents, Su Ran possesses remarkable talent. yet it is inevitable that many formidable individuals may seek to challenge him. After all, a genius emerging from one's own family could potentially pose a threat to others in the future, particularly if the Dai family becomes aware of Su Ran's exceptional abilities. They may resort to sending assassins to eliminate him. Shameless Su Ran, if you do not return soon, I shall ignore you, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her cold demeanor betraying a hint of concern. She rested her chin on her hands on the windowsill, gazing into the distance, her mind filled with thoughts of Su Ran. His arrival had significantly altered her life. Not only had she become his fiancée, but more importantly, her relationship with her family had begun to mend. Recently, she learned from her father that her sister did not intend to isolate her. Rather, it was a means of protection. Her sister wished for her to leave the Star Luo Empire alongside Mu Bai, thereby preventing any future conflict between the two sisters. Ironically, she had always assumed her sister harbored disdain for her. Now, having entered into an engagement with Su Ran, her ties with Mu Bai had diminished, allowing her relationship with her sister to blossom anew. They no longer needed to maintain a faade of indifference. Even sisters should be able to open their hearts to one another. All of this was thanks to Su Ran. Su Ran, do you know how happy I am right now? I haven't felt this joy in 6 years. My sister and I have returned to our former closeness. Moreover, my family has begun to acknowledge me. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. I also wish to spend more time with my beloved Zhuqing. I have just resolved my matters and am now here to seek you. A gentle voice echoed from behind her as Su Ran enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace. After such a long absence, his heart ached for her, for she was now his fiancée, while his connections with Xiao Wu and Yin remained tenuous. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise, startled by Su Ran's sudden arrival. Upon recognizing him, her heart swelled with a mix of shyness and joy. She felt embarrassed to be held so intimately, yet delighted that Su Ran had finally returned after such a long time. Though her modesty urged her to break free from his grasp, she found herself reluctant to part from him after so many days apart. Seizing the moment of Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment, Su Ran settled into a reclining chair by the window, pulling Zhu Zhuqing onto his lap. Su Ran, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed a bright red as she looked at him, her voice barely above a whisper. I am simply holding my fiancée. What else could it be? Su Ran replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Zhu Zhuqing's bashfulness. Though she appeared composed, her aloofness was merely a protective faade. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, gradually recalling their engagement, realizing that their intimacy was entirely appropriate. However, years of solitude had left her inexperienced in matters of companionship and romance. She pondered what her role as a fiancée entailed and whether she should comply with Su Ran's potential requests. Yet, such thoughts seemed premature. Their relationship had not yet reached that level. Nevertheless, Su Ran's playful nature made her anxious about rejecting him, fearing it might lead to his discontent. Zhu Zhuqing's mind raced with these thoughts, typical of a young girl experiencing the stirrings of affection. What are you thinking about? Su Ran asked, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, burying his nose in her glossy black hair, inhaling her alluring scent. Nothing. Oh, I have wonderful news to share. My sister does not actually dislike me. She merely wishes to protect me, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, recalling the current state of her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. From childhood, they had shared an unbreakable bond, and now it seemed they were on the path to rekindling their connection. That's great. By the way, I haven't seen Zhu Zhuqing and the Zhu family since my return, Su Ran remarked, his thoughts drifting to Zhu Zhuqing. In the original narrative, Zhu Qing's figure surpassed even that of Zhu Zhuqing. If Zhu Zhuqing's physique was already impressive, one could only imagine how remarkable Zhu Zhuqing must be, likely captivating every onlooker. My sister is studying at the Star Luo Advanced Soul Master Academy. During the last family meeting, she went out for training with the faculty and students. Upon her return, she expressed a desire to see you, but as you were not home, she had to forego the visit. Now that you are back, I shall go to the academy tomorrow to share the news, Zhu Zhuqing said, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Were it not for Su Ran, the misunderstanding between her and her sister might never have been resolved. Resolving misunderstandings is a blessing. Henceforth, you need not worry about such conflicts, Su Ran chuckled. Chapter 57. Zhu Qing's heartfelt emotion. The treasure worth 30 million. Enough about that. Where have you been these past few days? Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she sat on Su Ran's lap, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Her feminine intuition suggested that he might have been spending time with other girls. I have been attending to various matters, Su Ran stated, noticing the sudden suspicion in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. How could she doubt him? He had been busy rescuing wayward girls, not engaging in misconduct. I don't believe you. Tell me, were you with other girls? Zhu Zhuqing challenged, her keen perception prompting her to poke him playfully in the side. Ow, that hurts. Su Ran feigned pain, tightening his embrace around her waist. He sensed a subtle shift in Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, particularly after his absence of half a month. She appeared to have begun to open her heart to him. Previously, she would have resisted his advances, yet now she allowed him to hold her so closely. Indeed, the key to winning over a woman lies in a delicate dance of retreat and advance. Sometimes, when passion ignites, a timely withdrawal can intensify the flames of affection. Did I hurt you? Upon witnessing Su Ran's pained expression, Zhu Zhuqing immediately ceased her playful antics, guilt washing over her. No, I was merely teasing you. My dear Zhuqing, didn't he apply any real force? It didn't he hurt at all, Su Ran declared, wrapping her in his arms as they both tumbled onto the reclining chair. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she felt their closeness. Su Ran held her tightly, one leg resting atop hers. As they lay together on the chair, which tilted at a 30-degree angle, it felt as if they were a loving couple, experiencing the warmth of a body that exuded masculinity, starkly contrasting with the delicate features of the woman beside him. A faint blush crept across Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks, and a subtle flush tinged her skin. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Su Ran was utterly shameless. Upon returning home after such a long absence, he wasted no time in embracing her. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing lying obediently beside him, too timid to stir, Su Ran understood that the moment had arrived. In Su Ran's hand appeared a delicate pink necklace, the heart of the illusory sea. This exquisite piece had the ability to enhance the wearer's cultivation speed by 30%, and it was the gift he had prepared for Zhu Zhuqing. The moment the necklace was unveiled, the entire room transformed into a vast ocean of pink, with the pristine white walls seemingly adorned by playful pink whales, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. Even Su Ran couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. This was indeed an essential tool for charming the ladies. If only he could acquire a few more like it, wouldn't he that lead to a blissful life? Engaging in mundane battles day after day held little appeal. Pursuing romance was of utmost importance. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was also entranced, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the necklace in Su Ran's grasp. As she observed the necklace radiating a soft pink luminescence, a glimmer of wonder sparkled in her gaze. Although she was the second young mistress of the Zhu family and had encountered her fair share of worldly treasures, this was the first time she had laid eyes on such a stunning ornament. The instant she beheld it, she felt an irresistible affection for it. Could this possibly be the gift Su Ran intended for her? Her heart raced, and her gaze softened significantly as she looked at him. It turned out that during his absence, Su Ran had been preparing a surprise for her. How foolish she had been to suspect he was pursuing another woman. It was utterly laughable. She had been gravely mistaken. Su Ran is certainly not the kind of person one might expect. At that moment, he noticed the eager glimmer in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes and took the initiative to speak, delivering a revelation that struck like thunder. Just recently, I learned that the Imperial Auction House of Tiando was hosting an extraordinary auction, featuring a plethora of treasures. Upon receiving the list of items, I was immediately captivated by a particular necklace. Su Ran expressed, a hint of affection evident in his voice. For over half a month, he journeyed back and forth from Tiando City, yet despite the fatigue, he felt no weariness, for love resided in his heart. What could exhaustion matter in its presence? Su Ran. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Little did she know that his prolonged absence was solely for her sake. Behind this necklace lies a poignant tale. Once, there was a man surrounded by many women, yet his heart belonged solely to his wife. Unbeknownst to him, she felt betrayed and vanished, swept away by the tumultuous sea. Day after day, he stood vigil by the shore, clutching the cherished necklace of his beloved, awaiting her return. Such love is both tragic and magnificent, Su Ran mused, deeply moved by the beauty of such devotion. In the depths of the forest, one sees deer. In the blue sea, one sees whales, and upon waking from dreams, one sees you. Zhuqing, I present this necklace to you, hoping that you will always be the first I see, both in dreams and reality, Su Ran declared. His gaze tender as he gently placed the necklace around Zhu Zhuqing's alabaster neck. As his eyes traced her delicate form, he could not help but gaze downward. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering like gentle waves, filled with emotion. She was profoundly touched. The journey from Xinglua City to Tiando City was a considerable distance, spanning two great empires. Yet, Su Ran had resolutely traveled this arduous path, likely enduring countless hardships along the way. However, a strange sensation lingered within her regarding the story he shared, as if it held a deeper meaning. Yet, in her current state of emotion, she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. All she could think about was the beauty of the necklace and her gratitude for Su Ran's heartfelt gesture. How much is this necklace? Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly. Not expensive, merely 300 gold soul coins, Su Ran replied, shaking his head. Is that truly the case? Zhu Zhuqing responded, her eyes brimming with tears. Just when she had assumed it was merely an exquisite necklace, she was gravely mistaken once more. As she began to channel her soul power, the elemental forces of the world around her surged toward her, visibly accelerating at a remarkable pace, much faster than her usual rate. In fact, it appeared to enhance her cultivation speed by at least 30%. Could this necklace truly provide such an extraordinary boost? Was it genuinely attainable for just 300 gold soul coins? Surely, it must be worth far more, perhaps even 30,000. Su Ran was once again deceiving her, fearing that she might worry. However, she was fully aware of the true value of such a treasure. It could command a price of at least 30 million gold soul coins. In Chapter 58, Zhu Zhuqing's inner thoughts revealed her growing unease. Tell me honestly, does this necklace possess any other abilities? She asked, her voice a blend of inquiry and playful allure. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel anxious. If the enhancement to her cultivation speed were to persist, it would undoubtedly be worth 30 million gold soul coins. If anything, its value could only rise, never fall below that threshold. A 30% increase in cultivation speed was of paramount importance to the top-tier geniuses. They could ascend to higher realms in significantly less time, opening up myriad possibilities for their futures. The affluent powers backing these prodigies would spare no expense to ensure their success. In the eyes of these mighty factions, gold soul coins were merely numbers. It was the geniuses and the powerful that determined the prosperity of a force. The wearer enjoys a permanent 30% boost in cultivation speed, and additionally, it enhances beauty, Su Ran stated plainly. Zhu Zhuqing could already sense the effects herself. In fact, the most remarkable treasure she had drawn in her last 10 consecutive attempts had to be this necklace. However, it was more suited for women, offering little utility to Su Ran himself. Yet, gifting it to his wife would be quite delightful, for a happy wife would bring joy to her husband. Indeed. So why did you deceive me into thinking this necklace was worth merely 300 gold soul coins? Zhu Zhuqing mused, her heart alight with joy as she fiddled with the necklace around her neck. After a moment of contemplation, she added with a hint of reproach, I just didn't want you to feel pressured. This necklace actually cost me 30,000 gold soul coins, Su Ran admitted, unable to conceal the truth any longer. The atmosphere grew tense as Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, imploring him to reveal the facts. All right, I won't pretend any longer. The actual cost is 300,000 gold soul coins, Su Ran said, feeling exasperated. Why must she insist on knowing the truth? The air remained heavy as Zhu Zhuqing continued to scrutinize him, her discontent growing. Su Ran's persistent lies were truly infuriating. Did he think her a naive girl who understood nothing? Name your price, she insisted. Su Ran shrugged in response. 30 million? She murmured, astonished at Su Ran's ability to conjure such an amount. Yet, she understood that the necklace was genuinely worth a price, especially in an auction where powerful factions would fiercely compete for it. Its value would only escalate, particularly in a place like Tindo City, teeming with geniuses and formidable beings. I intended to keep it hidden, but it seems you saw right through me, Su Ran admitted, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's figure. He quickly regained his composure and lightly patted her back, exclaiming, 30 million gold soul coins, that's a significant sum. However, spending a little for my wife is worth it. If it brings a smile to her face, I wouldn't hesitate to part with 3 million, let alone 30. Thank you, Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her body trembling with emotion. 30 million gold soul coins was a sum her father would never dream of spending on her. As the head of the family, he could not frivolously squander money. Even if he did purchase something, it would likely be for her elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing, the future queen, whose strength would ultimately benefit the Zhu family. Let us never speak of gratitude between us. To me, you are a priceless treasure. Whether it be 30 million or 3 billion, it matters not. Your happiness is all that counts, Su Ran declared, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and pulling her close. As he embraced her, feeling the warmth of her presence, he found solace and tranquility in the moment. He could not help but reminisce about his life not long ago on Earth, toiling away in a mundane existence, confined to a computer with countless gigabytes. Now, he was fortunate enough to hold a beautiful woman in his arms. Such was the arrangement of fate. Having arrived in this world, he vowed not to leave any regrets behind, resolving to fulfill all the aspirations he had once set aside. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, curling into Su Ran's embrace like a small cat. Her heart swelled with emotion, for she realized that her life would now include a boy worthy of her affection. Honestly, I do not oppose you having relationships with other girls. I simply wish they are not of dubious character, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. Coming from a prominent family and destined to marry into royalty, she understood the reality. Powerful men often had multiple wives. Even her father, Zhu Zihai, had many concubines, all for the sake of expanding the family lineage. The royal family was even more formidable, requiring competition to ensure the emperor had numerous offspring. As a refined young lady, Zhu Zhuqing could not be overly disapproving of this norm, for she had witnessed it repeatedly within her family and the royal court. What truly irked her was her fiancé's penchant for frequenting disreputable establishments and seeking out unsavory women. Such behavior was beneath her dignity. Rest assured, I will not, Su Ran affirmed, his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing filled with tenderness. Despite his flirtatious nature, he would never seek out such women. With a fiancé like Zhu Zhuqing, why would he even consider them? He was no fool. Given the intimacy they shared, he could afford to indulge in his desires in the future. Though uncertain when he might establish a harem, he believed it would not be long now. Yet, he was surprised to find Zhu Zhuqing's mindset so open. He had anticipated chaos within the Shrek Academy, but it seemed her primary concern was his loyalty and fidelity. Fortunately, Su Ran was not that sort of person. He intended to be upfront with Zhu Zhuqing about his past acquaintance with Xiao Wu, whom he had known before their relationship. It seemed prudent to be honest now, lest it lead to complications later. Actually, Zhuqing, before I returned to the Zhu family, I lived outside for 12 years. During that time, I met a girl, Su Ran said, feeling slightly bashful. Yet he believed that mentioning Xiao Wu, someone he had known prior to their relationship, should be acceptable. However, the system's AI was somewhat apprehensive, sensing that it would inevitably lead to complications down the line. Chapter 59. Su Ran, do you have time tonight? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her delicate brow, unable to suppress a pout, though she remained silent. She knew well that with Su Ran's shameless character, He could hardly be surrounded by only her. Su Ran, endowed with exceptional talent and brilliance, would inevitably attract the admiration of numerous young women, even if he did not actively pursue them. Moreover, with his unabashedly flirtatious nature, it was only natural for him to garner attention. "What is her name?" he inquired. "Xiao, as in dance." Su Ran replied directly. In a few days, he and Zhu Zhuqing would be heading to Shrek Academy, and concealing this fact would serve no purpose. It would only foster dissatisfaction within Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, it was far better to be forthright and transparent. After all, in any relationship, sincerity must reign supreme, devoid of any pretense. Only by unveiling one's genuine self can the bond between two individuals endure the test of time. I knew it, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Ran, her slender fingers once again pinching his waist. This time, Su Ran's cries of pain fell on deaf ears. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, feigning discomfort. Observing his reaction, Zhu Zhuqing let out a petulant huff, though her grip unconsciously softened. She was not genuinely angry. She merely wished to express her stance. Given Su Ran's propensity to flirt, she could only imagine how many women would cross his path in the future. While she did not mind him having a few close female friends, she was well aware of his character and recognized that many cherished confidants would inevitably surround him. However, she felt it necessary to impose certain boundaries. Her age, strength, and martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Ran, a hint of appraisal evident within them. 12 years old. Level 28, soft bone rabbit. I am a few months older than you. Su Ran chuckled awkwardly, knowing well that a woman's words could often be deceptive. She had just mentioned the possibility of a harem, yet upon hearing about another female acquaintance, she had become flustered. Being a man, especially one like Su Ran who could only grow stronger through such relationships, was undeniably arduous. Level 28 already, Zhu Zhuqing frowned, a tinge of discontent stirring within her. Though she understood that the women Su Ran associated with were not of questionable character, the realization that his talent surpassed hers was somewhat disheartening. You should leave. Staying in my room too long may lead to misunderstandings, Zhu Zhuqing mused, her enchanting gaze fixed on Su Ran as she extricated herself from his embrace, attempting to usher him away. What of it if I come to see my fiancé? Who dares to misunderstand? Su Ran replied with a smile, reluctant to depart. For holding Zhu Zhuqing was indeed a comfort. That is not acceptable. I shall not grant you the opportunity for impropriety, Zhu Zhuqing asserted, pouting her crimson lips. She was well aware of Su Ran's thoughts. Initially, she had considered expressing her gratitude for the extravagant necklace he had gifted her, hoping to bring him joy. Yet now, it seemed he could forget such notions, at least for the moment. His future conduct would determine her response. Very well, I shall take my leave, Su Ran sighed, recognizing the capricious nature of women. Just moments ago, she had exuded gentleness and grace, yet now she sought to expel him. Had he known, he would have bided his time, savoring their embrace before broaching the subject of Xiao. Later, I shall visit Luo Academy to see my sister. If she learns that you have bullied me, I wonder how she will deal with you, Zhu Zhuqing declared, playfully shaking her delicate fist before decisively shutting the door. Su Ran gazed at the tightly shut door of Zhu Zhuqing and chuckled softly. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had progressed rapidly. More importantly, he had discerned her tolerance for his indulgence in a harem, which brought him a measure of reassurance. In the original narrative, Mu Bai had callously abandoned her, indulging instead in the pleasures of the brothels, even expressing his desires towards Xiao and Ningrongrong. Such behavior was truly repugnant to her. In contrast, Su Ran approached the concept of a harem with sincerity. He was not like Mu Bai, who toyed with the affections of young women, only to discard them once his whims waned. It was akin to the twins in the crowd, who, once Mu Bai grew weary of them, were left to fend for themselves. Such irresponsibility, treating a woman's body as mere plaything, was precisely what Zhu Zhuqing found utterly abhorrent. It was not just Zhu Zhuqing. Any distinguished young lady would share her disdain for such conduct. Bai Qinxiang had initially harbored an intense aversion to Ma Hongjun as well. Much like in ancient China, where noble women were not particularly opposed to their husbands taking concubines, they were exceedingly concerned about their spouses frequenting unsavory establishments. In the unique realm of Douluo Continent, where families constituted the essence of sects, which family did not expand its influence through numerous wives and concubines. With these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Su Ran felt a surge of joy. As he made his way toward the Zhu family's training grounds, countless young maidens from the Zhu clan greeted him warmly, while several young men regarded him with reverence. Su Ran's gaze wandered around, captivated by the multitude of beautiful young women surrounding him. It must be said, perhaps due to genetic factors, the women of the Zhu family possess remarkably enchanting figures, and this is not merely exemplified by Zhu Qing. There are several young maidens, strikingly youthful yet possessing an alluring charm. Shameless host, all you do is admire beautiful women. The system's voice expressed some dissatisfaction. What do you understand? This is merely for my own delight. Besides, I am merely observing. I have no intentions beyond that. Su Ran shook his head. Despite his esteemed reputation within the Zhu family, revealing his true feelings could easily lead to a plethora of young women gracing his bed. Yet, Su Ran is not that type of man. Capturing the hearts of the two most exquisite flowers of the Zhu family suffices for him. The others are better left for the various brothers within the clan. After all, as the saying goes, a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow. One should refrain from solely reaping the benefits from one's own family. Otherwise, the other brothers would be placed in a rather unfortunate position. If Dai family members were to pursue the Zhu family maidens, Su Ran too would seek to win them over, which would indeed be rather tragic. Nevertheless, Su Ran is not that sort of person. He merely claims those maidens who might otherwise be taken by the Dai family. He indulges himself but ensures to leave some sustenance for his brothers. What Su Ran remains unaware of is that as his fame spreads across the continent, all the beautiful maidens would rather remain single than surrender their bodies to another, for Su Ran has already etched a profound influence upon their hearts, even in their dreams. Thoughts of Su Ran bring them immeasurable joy. Senior Su Ran, may I inquire if you have a moment to spare? I have some questions regarding my cultivation. A young maiden approached Su Ran, clad in a black short skirt and sheer black stockings, her countenance strikingly beautiful. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the shy demeanor of the young maiden. Ah, what is this? With the arrival of the girl clad in black stockings, numerous young women from the Zhu family, who considered themselves quite enchanting, gathered around. Senior Su Ran, I too have a question I wish to pose to you. Would you mind assessing my strength? Senior Su Ran, might you be free this evening? A chorus of youthful beauties encircled Su Ran, chattering animatedly, their faces flushed with bashfulness, their hearts fluttering with apprehension. Yet they understood the necessity of seizing their own happiness. Su Ran, a prodigy destined for greatness, would undoubtedly soar to remarkable heights, leaving an indelible mark across the continent. Naturally, they aspired to become the companions of such a distinguished individual. Meanwhile, Su Ran remained utterly bewildered. In the world of Douluo Continent, families function as sects, so their calling him senior was not unusual. However, he was hardly acquainted with them. What was the soft sensation? Please, do not crowd me so closely. I find it quite disorienting. Chapter 60, a lesson for Zhu Zhuqing and a hymn. Everyone, please quiet down. Su Ran cleared his throat a few times. Surrounded by the cluster of young ladies, inhaling the sweet fragrance that wafted from them, that he maintained his composure amidst the chaos. Su Ran is not a man to be trifled with. Although he possesses a certain allure, it is rooted in a discerning aesthetic appreciation. How could he possibly be intrigued by a random passerby? If anyone has questions, feel free to ask them one by one, and I shall do my utmost to provide answers, though my time has been scarce these days, and I can only resolve your inquiries here. Su Ran stated directly, without the slightest hesitation. Though these young ladies were strikingly beautiful and appeared as fierce as wolves, upon hearing Su Ran's words, the spark in their eyes dimmed somewhat. Yet their gazes towards him grew even more fervent. They recognized that Su Ran was not a lecherous rogue. In this era, such a man is a rarity. Coming from prominent families, they had previously witnessed women being auctioned off as mere playthings in the marketplace. It was precisely this exposure that made Su Ran's conduct stand out vividly in their eyes. If they had initially approached him due to his identity as a prodigy, now they were profoundly captivated by his rare and noble qualities. After a considerable amount of time, Su Ran finally addressed each of their queries. All right, everyone. You may disperse now. I will return to assist you when time permits, he said with a benevolent expression, and with lingering glances from the young women. He walked out of the square. Su Ran exited the Zhu residence and meandered through the bustling streets of Xinglua City. As dusk approached, he gradually made his way back to his room. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a task to teach Zhu Zhuqing a lesson and leave a profound impact on her. Task reward, 500 skill points. A hint followed. Zhu Zhuqing is currently hiding in your room and is aware that you have another woman besides Zhu Zhuqing. She intends to catch you off guard and exact her revenge. Still hoping to teach me a lesson? Su Ran mused, momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the darkness of his room. At this very moment, Zhu Zhuqing lay in wait, concealed within. He extended his spiritual sense, probing the surroundings, and soon detected a hidden presence, revealing a formidable aura of 38 levels of Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be 6 or 7 years older than Zhu Zhuqing. Yet her innate talent was somewhat inferior to that of her sister. In the original narrative, after consuming the celestial herb, Zhu Zhuqing's strength had reached a level comparable to Zhu Zhuqing's current capabilities. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing's talent was not to be underestimated in the grand scheme of the continent. She was still considered highly exceptional, albeit with unfortunate circumstances. How daring to confront me at level 38, Su Ran chuckled to himself. It was night, shrouded in darkness. If anything were to unfold, it would hardly raise suspicion. After all, the room was devoid of light, and in such urgency, any actions taken could be deemed reasonable. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just returned from Xinglua Academy, her heart aflame with righteous indignation upon learning of her sister's mistreatment at the hands of Su Ran. Having recently mended her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, memories of her sister's past grievances stirred deep empathy within her. She had once believed that Zhu Zhuqing would lead a blissful life after marrying the family's prodigy, only to discover that beneath Su Ran's fade of talent lay a reckless and untamed spirit. Thus, upon hearing of Su Ran's transgressions against Zhu Zhuqing, she had promptly returned from the academy, concealing herself in Su Ran's home, poised to deliver an unexpected blow. Su Ran is an unparalleled genius. It is said that although his cultivation level is merely that of a soul master, his strength far surpasses that of the soul sect. Thus, she dared not confront Su Ran directly. However, in this moment of stealthy assault, she held no belief that Su Ran could evade her. Indeed, he was the type of person who, even this late, had not returned home, presumably indulging in some unscrupulous activities. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but stamp her foot, rebuking him. Having just returned from the academy, she was clad in an elegant black gown, complemented by black tights and knee-high boots. Her figure was flawlessly sculpted. Even in the relatively loose dress, it presented an undeniable visual impact. Her voluptuous form was even more pronounced than that of Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, despite her ample curves, her slim waist was exceedingly delicate, easily grasped by a single hand. Her long legs, tightly encased in the black stockings, possessed a blend of slenderness and enticing allure, far more captivating than the typical youthful legs outside. At this moment, an increasing chill filled her beautiful eyes. To her, a man who returned home late was not to be trusted. She had heard that Su Ran had been training outside for an extended period and had only recently returned to the family. This indicated that he had few friends in Xinglua City. What, then, was he doing out so late? As the night deepened, Zhu Zhiyun's expression grew increasingly grim. Even though Su Ran was a prodigious talent of great value to the Zhu family, she could not permit him to act recklessly, especially as he was her brother-in-law. She felt a greater obligation to ensure he did not stray. She understood her sister's character. Though she appeared aloof and wary of everything, she was, in truth, tender-hearted and easily swayed. Generally, whatever Su Ran suggested, Zhu Qing would acquiesce. However, as an elder sister, she felt it was her duty to discipline Su Ran. Creaking sounds echoed as footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Bathed in the moonlight that streamed through the doorway, Zhu Zhuqing caught her first glimpse of Su Ran's silhouette. The sudden appearance of Su Ran caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard. When had he returned? She had been completely oblivious to it. However, at that moment, she set aside all other thoughts and unleashed her martial soul, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, around her as she sat cross-legged. With her agile figure, she swiftly charged towards Su Ran, her slender fingers transforming into sharp claws as she fiercely struck at him. Yet, Su Ran, having anticipated her move, was not so easily ambushed. Without uttering a word, he swiftly closed the door with a kick, plunging the room into darkness once more, with only a faint silhouette discernible. Slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading Zhu Zhiyun's assault, and swiftly maneuvered behind her. He seized her delicate shoulder, entwining his legs around her slender limbs, effectively immobilizing her form. With a decisive twist, both figures toppled backward, landing heavily upon the nearby bed. Chapter 61. Preemptive Strike, Thief Crying Fifa. Her pure and pristine body was firmly ensnared by Su Ran, and as she felt the powerful male form pressing so intimately against her, Zhu Zhuqing could not suppress a soft gasp. She was utterly unprepared for the formidable strength Su Ran possessed. In the midst of her ambush, she found herself wholly outmatched. Moreover, his immense power rendered her incapable of breaking free. Zhu Zhuqing thrashed wildly beneath Su Ran, her voluptuous figure brushing against him, leaving him overwhelmed. However, given the circumstances, he knew he must extricate himself from this predicament and turn the tables on Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, the tale of a lecherous man would inevitably reach Zhu Qing's ears. And that would be disastrous. The shameless female thief dares to wreak havoc in my chamber, now that I have caught her red-handed. She still has the audacity to raise an outcry, summoning my family to witness her disgrace. As Su Ran's mind raced, he formulated his narrative. Simultaneously, his hand rose and landed with a resounding slap upon Zhu Zhiyun's pert derriere. With a delightful ripple, Su Ran's palm lingered there, succumbing to the gentle waves that followed. Su Ran felt the sensation in his hand. A mixture of elation and contemplation arose within him. Was this perhaps a bit excessive? If he bullied Zhu Zhuqing on the very first day, would she not resent him in the future? And what if Davis were to find out? However, Davis did not know him. To hell with it, should she dare to show him disdain, he would seize his throne and see if he still dared to act so arrogantly. Zhu Zhuqing felt a tingling sensation radiating from her lower back, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her delicate form lay rigid, her gaze vacant. She had never expected that her flawless and pristine body would fall into Su Ran's hands. Yet she was at a loss. For Su Ran mistook her for a thief and was not acting with malicious intent. At least, from the current perspective, Su Ran was entirely oblivious to her true identity. Otherwise, how could he dare to behave in such a manner? Su Ran, you are doomed. Regardless of whether he knew her identity or not, his shameless actions were intolerable. She had always placed great importance on her pure body, maintaining distance even from Davis. Up until now, their interactions had remained far from intimate. Yet now, Su Ran had audaciously tarnished her sanctity. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but grit her teeth, inwardly lamenting her choices. How much better it would have been had she confronted him during the day. Even if her ambush failed, it would not have led to this mortifying predicament. You bold thief, dare to raise your voice? It seems your courage knows no bounds, Su Ran proclaimed with feigned seriousness, tightening his grasp around Zhu Zhiyun's form. The soft texture of her body and the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her enveloped him. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of panic. If her family, especially Zhu Zhuqing, were to arrive, it would spell disaster. Not only would her purity be compromised, but their relationship would also be misconstrued. Release me at once. Zhu Zhuqing scolded softly, unable to restrain herself from biting her silver teeth. She had never encountered such a brazen individual as Su Ran. Even a thief ought to treat a woman with some decency, and to violate her most private areas was utterly shameless. Yet deep down, she felt an unsettling notion that Su Ran might be aware of her identity and was deliberately seeking to take advantage of her. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. She had concealed herself so well, the room was shrouded in darkness. How could he possibly recognize her? Besides, Su Ran had only recently returned to the family. He likely did not even know her. Why should I let you go? What business does a thief have in my room? Are you here for wealth or for pleasure? Su Ran retorted, his hand inadvertently caressing Zhu Zhuqing's form. To pass up an opportunity would be foolish, especially when it was Zhu Zhuqing who had presented herself so willingly. He feigned ignorance, taking advantage of her. Knowing she would have no choice but to silently endure this humiliation, Su Ran, with tears in her eyes, managed to turn the situation to her advantage. I, Zhu Zhuqing, felt a surge of anger, my chest heaving and my entire body trembling. How could Su Ran possibly be the kind of infatuated woman who would covet his affection? How shameless of her to take advantage of my predicament while pretending to be virtuous. Is it not true that I have been ensnared and exploited by Su Ran? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, continuing to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, as she felt the warmth and softness of Zhu Zhuqing in her embrace. A flicker of heat ignited within Su Ran's heart, though it was quickly suppressed. What nonsense! Release me at once, for I am Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing declared, wishing to halt this inappropriate scene from continuing. If this persisted, alone together in a confined space, one could only imagine the consequences. Zhu Zhuqing? Is that true? Su Ran feigned disbelief, pretending to be oblivious. Indeed, my cultivation level will attest to my identity. You can sense my martial soul, the nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her voice trembling slightly with annoyance. Ah, so it truly is Sister Zhuqing. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Su Ran finally released her grip and hastened to turn on the wall lamp. The illumination brightened the room, revealing Zhu Zhuqing in her disheveled black gown. Remnants of their earlier struggle evident. The black stockings were torn, exposing a significant portion of her fair thigh through an oval-shaped hole. This sight compelled Su Ran to swallow hard. In the darkness, she could only discern Zhu Zhuqing's general outline, but now she was struck by her beauty. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing, one of the famed beauties of the Zhu family, possessed a figure that surpassed even Zhu Zhuqing, slender yet with an alluring fullness. Both her physique and features were exquisite, exuding the charm of ripening fruit, ready to be harvested. How shameless! Do not look so brazenly. Zhu Zhuqing lay on the bed, feeling increasingly flustered under Su Ran's gaze. Following Su Ran's line of sight, she noticed her disheveled attire, causing her cheeks to flush as she hastily attempted to adjust her dress. She stood up, the hem of her gown slipping further up her thighs, yet still failing to conceal the large tear in her stockings. Chapter 62, The Arrival of Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran and Zhu Yun in a fluster. System, have I completed my task? Su Ran mused internally. Host, how could you bully a young lady in such a manner? Nevertheless, the task is accomplished, and 500 points have been awarded. The system blushed, taken aback by the host's unexpected approach to teach Zhu Zhuqing a lesson. It seemed more like taking advantage of her. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was still engaged to Davis, who had scarcely even held her hand, let alone ventured into more intimate territories. Yet here was the host, acting so brazenly, ambushing Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Zhuqing, what brings you to my room? I thought there was a thief in the house, Su Ran preemptively spoke, cutting off any response Zhu Zhuqing might have had and shifting the blame entirely onto her. Zhu Zhuqing, seething with indignation, pointed a delicate finger at Su Ran, but found herself at a loss for words. Did she appear to be a thief? And did a thief possess such formidable strength? Truly, it was a case of taking advantage while pretending to be the victim. Were it not for Su Ran's status as the family's most exceptional prodigy and Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, she would have ensured Su Ran recognized that she was not someone to be trifled with. Although her combat ability was lacking, her endurance would undoubtedly surpass Su Ran's. I simply wish to assess your strength. The family has spoken highly of your talents, and I was curious, Zhu Zhuqing explained, deliberately omitting the fact that she had come to confront Su Ran. After all, it would be embarrassing to find herself in trouble while not achieving her goal. Oh, is that so? Su Ran nodded, choosing not to expose Zhu Zhuqing's pretense. Well then, I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, let us gather at Xinglua Academy with Davis, you, and Zhu Qing. Zhu Zhuqing, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, decided to take her leave. However, just as she reached for the door, a melodious voice halted her in her tracks. Su Ran, are you asleep? In the stillness of the night, Zhu Qing's voice rang clear, causing both Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran to exchange alarmed glances. At this moment, Su Ran was utterly bewildered. How did Zhu Qing arrive so unexpectedly? At any other time, he would have welcomed her presence with open arms. However, Zhu Zhuqing was currently here. While this in itself might not be problematic, the sight of Zhu Zhuqing was concerning. Her hair was disheveled, her black dress was riddled with wrinkles, and there were holes in her stockings. How on earth could he explain this? If Zhu Qing were to witness such a scene, her imagination would surely run wild. This was a calamity in the making. Su Ran felt a pang of regret. Why had he provoked his sister-in-law out of sheer idleness? There would be ample opportunities in the future. If Zhu Zhuqing were to witness this scene now, the rapid progress of their relationship would undoubtedly come to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in shock, unable to move. She had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Her anxiety surpassed even Su Ran's. As a young woman, her current predicament, alone with a man in the darkness of night, was fraught with implications that could lead to unwarranted speculation, though it was possible that Zhu Zhuqing might not misinterpret the situation. The fear of the unexpected loomed large. Perhaps it would be best to trust that Zhu Zhuqing would not jump to conclusions. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ran resolved to be forthright. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhu Zhuqing grew increasingly flustered, her feet tapping anxiously against the floor, a faint blush creeping up her neck. In a hushed voice, she lamented, "How do we explain this? A man and a woman alone in a room, especially given my current disheveled state. If Qing were to see us, it would be hard for her not to harbor doubts, even if she trusts that nothing untoward is occurring, as your fiancé. She would undoubtedly feel a sense of discontent." Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of urgency. Her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had only just begun to thaw, and a misunderstanding of this nature could plunge them back into a stalemate. She understood the depths of a woman's jealousy. Even if unspoken, it could fester in the heart. "Then you must hide quickly," Su Ran whispered, surveying the sparsely furnished room, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was hardly his fault. As a distant relative of the Zhu family, having a place to rest within the main household was a privilege in itself, and there were no embellishments to speak of. As for his later rise to prominence as a core disciple, by the time the Zhu family had allocated a residence to him, he had long departed from Xinglua City in search of Xiaowu. Zhu Zhuqing, after scanning the room for what felt like an eternity, ultimately found no suitable hiding place. With a flush of determination, she bit her lip and, without further ado, lay down on Su Ran's bed, draping the quilt over her form. Surprisingly, the mattress, designed to contour to one's body, concealed her presence quite effectively. However, her alluring figure caused the quilt to bulge conspicuously, drawing attention in an undeniable manner. Su Ran was utterly perplexed. His sister-in-law seemed intent on pushing him into a perilous situation. The insinuation was so blatant that it would have been far more prudent to simply walk away. Had he known this would unfold, he would never have pursued her attentions. Now, he found himself in a genuinely awkward predicament. However, there was no time to dwell on the matter, as Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out once more. "Su Ran, what are you doing? You've been silent for so long. You aren't up to any mischief, are you?" Zhu Zhuqing had heard rumors that single men often engaged in peculiar activities for several minutes to half an hour before sleep, allowing them to unwind and drift into slumber. Was Su Ran indulging in such behavior? Otherwise, why had he remained so quiet? A frown creased her brow as worry settled in. She had merely heard tales of those activities, but she was aware they could be quite detrimental to one's health. Although Su Ran wasn't technically single, their relationship lacked any substantial depth. Thus, it wasn't entirely surprising that he might engage in such oddities during sleepless nights. Contemplating this, she bit her lip, feeling a pang of guilt. Was she being overly conservative? While they might not be able to engage in an intimate relationship at present, there were certainly other avenues she could explore. At that moment, Su Ran had already opened the door, clad in a robe, his hair damp from a recent shower. "Apologies for the wait," he said. Su Ran revealed a radiant smile. "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at Su Ran with a hint of skepticism. As she spoke, she proceeded into the room. An unsettling feeling lingered within her, as she sensed that Su Ran was deceiving her. Observing Su Ran's somewhat awkward expression only reinforced her suspicions, filling her heart with deeper remorse. Su Ran felt unwell, uncertain whether to confide in her. Despite her reserved nature, she was still his fiancée. Why should he inflict harm upon his own body? Indeed, Su Ran nodded, quickening his pace to walk ahead of Zhu Zhuqing, using his body to shield her from the sight of the undulating bed. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing dared not make a sound, her face flushed from holding her breath, and her heart was filled with anxiety. If she had merely explained the situation to Zhu Zhuqing, it might not have been a problem. But if Zhu Zhuqing were to discover her hiding beneath Su Ran's covers, her disheveled gown and torn stockings would leave her with no plausible explanation. Su Ran felt a surge of frustration. Initially, there was nothing amiss, and he could have openly clarified matters with Zhu Yun in front of Zhu Zhuqing without concern. However, if Zhu Zhuqing were to sense something unusual now, it would spell disaster. How could he explain being in bed together? Although Zhu Yun was also his target for conquest, he could not afford to be too reckless. He had only just managed to have Zhu Zhuqing accept Xiaowu's presence. If she were to find out about his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, it could lead to chaos in his harem. Chapter 63. The Provocation. Zhu Qing's kiss brother Su Ran. You wouldn't be hiding in the room doing something illicit, would you? Zhu Qing's growing conviction about her assumptions deepened her feelings of guilt. Su Ran already had a fiancé, yet he lived a life akin to those single men outside. Although she did not understand what such an experience entailed, she knew it was detrimental to his health. As she spoke, Zhu Qing stepped further into the room. Su Ran's gaze darted towards the bed, where a conspicuous mound was evident beneath the covers. It was unmistakably problematic. Good heavens, if Zhu Qing were to lift the blanket and discover Zhu Yun lying on his bed, how long would it take for him to pursue Zhu Qing's harem? Meanwhile, Zhu Yun was paralyzed with fear, her heart racing uncontrollably, causing her chest to heave violently. In that moment, for the first time, Zhu Yun felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and helplessness regarding her physique, covered in a sheen of fragrant sweat and nestled within Su Ran's bedding. The distinct masculine scent that enveloped her stirred her emotions into chaos. Regardless of whether Zhu Qing noticed anything amiss, her innocence was irrevocably tarnished. She never imagined that her life of unblemished purity would lead her to such a predicament with Su Ran. Just as Zhu Yun's mind spiraled into a frenzy, a large masculine figure suddenly lunged onto her, burrowing into the same blanket. An even more intense masculine aroma enveloped her. He was doomed. Zhu Yun felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down upon her, making each breath a struggle, compounded by the overwhelming scent that invaded her nostrils. Su Ran and Zhu Yun could hardly contain their frustration. She had never encountered such indignity in her life. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped Su Ran's thigh and pinched it forcefully, hoping to alleviate her distress. Su Ran, on the other hand, felt increasingly helpless had he not jumped in. The pronounced bulge on the bed would have been easily discernible to Zhu Qing. What could he have done then? Su Ran gradually leaned backward, allowing his back to rest against the exquisite cheek of Zhu Zhuqing. The unique scent that belonged solely to Su Ran heightened Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety. As a woman of modesty, she felt an overwhelming urge to push Su Ran away. The intimacy of their position was undeniably suggestive. However, she was acutely aware that if Zhu Zhuqing discovered them sharing a bed, no explanation would suffice. Once they were found together, all attempts at justification would ring hollow. Thus, she could only pray that Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious to their peculiar situation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was scrutinizing Su Ran's room. And upon noticing the hint of nervousness on his face, her suspicion solidified. Guilt washed over her. She felt like a negligent fiancé. Ahem, Zhu Qing. Could you please turn off the light? I've been traveling for the past half-month and I'm quite exhausted. My eyes are sensitive to light, Su Ran awkwardly suggested, rubbing his nose. Once the light was extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness, hopefully concealing their predicament. Yet, amidst the awkwardness, Su Ran felt an undeniable thrill, acutely aware of the warmth and softness beneath him. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied, biting her lip as she drew the curtains and closed the door. The room was bathed in a gentle moonlight, casting a dim glow. Tears welled in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She had heard that boys often appeared dazed after engaging in mischief at night. Zhu Qing, what's wrong? Su Ran inquired, unable to contain his concern at her tearful visage. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head, knowing that men were sensitive about their pride, and revealing her thoughts would only bruise his ego. Is there a reason for your visit today? Su Ran asked, striving to maintain a relaxed tone as he gazed earnestly at Zhu Zhuqing, as if the presence of his sister-in-law beneath him had vanished entirely. In such a moment, a man must remain composed and unflustered. I went to see my sister today. She has invited us to meet with her tomorrow to get acquainted, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. All right, I've noted that, Su Ran said, nodding with calm assurance. Also, I've crafted this sachet for you over the past few days, Zhu Zhuqing said, walking towards Su Ran's bedside. Under the moonlight, her delicate face flushed with a hint of color as she handed the sachet to him. Just as Su Ran accepted the sachet, Zhu Zhuqing's hand unexpectedly pressed against his shoulder, drawing her lovely face closer to his until her crimson lips met his in a sudden kiss. In that moment, it felt as if time itself stood still. As Su Ran savored Zhu Zhuqing's kiss, her unique fragrance enveloped him, and he found himself lost in the sensation. With one arm wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist and the other caressing her silky hair, all thoughts of anything else faded from his mind. He was determined to cherish the woman in his embrace from that moment on. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was seething with frustration. The weight of Su Ran on top of her was already considerable, and now Zhu Zhuqing had joined, overwhelming her further. She felt utterly burdened, her heart heavy with despair. Turning her head slightly, she caught a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran locked in a passionate kiss, a sight that rendered her weak and desolate. Though she was betrothed to Davis, she had never engaged in any indiscretions. Witnessing this scene inflicted a profound shock upon her, stirring feelings she had never experienced before, leaving her feeling faint and vulnerable. Deep within, everyone harbors a desire for excitement, a sentiment buried beneath layers of restraint. At this moment, concealed beneath Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing felt a mixture of confusion and trepidation as she watched Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran's intimacy unfold. With Zhu Zhuqing's presence, Su Ran pressed against her more firmly, overwhelming her senses with his masculine aura. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and awaited Zhu Zhuqing's departure with bated breath. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran with glistening eyes. Promise me, all right? Please don't harm yourself anymore, she said softly, her heart aching at the thought of Su Ran's reckless self-destructive actions, especially since he had never imposed any demands upon her. This realization moved her deeply. Su Ran is precisely such an individual. Although he possesses a certain penchant for beauty, his flaws do not overshadow his virtues. While some may indulge in mere lust, there are those, like Su Ran, who, despite their appreciation for aesthetics, maintain the noble qualities of a gentleman. The latter is a fitting description of Su Ran. Although Su Ran is indeed shameless, he traveled thousands of miles to Heaven Do City to spend a fortune purchasing a treasure worth 30 million gold soul coins for her. While she was unaware of how Su Ran possessed such wealth, she could easily surmise that this must represent his entire savings. In her honor, Su Ran has devoted everything. Furthermore, for over half a month, the journey from Xinglua City to Tiando City and back again has likely consumed all of Su Ran's time. During these days, it is even possible that Su Ran has been traveling incessantly, day and night, solely to ensure that the gift reaches her hands swiftly. Otherwise, It would have been impossible for Su Ran to return so promptly. Su Ran stared blankly at Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing her eyes filled with deep emotion and a hint of guilt, he felt somewhat bewildered. Had something scandalous occurred? What misdeeds could he possibly have committed? Surely, Zhu Zhuqing did not think he was engaging in the sorts of activities typically associated with a perennial bachelor. Was he truly that kind of person? He had a fiancé and friendships with Xiao Wu and the others. What need did he have for such pursuits? Ridiculous. Nonetheless, Su Ran felt compelled to align with Zhu Zhuqing's sentiments. Her misunderstanding was perhaps a blessing in disguise, sparing her from discovering that he had Zhu Yun firmly pinned beneath him. If his sister-in-law were to be revealed, the day would come to a disastrous end. All right. I shall refrain from such behavior in the future. If a similar situation arises, I will seek you out, Su Ran suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Yes. From now on we shall be lovers, and any issues must be resolved together, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, I have thought it over. We are to become eternal lovers, and it is only right that we address our concerns together in the same space. Su Ran smiled, his gaze appraising the exquisite figure of his beautiful wife, his heart racing uncontrollably. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing listened to Su Ran's words, sensing something amiss, yet finding his reasoning rather compelling. Together, they must embrace honesty, devoid of any concealment. If Su Ran faced difficulties, she would gladly lend a hand. Then I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, we shall visit my sister and the others, Zhu Zhuqing said, casting a glance at Su Ran before departing. Closing the door behind her, she could discern a hint of awkwardness in Su Ran's expression. It was his pride at play. Men often wish to showcase their strength, and being caught in a compromising situation would naturally be embarrassing. At that moment, Su Ran was enveloped in a swirl of emotions, though Zhuqing had misconstrued the situation. He felt more surprise than embarrassment. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to assist him in that regard was promising. The prospect of expanding his harem was no longer distant. Once Zhu Zhuqing had left, and he realized she was truly gone, Su Ran swiftly leaped from the bed, allowing Zhu Yun beneath him to breathe. Zhu Yun abruptly threw off the covers that had concealed her, revealing her flawless figure. At that moment, she was drenched in perspiration, the tight black dress clinging to her form, accentuating her stunning physique, stirring deep feelings within. Zhu Yun gasped for fresh air, her chest rising and falling dramatically as her shapely legs curled beneath her, lying on Su Ran's bed. She had nearly suffocated moments before. The proximity of Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran's kiss had left her breathless. She could hardly dare to inhale deeply, with Su Ran's weight pressing down upon her. Cough, cough. Zhu Yun patted her full chest, a wave of pain washing over her, causing her brow to furrow in distress. It was no wonder. Su Ran's presence alongside Zhu Zhuqing had been overwhelming, and the weight had been too much to bear. My apologies. I was concerned Zhu Zhuqing might discover us, especially given your situation. The height of the covers was a dead giveaway. Su Ran chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Honestly, if Zhu Yun hadn't harbored her own reservations, I would have been forthright with Zhu Zhuqing. There would have been no issue. Yet, that scene was undeniably thrilling. Zhu Yun beneath me while Zhu Zhuqing kissed me was an exhilarating and pleasurable experience that left me wanting more. Sighing, Su Ran mused that Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yun were the most beautiful yet perilous flowers of the Zhu family. Both had ties to the royal family. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat insulated, as Mu Bai was a fool, oblivious to their connection. However, Davis was a formidable figure. In the original story, had Tang San and the others not acted so rashly, Mu Bai would have found himself thoroughly subdued by Davis, unable to move. Moreover, nearly everyone in the Star Luo Empire regarded Davis as the future emperor. His influence was substantial. Attempting to claim his wife seemed an arduous task. Yet, Su Ran was undaunted. With the system by his side, he had nothing to fear. Host brother, this system does not provide such a service. The system's voice chimed in, sensing Su Ran's thoughts and blinking her lovely eyes. Cough, cough. If that's the case, I am not afraid of losing my life, Su Ran retorted, pouting. What do I care about women? Just as I have taken advantage of Zhu Yun. What can Davis say? That's inappropriate. Be mindful, Zhu Yun interjected as she rose to adjust her dress, prompting Su Ran to glance at her figure and remark. At that moment, Zhu Yun's form was anything but symmetrical. Su Ran understood the implications of her attire, as the white fabric peeking from her long dress indicated a deeper issue. Despite Zhu Yun's exceptional physique, she felt compelled to bind herself tightly, fearing the judgment of others. Alas, not every man would treat her delicately. Many would use sordid language to diminish her self-esteem. Su Ran had witnessed this too often. Chapter 65, the shameless Su Ran speaks boldly what is inappropriate? Zhu Yun furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes narrowing at Su Ran in confusion. But soon, following Su Ran's gaze, she realized her own predicament. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Being exposed in such a manner ignited feelings of embarrassment and anger. Turn around. Zhu Yun playfully chided, finding Su Ran's shamelessness unbearable. Even at this moment, he still dared to gawk. All right, Su Ran shrugged, closing his eyes and turning away. No longer indulging in unwarranted glances. I believe it is unnecessary to constrain yourself. It is not beneficial for either of us, Su Ran kindly advised. Feeling a pang of sympathy. The mere thought of her restrained beauty was overwhelming. If unleashed, it would surely captivate countless hearts. Mind your own business, Zhu replied, feeling a twinge of annoyance as she adjusted her bindings, casting a complex glance in Su Ran's direction. The pain from her injuries reminded her of their earlier intimacy, an encounter that seemed unlikely even between lovers. Enough, Zhu declared, finally adjusting her attire before turning to face Su Ran, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. She had not expected Su Ran to be so earnest, avoiding even a glance in her direction. Her beauty and figure were renowned throughout the Douluo Empire. As one of the most gifted talents of her generation and the future crown princess, she attracted considerable attention. Her beauty was well-deserved. At her age, she could undoubtedly be considered the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Empire, especially as Zhu Zhuqing was still quite young, lacking the mature charm that Zhu possessed. Of course, given time, Zhu Qing's beauty would surpass Zhu Yun's, as her skin would eventually become exceptionally smooth. However, her figure might not surpass Zhu Yun's. To Su Ran, Zhu Yun currently embodies the epitome of curvaceous beauty. Any additional fullness would detract from her allure. Zhu Yun's physique is perfectly balanced at this exquisite juncture, evoking admiration from all who behold her. Even Su Ran finds himself perplexed by the secrets of Zhu Yun's maintenance, as she manages to maintain such a captivating form despite the constraints she imposes upon herself. Look, Zhu Yun cast Su Ran an exasperated glance. Mere moments ago, she had praised his commendable character, yet he had swiftly revealed his true nature. Being so beautiful is inherently meant to be appreciated, Su Ran muttered, pondering whether it was indeed a crime to admire beauty. After all, how can one pursue health and longevity without indulging in the pleasures of the eye? Such as Su Ran, if he neglects to admire the fairer sex, his spirits plummet. Where did you learn such nonsense? Zhu Yun's cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling with emotion, yet internally, she felt a flicker of delight. After all, no girl is indifferent to compliments about her beauty. Su Ran's words softened her heart, and she found herself less resistant to his gaze. All right, Sister Yun, let us consider today a misunderstanding. Shall we agree that nothing has transpired? A misunderstanding? You have taken advantage of me entirely, and you expect to dismiss it with a mere claim of misunderstanding? Zhu Yun retorted, her lovely face darkening with indignation. Su Ran's audacity was truly shameless. In her heart, she harbored a suspicion. From the very beginning, she believed Su Ran was aware of her identity, and thus seized the opportunity to take advantage of her, although she could not fathom why such thoughts crossed her mind. Her sixth sense hinted that perhaps this was indeed the truth. Sister Zhu Yun, what do you propose we do? Of course, there must be accountability. Zhu Yun replied through gritted teeth, striding confidently towards Su Ran. How shall we take responsibility? Is it to be like this? Su Ran gazed at the enchanting figure before her, whose attire was still somewhat disheveled. Unable to resist, her hand instinctively glided over Zhu Yun's slender waist, pulling her into an embrace. It must be said that although Zhu Yun's figure was voluptuous, it possessed a harmonious balance. Her delicate waist could indeed be encircled by a single hand. How shameless. Are you not aware of my identity? Zhu Yun forcefully pushed Su Ran's hand away, taking a few steps back in disbelief at Su Ran's audacity. Previously, she could overlook it, but now Su Ran had the gall to openly tease her. Didn't Sister Zhu Yun insist that I take responsibility? Spare me. What I mean is, today as events have left me at a disadvantage and in the future, you must agree to one request of mine, though I have yet to determine what that request will be. Zhu Yun cast a glance at Su Ran, contemplating a swift exit, yet she felt that leaving now would result in a significant loss. Having allowed Su Ran to encounter her in various compromising situations, she was painfully aware that Su Ran knew her secret concerning her binding attire. No matter how she viewed it, she was at a loss. Do not worry. This request will certainly be within your capabilities and will not place you in a difficult position, Zhu Yun clarified. Very well. I trust that Zhu Yun would not wish me harm, Su Ran responded, her eyes still appraising Zhu Yun's form. I shall take my leave for today. We shall meet again tomorrow. All right, but remember my suggestion. Binding your chest is detrimental to your health and will affect your physique. Su Ran called after Zhu Yun as she turned to depart. Shameless, Zhu Yun exclaimed, nearly stumbling as she made her hasty exit, resembling someone fleeing in disarray. The events of the day had stirred a tempest within Zhu Yun's heart. Although she was the fiancée of Davis, this was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man. Su Ran's body had pressed closely against hers, and the blend of exhilaration and embarrassment left her in a state of turmoil, making it difficult for her to find peace. She knew that the occurrences of today would linger in her memory for a long time to come. Simultaneously, she sensed that Su Ran's feelings for her might be far more complex than she had initially thought. Su Ran's audacity was unparalleled, surpassing even the most brazen of the men she had encountered, while others merely dared to steal glances at her. Su Ran had the audacity to act in such a manner. As Zhu Yun contemplated this, her heart raced, and inexplicably, she found herself devoid of any feelings of disdain towards Su Ran's actions. Instead, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, causing Su Ran's image to incessantly surface in her mind. Her beautiful eyes fixated on her own ample bosom, and she could not help but become somewhat entranced. Su Ran's words continued to resonate in her ears. In the past, she often felt that her figure was excessively voluptuous, a quality that brought her a great deal of shame and distress. Since the onset of her physical development, She had consistently constrained her body, yet Su Ran's remarks had begun to sow seeds of doubt within her. Su Ran found himself pondering whether he truly favored such a physique. Chapter 66. The Lottery Once More, Su Ran's Shortcomings. Reaching level 33. Su Ran awoke to discover that his cultivation had indeed advanced by another tier. The evident reason for this was the doubled speed of his training while cradling a young girl in his arms. He mused. Now I must possess a total of 1,100 points. After the previous lottery, he had 600 skill points left. And with an additional 500 earned yesterday, he totaled 1,100 skill points once more. Let us proceed with the lottery. A 10 consecutive draws at the gold level, Su Ran declared, as he had always struggled to retain skill points. Though he longed to experience the wonders of the diamond level lottery, which promised superior rewards, the hefty requirement of 10,000 skill points was daunting. Should he ever establish a harem, he mused, perhaps he would grit his teeth and save up for a diamond 10 consecutive draw if the rewards were plentiful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Another routine operation ensued, leaving Su Ran visibly displeased. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, unable to comprehend why. Despite being a divine beast blessed with auspicious energy, he could not draw anything of value. Dear host, your luck has no influence on the system. The system's gentle voice interjected, her large, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. Very well, I shall simply invoke the guaranteed outcome, Su Ran replied, somewhat resigned. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the system announced. Immediately, Su Ran sensed an array of unfamiliar knowledge flooding his mind, various chess strategies, musical scores, and artistic techniques all materialized within his consciousness. What use are these skills? Su Ran's expression darkened. To him, anything that did not enhance his strength seemed utterly frivolous. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength reigned supreme, and there was no need for artistic pursuits. Brother host, are you not aware? With your skills and flirtation fully developed, you will find it much easier to cultivate a harem, the system clarified, emphasizing the significance of such skills. Oh, so that's how it is. Yet I still feel at a loss. Might I return this and try again? Su Ran pondered, still feeling somewhat cheated. Secretly hoping to negotiate some form of compensation from the system. That is not permissible. Once the lottery is drawn, returns are not an option, the system replied innocently. Then, will the system not offer me some form of recompense? Perhaps allow me a glimpse of your photo? A version without your face would suffice, Su Ran suggested. After all, seeing the face would cost 10,000 skill points, which he was reluctant to part with. Very well, the system responded playfully, winking mischievously before sending Su Ran a photo of herself clad in a thick winter coat, her face obscured. What is this? What can be disowned from this? Su Ran was taken aback. Could you not send a cooler, more revealing photo? In response, the system sent him a picture of her back, standing by the seaside in a short-sleeved shirt. Although her face remained hidden, her slender, pale arms hinted at a lovely figure. Yet, he remained uncertain whether she was truly a stunner from behind. Su Ran felt a sense of helplessness. He pondered how a mere silhouette could reveal anything substantial. Moreover, his legs were obscured by rocks, rendering them invisible. Suddenly, he wondered if the system could also venture to the seaside. Although he was unaware of the system's current status, it likely resided continuously within its own space. Indeed, while these scenes were conjured from the system's realm, they could manifest landscapes of molten lava, volcanoes, forests, and an array of other environments. However, these illusions differed from their authentic counterparts. The system's voice conveyed a hint of melancholy. Do not worry. I will strive to accumulate skill points swiftly, enabling you to take on your true form sooner. Su Ran, sensing the system's somber mood, made a heartfelt promise. All right. I will wait for you, the system replied, its gaze softening as it looked at Su Ran. After completing a lottery draw and engaging in light conversation with the system, Su Ran proceeded to freshen up. Upon his emergence, he found Zhu Zhuqing waiting for him just outside the door. Today, she donned a knee-length black dress, paired with black stockings and thigh-high stiletto boots. In these heels, Zhu Zhuqing's height was comparable to Su Ran's, despite his youthful 12 years. His physique rivaled that of a 15 or 16-year-old. Do I look good? Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly upon catching Su Ran's gaze, feeling a tinge of shyness. However, knowing that her beloved was appraising her, she instinctively adjusted her posture to accentuate her curves. Though Zhu Zhuqing was confident in her beauty and figure, she could not escape self-doubt in the presence of her partner. Today, she would meet her sister and Davis. Her sister possessed a figure even more enviable than her own. She was determined not to fall short compared to anyone, even her sibling. Hence, she had risen early to bathe in flower petals and apply a light touch of makeup. Choosing an outfit that fit her perfectly, she had come with the intention of passing her beloved's scrutiny. Stunning, and you smell divine, Su Ran remarked. Stepping closer to embrace Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, inhaling a fragrance that was a delightful blend of floral notes and her natural scent. Zhu Zhuqing had grown accustomed to Su Ran's playful advances. Ever since learning about his close companion, Xiao Wu, and witnessing intimate moments between them, she had become desensitized to his gestures. After returning home yesterday, she had an epiphany. The physiological needs of boys differed greatly from those of girls. Given Su Ran's vibrant spirit, his desires would undoubtedly be heightened. If she remained overly reserved, Would it not be excessively cruel to let Su Ran suffer each night? He was willing to do so much for her. Could she not reciprocate in some way? Moreover, she was already his fiancée, bound by a promise of marriage. She intended to wed no one but him. Therefore, why prolong the hesitance? If Su Ran continued to endure such self-inflicted pain, by the time she was ready to open her heart and embrace their union, he might not be in a state to do so. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing walked hand in hand along the bustling streets of Douluo City, a strikingly handsome couple that elicited admiration from countless onlookers. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing harbored complex feelings. Had he been aware, he might have felt a mix of joy and confusion. It was certainly delightful that Zhu Zhuqing was willing to open her heart to him, promising future honesty and transparency. However, it pained him to think that the noble and virtuous image he had cultivated might be misunderstood by her. Little did he know. This misunderstanding would ultimately deepen the bond between him and Zhu Zhuqing, fostering a greater intimacy between them. Previously, Su Ran had occupied a lofty position, his unmatched talents rendering him almost ethereal in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, an illusion so perfect that it felt fragile, as if it could shatter at a mere touch. Yet, this misunderstanding revealed to Zhu Zhuqing that Su Ran was not without flaws. In fact, he was quite similar to an ordinary individual. This revelation would naturally put her at ease and further endear him to her. No one is perfect, and even the finest gold has its impurities. A flawless person may instill fear, while one who appears perfect yet possesses minor imperfections is far more relatable. In the eyes of a lover, such imperfections can render their image richer and more endearing. At present, Su Ran's sole flaw lay in his lascivious nature. Chapter 67. Davis smiled. Mu Bai was truly unfortunate. Star Luo Advanced Soul Master Academy, much like the Tiando Royal Academy, is bolstered by royal influence. This prestigious academy is renowned as a noble institution, albeit more progressive than its Tiando counterpart. Here, even commoners with exceptional talent may gain admission. Unfortunately, the Soul Master resources in the Star Luo Empire are significantly inferior to those in the Tiando Empire. The most formidable Soul Masters hail from illustrious families such as the Tang, Ning, and Yu clans, all of which reside in the Tiando Empire. The Star Luo Empire boasts powerful families as well, including the Dai and Zhu families, alongside the reclusive Su family. The Su family's inherited martial soul, the Star Crown, is a formidable auxiliary martial soul, possessing not only supportive capabilities but also considerable combat prowess. In the original narrative, after the martial soul hall ignited a continent-wide conflict, the Su family seized control of the Star Luo Empire. Since then, they have dominated for millennia, retaining their rule even during the era of the unparalleled Tang sect. At this moment, in a refined chamber outside the Star Luo Academy, Davis, Zhu Zhuqing, and Su Zhan, a talented heir of the Su family, sat together. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing occupied the positions of honor, maintaining a respectful distance that hinted at their courteous relationship. Su Zhan sat to the left, observing the interaction. Zhuqing, how well do you know Su Ran? You must have seen him when you returned to your family yesterday, Davis inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she appeared particularly radiant in a flowing purple gown, her figure even more alluring than before, which stirred a sense of envy within him. Su Ran is nothing but a shameless lecher, Zhu Zhuqing replied, unable to suppress her irritation at the mere mention of his name, her chest still aching from the previous day's encounter. The discomfort had led her to forego binding her chest today. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she sensed an awkwardness enveloping the room, as if the atmosphere had solidified. Davis, momentarily taken aback, pondered Zhu Zhuqing's statement, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that Su Ran had wronged Zhuqing? As this thought crossed his mind, Davis's complexion paled, his eyes fixed on the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she was stunningly exquisite, her form more impressive than ever. Was it possible that Su Ran had influenced this transformation? A shameless lecher indeed? Su Zhan, seated nearby, wore a ghostly expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he listened to the conversation between the Crown Prince and his fiancée. If the Crown Prince were to discover that he had been deceived, his own life would certainly be in jeopardy. What are you implying? Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? Zhu Zhuqing realized her words had been misinterpreted, yet she remained composed, her voice icy as she regarded Davis. Su Ran, that scoundrel, entered into a betrothal with Zhu Zhuqing only to abandon her, while consorting with other women. Is that not the very definition of a shameless lecher? Not only is he shameless, but he is also irresponsible, she declared, having prepared her response meticulously. Upon hearing her words, Davis and Su Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over them. Davis exhaled, having initially feared he had been deceived. Upon reflection, it seemed implausible. Zhu Zhuqing was virtuous and maintained her distance even from him, her betrothed. They had never shared any intimate moments, so how could Su Ran possibly have done so? It was simply inconceivable. Men are all alike, Davis chuckled lightly, developing a newfound understanding of Su Ran. He couldn't help but feel amused, even a bit impressed. Su Ran, with his remarkable talents, had not only captured his brother's fiancée, but also pursued other women behind the scenes. Such audacity indeed commanded a measure of respect. If Su Ran could be brought under his wing, he would not only have the power to cast Mu Bai into the abyss, but also possess an additional trump card upon his ascension. After all, with Su Ran's exceptional talent, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the rank of title Douluo in the future. As for Su Ran's entanglement with Mu Bai's betrothed, what concern is that of his? It is Mu Bai who has been wronged, not him. In fact, Mu Bai's misfortune brings him joy. A prince who has been betrayed can never hope to inherit the throne, as it would be a matter of royal dignity. Of course, there exists another possibility. If all the royal princes were similarly betrayed, they would have no choice but to select one from among them. However, such a scenario is highly unlikely. Davis is certainly not the coward that Mu Bai is. Mu Bai himself has abandoned his fiancé without a second thought. Who can he blame for that? Zhu Yun and Su Ran share a profound bond, making any such possibility implausible. Is there anything extraordinary about Su Ran? Davis continued to inquire. It seems his strength surpasses the information we previously received. He likely exceeds the Soul Master rank and has reached the level of Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing recalled. Oh, Davis expressed surprise. Yesterday, I intended to teach him a lesson for Zhu Zhuqing's sake, yet he defeated me without even revealing his martial soul. What? Zhu Yun, is that true? Davis gazed at Zhu Zhuqing in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing was already at level 38. How could she lose to someone who had not even unleashed their martial soul? 12 years old, possessing a top-tier sword martial soul, at the rank of Soul Master, with combat prowess comparable to that of a Soul King, Davis murmured. Is it truly possible for a 12-year-old Su Ran to rival a Soul King? This is utterly terrifying. Such a remarkable talent felt almost surreal to him. The potential of such a prodigy is unfathomable, which explains why the Duke intends to betroth Miss Zhu Zhuqing to him. The benefits this genius could bring to the family, once fully developed, are beyond imagination. Beside him, Su Zhan spoke up, a glimmer of combativeness in his eyes. He had come along with Davis to familiarize himself with this prodigy. At 20, he had attained the rank of 51 as a Soul King, yet Su Ran, at merely 12, already exhibited combat capabilities that could match his own. Brother Su, when Su Ran arrives, why not engage him in a spar to test the waters? Davis suggested. Very well. Su Zhan nodded, settling into a chair to compose himself and adjust his state of mind. Before long, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived hand in hand at the private room. Upon witnessing the intimacy between Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran, a smile of delight spread across Davis's face. Mu Bai truly suffered a grave misfortune. He had fled to the Heaven Do Empire, oblivious to the fact that his fiancé had been swept away by another. Moreover, it appeared that Zhu Zhuqing was genuinely enamored with Su Ran. Had it merely been a matter of an engagement, she would not be so close to him. One could say that Mu Bai's betrayal was beyond measure. He could barely contain his eagerness to inform Mu Bai of this news. The thought of him discovering that his fiancé had become another's betrothed would surely infuriate him. Chapter 68. Instant defeat of Su Zhan, the awe of the onlookers. Sister, His Highness the Crown Prince. Sister Zhu Yun, Brother Dai. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing entered the room, they promptly exchanged greetings. Su Ran, being naturally affable, exhibited no signs of unfamiliarity despite meeting Davis for the first time. After all, he had already been acquainted with Davis's wife, which rendered any sense of strangeness moot. Men, after all, share a common penchant for others' wives while cherishing their own children. Brother Dai, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time, Davis exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy upon hearing Su Ran address him so familiarly. This familiarity indicated Su Ran's willingness to bridge the gap between them, suggesting that he was likely to become an ally in the future. How could this not bring him delight? With a prodigious talent like Su Ran by his side, Davis's ambition to seize the throne would surely be within easy reach. Su Ran's talent deserves the utmost attention from everyone, including his father, the emperor. Should Su Ran choose to assist the royal family, the marriage of Zhu Zhuqing to him would be inconsequential. Clinging stubbornly to tradition may only lead to ruin. Presently, the martial Soul Palace wields immense power, dominating 2 great empires and 3 major sections. Although it may appear that all is well on the surface, turbulent currents swirl beneath. If a woman could be exchanged for an unparalleled genius, a formidable force capable of safeguarding the empire, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal, especially since it would involve trading the spouse of a competitor, yielding a significant profit. In truth, the royal family is already aware of the relationship between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing through various clandestine channels. However, they desire to ascertain Su Ran's stance towards them. An extraordinary talent, particularly in the current unstable state of the continent, could serve as a deterrent against opposing forces. The royal family would be loath to eliminate such a figure. Of course, should Su Ran decline any alliance with the royal family, the Dai clan would not hesitate to act with severity. In this world, all actions are driven by self-interest. Dai brother, you were too kind to come so early to await Zhu Zhuqing and me. I am unworthy of such a grand gesture, Su Ran remarked with a smile, glancing at Davis, who had recently advanced to the Soul King rank, showcasing impressive cultivation. Simultaneously, Su Ran noticed another figure in the room, dressed in black with striking features. He stood as Su Ran entered, his gaze betraying a hint of combativeness. Dai brother, who is this? Su Ran inquired. Oh, this is Su Zhan, the current young master of the Su family from the Star Crown sect. Ever since he heard us speak of your exceptional talent, he has longed to meet you. Today, he has seized the opportunity to gather the young geniuses of our Star Luo Empire, Davis responded diplomatically. Yet his words clearly revealed Su Zhan's intent to spar with Su Ran. I am Su Zhan, a Soul King of level 51. I have heard of your unparalleled talent and astonishing combat prowess, Su Ran, and I wish to witness it firsthand, Su Zhan stated. Stepping forward and respectfully performing the customary greeting between Soul Masters. The Su family? Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Though the Su family's standing pales in comparison to the Zhu family, their martial souls are not inferior to those of the Zhu and Dai families. I'm Su Ran, a Soul Master of level 33, wielding the God-slaying sword. Please, Su Zhan, you may go first, Su Ran replied succinctly, revealing his information without further embellishment. Then I shall not hold back, Su Zhan nodded, releasing his martial soul, which shimmered with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings. 3rd soul skill. Star Radiance technique. 5th soul skill, Star Ray, Su Zhan announced, as numerous rays emanated from his blue crystal-colored Star Crown martial soul. 1 blue ray enhanced himself, while the other red rays surged towards Su Ran. The Star Crown's rays serve to augment allies and inflict harm upon foes. Although this type of enhancement is not as comprehensive as the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Su Zhan's formidable combat strength as a supportive soul master is undeniable. After executing his soul skills, Su Zhan's full attention shifted to Su Ran, who, in turn, unleashed his martial soul. 2 purple and 1 black soul rings ascended, radiating brilliance that left the other 4, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing included, momentarily stunned. As they watched, Su Ran's 3rd soul ring erupted with boundless black radiance. In that instant, he drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that obliterated the rays directed at him. I concede, Su Ran's voice resonated in Su Zhan's ears, signifying the conclusion of the bout. As a combat-oriented support soul master, one should not make such errors. On the battlefield, regardless of circumstances, one must remain vigilant. Today's encounter is a friendly exchange. However, in battle, the stakes are life and death. Su Zhan's consciousness was jolted back to reality by Su Ran's words, and he was startled to find Su Ran's sword poised at his throat. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the blade and casting a chilling gleam. A wave of dread surged within Su Zhan's heart. When did Su Ran rush over? His speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of the most agile soul masters. He merely lost focus for a fleeting moment, and in that brief instant, he was defeated. Meanwhile, the spectators, Zhu Zhuqing and Davis, were left utterly speechless. Su Zhan, a prodigy at the Star Luo Academy, possessed talents that subtly eclipsed theirs. Yet, such brilliance crumbled before Su Ran in less than a second. Su Zhan, a level 51 Soul King, was vanquished in an instant. Moreover, how could Su Ran's soul ring configuration be so impressive? 2,000-year rings and 1 10,000-year ring surely. This was no jest? Davis felt a wave of frustration. Su Ran's talent had once again broadened his horizons. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. If such a talent could be enlisted under his banner, his renown within the Star Luo Empire would ascend to unimaginable heights. To attract a genius to his side would surely mark him as a capable prince. With Su Ran standing beside him, not only would he secure the throne, but he might also elevate the Star Luo Empire to unprecedented prosperity. What an honor that would be. In that moment, he even envisioned the possibility of becoming the most esteemed emperor since the founding sovereign. Witnessing Su Ran's extraordinary talent, Davis made a silent vow. If Su Ran was willing to befriend him, he would undoubtedly persuade the royal family to refrain from any hostile actions against him. Although Su Ran had bolstered the Zhu family's strength, he posed no threat to the Davis family's royal status, as their dominance stemmed from their mastery of martial soul fusion techniques. The alliance between the Dai and Zhu families would yield mutual benefits. Conflict would only lead to mutual detriment. However, should they truly execute Su Ran, it would invite retaliation from the Zhu family. Davis had resolved to advocate for Su Ran's relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, dismissing the notion that Mu Bai's misfortune affected him personally. At this moment, Davis directed all his attention towards Su Ran, oblivious to the unusual expression in the beautiful eyes of his fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing. That expression held a hint of tenderness. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been drawn to the strong and unchanging truth. The unique physiological traits of women often render them more delicate and insecure. Even the fiercest of women possess a softer side, and only the strong can provide the reassurance they lack. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing was not a materialistic person. Yet Su Ran was the first to have touched her intimately. That night, he had explored her body thoroughly, igniting within her a mix of anger and unacknowledged affection. Women typically hold their chastity in high regard. Such encounters can either incite fury or foster affection. Clearly, Su Ran belonged to the latter category. The bond between Zhu Zhuqing and Davis was not profound. Everyone cherishes freedom, and no one relishes a predetermined marriage. Zhu Zhuqing was no exception, otherwise she would not have guarded her purity so fiercely, refusing even the slightest touch from Davis. This was a reflection of her own habits and her nature of self-discipline. However, such habits pale in comparison to the feelings one develops for a true love. Rules are established for those we do not favor. Zhu Zhuqing concealed her emotions adeptly. The fleeting softness in her gaze vanished in an instant, hidden from all present. Zhu Zhuqing, fixated on Su Ran, remained blissfully unaware of her sister's unusual demeanor. Thank you, Brother Su Ran, for your enlightening words. From this day forth, I shall not repeat such mistakes. Su Zhan expressed his gratitude towards Su Ran. Though defeated by Su Ran, he felt no shame. Instead, he was appreciative of the reminder. Su Ran was correct. If he were on the battlefield today, he would perish without even comprehending how. This instilled a modicum of respect in Su Zhan, for not everyone would kindly alert their opponent. However, it was also true that Su Ran could easily defeat him now. And in the future, he would likely be left far behind by Su Ran, who would never regard him as a rival. He could only gaze up at him until he became invisible. Such was Su Ran's innate talent, 2 purple rings and 1 black. Far exceeding the standard configuration of soul rings on the Douluo Continent. Such a prodigy was unparalleled across the land. Even the Spirit Hall had no such fearsome genius. He could not predict how far Su Ran would ascend, but he had a premonition that once Su Ran began to flourish, the entire continent would tremble in his wake. Perhaps in the future, Su Ran would reach the pinnacle of the continent. All he needed to do was remember this. Su Ran nodded. The sound of the Divine Slayer sword being sheathed echoed, and he could not help but savor the moment. Someone once stated that swords and blades belong to the romance of men. For Su Ran, this sentiment resonated deeply every time he drew or sheathed his sword. His understanding deepened. The sword in his hand was far more than a mere instrument. For a swordsman, the sword represented life itself. This was a truth Su Ran had gleaned from the foundational sword techniques provided by the system. As the battle concluded, Zhu Zhuqing hurried to Su Ran's side. Wrapping her arms tightly around his right arm, her face radiating joy. Her fiancé was a remarkable talent. Only a few months older than her, yet surpassing the Soul King in strength. With one sword, he shattered a Soul King's strongest soul skill, and with the second, he pressed it against his vital point, defeating Su Zhan in an instant. The sheer, unadorned dominance of the battle unfolded before her like a work of art. Pride swelled within her heart for Su Ran. At that moment, her excitement surpassed even her own cultivation breakthrough, for he was her fiancé. The most exceptional genius in the world with an immeasurable future. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards Su Ran shimmered like a spring stream as she clutched his arm to her chest. Her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. However, upon recalling yesterday's incident where Su Ran had harmed himself, her heart felt liberated. She was Su Ran's fiancée and would one day be his wife. In this life, she belonged to him. In death, she would be his ghost. No matter what. She could never harbor feelings for anyone else. Therefore, if Su Ran desired something, she would willingly give it to him, as long as he was happy. No matter the time, he would always be her one and only. Su Ran gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's dark, lustrous hair and spoke tenderly. This scene did not escape Zhu Zhuyun's notice, and a flicker of envy arose within her heart for her sister. In the future, Xuqing would be free. Although Su Ran was somewhat shameless and lecherous, he treated Xuqing exceptionally well. A gift worth 30 million gold soul coins was given without hesitation. If not for his lecherous nature, he would indeed be the type adored by every woman in the world. All right. This is neither the time nor the place for such romantic exchanges, Zhu Zhuyun interjected, breaking the moment between the two. Su Zhan, witnessing this, also prepared to take his leave. Matters concerning the Dai and Zhu families were best not meddled in. Your Highness, Brother Su Ran, and Miss Zhu, I shall take my leave now. We shall converse again at another opportunity, Su Zhan said, retreating towards the door. The room was left with only Su Ran, Davis, and the 2 sisters from the Zhu family. Davis gestured for Su Ran to sit beside him, while the Zhu sisters took their places on the other side. Brother Su, you have truly opened my eyes today. With your cultivation as a soul master, you managed to render Su Zhan utterly speechless. He has always held himself in high regard. Yet today he met his match in you. With your innate talent, it is likely you will ascend to at least level 95 or above as a title Douluo. Davis praised. Brother Dai, you flatter me. There are always those stronger than oneself in this world. I am merely an ordinary traveler among the multitude of powerful beings. Su Ran replied, shaking his head with an air of nonchalance. Haha, there are few with such a mindset as yours, Brother Su, Davis thought to himself. Feeling a pang of envy, if Su Ran was not extraordinary, then what did that make his own talent? Today, I did not come solely to befriend you. There is an important matter I wish to entrust to you. Currently, I am in a contest for the throne against Mu Bai. If you would stand by my side, my chances would increase significantly. Therefore, I seek you to be my right-hand man. Should you agree to assist me? I will do my utmost to speak well of you before my father. Your relationship with Xuqing would face no obstacles, Davis continued, fixing his gaze on Su Ran. Holding forth a black token. Accepting this token would signify Su Ran's willingness to ally with him. Since the Crown Prince has expressed this, I would be remiss not to comply. Moreover, the Crown Prince and Sister Zhu Yun share a special bond. We are, in a sense, relatives. By joining forces, we strengthen our ties, and great prospects await us in the future, Su Ran declared, taking the token from Davis's hand. He had long harbored such intentions, to leverage Davis's influence to address the royal family's discontent regarding his and Zhu Qing's union. Additionally, it would afford him more opportunities to be with Zhu Zhuyun. If he became Davis's advisor, it would grant him ample chances to visit Zhu Zhuqing's quarters. Excellent. You and Zhu Zhuqing may freely pursue your relationship. I shall shield you from any troubles that arise. Here is a golden card containing 10 million gold soul coins. Valid throughout the continent. Brother Su, take it for any unforeseen needs. Davis cheerfully pressed the card into Su Ran's hands, unable to suppress a grin. He found it amusing that Mu Bai not only failed to secure the throne, but also lost his fiancé to another. Most significantly, using Mu Bai's fiancé to attract an unparalleled genius seemed like a lucrative deal. After all, it was Mu Bai's fiancé, not his own. He reveled in the thought, chuckling silently to himself, picturing Mu Bai's reaction upon discovering that his fiancé had been given to Su Ran. After the banquet, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, leaving Davis and Zhu Zhuqing in the room. Zhuqing, for the next week or two, please stay at home. Keep an eye on Su Ran. It is crucial to understand his temperament. Such a genius must be thoroughly understood. Only you, as the eldest daughter of the Zhu family and Su Ran's aunt, have the opportunity to approach him closely. Once you know him well, I will have a firmer grasp on how to truly manage him, Davis instructed. Chapter 70. The fireworks are easily cold, the first time in the room. Davis gazed at his alluring fiancée, her voluptuous figure eliciting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. Under the sunlight, Zhu Zhuqing's physique was strikingly captivating, leaving Davis in awe. To have such a person in this lifetime was more than sufficient. Zhu Zhuqing was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but would also be his supportive partner, destined to be the queen of the Star Luo Empire, guiding him as he solidified his reign. What is it? Why so silent? Davis smiled, observing Zhu Zhuqing. She was Zhu Zhuqing's sister and, in a sense, Su Ran's aunt. Through the bond shared between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, she is afforded the opportunity to approach Su Ran with greater ease, possessing an intimate understanding of his character. Although he is the fiancé of Zhu Zhuqing, he is, after all, the crown prince. As a royal, even Zhu Zhuqing cannot afford to be entirely candid with him, let alone an outsider. In the coming days, I shall return to the Zhu family and endeavor to engage Su Ran in more frequent dialogue. A talent such as Su Ran, if harnessed effectively, could solidify your standing in the future, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, a peculiar expression gracing her features. Upon realizing the faint stirrings of affection she felt for Su Ran, she instinctively sought to evade deeper interaction, wary of the overwhelming admiration she harbored for his exceptional qualities. Should she delve too deeply into their connection, she feared she might succumb to her feelings entirely. However, Davis proposed that she return to the Zhu family and engage Su Ran more extensively, leaving her at a loss for words. She found it difficult to reject Davis's suggestion. Overtly displaying a desire to distance herself from Su Ran could lead Davis to misinterpret the nature of their relationship. Such misunderstandings would be detrimental to both her and Su Ran. I appreciate your efforts during these days. A talent like Su Ran is bound to venture into the Spirit Master stronghold of the Heaven Do Empire, as evidenced by his recent departure from Luo City. Thus, it is imperative that we solidify our relationship with Su Ran before he leaves. Being the crown prince, Su Ran will naturally harbor reservations towards me, a consequence of my title. However, your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing is unique. It provides you with the opportunity to forge a profound friendship with Su Ran, Davis observed. His heart warmed as he gazed at the enchanting figure before him. Zhu Zhuqing was perfection incarnate, yet her excessive reserve rendered her untouchable. But perhaps this was for the best. If she remained out of reach for herself, then no one else would dare to approach. Once he ascended to the throne, Zhu Zhuqing would become his crown princess, at which point she would present herself to him wholly. In that moment, he would savor the exquisite beauty of Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing strolled along the bustling streets of the Starry Empire, both brimming with exuberance, clutching a golden soul coin card gifted by Davis. They were unconcerned about financial matters, free to purchase whatever their hearts desired. Su Ran, you are truly wonderful, Zhu Zhuqing cooed, nestled in Su Ran's embrace. Adorned in the new dress he had just purchased for her, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Ever since Su Ran entered her life, she had been liberated from worry. He bore the weight of all burdens, allowing her to simply close her eyes and wait, confident that he would handle everything with finesse. What's the matter? Su Ran gently tousled Zhu Zhuqing's long hair, unable to suppress a smile at her evident affection. From now on, she would rest in his arms. And regardless of what the future held, he would shield her from all tribulations. If a man could not protect his beloved from hardship, then what purpose would he serve? Safeguarding his wife and children from suffering was a man's duty, although he had neither wife nor children yet. They had yet to reach that stage, so she could not truly be called his wife. By the way, Su Ran, can you play the piano? I see you have purchased these items, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. The arts of music and etiquette were typically indulged in by the noble offspring who lacked the talent for cultivation. With such remarkable talent, Su Ran should hardly have the time to dabble in these matters. Could it be that he possesses considerable skill in this area as well? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran with anticipation. After all, No woman is indifferent to the notion of her partner being flawless, and Zhu Zhuqing is no exception. Of course I can. I shall play it for you shortly, Su Ran replied, holding the enchanting figure in his arms as they made their way towards the Zhu family residence. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived home, they were promptly escorted by the butler to an exquisite and spacious villa. In this villa, the landscape was adorned with clear mountains and flowing waters, melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, complemented by 3 or 4 guest rooms. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at a cool pavilion in the secluded courtyard. Su Ran placed the harp he had purchased upon the stone table and, with a gentle caress of the strings, produced a cascade of clear, yet sorrowful notes. Zhu Zhuqing stood entranced, her beautiful eyes fixated on Su Ran. The harp, an instrument of refinement, resonated with an elegance that Su Ran, typically unassuming, exuded in this moment. With his striking features, sword-like brows and starry eyes, he appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. As the brief prelude faded, Su Ran slowly parted his lips to unveil the lyrics. The clamor of the world retreats into the void, leaving mortals in despair, dreams, cold and fleeting. Weave the tale of a lifetime's debts. The rain falls softly upon the deep greenery of my old home. I have heard that you still guard your solitary city. The pastoral flute's melody drifts over to that rustic village. Fate has taken root, and so it is ours. Su Ran contemplated for a moment, realizing that only this ancient melody, which had once captivated the world in a previous life, might be suitably rendered on the Guqin. The composition beautifully encapsulated the essence of love between a man and a woman, making it perfectly fitting for the occasion. Zhu Zhuqing quietly absorbed Su Ran's musical performance. The strands of tenderness in her heart thoroughly awakened, although she was not entirely certain of the song's narrative. She could feel that it surely told of a love both heroic and heart-wrenching. This realization sparked a sense of uncertainty within her. Were she and Su Ran not similarly entwined? Despite their engagement, they found themselves ensnared in the intricate web of interests between the Zhu and Dai families. Should Su Ran fail to bring significant benefits, they would inevitably plunge into despair. She feared not death, yet she did not desire it either. She yearned to be with Su Ran every day. As the final notes faded, Su Ran gently put away his instrument. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him with profound affection, her emotions laid bare in her eyes. Su Ran, what do the lyrics convey? She softly inquired, nestled in his embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. Once, a general stationed at the border fort encountered a local woman, and their connection was immediate. They quickly forged a bond meant to last a lifetime. However, when the enemy attacked, the general was called to arms. Grasping the woman's hand, he promised to return victorious and claim her as his bride. Alas, he met his fate in battle and never returned. The woman, desolate, sought solace at the nearby Jialan temple, praying for his safe return. Yet, as days turned into years, she aged, and the general remained absent. Her heart ached with sorrow, for she had been too reserved to share her most cherished virtue with him before he left. Su Ran sighed softly, recounting the tale to Zhu Zhuqing, who listened intently, lost in thought. The reserved woman in the story bore a striking resemblance to her own heart. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing said, her hands entwining around his neck, her beautiful eyes shimmering like spring waters as they locked onto his gaze. Take me. I am yours. Now and forever. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she spoke the earnest yet tender words of affection. Very well. Su Ran gently lifted Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, and she clung to him like an octopus, unwilling to let go. Su Ran embraced Zhu Zhuqing as they made their way towards the room ahead. The sky was just beginning to darken, still adorned with the last remnants of sunlight, casting a shadowy glow where everything was visible yet indistinct. This hazy ambience was irresistibly enchanting. Chapter 71, The Shameless Su Ran. Not long after Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Zhu Zhuqing stood in a daze outside Su Ran's courtyard, her voluptuous figure leaning against the wall, her heart unable to find tranquility for a long time. What manner of person is Su Ran? His extraordinary talent is unparalleled, and he excels in various other aspects as well. When it comes to his musical prowess, he undoubtedly surpasses anyone in the Starry Empire. Even the compositions played by the renowned court musicians pale in comparison to a mere fraction of his skill. As she listened to the sorrowful and haunting melodies, she found herself once again enraptured. Su Ran, what manner of person are you? Zhu Zhuqing murmured to herself, unable to contain her emotions. Feelings are the most delicate and uncontrollable aspects of human nature. Though reason urged her to avoid harboring any affection for Su Ran, her heart could not help but be stirred by his every action. Her heart raced as memories of that night spent with Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing flooded her mind, a night filled with awkwardness, exhilaration, and trepidation, causing a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks. Even if she wished to deny it, she recognized that she had indeed developed feelings for Su Ran. Moreover, this sentiment seemed to rebel against her intentions. The more she sought to calm her heart and distance herself from him, the more restless it became. Su Ran's figure seemed to be indelibly etched in her mind, compelling her to ponder incessantly. A moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Su Ran cherishes every moment of this night immensely, unwilling to let a single second slip by. However, even as a master of time management. He cannot withstand the swift passage of time. When Su Ran awoke, he found Zhu Zhuqing still nestled in his embrace, her eyes closed, breathing steadily. Su Ran. You're awake, she murmured, her drowsy gaze fluttering open, only to meet Su Ran's unabashed stare, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Her eyes darted away. Unable to meet his gaze directly, she pulled the blanket more tightly around herself, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. After all, the night had grown late, instilling her with a certain boldness, but now that day had broken and clarity reigned, she could not afford to be as uninhibited as she had been before. Look at my Zhuqing, all grown up yet still so bashful, Su Ran teased, his fingers playfully entwining in her silky hair. It's not my fault. You were the one who led me astray, or I would never have surrendered myself to you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, curling up like a little kitten under the covers, her beautiful eyes blinking with a hint of grievance. She felt as though she had been ensnared by Su Ran, following him so devotedly, even relinquishing her most cherished virtue. Get up and wash up, and while you're at it, fetch my clothes, she chided, still too timid to rise. It was only after Su Ran had departed that she felt emboldened enough to move. All right, I understand. I'll prepare the hot water in the tub for you. Su Ran replied with a smile, rising to dress, revealing his robust physique. Zhu Zhuqing quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Honestly, it's not as if you haven't seen it before. We've already been so candid with each other. What is there to fear? Su Ran muttered, fully dressing before stepping out of the room. He knew Zhu Zhuqing was quite bashful. As long as he remained in the room, she would find it impossible to rise and dress herself. As Su Ran exited, the room fell once more into tranquility, allowing Zhu Zhuqing's heart to finally settle. Su Ran was utterly shameless last night, showing no regard for the delicate feelings of others. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, glancing at the quiet room, feeling a sense of grievance. Was Su Ran made of wood? He simply walked away when told, offering no assistance. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's complaints began to stir in her heart, Su Ran opened the door. Chapter 72. 3,000 skill points. Su Ran's tenderness. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, trembling slightly as Su Ran appeared. At that moment, she had just donned half a pair of black stockings, her smooth skin fully exposed without a hint of concealment. Su Ran, why are you back? She asked. Her cheeks flushed, wrapping a blanket around herself to cover part of her body. This brought her some comfort, yet the crimson hue on her face remained unabated. Though she had surrendered herself to Su Ran the previous night, it was now daylight, and her bashfulness could hardly withstand his gaze. If I hadn't come, would you have gotten up today? Su Ran said helplessly, feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, yesterday marked his first successful escape from his previous identity in this realm. Zhuqing's figure and beauty were unparalleled, making it difficult for him to resist. Indeed, enduring such a charming wife was a considerable torment. Oh! Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Su Ran with a hint of grievance, knowing it was Su Ran who had brought her to this state. I'll carry you to the bath. The water is ready, and I've tested the temperature, Su Ran declared, wrapping a silk blanket around her delicate form to cover her exposed skin before lifting her into a princess carry and heading towards the bathroom. As Zhu Zhuqing lay in Su Ran's arms, her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Gazing at his chiseled features, she felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. Though Su Ran had been fierce and aggressive like a ravenous wolf at that time, he was usually gentle and considerate, attuned to a girl's feelings. Call me when you're done. You should have clothes in your storage soul guide, right? Su Ran inquired, observing Zhu Zhuqing, who was now submerged in the bath, her shoulders concealed beneath the water. I have some. I can manage on my own, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her head lowered. She dared not let Su Ran assist her in dressing. It would be mortifying, especially with the stockings. Very well then, I'll wait outside. Call me if you need anything. Su Ran nodded. In the bathtub, he added some restorative herbs. After a while, Zhuqing should regain some strength. At least enough for basic movements. Host brother is too shameless. It was her first time, and you were so ruthless, showing no mercy, the system chided. Casting a disapproving glance at Su Ran. I wanted to be restrained, but it was beyond my control. Su Ran shrugged, feeling helpless. Who could maintain composure in such a situation? Even a saint would succumb to temptation. Now, let us get down to business. I have a harem now, right? What about the skill point reward? Su Ran asked directly, a surge of excitement in his heart. Host has successfully acquired one member of the harem, granting a reward of 3,000 skill points. The host now possesses a total of 3,100 skill points, the system responded. Goodness. That means I could potentially have 3 10,000-year soul rings. Su Ran exclaimed with enthusiasm. He had never earned such a substantial number of skill points from any task before. Acquiring a harem had yielded him 3,000. This reinforced Su Ran's conviction that he must steadfastly pursue the establishment of a harem to reach the pinnacle of his life and become an unparalleled force in the world. How can one grow stronger without a harem? How can one be in good spirits without a harem? Does the host wish to allocate the skill points towards soul rings? No, let us hold off on that for now. Su Ran shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. Using skill points on soul rings seemed too inefficient at the moment. Even possessing 3 10,000-year soul rings would only equate to a soul master. Moreover, having 3 black rings would be too conspicuous. 2 purple and 1 black was still somewhat acceptable. 3 black rings would be astonishing. Such talent would inevitably attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Thus, Su Ran resolved to accumulate more skill points to enhance the duration of his Qilin form. He aimed to elevate his soul beast form to the 10,000-year level, which would provide him with some assurance when facing formidable opponents like titled Douluos. Yet, he still lacked skill points. Su Ran felt a sense of helplessness. To elevate his soul beast form, he would need nearly 10,000 skill points. Additionally, he needed to extract the enhanced plant nurturing solution for Ayin. Otherwise, she might not transform again for a long time. Suddenly, the image of Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuous and stunning figure appeared in Su Ran's mind, igniting daring thoughts. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing opened the door, dressed in a loose black gown that covered her entirely. She walked out unsteadily, leaning against the wall for support. Zhuqing, why didn't you call me? Why did you come out alone? Su Ran exclaimed, rushing forward to support her. You rogue Su Ran. Now it's all over. Later. The sisters will laugh at me. Zhu Zhuqing lightly punched Su Ran's chest, her strength minimal, more akin to a playful gesture. What is there to be afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. Besides, your father agreed as long as we take precautions and don't cause any fatalities. Su Ran smiled, genuinely not wishing for any tragic outcomes. After all, he wasn't ready to settle down yet. If things went wrong, it would be quite the predicament. It simply wouldn't be appropriate to flirt in front of one's own children. Humph. Then why did Zhu Zhuqing blush yesterday, only to falter when speaking? Wasn't that a calculated day? Su Ran chuckled, tousling Zhu Zhuqing's hair, understanding what she wanted to ask. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, sensible enough not to press further. As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing exited the room, the butler had been waiting outside for some time. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing walk unsteadily, he quickly inferred much from the situation. Miss Zhuqing, young Master Su Ran, the Duke wishes to see you both after you rise. The butler said with a knowing smile that men often share, secretly praising Su Ran's vigor and strength in both training and other aspects. Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat embarrassed upon encountering the butler, as being caught in such a situation was rather awkward for a girl. Su Ran, however, remained unfazed. Understood. We will head over shortly, Su Ran replied, and the butler promptly went about his duties elsewhere. Su Ran felt that walking slowly while supporting Zhu Zhuqing was quite distressing, especially as he noticed the pain she occasionally revealed. He promptly gathered Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and made his way toward the Zhu family hall. Chapter 73, Marquis. Destiny's Marquis within the Zhu family hall. The family head, Zhu Zihao, along with Zhu Zhuyun, surrounded a table laden with dishes, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. When Su Ran arrived, cradling Zhu Zhuqing like a princess, both Zhu Zihao and Zhu Zhuyun turned their gazes toward the pair. Zhu Zhuqing, with her eyes closed and head bowed, dared not meet the eyes of her father and sister, though she initially felt a twinge of embarrassment. The thought of her limping condition being witnessed by her father and sister made her feel even more uncomfortable, leading her to acquiesce to Su Ran's embrace. However, this was merely a futile attempt to deceive herself. As someone who had experienced similar matters, Zhu Zihao was keenly aware of the situation between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, observing Zhu Qing's somewhat fragile state, a slight tremor passed across Zhu Zihao's face. Zhu Qing, as a Grand Soul Master, had received considerable resources since childhood. Ensuring her physical prowess was commendable. Yet, despite this, she appeared so frail, which could only signify one thing. Su Ran possessed a certain charm reminiscent of his own youth. Uncle, Sister Zhuyun, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Su Ran said as he gently placed Zhu Zhuqing on a chair beside him, expressing his regret to Zhu Zihao and Zhu Zhuyun. It's quite all right. Rather, it is I who intruded upon your time together, Zhu Zihao replied with a hearty smile, secretly pleased with the developing relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran. Su Ran is merely a side disciple of the Zhu family. If he does not possess something to tether Su Ran to him, he may find himself weeping when Su Ran decides to ally with another force. He recalls hearing from Zhu Yun that Su Ran's soul rings have astonishingly transformed into 2 purple and 1 black, whereas previously they were merely 2 yellow and 1 purple. He is filled with curiosity regarding the nature of this transformation, yet he refrains from inquiring. Su Ran's talent is formidable, and he has no intention of interfering with Su Ran's cultivation, as such meddling might provoke resentment. What he desires is for Su Ran to grow ever stronger. The more potent the better. The more Su Ran strengthened, the more the Zhu family thrived, and the Starry Empire prospered as well. Zhu Zhuqing sat in her chair, unable to suppress her pride as she playfully kicked Su Ran's legs beneath the table in response to her father's teasing. Had she foreseen the pain that would ensue from her actions, to the point of hindering her ability to walk normally, she undoubtedly would have refrained from making that choice. Su Ran felt the gentle tapping of Zhu Zhuqing's small foot beneath the table, unable to suppress a smile. However, at the dining table, he refrained from teasing her and instead directed his attention to Zhu Zihua, broaching a more serious topic. Uncle, what brings you to seek me today? Oh, during this morning's court session, His Majesty made a special mention of you. You are now regarded as a prodigious talent of our Xinglua Empire, the favored child of destiny. Your future prospects are boundless, Zhu Zihua replied cheerfully, his face radiating joy. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the Dai family would create complications upon learning of Su Ran's association with Zhu Zhuqing. He was determined to protect Su Ran at all costs, no matter the turmoil with the Dai family. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Su Ran was quite astute in navigating the situation. An enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. Su Ran directed his attention towards Davis, deftly utilizing Davis's influence to navigate the intricacies before the royal court. This stratagem was indeed ingenious. As the crown prince and future sovereign, Davis's counsel is one that even His Majesty would be prudent to consider. Furthermore, Su Ran's willingness to support Davis presents a matter worthy of the royal family's contemplation regarding its potential advantages and disadvantages. If nothing unexpected occurs, Su Ran's future achievements may even surpass those of the legendary Hao Douluo, the youngest titled Douluo in history, who once shook the continent. Such a prodigy holds immense significance for the currently resource-deprived Star Luo Empire, a fact that the royal family must consider. Thus, after thorough analysis, it became evident that the royal family could not take action against Su Ran. The benefits he brings are simply too great, rendering the negative implications of his presence alongside Zhu Zhuqing negligible by comparison. Moreover, the royal family could even craft an image of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing as genuinely in love, with the royal family's gracious consent, showcasing their benevolence to the world. What do you mean by that, uncle? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhu Zihai. His Majesty does not oppose your relationship with Qing. But while in Star Luo City, you must be cautious and avoid gossip among the townsfolk, Zhu Zihai advised. He then cast a deep glance at Su Ran and continued. His Majesty and the ministers have decided to bestow upon you the title of Marquis, with the honorary title of Destiny. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as the Marquis of Destiny within the Star Luo Empire, theoretically ranking just below me, the Duke, and the other 6 influential marquises of the empire. What? Su Ran, Zhu Zhiyun, and Zhu Zhuqing stared at Zhu Zihai in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. The title of Marquis, second only to that of Duke, is indeed a significant honor. Do not be overly surprised. His Majesty has merely conferred upon Su Ran a title without any substantial territory or official position. The title of Marquis merely sounds impressive, Zhu Zihai chuckled, explaining that this is a strategy employed by the royal family to win the hearts of the people. However, even if Su Ran only holds a title, the advantages it confers are considerable. That is quite remarkable. In the annals of Douluo Continent's history, there has never been a Marquis as young as Su Ran. Not even a count of such tender years has ever existed, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. Her gaze fixed on Su Ran, filled with complexity. Should the news of Su Ran's elevation to Marquis be announced to the world, his renown would surely spread far and wide. To be titled Marquis at the age of 12 is an extraordinary honor. Both Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel their cheeks flush with excitement, knowing that once the imperial decree is proclaimed, Su Ran's name would resonate throughout the realm. Indeed, the royal family has made a significant gesture in binding Su Ran to the empire, Zhu Zihai commented. Yet, Su Ran's extraordinary talent is deserving of such royal favor. With 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, and the combat prowess to defeat a soul king in seconds, Su Ran's gifts are truly astonishing. Su Ran accepted a medallion from Zhu Zihai, upon which a large character Su was inscribed. The reverse side of the medallion depicted a fierce leopard-shaped soul beast. This beast-shaped medallion symbolized the title of Marquis, the Marquis of Destiny. Su Ran held the medallion in his hand, admiring it for a moment before placing it into his soul tool. He felt neither surprise nor delight at this title. It bore both advantages and disadvantages for him. Once the emperor proclaimed it to the world, he would undoubtedly become a figure of immense interest across the continent. A young marquis, such a title would certainly be a topic of conversation for many. Yet, it might also attract the attention of some powerful factions prematurely. However, the benefits seemed to outweigh the drawbacks. Being a marquis placed him just below a duke, which meant that in terms of rank within the Star Luo Empire, he was second only to Zhu Zihai. This status would likely facilitate amicable exchanges with Qianrenxue. After dinner, Su Ran escorted Zhu Zhuqing to her quarters. She was not in a condition to be moving around today and needed to rest. Upon returning from Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran found Zhu Zhuqing waiting for him in his courtyard. Congratulations, the youngest marquis in the history of the Star Luo Empire, she said, gliding towards him in a black dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure. There was a hint of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. A young marquis was a considerable honor. Such a phenomenon was unheard of not just in the Star Luo Empire, but across the entire continent. And here stood Su Ran, a legendary marquis. Although he held no official post, this title was enough to instill a sense of pride within him. Zhu Yun, you're jesting. It is merely a title, without substantial merit. Besides, I have never been particularly interested in such things, Su Ran replied with a smile. Titles like these could be easily fabricated by the royal family, and in large quantities, their value would significantly diminish. Even if it is just a title, it is still impressive. And if you have no interest in such a high title, what do you find intriguing? Zhu Zhiyun shot him a playful glare, her charming demeanor evident. Being bestowed a marquis title would make anyone ecstatic, yet Su Ran remained unfazed. Unbeknownst to her, her attitude towards Su Ran was markedly warmer than her demeanor towards Davis. They had always maintained a respectful distance, yet she had never been as intimate with him. In this Star Luo Empire, there are but two individuals I hold in high regard. One is Zhu Zhuqing, and the other. Su Ran paused mid-sentence, leaving Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity piqued. And the other is whom? She inquired, her heart racing as she met Su Ran's intense gaze, filled with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. Did he mean her? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, feeling the weight of his bold and domineering gaze. Her curiosity was ignited, but as Su Ran remained silent, she felt a surge of frustration. Even as she hesitated to wish for him to divulge his thoughts. If it were indeed her, how would she navigate her relationship with Su Ran? She was Zhu Qing's sister, and although they were not born of the same mother, their bond was strong. What would happen if Zhu Qing learned of Su Ran's affections? Furthermore, she was Davis's fiancé, the esteemed first prince. Unlike the overlooked Prince Mu Bai, she was destined to become a queen. And if she dared to pursue a relationship with Su Ran, no matter his level of genius, he would face dire consequences. What are you thinking about, Zhu Yun? Su Ran observed her blushing face and her expression of both anxiety and anticipation, which made him smile as he stepped closer, his hand resting on her alluring figure. Su Ran, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed as she felt his broad hand press against her back. She quickly glanced around. And upon realizing they were alone, her panic subsided slightly. Lost my mind? No. If I were to see you with another man, showered with affection by someone else, then I would truly go mad. Su Ran's arm curled around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, their bodies pressed together. His gaze locked onto Zhu Zhuqing, utterly captivated. Her figure was unparalleled, and even Zhu Qing might not possess such exquisite form in the future. After all, such attributes relied mostly on genetics and a touch of fate. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed a favored child of destiny, blessed with a curvaceous body while still maintaining an elegant waist and long, shapely legs, rendering her physique even more extraordinary. It would be a challenge to find another woman in the world who could rival her. Su Ran, what are you doing? Do you not recognize our respective positions? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze began to waver, her heart fluttering with a mix of sweetness and the panic that reason instilled in her. Her identity was not the same as Zhu Qing's. She could not possess the freedom that Zhu Qing enjoyed. Identity? What of it? I am indifferent, Su Ran declared, drawing her down onto the nearby couch, kissing her ardently. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback, struck Su Ran's chest with her delicate fists, attempting to push him away, but her strength waned as she gradually surrendered to his kiss. In that moment, the chains binding Zhu Zhuqing seemed to loosen. She was Davis's fiancée, destined to be the queen of the Star Luo Empire, yet she did not love Davis nor the marriage arranged for her. She despised the thought of being confined to the palace for eternity. Such a life, even if long-lasting, would be a tragedy. To live without obtaining what one truly desires, what was the point of longevity? She yearned for Su Ran, for a young genius like him. A man capable of achieving the title of marquis at such a young age. Only Su Ran could offer her what she sought. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and their gazes met, leading Zhu Zhuqing to quickly avert her eyes. Zhu Yun, I adore you. I desire you, Su Ran proclaimed, supporting himself on the couch as he gazed at the stunning woman draped in black. Zhu Zhuqing responded, her heart racing at his commanding tone and actions. Meeting Su Ran's earnest and resolute expression, she felt a rush of warmth and, in that moment, she lost herself, almost instinctively murmuring her agreement. Then you shall be mine, Su Ran said, lifting her into his arms, reveling in her soft warmth and the fragrant allure of her presence. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing thought, observing him embrace her as if she were his possession. A frown creased her brow as she pondered whether their relationship could endure. What would happen if word of their bond reached the royal family? Su Ran, let us keep our relationship private, away from prying eyes. Before outsiders. We maintained our distance as we always had. Yet, when it is just the two of us in private, what would you desire? As long as it is not excessively outrageous, I am willing to acquiesce to your wishes. Zhu Zhuqing's pleading gaze was fixed upon Su Ran. Should their relationship be exposed, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire empire. She was unconcerned about her reputation possibly being tarnished or the scorn she might face as a woman of such nature. All she knew was that if their secret were to be revealed, Su Ran would become the target of relentless pursuit by the royal family. Chapter 75. Together with Zhu Zhuqing, a few small garments. For now, let us maintain our previous state. I shall not place you in a difficult position, Su Ran nodded. He was acutely aware of the tempest that would ensue if their clandestine affair came to light. The engagement of the crown prince, Zhu Zhuqing, who might one day ascend as empress, being implicated in a scandal would undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval within the Xingluo Empire. It would be a true disgrace to the royal family. However, I must make amends. Su Ran gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was nestled in his embrace, unable to restrain himself from speaking. You are quite mischievous, Zhu Zhuqing playfully chided him, casting a feigned glare. Though concealing their relationship would benefit him as well, his audacity to seek recompense was rather shameless. Yet, She found herself utterly defenseless against his request. In a fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing pecked Su Ran's cheek like a little bird before swiftly retreating. "Now, you must be satisfied," she said, playfully striking his chest with her delicate fists. At last, she comprehended why Zhu Zhuqing had so quickly fallen for Su Ran, even surrendering her precious self to him. Though Su Ran is shameless and lecherous, he possesses a profound understanding of a woman's heart, skillfully stirring their emotions without inciting annoyance. In fact, being in his company evokes a sense of comfort and ease. His brazen demeanor adds an air of irreverence to his character, and the mischievous smile adorning his handsome face elicits both exasperation and amusement. He nodded in satisfaction, resting his nose against Zhu Zhuqing's elegantly styled hair, inhaling the delightful fragrance that was uniquely hers. He recognized that maintaining such a relationship with Zhu Zhuqing was no small feat. Although he yearned to deepen their connection, he understood that the time was not yet right. The royal family sanctioned his association with Xu Qingshan, believing that even if they forbade Xu Qingshan from being with Su Ran, her fate would be no better with Mu Bai amidst the fierce competition for the throne, rather than let her suffer. They preferred to concede her as a means to acquire a prodigy. However, Zhu Zhuqing's situation was different. Lacking sufficient strength, he could only embrace her for the time being. Should he claim her virginity and the royal family discover it, Zhu Zhuqing would face dire consequences. He was unencumbered, free to whisk Xu Qingshan away to a distant land. But Zhu Zhuqing would never abandon her family to preserve her honor. "Randi, when will you and Xu Qingshan depart?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly inquired while nestled in Su Ran's embrace. She understood that their departure from the Star Luo Empire was inevitable. The emperor's whims were unpredictable, and remaining there posed a significant risk. Given Su Ran's exceptional talent, he would undoubtedly flourish in the Heaven Do Empire. Perhaps in a week, Su Ran replied. Although he wished to remain with Zhu Zhuqing, staying in the Star Luo Empire would inevitably expose their affair, making an early departure a prudent choice. Furthermore, Tang San and Xiao Gang were likely to arrive at Shrek Academy soon, and he needed to showcase their talents, particularly Xiao Gang, who, despite lacking prowess, had proclaimed the adage that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Was he not contradicting himself? He had yet to take on any disciples with inferior martial souls to validate his theory. This so-called master might very well be of the same ilk as Master Ma Bao, for they both bore the title of master. Then, in light of your impending departure, could you play a piece for me? You sang for Xu Qingshan yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing said, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing her face before she recalled the melody she had heard the previous day in the courtyard and couldn't help but ask. Of course. Just lie still in my embrace, and I shall play for you. As the moment of parting approached, Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow. Knowing he had stirred her affections only to leave soon, he was determined to fulfill any request she made, as long as it was within his power. Especially since this was a simple matter. Su Ran sat upright, cradling Zhu Zhuqing, and placed a harp upon the stone table before him, commencing his performance. At the horizon's end lies the swirling sands, while the tales of the mortal realm evoke deep sentiments. As the sword is drawn, grievances arise. Who smiles? I seek only to embrace you in this moment. In the end of the mortal world, the wind cuts like a blade, and the sudden rain heralds the relentless march of fate. Su Ran has now mastered the arts of music, chess, painting, and calligraphy, effortlessly playing ancient masterpieces that have stood the test of time. Yet, he finds the lively charm of contemporary Chinese-style music, which blends the old with the new, even more captivating. In the company of his beloved, there is no need for pretense. What matters is the joy it brings him. Randi, how do you possess such talent? Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in Su Ran's embrace, found herself entranced by the melody he played. With a gift so extraordinary, Su Ran is a rare gem in this world, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of gratitude. Although their differing identities may forever hinder their union, cherishing this profound affection within her heart suffices. Having experienced such love, she would harbor no regrets. From this day forth, she vowed to keep her distance from Davis, refusing even the slightest touch. She would remain chaste for Su Ran, resolute that if their paths did not converge before her wedding to Davis, she would choose to end her life rather than allow Davis to claim her. In just a few short days, Su Ran had etched a deep imprint on her heart, making it impossible to welcome anyone else. After encountering Su Ran, all those who had previously surrounded her seemed insipid by comparison, utterly lacking in charm. Randi, I must return now. If I linger in your room any longer, I fear it may invite gossip, Zhu Zhuqing remarked. Having spent considerable time in Su Ran's quarters, she knew that overstaying her welcome could lead to complications. All right. By the way, I have prepared some lingerie for you. These are sports types, and the rest are suitable for everyday wear, Su Ran said, retrieving several delicate garments from his storage device. Upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing had been using binding cloth to constrain herself, he had requested these items from the system. Although he was uncertain of her size, he opted for an E-cup. What is this? You, shameless. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the garments Su Ran presented. Perplexed at first, but soon she understood, inwardly chastising him for his audacity. Such scandalous attire could be so casually displayed. However, she also felt a twinge of intrigue. The undergarments from Douluo Continent were decidedly different from those of her previous life on Earth. Clearly, Su Ran had chosen options that would fit her better and provide superior support. Previously, during battles, her garments would shift uncomfortably, causing her distress. But now it seemed a solution had emerged. Zhu Zhuqing stowed the clothing in her storage device and promptly departed, a flicker of delight in her heart. She had not anticipated Su Ran's attentiveness in crafting such delicate garments for her. As a week passed, Su Ran's name began to resonate throughout the Star Luo Empire. By imperial decree, news spread across the realm, from Star Luo City to distant corners, announcing the extraordinary 12-year-old prodigy who had been bestowed the title of Marquis. In a fleeting moment, Su Ran became the center of attention, particularly in Star Luo City, where accompanying Zhu Zhuqing on shopping excursions often led to him becoming the subject of lively conversation among others. A formidable genius who was conferred a title at the tender age of 12, he undoubtedly captivated countless gazes. It was said that the heavenly mandate Marquis was granted such a lofty title by the royal family to win him over, due to his extraordinary talent. Consequently, many began to speculate just how exceptional the heavenly mandate Marquis' abilities must be to warrant such recognition from the monarchy. In a refined room within Star Luo City, Davis and Zhu Zhuqing came to bid farewell to Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, as today marked their planned departure. The journey from Star Luo City to Shrek Academy would require a significant amount of time, and Su Ran was keen to avoid any further delays. My brother Su Ran, perhaps you and Zhu Zhuqing should consider joining us at Star Luo Academy. With your Marquis title, no one would dare to cross you there, Davis suggested earnestly. Davis, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I, Su Ran, find it unsuitable to cultivate in overly comfortable surroundings. Such ease can be detrimental for a soul master. Su Ran replied with a smile, patting Davis on the shoulder. In recent days, he had frequented the royal palace due to his newfound title and had thus forged a friendship with Davis. After all, Zhu Zhuqing, being Davis's fiancé, often had to visit the palace, even against her wishes. Su Ran took advantage of these opportunities to steal moments with Zhu Zhuqing. In precarious environments, one often finds the greatest safety. Davis could never have anticipated that he would be in such a situation within his own home. Naturally, the relationship between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing had only just crossed the threshold of a kiss, with nothing further undertaken. The palace was replete with skilled physicians and healing soul masters, and should they dare to indulge in forbidden pleasures, it was highly likely that they would discover Zhu Zhuqing's purity compromised. Such a scenario was one Su Ran wished to avoid, and thus he would not take any risks. No matter how compelling the temptation. Su Ran, take care of yourself and Zhu Zhuqing. Remember to visit home often. Our family will surely miss you both, Zhu Zhuqing said, her expression a mixture of emotions. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Zhu Zhuqing, who could embark on a life of freedom with Su Ran. Rest assured, Sister Zhuqing, we are not leaving for good. Even if Zhu Zhuqing and I attend the Soul Master Academy in Heaven Do, we will have breaks every 6 months. At that time, we shall return to the Zhu family. Su Ran reassured her. As for you, Sister Zhuqing, remember that no matter what happens, I will always stand by you. And Davis, I will wholeheartedly support you in any endeavor. With our generation, the Star Luo Empire shall flourish even more. Well said. Su Ran is a prodigious talent of the Star Luo Empire. With your assistance, I shall no longer have cause for concern, Davis exclaimed, joyfully patting Su Ran on the shoulder, unable to contain his excitement. What a splendid sentiment. Indeed, it is truly remarkable, he thought. Reflecting on the lengths he had gone to ingratiate himself with the royal family, even bestowing Su Ran the Marquis title as a means of winning his favor. Now, it seemed all his efforts were rewarded. In Su Ran's words, he detected sincerity and fervor. With his keen judgment, he recognized Su Ran as a man of his word, someone who would undoubtedly become his right-hand ally and a pillar of strength for the Star Luo Empire. Well then, let us pause our conversation for now. It is time to embark on our journey. Su Ran saluted and, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, descended the stairs where a carriage awaited them below. As Zhu Ran's figure receded from view, a trace of reluctance flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a sentiment that Davis keenly observed. He couldn't help but nod inwardly, realizing that Zhu Yun had indeed forged a profound friendship with Su Ran over the past few days. Su Ran is a person of genuine character, as evidenced by his disregard for royal authority when he directly pursues Zhu Zhuqing to deal with someone like Su Ran. If he perceives that you are scheming against him, he will not wholeheartedly ally with you. Only sincere emotions can truly win Su Ran's loyalty. This is precisely the scene that Davis wishes to witness. Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran already share a close bond, now, having become acquainted and established a friendship. As long as they do not unduly burden Su Ran in the future, he will surely be of service to them. Zhu Yun, you have worked hard during this time, Davis remarked, gazing at the exquisite figure before him. His Zhu Yun is truly beautiful. Her figure is unparalleled, even among the women in his father's harem. Zhu Yun is a rare gem, a celestial beauty. Well, I feel a bit fatigued today. I shall return home to rest, Zhu Zhuqing said, not wishing to prolong the conversation with Davis, and she swiftly took her leave. With Su Ran gone, she felt an emptiness within her. She had already regarded herself as Su Ran's woman and naturally preferred not to be in Davis's company. Outside Xinglua City, a carriage slowly made its way towards Suatua City. Dressed in leather attire, Zhu Zhuqing extended her legs, allowing Su Ran to rest his head on her lap. These days, Su Ran frequently met with Davis and His Majesty the Emperor, and naturally, he was quite fatigued. Su Ran, shall I continue reading from where I left off yesterday? Zhu Zhuqing suggested, feeling a bit bored on the carriage. You can rest while listening. Sure, Su Ran replied with a yawn, content to rest on Zhu Zhuqing's lovely legs. After returning from Suatua City alone last time, he had nearly succumbed to boredom. Now, with his beloved wife beside him, he felt invigorated rather than weary. Oh. Last time I reached the second volume of Basic Sword Techniques. Let me start from the beginning and read it to you. Zhu Zhuqing said as she retrieved an ancient tome, the very one Su Ran had previously acquired, the Compendium of Basic Sword Techniques. Second volume, Chapter 1, the Thrusting Sword Technique. Zhu Zhuqing read each word carefully, the once dry and tedious phrases transformed into a delightful experience through her melodious voice. What a pleasure it is, Su Ran mused. Understanding why some say that a gentle embrace is a hero's grave, day by day he hardly had any thoughts of cultivation. However, it is fortunate that his pursuit of romance strengthens him. The gentle embrace is indeed his paradise. Su Ran simply wishes to express that a gentle haven is something to be cherished abundantly. Chapter 77, Arriving at Shrek Academy, Meeting Flander. Upon their arrival in Soto City, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing made their way directly to Shrek Academy. At that moment, Su Ran felt a flicker of anticipation. Curious about the expression on Mu Bai's face when they met, he was determined to showcase his prowess to Mu Bai. Where are we headed? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Weren't we supposed to go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy? That would be in Tiando City, the true gathering place for geniuses and strong individuals. What brings us to this remote area? The academy we are visiting is right here. I trust you are familiar with it. It is called Shrek Academy, Su Ran replied. Zhu Zhuqing indeed recognized Shrek Academy, as Mu Bai had likely mentioned its name to her before he departed. Otherwise, how could she have possibly tracked him down? Shrek Academy? Right, Soto City, Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing's face paled slightly as she recalled that Mu Bai was associated with this institution. What is there to fear? You are now a free spirit, and your past with Mu Bai is of no consequence. No, you are now my woman, Zhu Zhuqing, and I will not permit you to dwell on others. Su Ran asserted, wrapping his arms around her. Do you know that Mu Bai is here? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes turned towards Su Ran, her lips forming a pout. Was he deliberately bringing her to meet Mu Bai? What were his intentions? I mentioned Xiao to you previously, did I not? The last time I brought her to this esteemed academy for her studies, I coincidentally encountered Mu Bai and even took the liberty of teaching him a lesson. Oh, Xiao is here as well? Zhu Zhuqing blinked her lovely eyes, casting Su Ran an annoyed glance, momentarily forgetting about Mu Bai's presence. Although she was Su Ran's fiancé, Xiao was also his close confidant, making her a rival in affection. Naturally, she was more inclined to pay attention to Xiao. Indeed, Xiao is quite amiable, Su Ran remarked, clearing his throat. He was uncertain how Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao would interact. In the original storyline, they shared a good rapport, but now they were rivals, if a conflict arose. Whom should he support? Of course, this was merely Su Ran's worst-case scenario. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly aloof, actually possessed a gentle disposition and was unlikely to act unfavorably. However, should a confrontation occur, he would undoubtedly side with Zhu Zhuqing. After all, she was the weaker of the two, and their bond had deepened significantly, offering each other solace in times of need. Rest assured, I am not that type of person. I would never put you in an awkward situation, Zhu Zhuqing pouted. Even though she was aware of the presence of other girls in Su Ran's life, her feelings were tinged with only a hint of jealousy. Since the incident, nearly 10 days had passed, yet the negative effects on her body lingered. This caused her a degree of apprehension. Su Ran had made several advances, all of which she had firmly declined. While the last encounter had been within the confines of their home, the thought of being incapacitated in public was mortifying. That's good to hear. I would be thrilled if you two could become good friends and support each other at the academy, Su Ran sighed with relief, noting that Zhu Zhuqing's resistance towards Xiao was not as strong as he had feared. With that, he believed that once Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao became acquainted, there would be no issues. Both women possessed admirable qualities, making conflict unlikely. However, there is one more thing, Su Ran said, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he leaned in to whisper in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. Su Ran, you are quite the rascal. When did you become so mischievous? Zhu Zhuqing playfully raised her delicate fist and gently tapped Su Ran a few times, her tone tinged with pride. She had not anticipated such a playful side from him. Does Su Ran truly harbor such disdain for Mu Bai? If Mu Bai were to uncover the nature of her relationship with Su Ran and laid eyes upon their marriage certificate, would he not be utterly infuriated? But what of it? Who compelled him to abandon her to pursue his aspirations at Shrek Academy? He inflicted pain upon her, and he must bear the consequences. Furthermore, you are now my beloved, and it is imperative that he comprehends this and maintains his distance. Should he dare entertain any notion of affection towards you, I shall not hesitate to break his legs, Su Ran declared, his gaze flickering with a chilling intensity. If Mu Bai were to provoke his fiancé, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. Zhu Qing currently shares no connection with Mu Bai. Even the emperor has tacitly acknowledged her bond with Su Ran. What significance does Mu Bai hold? Indeed, your word is law, Zhu Qing obediently nodded. She is now Su Ran's fiancé, and one could even assert that she belongs to him, having crossed that threshold together. Moreover, she harbors no fondness for Mu Bai. Her disdain for him is compounded by Su Ran's animosity. As Su Ran's woman, she naturally adopts his sentiments. She is acutely aware that a man's feelings for his beloved are of utmost importance, although she has never held affection for Mu Bai. Their prior engagement might sow seeds of discord. Generally, all is well, but should she speak in favor of Mu Bai, it would undoubtedly provoke tension in her relationship with Su Ran. Thus, concerning Mu Bai, she will heed Su Ran's wishes without question. She would never jeopardize her bond with him for the sake of an outsider. In a modest office within Shrek Academy, Su Ran accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to register with Flinder. Flinder, with his square glasses, observed Su Ran returning with a girl whose beauty rivaled even that of Xiao Wu. In fact, in terms of physique, this girl surpassed Xiao Wu considerably. Director, I have brought back another promising talent, Su Ran greeted Flinder. Zhu Zhuqing, class of 26. Martial soul, Nethercat, Zhu Zhuqing stated coolly. Apart from showing her emotions in front of Su Ran, she maintained an aloof demeanor towards others. Zhu family, is it? Flinder noted, pen poised over his notebook. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's name, he suddenly grasped the implications. Mu Bai, being a prince, must have a betrothal with a member of the Zhu family. Could it be her? As Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing flitted through various possibilities in Flinder's mind, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Mu Bai. After all, Mu Bai was also a senior, and Flinder had developed a certain teacher-student bond with him at Shrek Academy. Now, faced with such circumstances, Flinder found himself at a loss for words. He was unsure whether Mu Bai could endure this emotional upheaval. If his suspicions proved true, and Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Mu Bai's fiancé, then Su Ran would be seen as the interloper. In that case, should a conflict arise, whom should he support? Although Su Ran was a prodigy, Flinder could not disregard reason. Yet, if he were to offend Su Ran, who might storm out of Shrek Academy in a fit of anger, the Academy would suffer a significant loss. Flinder felt a headache coming on, unaware that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing had already entered into a betrothal agreement, complete with a marriage certificate. Chapter 78. Enrollment. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu reside together. The source of joy has vanished. Director, what troubles you? Su Ran inquired. Nothing of great concern. Though you are still young, do take care of your health, Flinder replied, patting Su Ran on the shoulder, his words laden with meaning. A wave of worry washed over him for Su Ran, considering women to be a slow-acting poison. The realm of tenderness is indeed the grave of heroes. Having claimed countless talented youths, which heightened Flinder's concern for Su Ran is now a treasure of Shrek Academy. Such a prodigious talent must not encounter any misfortune. He certainly does not wish to see Su Ran become a fallen genius under the Academy's guidance. Rest assured, Dean, I am well aware of my path. Furthermore, I have recently advanced my soul power to the 33rd rank, Su Ran declared. My training will not falter. Flinder, an old bachelor, might still be a virgin, and he could hardly comprehend the exquisite beauty of a partner. As a soul master, it is crucial to maintain a joyful state of mind for accelerated cultivation, enabling one to immerse oneself fully in the practice. That is good to hear. You young people, brimming with vigor yet lacking experience, must not jeopardize your health, Flinder cautioned, his tone earnest yet laced with concern. Listening to Flinder's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush, clutching Su Ran's hand, hesitant to speak further. Su Ran nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Dean, does Zhu Zhuqing need to be tested? How will it be conducted? Su Ran inquired. No need for testing. I have complete confidence in the person you brought, Flinder replied, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. Given Zhu Zhuqing's prestigious lineage and her exceptional talent and strength, what further assessments were necessary? Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Zhu Zhuqing was Su Ran's girlfriend. If her testing were to fall short, how could they deny her admission? Should Su Ran depart, Shrek Academy would suffer a loss of 3 prodigies. Thus, it was prudent to forego the test altogether. Thank you, Dean, Su Ran expressed, clasping his hands in gratitude. You may leave now. You are familiar with the student dormitory area, so choose a suitable room for your girlfriend. Flinder gestured dismissively. You are excused from classes today, but beginning tomorrow, you must participate in training. Su Ran, your circumstances are unique. You may arrange your cultivation time and schedule independently, without conforming to our pace, Flinder called after them, acknowledging Su Ran's exceptional prowess, which was already comparable to that of a soul emperor despite his current rank as a soul master. To subject Su Ran to their training regimen might not yield favorable results. Understood, Su Ran replied, wrapping an arm around Zhu Zhuqing as they made their way outside. With you and me, Shrek Academy now has 6 students, Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and the 2 of us. Su Ran introduced Zhu Zhuqing to the situation at Shrek Academy, noting that Tang San and Ning Rongrong had yet to arrive. Where does Xiao Wu live? I want to stay with her, Zhu Zhuqing responded eagerly, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ran. There were reasons behind her desire to reside with Xiao Wu. On one hand, it would foster familiarity, as they would soon be comrades, and she wished to avoid any discord between them. On the other hand, if she shared a room with Xiao Wu, Su Ran would likely hesitate to approach her or Xiao Wu for assistance, given the circumstances. After all, she was somewhat apprehensive. The promised relief was, in reality, excruciating. She had no intention of placing her trust in Su Ran. However, this sentiment was merely Zhu Zhuqing's own wishful thinking. In the future, once she and Xiao Wu had grown closer and shared the same dormitory, it would likely become even more absurd. At that point, her singular focus would be on moving out to live alone, akin to Ning Rongrong, to avoid any embarrassment. Living with Xiao Wu? I'm concerned you two might end up fighting, Su Ran remarked, raising an eyebrow in mild exasperation. He genuinely wished to find Zhu Qing a secluded space to facilitate her training, which would also allow him to visit her effortlessly. If Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were to reside together, would he not lose his source of joy? Yet, it was equally possible that it could lead to even greater happiness. Nevertheless, the outcome remained uncertain. And who could predict whether Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would be amenable to such arrangements? Perverse thoughts, banish those unclean ideas. Zhu Zhuqing, perceiving Su Ran's expression, instantly grasped his implications, her voice taking on a playful tone. Su Ran was utterly shameless, constantly preoccupied with such thoughts. Yet, this only reinforced her conviction that she needed to find a roommate, ensuring Su Ran could not easily achieve his desires. Su Ran's audacity knows no bounds, as he persistently makes demands of her, which she adamantly refuses. Very well then. However, you must compensate me at least once, or I shall feel utterly cheated. Su Ran unabashedly remarked, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. Fine, Zhu Zhuqing replied with an irritated glance towards Su Ran, feeling somewhat helpless, yet ultimately acquiescing. She had made up her mind. Their studies should take precedence. Regardless of Su Ran's boundless energy, he must learn to exercise restraint. Although she bore the responsibility of being his fiancé, she could not allow his cultivation to suffer. Then I shall take you to find Xiao Wu, Su Ran said, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they walked forward. To be honest, after all these days, he found himself missing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu possessed long, graceful legs and exuded the charm of a blossoming girl next door, while Zhu Zhuqing was voluptuous and lovely, a perfect balance of delicacy and allure. At that moment, Xiao Wu was seated cross-legged in her dormitory, diligently cultivating her powers, dressed in a pink outfit that accentuated her slender figure without revealing too much. She emanated a unique beauty. Since Su Ran's departure, she had devoted herself to rigorous training, and her cultivation had already surpassed the 29th level, nearing the 30th. If she did not immerse herself in her practice, thoughts of Su Ran would overwhelm her. Though he had promised to return, a sense of melancholy lingered in her heart, leaving her feeling increasingly desolate. Su Ran, when will you return? Xiao Wu wondered aloud, completing the final cycle of energy within her body and opening her expressive eyes wide. She truly missed Su Ran. Only in his presence did she feel secure. Having uncovered the sinister intentions of Tang San, someone she had known for many years, she realized that due to her unique identity, anyone who discovered she was a 100,000-year soul beast would harbor ill will. Even the best of friends would distance themselves upon learning her true nature. Yet, Su Ran would not do such a thing, for he was a soul beast like her. Chapter 79. Mu Bai smiled. His fiancé he had come to visit, who could it be? Xiao Wu inquired as she peered outside. Her dormitory was quite distant from the boys' quarters, and typically, no one ventured to her side. It's me, who else could it be? Su Ran, he replied with a smile, feeling a rush of joy upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice after such a long absence. Su Ran, you are back? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leapt from her bed, bare feet racing to the door. However, her expression shifted dramatically the moment she opened it. She found herself confronted by an extraordinarily beautiful girl standing beside Su Ran. The girl's demeanor was cool, her beauty rivaled Xiao Wu's. Yet her figure was far more voluptuous. The curves of her body radiated femininity, compelling even Xiao Wu, a girl herself, to steal glances. Not to mention the attention of any man. As Xiao Wu admired Zhu Zhuqing, the latter was equally appraising Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu wore her hair in neat braids that cascaded down to her calves, her pink attire enveloping her petite frame. Although her figure was not particularly ample, her delicate waist and elongated legs could easily overshadow many others. The two women remained silent, each taking in the sight of the other with a hint of astonishment. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing understood why Su Ran was fond of Xiao Wu. Indeed, Xiao Wu was a beauty, and though her figure might not be fully developed yet, given a few more years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating presence. Hello, I am Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran's fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing introduced herself, extending her hand to Xiao Wu. Her very first words made her status as the main partner abundantly clear. No matter how broad-minded she might be in allowing Su Ran to associate with other women, she would never permit another to usurp her place in his heart. So, you are Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu acknowledged, her initial anger dissipating quickly upon grasping Zhu Zhuqing's identity. Su Ran had mentioned before that he would bring his fiancé along upon his next visit, so she soon accepted this reality. However, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing declare herself as Su Ran's fiancé, a pang of bitterness struck her heart. What was her relationship with Su Ran now? Yet, this feeling was swiftly quelled. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Su Ran's fiancé, and she was merely the third party. What position could she possibly claim? You two take your time to chat. Later, Shuqing and I will head to Soto City to see if there is anything we need to purchase, Su Ran suggested. Turning to leave, It seemed fitting for the two young women to bond in his absence, as he felt superfluous in their company. Hee, you needn't accompany us. I will keep Zhuqing company while we shop. We've been in Soto City for the soul fighting competition these past few days and have missed many classes, Xiao Wu replied, nodding in agreement as she linked arms with Zhu Zhuqing. Although they had just met, they appeared to be fast friends. Naturally, Su Ran could discern the slight awkwardness and tension etched on their faces, for they were only just becoming acquainted. However, he believed that after a few days of sharing the same space, any feelings of unfamiliarity would dissipate. Buy whatever you desire. This gold soul coin card is a gift from me. Su Ran generously placed the card, gifted to him by Davis, into Zhu Zhuqing's hands. Relishing the softness of her embrace, which earned him an exasperated glare from Zhu Zhuqing. Even before Xiao Wu, Su Ran showed no signs of restraint. At that moment, in Mu Bai's dormitory, he shared a spacious room with the chubby boy. Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, he could hardly contain his excitement. Beside Su Ran stood a girl clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her figure voluptuous and striking. What does this signify? His fiancé has arrived. Before departing from Luo City, he had informed Zhu Zhuqing of his intention to attend Shrek Academy. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing has come in search of him? Mu Bai's heart swelled with delight, finding Su Ran somewhat amusing. His beloved fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, had come to find him. Yet Su Ran assumed the role of a protector, escorting Zhu Zhuqing to him. This scene evoked an involuntary chuckle from him. After all, what a genius Su Ran is. Yet, in matters of the heart, he appears utterly inept. Observing the woman he cherishes seeking out her fiancé, whilst he himself, out of concern for her safety, must personally accompany her to Shrek Academy. What anguish and helplessness must Su Ran be feeling? Ah, Su Ran, you are indeed not my equal. No matter how beautiful Xiao Wu may be, she pales in comparison to my Zhuqing. Xiao Wu may possess long legs, but Zhuqing's figure is one that she cannot hope to rival. Zhuqing is still youthful, yet she already boasts an enviable physique, Mu Bai murmured, his spirit soaring. It had been quite some time since he last saw Zhuqing, and now that she had taken the initiative to seek him out, he was determined to make a splendid impression. To outshine Su Ran, he resolutely decided to refrain from visiting those places with Ma Hongjun for the time being. Even the alluring twin beauties no longer appealed to him. His fiancée was a paragon of beauty, unmatched by any other. Those women could not even measure up to a single hair of his fiancée, Mu Bai. I advise you to refrain from provoking Su Ran further. You are no match for him, Ma Hongjun cautioned, perplexed by Mu Bai's apparent madness. The stunning girl had entered, hand in hand with Su Ran, suggesting a close relationship between them. Was Mu Bai contemplating pursuing Su Ran's girlfriend once more? The last time, Su Ran had dealt him a severe blow, and now, just as his wounds were beginning to heal, he felt compelled to provoke Su Ran again? What do you know? This time, I shall ensure Su Ran suffers. Mu Bai retorted coldly. As the saying goes, to kill a man is to strike at his heart. Sometimes, one need not resort to brute force to deal with an adversary. Other methods can inflict far greater torment. This time, I intend to show Su Ran what it feels like to have his dignity trampled upon. After all, Su Ran is one of the Zhu family. And Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancé. How dare Su Ran develop feelings for someone he ought not to? The last time, Su Ran inflicted numerous wounds upon my body. This time, I shall carve scars upon his heart. For a proud genius like Su Ran, it is evident that a blow to his pride will cause him more suffering than a physical beating. Mu Bai, I believe you may be under some misapprehension. There are matters I must clarify, Ma Hongjun said gravely. However, Mu Bai remained unconcerned. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancé. What could possibly be misinterpreted? Here's the key to the room at the Rose Hotel. You may go and entertain the twins. Do not disturb me. And about my past escapades, please refrain from discussing them, Mu Bai declared generously, prompting immediate envy in Ma Hongjun. Mu Bai had always cherished those twins, and now he was casually handing them over. Very well, Mu Bai. I wish you luck. I shall retire to my training, Ma Hongjun said, patting Mu Bai's shoulder before taking the key and leaving. If Mu Bai wished to court danger, so be it. He had intended to inform Mu Bai about the girl's relationship with Su Ran. But now he dismissed the thought entirely. He was tempted, truly tempted. There were no beauties in the brothel that could rival the allure of the twin beauties. After Ma Hongjun departed, Mu Bai sought out Zhu Zhuqing, only to find that she and Xiao Wu had already left, arm in arm. However, he did catch sight of Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran stood alone, the wind tousling his hair, and from his silhouette, Mu Bai perceived an unspeakable sense of loneliness and solitude. He could discern that Su Ran was not in high spirits. Chapter 80. Mu Bai takes the initiative to extend an olive branch. Su brother, why do you stand here, lost in gloom? Mu Bai inquired with a smile. Approaching Su Ran, it appeared as though there were no lingering grievances between them, as if they were long-time friends. In Mu Bai's eyes, Su Ran was solitary, gazing into the distance with an air of desolation. He understood that this loneliness stemmed from him, Mu Bai. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Su Ran could only watch her from afar now that she had arrived. This, indeed, was the source of Su Ran's heartache. Mu Bai, what brings you here? Su Ran replied, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the seemingly exuberant Mu Bai with bewilderment. He was perplexed, unsure why Mu Bai bore such a cheerful expression, especially considering that his fiancé he had chosen to run off with him. Su Ran could only sigh, acknowledging that this truly was a remarkable individual. However, one should not strike a smiling face. Thus, when Mu Bai approached with a grin, Su Ran felt it inappropriate to voice his discontent. He was, in fact, curious about what Mu Bai wished to convey. Su, I must admit that I was in the wrong during our last encounter. We might as well consider our previous altercation as a means to foster acquaintance. By the way, Su, is it just me? Or does it appear that your spirits are somewhat low? You seem to be solitary in this place. Mu Bai regarded Su Ran with a smile that danced on the edge of irony, observing as Su Ran forced a cheerful facade while engaging in conversation. The grin on his face became increasingly difficult to suppress. Is Su Ran feeling gloomy? He finds a certain charm in Su Ran's melancholic expression. Zhu Zhuqing is the fiancé of Mu Bai, and this time Zhu Zhuqing came to find him, with Su Ran specially accompanying her. It is no wonder that Su Ran feels disheartened. He can almost envision a scene, Zhu Zhuqing desperately yearning to attend Shrek Academy to seek out her fiancé, while Su Ran futilely attempts to dissuade her. Ultimately, Su Ran cannot withstand Zhu Zhuqing's determination and is compelled to accompany her to Shrek Academy. This encapsulates Su Ran's tragic predicament. Why must he harbor affection for the fiancé of Mu Bai? Surely, it brings him heartache now. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mu Bai, who was engrossed in his own chatter, unsure of what to say. His discontent stemmed from the fact that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were living together, thus diminishing his opportunities for deeper interaction with Zhu Zhuqing. What else could he expect? Could it be that Mu Bai believed Zhu Zhuqing was seeking him out? Nevertheless, it was somewhat accurate. She had indeed come specifically to bid him farewell, yet the implications were entirely different. Su brother, heed my advice. When it is time to let go, one must do so. As human beings, who among us has not faced some adversities? We must confront these challenges with courage. As men, we must endure whatever may come, Mu Bai remarked, observing Su Ran's continued silence with growing concern. At this moment, without having taken any action, Su Ran was already enveloped in gloom, which pained him. What would his expression be when, in the future, he and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves in a more amicable relationship? Embracing each other? They would be in the same academy, encountering one another frequently. If he and Zhu Zhuqing were to display their affection openly, it would surely infuriate Su Ran. Moreover, with their martial soul fusion technique, the thought of being closely entwined with Zhu Zhuqing to unleash their combined abilities was tantalizing. Zhu Qing's physique was admirable, her curves alluring. He could only imagine the sensation of holding her. All of this would undoubtedly drive Su Ran to the brink of despair. Indeed, you speak wisely. As men, we must withstand everything, Su Ran replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Bai before departing. He had grasped the essence of Mu Bai's words. At this moment, Mu Bai might still believe that Zhu Zhuqing had come specifically to seek him out. Thus, he feigned amiability before Su Ran, concealing his true intentions beneath a veneer of friendliness. In truth, Su Ran could only smile in silence. It was likely that Mu Bai had yet to comprehend the nature of Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with him. That very evening, Zhu Zhuqing had promised to uplift his spirits. Su Ran could only encapsulate his feelings towards Mu Bai with the phrase speechless. Lacking genuine ability, he resorted to imitating others' pretentiousness, only to be met with a harsh reality that left him in profound despair. However, at this moment, Mu Bai remained oblivious to Su Ran's disdain. As Su Ran walked away, Mu Bai mistakenly believed he had struck a nerve, which only fueled his excitement further. That very night, he sought out Zhu Zhuqing, calling her name loudly enough for Su Ran to hear. No matter how formidable Su Ran may be, he is determined to make Su Ran's life uncomfortable. The humiliation he suffered at Su Ran's hands continues to echo in his mind, deeply piercing his sense of dignity. Just as Su Ran treated him, he now seeks to reciprocate in kind. When Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu returned, the night had grown quite late. After all, when girls go shopping, they tend to lose track of time. Had it not been so late, they might have continued their excursion with lingering enthusiasm. Zhu Zhuqing, your figure is truly remarkable. Su Ran must surely appreciate it, Xiao Wu remarked, linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The camaraderie forged during their shopping spree had blossomed, as they discovered mutual interests. Their shared admiration for Su Ran had drawn them closer. Xiao Wu, slightly envious of Zhu Zhuqing's enviable physique, mused about how Zhu Zhuqing had developed so beautifully, despite being a few months younger. Ah, Xiao Wu, you are quite the flirt. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed playfully, though she could not help but acknowledge Xiao Wu's own alluring legs, elegantly encased in sheer stockings. With Xiao Wu's height, a significant portion of her frame was comprised of long legs, a feature that Zhu Zhuqing secretly admired. Hee, I can't let you have all the advantages, can I? Besides, your legs are also long and quite shapely, Xiao Wu teased, her laughter ringing out as she admired Zhu Zhuqing's smooth, curvaceous limbs. Shoo, we shouldn't talk about this now. We're almost at the academy, Zhu Zhuqing interrupted, aware that such intimate conversations should not be overheard by others. Chapter 81. The Foolish Mu Bai. Su Ran's fury unleashed when Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory. They found Su Ran leaning against a large tree outside. A strand of blue-silver grass held between his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Today, when Zhu Zhuqing had expressed her desire to stay with Xiao Wu, they had come to an understanding, an opportunity Su Ran would not allow to slip by. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had postponed this several times. It was imperative that he did not let her retreat once more. As a fiancé, he understood the need to consider a woman's stamina and well-being. Yet there were moments when one must assert themselves. Su Ran, what are you doing here? Xiao Wu asked, surprised to see him waiting at their dormitory entrance. I need to discuss something with Zhu Zhuqing. Once we're done, I'll bring her back to you tomorrow morning, Su Ran replied, casting a knowing smile at Zhu Zhuqing, who stood hand in hand with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded understandingly, her gaze shifting between Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran, suddenly realizing the depth of their relationship. She had not expected their bond to have progressed to such an intimate level, especially given that Zhu Zhuqing was several months her junior. Amidst her astonishment, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Zhu Zhuqing was Su Ran's fiancé, and now that their relationship had taken a tangible turn, it was clear that, in Su Ran's eyes, Zhu Zhuqing held a position of utmost importance. This realization filled her with a sense of unease. If Su Ran had become so close to Zhu Zhuqing, when would he seek her out? Should she accept his advances if he did? Zhu Zhuqing glared at Su Ran, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger at his shameless words. She wished she could disappear into the ground. With Xiao Wu present, how could Su Ran utter such suggestive remarks? Then you and Zhu Zhuqing can carry on, Xiao Wu said, gently pushing Zhu Zhuqing towards Su Ran before turning to retreat into the dormitory. At that moment, she felt a pang of sorrow. Although there was mutual affection between her and Su Ran, it paled in comparison to the intimacy he shared with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing watched Xiao Wu walk away before lightly kicking Su Ran. You know our business is known to Xiao Wu, she said, a mix of embarrassment and indignation in her voice. To her, such matters were deeply personal, and the thought of anyone, even Xiao Wu, knowing about them was mortifying. What does it matter? She's not an outsider, Su Ran replied with a smile. He knew that a hint of mischief was necessary to stir Xiao Wu's emotions. After all, how long would it take to truly win her over otherwise? With only about a week until Tang San and Xiao Gang arrived at Shrek Academy, and the potential for trouble with Tang Hao looming, he realized that failing to secure Xiao Wu's affection could lead to complications. Xiao Wu was the heroine of the Douluo Continent. Having her in his harem would yield countless skill points. Skill points would grant him strength, enabling him to confront Tang Hao. However, he pondered whether to spend those points to obtain something beneficial, as he had already exhausted the previous year's experience card. These thoughts flitted through Su Ran's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. In the presence of a captivating companion, he resolved to focus solely on the moment. Su Ran effortlessly lifted Zhu Zhuqing in a princess carry, making his way towards his dormitory. Not long after Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing departed, Mu Bai arrived. He had ascertained that Zhu Zhuqing was currently residing with Xiao Wu. In his hands, he held a bouquet of flowers, featuring 99 roses at its center. Su Ran. Oh Su Ran, just wait until all misunderstandings between Zhu Zhuqing and me are resolved. Then, you shall witness my display. At that time, Zhu Zhuqing will be using our martial soul fusion technique alongside me daily, and it will surely leave you astounded, Mu Bai proclaimed. Standing at the entrance of Xiao Wu's dormitory and calling out Zhu Zhuqing's name, he remained over 3 meters away from the door, wary of offending Xiao Wu. With Su Ran's formidable strength, he had no desire to provide Su Ran with any justification for an attack. After calling out for a considerable time, Xiao Wu, growing impatient, finally opened the door. Mu Bai, are you seeking death? Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly irritated. I am here to see Zhu Zhuqing, Mu Bai replied, discreetly concealing the flowers behind his back. Zhu Zhuqing is not here. Xiao Wu disdainfully glanced at Mu Bai and promptly closed the door. Zhu Zhuqing is not here? Mu Bai observed Xiao Wu's expression, sensing her honesty. He then scanned the dark surroundings. In the dormitory area, aside from there and Oscar's rooms, only one room remained lit. It appears I have made an error, he thought, rubbing his nose in embarrassment, though excitement surged within him. He had initially believed that Zhu Zhuqing was sharing a room with Xiao Wu, but with Xiao Wu's evident disdain for him, he imagined she would constantly speak ill of him to Zhu Zhuqing. If Zhu Zhuqing had her own room, that would be splendid. At that moment, however, Mu Bai, caught up in his emotions, failed to realize a crucial detail. Within the dormitory area, there was merely one room illuminated, and Xiao Wu was alone in her quarters. This calculation implied that 2 individuals were unaccounted for. Where has Su Ran gone? At this moment, the oblivious Mu Bai had no inkling that Su Ran was engaged in a delightful encounter with the enchanting Zhu Zhuqing. Inside Su Ran's dormitory, he was fervently kissing Zhu Zhuqing, having just knocked her down, when suddenly, Mu Bai's voice boomed from outside the door. Zhu Zhuqing, are you there? His voice was exuberantly loud, and with a beaming smile, he stood outside, fully aware that Su Ran resided in one of the nearby rooms. His volume was deliberately high. In announcement to Su Ran, he, Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, had come to seek her on this dark night. Such a declaration was potent enough to rob Su Ran of his sleep that evening. Zhu Zhuqing had always maintained a cold demeanor towards him, almost frosty. Yet, Su Ran remained oblivious to this, his mind racing with unfounded imaginings spurred by that voice. Once Su Ran began to indulge in vivid speculation regarding Dai Mu Bai's words, his objective would be realized. He yearned to witness Su Ran's vexation, to see the expression of helpless fury on his face. The engagement between him and Zhu Zhuqing was a chasm Su Ran could never cross. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's voice, both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. Su Ran muttered a curse under his breath, his frustration boiling over. He yearned to confront Dai Mu Bai, that audacious interloper. How could he disrupt such a moment? Ignoring Dai Mu Bai's intrusion, Su Ran leaned back down and kissed Zhu Zhuqing again. Yet, Dai Mu Bai's voice persisted, calling out Zhu Zhuqing's name with unabated enthusiasm. The lack of response from the room did not deter him. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had always been unwelcoming towards him, so her silence was expected. However, Su Ran's anger flared. How dare Dai Mu Bai shout like that outside? Chapter 82. Dai Mu Bai. I successfully showed off to Su Ran. Su Ran could scarcely contain his exasperation. Was Dai Mu Bai truly so foolish? He had not sought trouble with Dai Mu Bai, yet here he was, actively provoking him. Su Ran, stop it. There are people outside, Zhu Zhuqing said, her cheeks flushed, her delicate hands pushing against Su Ran's chest, attempting to distance herself from him. The sound of Dai Mu Bai's voice had roused her. In that moment, she felt a wave of embarrassment and irritation, completely devoid of any prior intentions. Although she harbored no feelings for Dai Mu Bai, he was still her former fiancé, and such loud proclamations could not help but cloud her thoughts. Even if it were not Dai Mu Bai, anyone shouting in such a manner would extinguish any romantic inclinations. You shall not go out to meet him, Su Ran said. His brow furrowed in annoyance as he held Zhu Zhuqing tightly, relishing the warmth and fragrance of her soft form, his mood slightly improving. If it were not for his concern for Zhuqing's reputation, he would have charged out to confront Dai Mu Bai. The audacity of Dai Mu Bai to shout her name at his door was tantamount to courting disaster. He had refrained from initiating conflict. Yet Dai Mu Bai had brazenly sought it out. Nevertheless, Su Ran could only suppress his anger. If he made too much noise, their relationship would become public. And that would be detrimental to Zhuqing, who was still quite young. Such matters should not surface prematurely. Only Xiao Wu was privy to the true nature of his relationship with Zhuqing. She was already his, and her camaraderie with Zhuqing was harmonious. So it was acceptable for her to know. Yet, others must remain oblivious. At that moment, Su Ran resolved that he must confront Dai Mu by the following day. All right, Zhu Zhuqing said, pouting, observing the gloomy expression on Su Ran's face, which made her giggle. Su Ran had always exuded calmness, handling every situation with an air of control. It was the first time she had witnessed him flustered. Yu Qing, are you there? Dai Mu Bai continued to call, growing increasingly anxious as Zhu Zhuqing failed to respond. Was she truly so averse to him? He had shouted for so long without a reply. Dai Mu Bai's demeanor darkened, were it not to vex Su Ran. He would not have deigned to come to Zhu Zhuqing in such a manner. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, if he truly wished to. He could do as he pleased. Yet, that sentiment was swiftly suppressed. If he strained his relationship with Zhuqing, Su Ran would have no qualms about confronting him. And how could he then flaunt his superiority? He needed to win Zhuqing's heart. Only then could he thwart Su Ran's attempts to retaliate. Dai Mu Bai, what are you doing? Are you insane? Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice cut through the air, her annoyance palpable, even if her connection with Su Ran was tenuous. Dai Mu Bai had no right to bellow outside a young woman's room. I merely came to see you since I knew you were at the academy. You must be weary from your journey from Luo City, Dai Mu Bai said, attempting to convey his concern. I am not tired. Please leave. You are not welcome here, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, wishing to sever any ties with Dai Mu Bai. She was Su Ran's woman, fully aware of her identity. However, I wish to converse with you further. It has been ages since I last saw you. Since leaving Luo City, I have not encountered you. And now that you are at Shrek Academy, I cannot even greet you, Dai Mu Bai persisted, believing Zhu Zhuqing's presence at the academy was indeed for him. Yet, he perceived her cold demeanor as mere shyness. Every girl had her pride, and Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. As Dai Mu Bai continued to linger, Su Ran's irritation mounted. He playfully smacked Zhu Zhuqing's rear, signaling her to dismiss Dai Mu Bai. Such intimate moments were precious, and Su Ran wished to waste not a second. Startled by his sudden action, Zhu Zhuqing gasped, overwhelmed by sensations coursing through her. Yu Qing, what is wrong? Dai Mu Bai's heart raced at the alluring sound, conjuring all manner of imaginings. He was no stranger to such sounds. Yet as he recalled Zhu Zhuqing's icy temperament, he quickly calmed himself. His fiancée was far too composed to engage in such behavior. Zhu Zhuqing must merely be unwell, nothing more. Nevertheless, a sense of inexplicable unease washed over him. His heart raced unnaturally, as if something significant were about to transpire. The last time he felt this way was when Davis had plotted against him, prompting his hasty escape. What omen might this sensation portend? Zhu Zhuqing, startled by her own voice, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After hearing Dai Mu Bai's inquiry, she pressed Su Ran's hands against her own, forbidding any further mischief. I have been traveling for days and am quite fatigued. I shall turn off the lights and sleep now. Zhu Zhuqing declared, extinguishing the bedside lamp entirely, thereby dispelling Mu Bai's lingering thoughts of further entanglement. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's decisive action, Mu Bai ceased his pursuit outside, for he had already accomplished his objective. He had successfully showcased his prowess to Su Ran. Su Ran must have already heard about his visit to Zhu Zhuqing on this pitch-black night, which was enough to inflict pain upon him. Yet, this revelation brought him an unexpected sense of exhilaration. All that was required of Su Ran was to indulge, and he would be utterly delighted. Although Zhu Zhuqing remained as cold as ever, perhaps even colder, he was confident that in the future, he would be able to win her over completely. With his extensive experience in matters of the heart, pursuing a woman was no insurmountable task, especially when that woman was his fiancée. If he were to apply himself, he could easily captivate Zhu Zhuqing, who was still relatively inexperienced in love. However, a lingering question troubled him. What did the sudden reaction of his body signify? Mu Bai, perplexed, turned to look at the now darkened room after the lights had been turned off. After pondering for a while, he could not make sense of it and decided to leave slowly. Once Mu Bai departed, Su Ran could no longer contain himself. Chapter 83, The Lottery. A terrifying buff enhancement at dawn, when the roosters in the village began to crow, Zhu Zhuqing awoke. Today marked her first day attending Shrek Academy, and she had no desire to arrive late, leaving a poor impression on her teachers and classmates. After all, she was Su Ran's fiancée and could not afford to embarrass him in public. Zhu Zhuqing rose and retrieved a clean set of black athletic wear from her storage soul guide, sitting on the edge of her bed as she quickly donned the outfit. The elegance of her movements resembled a work of art, captivating Su Ran's attention. The moments during which a beauty dressed and undressed were undeniably enchanting, with the allure of her partially concealed form evoking a sense of delight. What are you staring at? Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to see Su Ran awake and said in a soft voice, I was admiring my fiancée. What's wrong with that? It's not as if I haven't seen it before, he retorted playfully. Some individuals may appear as black cats, but secretly resemble white tigers, Su Ran muttered quietly. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment and irritation. Hearing Su Ran's audacious remarks, she shot him a disapproving glance, her youthful charm radiating, accentuated by the remnants of slumber. Zhu Zhuqing chose not to engage further. After all, Su Ran's lecherous nature would only lead to her disadvantage. Having tidied up her nearly ruined clothing from the previous day, she turned and headed towards her dormitory with Xiao Wu. Unlike Su Ran, who had received special permission from Dean Flander to train and attend classes separately, she had to adhere to the schedule. He could sleep for as long as he wished. However, Zhu Zhuqing also realized something significant. Today, she felt less discomfort than the last time. It seemed that her body had merely reacted strongly due to her initial experiences. Of course, the primary reason was Su Ran's desire to prevent her from exhibiting any unusual signs in front of others. Life truly was quite comfortable. Su Ran stretched lazily before retreating back beneath the covers, where the spot that had recently belonged to Zhu Zhuqing still held a lingering warmth and a faint, fragrant essence. Su Ran arose after a brief slumber, and once he completed his morning routine, he began to engage in the lottery for skill points. Initially, he had intended to conserve his skill points for a more significant endeavor. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to accumulate the 10,000 skill points he desired. He resolved to test his luck, hoping to draw something capable of countering Tang Hao. He had nearly overlooked the threat posed by Tang Hao, especially considering that he might soon arrive at Shrek Academy. Thus, he felt compelled to utilize his skill points. I hope to draw something worthwhile. If I fail, I shall have to devise alternative strategies, Su Ran murmured to himself. After all, he possessed numerous methods at his disposal, albeit their application could complicate matters and potentially disrupt the overall narrative. The system lottery commenced, with 3,000 skill points allocated for 3 golden level draws. Please reveal the best prize from each round, and catalog the remaining rewards in the system space, he instructed. The finest reward from the first draw was an enhanced mastery of the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Under this enhanced mastery, everyone who heard him play or witnessed his artistic creations would gain insight. Soul masters below the rank of soul sage would unconditionally elevate their soul power by 1 level upon hearing his music, while those below the rank of title Douluo might find opportunities for breakthroughs. All soul masters of any level who contemplated his calligraphy and paintings could enter a state of epiphany. Notably, each soul master could receive this reward only 3 times from him, and he had the option to blacklist individuals he disliked, preventing them from receiving any benefits from his talents, possibly even causing their cultivation to regress. The second draw yielded the finest reward of a 1-day experience card for a 95 rank title Douluo. The third draw granted him the ability to extend the lifespan of any soul ring by 3,000 years. The sweet voice of the system brought Su Ran immense joy. The experience card for a 95 rank title Douluo would resolve his immediate predicament, enabling him to decisively confront Tang. How should he dare approach? Moreover, it appeared that the buffs he possessed had grown even stronger. The beastly buff could enhance the cultivation speed of soul beasts and increase the chances of fierce beasts breaking through. Now, with the addition of the artistic buffs, the potential for breakthroughs or moments of enlightenment seemed extraordinary. The key was that these buffs were effective even against title Douluo, who could withstand such advantages. Without exaggeration. With his newfound capabilities, he could thrive even within the Spirit Hall. After all, mastery of domains was paramount for title Douluo, as one progressed. The cultivation of domains became increasingly critical. He could assist others in comprehending these domains, which was nothing short of astonishing. Had he previously ventured into the Spirit Hall, he might have been subjected to dissection for research. However, with his new abilities, Pope Bibi Dong would undoubtedly regard him as a treasure, frequently seeking him out for in-depth discussions to refine her own domain. The third draw, however, felt somewhat disappointing. Exchanging 1,000 skill points for 3,000 years of Soul Ring lifespan seemed less than favorable. Nevertheless, the rewards from the first two draws were satisfactory. Let us allocate the 3,000 years to the first Soul Ring, Su Ran decided, as he primarily relied on the first and third Soul Rings in battle. Ding. Attachment successful. Currently, your 3 Soul Rings are 6,300 years, 1,600 years, and 13,000 years respectively. After completing the draws, Su Ran exited and encountered Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were on their way to class. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu had risen early, yet, as is often the case with young women, they took their time. Su Ran, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Wu greeted him, her gaze drifting to Zhu Zhuqing, who bore a hint of fatigue mingled with her usual cool demeanor. At this moment, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware of the complexities of feelings between men and women, or even between genders. Having spent a decade in cultivation, and with an extended period of purity prior to that, she was still relatively naive about such matters. I did sleep quite comfortably, Su Ran responded, stepping closer to Xiao Wu and wrapping an arm around her slender waist, expressing his thoughts candidly. His gaze lingered on her long legs, encased in white trousers, and a bold idea began to take root in his mind. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing, whose figure was more voluptuous, Xiao Wu's delicate form was equally captivating. In a moment of playful banter, he quipped, "What are you looking at?" As he noticed Xiao Wu's discomfort under his gaze, her eyes darted to Zhu Zhuqing, but seeing her unperturbed, she retorted, "Why don't you call me brother Su Ran like before? I still prefer that." Su Ran mused that the affectionate title sounded sweeter, though her current address felt more intimate and less distant. Not a chance, Xiao Wu pouted. Even Zhu Zhuqing refrained from calling him brother Su Ran, so how could she be so familiar? Moreover, such a term felt overly sentimental. I knew it. You two living together is bound to lead to mischief, Su Ran remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice, though he conceded they could address him however they wished. As evening approached, he thought, what they call me tonight won't matter. Ran gu, they called as they arrived at the playground, where Ma Hongjun and Oscar greeted Su Ran. Ma Hongjun was already well acquainted with Su Ran, while Oscar appeared somewhat shy, having only heard tales of Su Ran's exceptional talent, which rivaled that of a Soul Emperor and was deemed terrifyingly formidable. Moreover, Su Ran had previously dealt a significant blow to Mu Bai, leaving him bedridden for half a month, necessitating an array of costly supplements for recovery. Given Su Ran's unparalleled genius, it was prudent to cultivate goodwill rather than animosity. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance. Su Ran acknowledged, his demeanor warm as he entered this new chapter of his journey. Su Ran stepped forward and extended his hand to shake hands with Oscar, who felt somewhat flabbergasted. He had not expected Su Ran to take the initiative to greet him. He had always assumed that a genius as formidable as Su Ran would be exceedingly proud and arrogant. However, to his surprise, Su Ran appeared completely unpretentious. Mu Bai, witnessing Ma Hongjun and Oscar fawning over Su Ran like sycophants, felt a pang of displeasure in his heart. Su Ran's arrival at the academy had overshadowed him. Previously, at Shrek Academy, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had always followed his lead. Yet, his gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, and just as he prepared to approach her, a powerful fist struck his face with astonishing speed. Ah! Mu Bai screamed, his body hurtling backwards. However, Su Ran was even quicker. Just as Mu Bai was about to hit the ground, Su Ran delivered a kick that sent him soaring back into the air. Thud. Mu Bai's imposing frame crashed onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Witnessing this scene, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left in a state of shock. Feeling a chill run down their spines, Su Ran's strength seemed to have increased beyond measure. It was utterly effortless for him to overpower Mu Bai. If Su Ran were to turn his attention towards them, how much easier would that be? At this moment, especially Oscar, as a support-type soul master, was quite fragile. He could not help but shiver at the sight of such brutality. Mu Bai, a battle-type soul master with a robust physique, was one thing. But Oscar feared that such treatment could easily lead to his own ruin. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astonished by Su Ran's unprovoked aggression towards Mu Bai. However, Zhu Zhuqing soon understood the reason behind Su Ran's actions. After all, had it not been for the unusual circumstances the previous night, she would have rushed out to give Mu Bai a good beating herself. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for anyone to feel irritable when disturbed. Ouch, that hurts. Su Ran, are you insane? Mu Bai cried out in agony, caught off guard and unable to even summon his martial spirit. Su Ran's speed was overwhelming. targeting his joints with precision, leaving him devoid of the strength to channel his soul power. At that moment, he finally grasped the significance of his body's reaction the day before. Su Ran must have been furious, unable to sleep all night in torment, which explained his immediate attack upon seeing him. This realization brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction amidst his suffering. Su Ran, even if you were to beat me to death, it would not alter the fact that Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. She is mine. And once I win her over, I will become part of the Zhu family. You are merely a distant relative of theirs. What do you amount to? Mu Bai thought to himself. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, for provoking Su Ran further could result in even more severe consequences. As Su Ran continued his relentless assault, Mu Bai's gaze shifted towards Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her maintaining an indifferent expression. Watching her fiancé being mercilessly beaten without a hint of reaction, this incited a surge of anger within him. After all, he was her fiancé. How could she be so heartless? No matter how cold she was, she ought to show some semblance of compassion. Curse it. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing's potential assistance in restraining Su Ran and showcasing his capabilities, he would have certainly turned against her. A mere woman. Who does not align herself with her fiancé, what worth would she have in life? Mu Bai, do not provoke me again. I have already taught you a lesson once. Yet it seems you remain unyielding. Your so-called pride and status hold no value to me. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You currently possess no status at all. You are merely a lost dog afraid to return home, Su Ran scoffed. Indeed, Mu Bai had been fortunate, were it not for Tang San's intervention. He would have never ascended to his position with such a cowardly attitude. As a prince, what woman of virtue would he lack? A prince consorting with courtesans? Such a scandalous character, if exposed, how could he ever hope to inherit the throne? Furthermore, with Davis having established himself in the Star Luo Empire for so many years, numerous dignitaries had placed their hopes upon him. Should Mu Bai dare to show his face in the empire, he would not need Davis to take action. Those already aligned against him would swiftly take care of the matter. Mu Bai, consumed by rage, glared at Su Ran, feeling his dignity trampled under Su Ran's disdainful gaze. No matter how diminished he was still a prince, while Su Ran was but a mere footnote. The object of Su Ran's affection is none other than his fiancée. What right does Su Ran have to act so arrogantly? Mu Bai gritted his teeth in frustration, yet the thought that Su Ran may have endured even greater anguish than himself last night brought him some solace. After all, the torment of the heart is often far more excruciating than physical pain. However, what Mu Bai remains unaware of is that Su Ran was not only devoid of suffering yesterday but was rather enjoying himself immensely. After all, Zhu Zhuqing possesses an exquisite figure that is truly remarkable. Yet, such exquisite pleasures are known only to him. Su Ran was merely angered by Mu Bai's interruption yesterday. Otherwise, his mood remained quite cheerful. Chapter 85. My little dance is wonderful, not at all filthy. Damn Su Ran, you wait for me. Mu Bai clenched his fists, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Su Ran. No matter how harshly Su Ran treated him, he could withstand it. After all, Mu Bai was a man, and such minor pain was insignificant. The torment of the flesh could never truly break a man. A man would only crumble if he were betrayed. If his wife ran off with another, such a disgrace would be unbearable. Beyond that, nothing could genuinely overpower a man. And this was something Su Ran need not even contemplate. Even if he were a worthless failure, Zhu Zhuqing would still have to marry him. The union of the Dai and Zhu families had endured for a millennium, and no one could shake that foundation. Su Ran, Mu Bai, what is happening here? At that moment, a robust individual, approximately 6 feet tall, approached, astonished at the sight of Su Ran and the battered Mu Bai on the ground. This person was none other than Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Su Ran, recognizing that only the extraordinary genius Su Ran, who had taken leave shortly after enrolling, could so easily subdue Mu Bai. Teacher Zhao, Mu Bai and I were just having a friendly spar. Su Ran smiled as he helped Mu Bai to his feet, his gaze coldly fixed on him. Mu Bai felt a chill run down his spine under Su Ran's stare, which was as if he were regarding a corpse. Should he dare to utter any disparaging remarks about Su Ran, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater force and pride. Indeed, that's the case, Teacher Zhao. Su Ran and I were merely playing around. Mu Bai managed a wry smile. Initially intending to report Su Ran, he ultimately relented. With a talent like Su Ran's, no teacher would dare punish him, rendering any complaints utterly pointless. Of course, it was entirely without merit if Su Ran were to commit a grievous offense. Even Flandres and the others would not hesitate to act. However, matters of brawling were far beneath their concern. Playing around? Zhao Wuji glanced at the bruised and battered Mu Bai. Could such a state truly be the result of mere play? Yet, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Teacher Zhao, please continue your class. I must return to my training, Su Ran said with a nod before departing. Su Ran had the liberty to arrange his own schedule, a privilege collectively decided upon by the teachers of Shrek Academy upon recognizing his extraordinary talent. No one could truly teach Su Ran. Though they possessed their own educational philosophies and methods, none were suitable for someone of Su Ran's groundbreaking caliber. Such a genius was beyond their tutelage. Su Ran's ability to cultivate to this level undoubtedly stems from his unique methodology. Thus, They ultimately resolved to allow Su Ran to disregard the established rules and pursue his cultivation freely. Naturally, every few months, they would still come to assess Su Ran's strength. Su Ran possesses such remarkable cultivation. What if he encounters temptations, such as the allure of a gentle embrace, and becomes distracted from his training? Well, you may go. Your time is yours to command, Xiao Wujing remarked, watching Su Ran depart. The instruction at Shrek Academy is relatively straightforward. Xiao Wujing lectured on soul master knowledge for merely 20 minutes before directing the students to run laps around the academy. No amount of theoretical knowledge can rival the benefits of practical experience. The teaching methods at Shrek Academy have always been quite simple, either training or participating in soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. After several laps, Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Su Ran stood at the finish line, awaiting their return. Upon their completion, he presented them with 2 handkerchiefs and 2 bottles of water. Take a moment to rest before drinking, Su Ran advised, observing the 2 women, their forms glistening with perspiration. After vigorous exercise, they each exuded a distinct aura of allure, one reminiscent of a charming neighbor, exuding a playful sweetness, while the other possessed a flawless physique, unconsciously radiating the innate charm of femininity. Zhu Zhuqing took the handkerchief offered by Su Ran, turned away, and wiped away some of her sweat, though she still felt somewhat sticky and uncomfortable. I'm going to take a shower, Zhu Zhuqing announced, striding toward the dormitory. With only one bathroom available, Xiao could only wait until Zhu Zhuqing finished before she herself could enter. Wait until you cool down a bit before showering. And do not use cold water just for comfort, Su Ran called after her. Understood, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, a hint of sweetness blooming in her heart. Now that they were at Shrek Academy, there was no longer any need for pretense between her and Su Ran. Back in Xinglua City, they had to maintain a semblance of decorum for the royal family's sake, which had imposed certain constraints on their relationship. While at home they felt free, outside they had to hold back somewhat. However, at Shrek Academy, that pressure had vanished entirely. Few people here knew of their backgrounds. The only one aware of their origins was Mu Bai. As Xiao Wu gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Su Ran. Su Ran has been granted special permission to abstain from training sessions, and even from attending classes, which inevitably stirs feelings of envy within her. However, her innate talent is indeed formidable. Training alongside her peers would yield little benefit. While a few laps may greatly assist those with lesser cultivation, for Su Ran, the impact is minimal. After all, she is a legendary beast, inherently possessing the ability to defy conventions. As Xiao Wu finished her drink, Su Ran swiftly enveloped her in an embrace. Xiao Wu, drenched in sweat and flushed, was an enticing sight, prompting Su Ran to indulge in the temptation of a playful bite. Su Ran, no, I'm all sweaty, Xiao Wu protested softly, attempting to push her away. She felt unclean and wished to avoid leaving a negative impression on Su Ran. Yet, as a young woman, Xiao Wu was unaware that her glistening, perspiration-laden appearance only heightened her allure. I am not deterred. My dear Xiao Wu is not dirty at all, Su Ran declared, one arm encircling Xiao Wu's slender waist while the other cradled the back of her neck, drawing her in for a passionate kiss. At that moment, the salty taste of sweat mingled with her unique fragrance, creating an intoxicating blend. Xiao Wu, sensing Su Ran's unabashed affection despite her disheveled state, felt her heart flutter and slowly reciprocated the kiss. In recent days, since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Xiao Wu had been plagued by uncertainty, fearing that Su Ran's love might wane. As a woman, she was acutely aware of Zhu Zhuqing's allure to men. Her figure epitomized the ideal that many men found irresistible. Although Xiao Wu was beginning to blossom, she could not shake the feeling of inadequacy when compared to Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 86. Mu Bai's outrage. With a creak, the door to their dormitory opened, and Zhu Zhuqing emerged, her damp hair cascading around her shoulders, interrupting the intimate moment between the two. Go on, take a shower, Su Ran gently encouraged, giving Xiao Wu a playful pat on her backside. Okay, Xiao Wu responded, casting a flustered glance at Su Ran before hastily retreating into the dormitory. Su Ran, in a spontaneous gesture, embraced the freshly bathed Zhu Zhuqing. While Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing shared tender moments outside, Oscar and Mu Bai simultaneously appeared at Su Ran's door. Mu Bai was naturally there to seek out Zhu Zhuqing. Last night, Zhu Zhuqing had retired early, not emerging at all. Today, as he prepared to engage in conversation with her, he was abruptly met with a barrage of blows from Su Ran. To this moment, he had yet to exchange earnest words with Zhu Zhuqing, which left him feeling somewhat stifled. As a prince of noble stature, strikingly handsome and exceptionally gifted, why should it be so difficult to converse with his fiancée? Where was the justice in that? Oscar, what are you doing standing there? Mu Bai called out to Oscar, who was heading directly towards Zhu Zhuqing's room with a clay pot in hand. After all, this was his fiancée's chamber. What was Oscar's purpose? Was he there to curry favor with Zhuqing? Surely, his fiancée was not someone to be trifled with by others. Oh, Mu Bai. The dean instructed me to prepare some osmanthus and lotus seed congee with goji berries for Rango. Given his extraordinary talent, he must be weary from his training today and needs nourishment to replenish his energy, Oscar replied directly. As a food-type soul master, his culinary skills were commendable. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Mu Bai couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Su Ran had not participated in training nor attended classes. Why was he fatigued? Mu Bai could not help but curl his lip in disdain. They were both from Shrek Academy, yet the disparity was so pronounced. As Mu Bai pondered this, he observed Oscar making his way directly to Zhu Zhuqing's room. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck through his heart, akin to a thunderclap reverberating within him. Mu Bai's mind buzzed as he realized that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. While Oscar delivering kanji to Su Ran was innocuous, the question remained, why was he heading to Zhu Zhuqing's room? A sense of foreboding gripped Mu Bai. Upon entering, Oscar found the room empty and placed the kanji on the table before stepping out. He caught sight of Mu Bai not far off and couldn't help but express his confusion. By the way, Mu Bai, what are you doing outside Ran's room? Oscar inquired, perplexed. Boom. Oscar's words detonated in Mu Bai's heart like a bomb, piercing him with the force of a dagger. In an instant, his face drained of color. At that moment, upon hearing Oscar, he grasped the truth. This was not Zhu Zhuqing's room, but rather Su Ran's. Had Zhuqing spent the night here with Su Ran? Furthermore, he recalled hearing an alluring voice the previous night. He was green with envy. Absolutely green. He had thought he was showing off to Su Ran while, in reality, he had been thoroughly deceived. Mu Bai's complexion turned ashen, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. It was not just him. Any man would struggle to bear such a blow. Su Ran, I shall end your life. He roared, fists pounding the earth, the stones cutting into his palms. Yet, in that moment, he felt no pain, for his rage had eclipsed any physical discomfort. His hatred for Su Ran had reached a fever pitch. Su Ran repeatedly assaulted him and even stole away his fiancé from behind his back. Su Ran spent the night with Zhu Zhuqing. When did this transpire? He has been away from the Star Luo Empire for such an extended period. Could it be that the two have been together all along? The thought made Mu Bai feel as though he might bleed from anger. After all, she is his fiancé. The mere idea of her being taken to bed by another man is utterly intolerable. How could he possibly accept such a reality? To make matters worse, he was merely a wall away from Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing last night. He had foolishly called out Zhu Zhuqing's name, hoping to provoke Su Ran. While Su Ran was enjoying intimate moments with his fiancée, this was simply unbearable. Even with Mu Bai's relatively strong capacity for acceptance, he could not withstand this moment. Just a wall separated them, and there was Su Ran, cradling his fiancée in slumber. This felt like a blatant mockery. Ah, that scoundrel Su Ran. A mere branch member of the Zhu family. How dare he treat me this way? The entire Star Luo Empire belongs to the Dai family, and you, a lowly commoner, dare to insult me so? I, Mu Bai, vow not to be human if I do not kill you in this lifetime. Mu Bai roared, his voice thick with hatred. And Zhu Zhuqing, how could she betray him by seeking solace in another man? Did she not understand her own identity? His voice echoed loudly. And it was evident that both Zhu Zhuqing and Su Ran heard him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing lay in Su Ran's embrace, frowning at the sound of his voice. She had no ties to Mu Bai anymore. Even Mu Bai's father, the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire, had acknowledged her relationship with Su Ran. What was Mu Bai's significance in comparison? With such a character as Mu Bai, there was no comparison to Su Ran. Even if her relationship with Mu Bai could not be reversed, she would never marry him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Expose your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing in front of the entire faculty and student body, humiliating Mu Bai. Task reward, 500 skill points. Hearing the system's voice, Su Ran smiled, looking at the girl in his arms, and said, I shall reveal the truth shortly, letting everyone know who your true fiancé is. You have no connection to Mu Bai. If he dares to persist after seeing our marriage certificate, I shall ensure he cannot take care of himself. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. She had long wished to sever ties with Mu Bai. She was now Su Ran's fiancé and wanted nothing to do with Mu Bai, especially not allowing him to spread tales of their previous association. Oscar observed the furious Mu Bai on the ground, who seemed to have lost his mind, and opened his mouth but could not find the words. From Mu Bai's outburst, he gathered much information. Mu Bai was indeed a prince of the Star Luo Empire. How extraordinary his status was. A prince was an exalted title. However, he still could not comprehend the intricate relationships among Mu Bai, Su Ran, and Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, it appeared that Mu Bai sought to leverage his royal status to oppress Su Ran and reclaim Zhu Zhuqing. Of course, this was merely Oscar's conjecture. He remained perplexed. However, given Mu Bai's previous temperament, this seemed to be a plausible explanation. Mu Bai, I shall take my leave, Oscar said, choosing to exit. He had no desire to entangle himself in the feud between Mu Bai and Su Ran. He held Su Ran in high regard, as both he and Zhu Zhuqing appeared to possess admirable character. Conversely, Mu Bai had previously been beaten by Su Ran for teasing Xiao Wu. Now, he seemed intent on confronting Su Ran's other woman, Zhu Zhuqing. Even with the title of prince, one could not act with impunity. After Oscar departed, Mu Bai continued to roar in fury for a while before slowly rising. His gaze was icy and merciless. Wait until I expose your disgraceful actions to the dean. Let us see if you can still show your face in this academy. Mu Bai walked away, his mind concocting a plan. He intended to summon all the teachers of the academy to arbitrate on his behalf. At that point, no matter how biased Flander and the others might be, they could not deny the truth. He had a betrothal agreement with Zhu Zhuqing, and he looked forward to seeing the shame Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing would endure. As a woman, being so intimate with another man outside of her engagement struck him as laughable. He had once believed Zhu Zhuqing to be a paragon of virtue. But this was merely a facade. She had bestowed her innocence not upon her fiancé, but upon another man. What kind of woman does that make her? Chapter 87. The marriage certificate revealed irrefutable evidence of Zhu Zhuqing's true fiancé. In the hall of Shrek Academy, Flander and several middle-aged teachers were experiencing a headache. Flander, Zhao Wujin, Xiao Xiao, Li Yusong, and others had been summoned by Mu Bai. Mu Bai sought their assistance in seeking justice. The mere thought of his stunning fiancée treating him so coldly, unwilling to allow even a touch, while she willingly shared a bed with Su Ran, filled him with agitation. His fiancée, pure and unblemished, had never even allowed him to experience her charms, yet Su Ran, that scoundrel, dared to take advantage of his absence from the Star Luo Empire. How shameless. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, yet here was Su Ran, embracing her intimately. Having already crossed into a substantial relationship, such actions were a violation of morals. And he could not believe that Flander and the others would shield Su Ran in such a matter, even if Su Ran were a prodigy. He must be held accountable for his actions. Dean, Vice Dean, and esteemed teachers, you must stand by me. Su Ran is a beast. That is my fiancée. Mu Bai knelt, pleading, despair and fury etched upon his face. He grasped Flander's trousers, vowing he would not rise until he received justice. Having been so grievously wronged by Su Ran, with his fiancée being pursued through despicable means, if he could not find solace, he might as well perish. Mu Bai, is Zhu Zhuqing truly your fiancée? Flander asked, pained, unable to restrain his curiosity. He was aware of the relationship between the Dai and Zhu families, but he sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. He had observed Zhu Zhuqing over the past few days and believed her to be above such infidelities. Moreover, Su Ran did not seem to be the type either. Indeed, without a doubt, Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. Su Ran shamelessly associates with her. I implore the dean to expel him. His character is questionable, and even if the academy nurtures him into a strong individual, he will only become a scourge. Mu Bai exclaimed, his emotions surging. Listening to Mu Bai's words, the other teachers regarded him with exasperation. They had never anticipated such a scandal involving Su Ran. Su Ran, a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber, is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Such a youth is a rarity in this world. Whenever Su Ran beckons, countless women would undoubtedly flock to him, some even lying in his bed, eagerly awaiting his favor. A genius of this magnitude would undoubtedly bring glory to Shrek Academy. Yet, in light of recent events, what course of action should they take? The Academy's motto is unequivocal. Having committed such a grave error, expulsion is mandatory. Are they truly prepared to expel Su Ran? The teachers are filled with sorrow. After all, Su Ran is a once-in-a-millennium genius. If this is indeed the case, they would have no choice but to adhere to the regulations. Flander is equally heartbroken, as he was the one who introduced Su Ran to the Academy. He held high hopes for Su Ran, even granting him the unique privilege to attend classes at his discretion and manage his own time. In Flander's eyes, Su Ran's worth surpasses that of all others at Shrek Academy combined. However, Su Ran has taken away Mu Bai's fiancée, and he must provide Mu Bai with an explanation. How can an institution maintain its standing if it fails to uphold fairness and justice? Flander, this is rather inappropriate. Zhao Wujie could not help but interject. He values talent immensely. Su Ran is no ordinary genius. While one might easily discard the average individual, a prodigy like Su Ran, who is a rare gem in a millennium, should not be overlooked. Alas, Flander shook his head. He is a man of unwavering principles. Even if Su Ran is a genius, he must be held accountable for his actions. Dean, Vice Dean, esteemed teachers. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing entered the hall hand in hand. Su Ran, clad in a black robe, exuded elegance and charm, while Zhu Zhuqing, in a black dress, was strikingly beautiful. Together, they resembled a celestial couple, evoking a sense of reluctance among the teachers. Setting aside the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Bai, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing truly complement each other perfectly. Zhu Zhuqing possesses a beauty that could captivate nations, and Su Ran is an extraordinary young talent. A beauty paired with a genius is indeed a fitting match. What a pity. Flander sighed. Regardless of whether his words might hurt Su Ran or provoke him to leave the academy, he felt compelled to speak. Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, how can you two shamelessly hold hands like this? Do you not regard your teachers at all? And what do you take me for? Mu Bai, upon witnessing the intimate display between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, erupted in anger. His eyes reddened as he shouted. At such a critical juncture, they still dared to be so brazenly together. Su Ran struck directly, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on Mu Bai's cheek. Waves of excruciating pain surged from his face. Yet, it was not merely the pain that pierced him, but the profound sense of humiliation that truly struck at his heart. Su Ran, that despicable rogue, has not only taken his woman, but has also assaulted him repeatedly. Now, he has the audacity to slap him directly in the face. Hitting someone is one thing, but striking the face is a fundamental issue of dignity. Dean Flanders, look at him. Su Ran dares to hit me even in your presence. Mu Bai clutched Flanders' trousers, lamenting. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sadness, as if the entire world had abandoned him. Fortunately, in this instance, he held the moral high ground. Su Ran would undoubtedly face repercussions for his actions. However, the next moment, Mu Bai was taken aback by Su Ran's words, rendering him speechless with rage. Dean. I accused Mu Bai of harassing my fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran declared. Mu Bai has always been of questionable character. Previously, he harbored lewd intentions towards Xiao. After I taught him a lesson, I thought he might restrain himself, but to my astonishment, he is now attempting to target my fiancé. What astonishes me even more is that Mu Bai audaciously accuses my fiancé of being his. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. You slanderous fiend, Su Ran. Do you not feel the pangs of conscience as you utter such shameless lies? Mu Bai retorted angrily, for his engagement to Zhu Zhuqing was a time-honored tradition spanning millennia. Is there any doubt that Zhu Zhuqing is his fiancé? At that moment, Dean Flanders and several teachers were equally perplexed. Could it be that Mu Bai's claim of Zhu Zhuqing as his fiancé was indeed the truth? Yet, Mu Bai presented no evidence to support his assertion. All eyes in the hall turned to Su Ran, who remained unfazed as he retrieved a marriage certificate from his bosom and handed it to Flanders. Dean, this is the marriage certificate between Zhu Zhuqing and me. The document serves as proof of our relationship. Chapter 88. The intimidation is truly excessive when Su Ran produced the marriage certificate. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Dean Flanders and several teachers gazed at Su Ran in astonishment. Upon witnessing Su Ran's composed demeanor, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seems they had misunderstood Su Ran. After all, how could someone of his caliber engage in such despicable behavior? Su Ran is indeed a prodigious talent. What kind of woman could he possibly desire? Meanwhile, Mu Bai seems to indulge in a life of revelry in Soto City almost daily. With a previous attempt to flirt with the newly enrolled female student, Xiao, that ended in failure. Su Ran's assertion that Mu Bai harbors intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing seems plausible. After all, a girl like Zhu Zhuqing would certainly stir feelings in any young man. The striking combination of her voluptuous figure and youthful, exquisite countenance exerts a powerful allure that captivates countless hearts. Given Mu Bai's character, his desire to pursue Zhu Zhuqing is entirely understandable. Su Ran, how despicable you are. You even have the audacity to forge a marriage certificate. Well done, Su Ran. It appears you came prepared. Dean, Su Ran is nothing but a vile scoundrel, and his act of fabricating a marriage certificate is utterly reprehensible. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Bai's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Su Ran, roaring in fury. With a sharp slap, Su Ran struck Mu Bai's unblemished cheek, leaving a vivid crimson mark on his face. Mu Bai cried out in pain. Su Ran's physical strength was formidable, and that blow was not to be taken lightly. Su Ran, you dare strike me? You steal my fiancé and then assault me? Dean, you must take my side. All the teachers here have witnessed Su Ran's brazen actions. He shows utter disdain for your authority. Mu Bai bellowed, clutching his face, his speech slightly slurred from the swelling. Fearing another strike from Su Ran, he instinctively prepared to hide behind Flinder. However, what he did not anticipate was another slap coming his way. This blow was even more forceful than Su Ran's, rendering Mu Bai momentarily dazed. For it was not Su Ran who struck him, but Flinder. At that moment, Flinder was consumed by rage. He had nearly misjudged Su Ran. The document in question was indeed a legitimate marriage certificate between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, bearing the name of Zhu Zhihai, the head of the Zhu family, along with the family seal and a duke's insignia. This marriage certificate was as official as it could be. The authenticity of this document was indisputable. The two seals, symbols of immense prestige and authority, were beyond counterfeit. If such documents could be forged, then the imperial seals would be scattered everywhere. These seals are crafted from exceedingly precious materials. How could they possibly be faked? Thus, it was clear that Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed engaged. Realizing this, Flinder's anger surged. Had Su Ran not produced the marriage certificate today, he might have truly misjudged the relationship between Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing. Su Ran is a peerless genius. To lose such a talent due to a misunderstanding would be a tremendous loss. Zhu Zhuqing is also a pure and stunning young woman, for whom virtue is of utmost importance. Yet, the despicable Mu Bai dares to claim that Zhu Zhuqing is his fiancé, thereby tarnishing her reputation. Such conduct is utterly reprehensible. Dean, the marriage certificate presented by Su Ran is a forgery, a mere fabrication. Esteemed teachers, please see clearly. Zhu Zhuqing is my betrothed. Mu Bai insists, unable to accept the authenticity of Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing's marriage documents. Zhu Zhuqing is his fiancé. How could that certificate possibly be genuine? Mu Bai's gaze shifts towards Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, who are now intimately entwined, with Su Ran's arms wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist. Her exquisite figure and delicate form pierce through his heart like daggers. How could his fiancé, so breathtakingly beautiful and uniquely shaped, be in the embrace of another? Moreover, they share a room, basking in each other's affection. What could they have done together that he need not even speculate? Su Ran is a shameless individual, akin to himself. How could someone as ethereal as Zhu Zhuqing ever escape his grasp? In the future, Su Ran may even lead a more blissful life. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reside in the same dormitory, and what Su Ran might do next is painfully evident. Yet, he takes solace in having exposed Su Ran's foul facade. Surely, he will be less brazen in his interactions with Zhu Zhuqing from now on. At that time, he might still pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Though his fiancé has been sullied by Su Ran, her beauty remains unsurpassed. However, she would merely be a common plaything to him, devoid of any genuine affection. What he desires is merely for Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing to suffer as he has. How could such a student exist in Shrek Academy? Su Ran has presented evidence, yet you continue to slander him. Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing are innocent, and you dare to defame them. Flander strikes Mu Bai across the face, interrupting his delusions. The teachers behind Flander have also examined the marriage certificate Su Ran provided, confirming its authenticity. They glare at Mu Bai, appalled by his outrageous behavior. Still fabricating lies? Names may be forged, but the seal is undeniably real. At this juncture, you still seek to wriggle out of responsibility? Flander, furious, seizes a nearby cane and strikes Mu Bai with fervor. They were on the brink of losing a genius like Su Ran forever due to Mu Bai's slander. They could have irreparably harmed both Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, and even Xiao Wu. Now, as Mu Bai's deceit is unmasked, he continues to deny his guilt, showing no remorse. Instead of seeking redemption, he plots to further malign Su Ran. Can Mu Bai still claim to be human? Flander lashes out at Mu Bai, venting his anger with little restraint. While Mu Bai wails in despair, appearing utterly miserable. He cannot fathom where things went awry. How could Flander not see through a forged marriage certificate? Meanwhile, Su Ran stands aside, watching Mu Bai receive his just deserts, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Seizing the moment when no one is watching, Su Ran's hand gently caresses Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous form, relishing the sensation. Before Mu Bai, witnessing his punishment while enjoying an intimate moment with Zhu Zhuqing feels remarkably gratifying. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she furtively glances around, relieved that no one has noticed Su Ran's boldness. This scene goes unseen by others. Yet Mu Bai catches it all. Despair envelopes him. Where did it all go wrong? Why, as he endures punishment, can Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing display their affection so freely? Why is Su Ran able to flaunt his relationship, while his attempts to do the same always result in calamity? It defies reason, utterly illogical. He has never laid hands on the exquisitely soft curves of Zhu Zhuqing. Yet Su Ran behaves so audaciously, deliberately humiliating him. This is nothing short of a cruel torment. Chapter 89, Collapse, Departure from School, a gift for Davis teacher. You must have misunderstood. Today I intended for you to punish Su Ran. Mu Bai continues to cry out in agony, still bewildered as to how events spiraled into this chaos. Shouldn't it have been Su Ran receiving the beating? After all, he is the victim. Su Ran has taken away his fiancé, usurped his position at Shrek Academy, and even deliberately flaunted his affection for Zhu Zhuqing in front of him to provoke him. But now, why is Flander punishing Su Ran and turning his wrath upon him instead? What has he done wrong? He has done nothing. It has always been Su Ran who has tormented him. Just moments ago, Su Ran had slapped him twice, and now Flander was unleashing such severe punishment upon him. What on earth is happening in this world? As a prince, is his fate to be so dire? From a young age, he had been beaten by Davis and later nearly assassinated by his orders. To escape, he had stealthily fled to the Tiando Empire, where he finally enjoyed a few peaceful years. However, those days of respite were short-lived, for Su Ran soon arrived. His fiancée had been taken by Su Ran, and he was subjected to such humiliation. Surely he's the most unfortunate prince in history. Director, let Mu Bai have a look at the marriage contract. I would like to see how he will justify himself, Su Ran declared, wrapping his arms around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist and savoring her softness. He intended to show Mu Bai just how ineffectual he truly was, abandoning Zhu Zhuqing to indulge in revelry in Soto City. How could such a man possibly hope to claim her? Dream on. A man like Mu Bai, devoid of responsibility, would find himself utterly inadequate without Tang San's assistance. Even 10 lives would not suffice to save him from Davis's wrath. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling Su Ran's wandering hands on her waist, blushed, casting a glance at him. Su Ran was being quite mischievous, clearly intent on inciting Mu Bai's ire. Nevertheless, she harbored no fondness for Mu Bai, and regardless of Su Ran's actions, she would always stand by his side in support. For a relationship to endure, a girl must recognize her position and serve as a supportive partner to her beloved. In times of need, she should lend a helping hand, for if she were to meddle too much, even the deepest love may wane over time. This was wisdom imparted to her by her sister before she and Su Ran departed from Xinglua City. Flander restrained Mu Bai's hands and unveiled the marriage contract before him. When Mu Bai read its contents, his composure shattered. No, this cannot be. Zhu Zhuqing should be my fiancée. How could Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing possibly share such a bond? The Dai and Zhu families have a history of alliances, so why has it come to this? Mu Bai's face turned ashen, his body trembling as he pieced together the truth. Zhu Zhuqing had called off their engagement, and now she was bound to Su Ran. They shared no connection, while Su Ran was now the one recognized as Zhu Zhuqing's betrothed. Moreover, the contract specified the date of their union, set to coincide with Zhu Zhuqing's coming-of-age ceremony. Presently, she remained a young girl, but in 6 years, she would transition into adulthood, exuding a maturity that would undoubtedly be more enchanting than her current self. After all, even now, with her youthful form, she was remarkably alluring. How much more captivating would she become? Yet, what connection would he have with her at that time? The one by her side would be Su Ran. Zhu Zhuqing loves me. I am her betrothed, Su Ran taunted, stepping closer to Mu Bai. As of now, we share no ties. I urge you to mind your words in the future. Furthermore, our union has the royal family's endorsement. Zhu Zhuqing nestled against Su Ran, making her stance clear. She wished to sever all ties with Mu Bai, especially any emotional connection. Her heart belonged solely to Su Ran, and she cherished this hard-won affection. She wished for their relationship to remain unsullied by any impurities or blemishes. Thus, Mu Bai's gaze turned frigid as the realization struck him. The Zhu family had forsaken him, and the royal family had sanctioned this disgrace. His own father had consented to the dissolution of his engagement, allowing Su Ran to claim what was rightfully his. But as he caught sight of the golden insignia in Su Ran's hand, he understood that Davis was the mastermind behind this betrayal. A prince cast aside in such a manner would be the object of mockery, and there was no chance of ascending the throne. Davis had aided Su Ran in taking Zhu Zhuqing from him. Davis, Mu Bai's fist clenched, veins bulging on his arms. How dare Davis give his fiancé to Su Ran? Such a ruthless maneuver. Yet, Su Ran was not a pawn easily controlled by Davis. Davis's fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing, was Zhu Zhuqing's sister, possessing an allure that even surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's. He could not believe Su Ran would remain indifferent. One day, Davis would rue this decision. So, you are in league with him, merely to humiliate me? Mu Bai seethed. Humiliate you? What of it? Su Ran replied, relishing the moment as he held Zhu Zhuqing's hand. If I recall correctly, you haven't even touched Zhu Zhuqing's hand, have you? As Su Ran leaned closer to Mu Bai, he whispered softly, his voice barely audible. Yet Mu Bai deciphered the intent behind his words. Ah, Su Ran, I will kill you. Mu Bai roared, unleashing his soul power in a furious punch towards Su Ran. At that moment, he cared not whether he was a match for Su Ran. His dignity had been trampled, and even if he stood no chance against Su Ran, he felt compelled to strike back. Su Ran and Davis are the lifelong adversaries of his existence. Su Ran's contempt for him, trampling upon his dignity, is even more detestable than Davis himself. To this day, there is still no sign of remorse. Observing Mu Bai suddenly attack Su Ran, Zhao Wuji could no longer bear to witness it. With the marriage contract in hand, what more could Mu Bai desire? Was he simply consumed by rage? Surely, the academy is no place for Mu Bai's frivolity. Mu Bai, how dare you lay a hand on him? Beside them, Li Yusong was also incensed. It had been decades since he had felt such fury. Mu Bai's attempt to seize Su Ran's fiancé, now exposed, while still contemplating violence against Su Ran, was utterly outrageous. How could the academy's foremost talent, Su Ran, be harmed by someone like Mu Bai? Li Yusong unleashed his martial spirit, manifesting as a dragon-patterned staff. He swung a golden staff toward Mu Bai's arm with great force. A wave of intense pain coursed through Mu Bai's limb as his body was sent sprawling backward. In that moment, despair enveloped Mu Bai. He had suffered so greatly at Su Ran's hands, while the teachers continued to side with Su Ran. How absurd. Mu Bai, should you dare to act with such impunity again, I shall have no choice but to expel you from the academy, Flander exclaimed furiously. Mu Bai's behavior was nothing short of reckless. Just because someone's girlfriend is beautiful, does that grant him the right to harass her? After repeated offenses, it was only natural that Su Ran retaliated. If he had encountered someone more hot-tempered, Mu Bai might have found himself bedridden and unable to move. Yet even now, Mu Bai displayed not a trace of contrition, fueling Flander's anger. Regardless of Mu Bai's privileged status, he would be expelled without hesitation for his misdeeds. Ah, the Shrek Academy. A place of principles indeed. I need not remain here, he scoffed. Moreover, I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Of noble lineage, what do you think you can do to me? The shame I endure today shall be remembered. Mu Bai cast a resentful glance at everyone in the hall before storming out. What a wretched fool. I shall teach him a lesson, Zhao Wuji seethed. Infuriated by Mu Bai's words, he had never anticipated such thoughts from him. What was a fallen prince worth? Let him go, Flanders sighed. We share some responsibility for his current state. We were too lenient when he was gallivanting about. His present condition is a reflection of our failures. Shaking his head, he chose not to stop Mu Bai's departure. Change is easy, but one's nature is difficult to alter, even if Mu Bai were to remain. With female students in the academy, his lecherous disposition could lead to unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Su Ran watched Mu Bai's retreating figure, a smile inexplicably forming on his lips. It was time for Davis to take care of him. Mu Bai's strength was insufficient. Any soul master or soul king could easily eliminate him. Consider this a grand gift from me, Su Ran murmured. Having already won over Zhu Zhuqing, he felt it only right to offer Davis some compensation. And Mu Bai was that very compensation. As long as he informed Davis of Mu Bai's whereabouts, the the latter's fate would be sealed. Chapter 90. Su Ran's terrifying buff. Su Ran watched as Mu Bai gradually disappeared into the distance, finding it somewhat amusing. Davis sought to barter his own fiancé for Su Ran's assistance. He intended to exchange his life for Davis's fiancée. In truth, had Davis's wife possessed a modicum of less beauty, Su Ran might have considered him a decent companion. Yet, how could he overlook the allure of Zhu Zhuqing? With a figure of unparalleled voluptuousness and a silhouette that is both curvaceous and slender, such a physique is indeed rare in this world. Thus, he had no intention of relinquishing his claim. An innocent man bears no fault, yet he who possesses a treasure invites envy. Davis was akin to the hapless Wu Dalong. Su Ran, Davis, and the royal family share no genuine affection. On the surface, they appear to treat him well. Yet these gestures are merely the fruits of his own talent and prowess. Their intentions are solely to exploit him for greater gain. Had his abilities been slightly inferior, his current standing would likely be drastically different. Thus, even if the royal family treats him favorably now, he remains skeptical of their goodwill. In a royal household, even kin may turn against one another. How much less regard could he expect as an outsider? It is inevitable that conflicts will arise with the royal family, and their dissatisfaction with him may escalate. At that juncture, it is possible that not only would they attempt to usurp Davis's spouse, but also his throne. After all, with Zhu Zhuqing involved, such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. How splendid it would be to ascend as emperor, indulging in a harem at will. One might think that if the emperor issues a decree, failure to present his precious daughter would spell disaster. Yet, it is worth noting that the daughters of formidable families and holy maidens are not easily swayed. A harem filled with mere ordinary beauties serves little purpose. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 500 skill points. The host now possesses a total of 600 skill points. The system's young lady could not help but roll her eyes at Su Ran, who had just managed to attract Zhu Zhuqing and had already begun to fantasize about establishing a vast harem. After all, the host had yet to even secure a harem with Xiao Wu and dared to dream so grandly. Su Ran, what are you looking at? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, shaking Su Ran's arm in confusion. Just observing Mu Bai. His departure is for the best, sparing you from future disturbances, Su Ran replied, gently brushing Zhu Zhuqing's long black hair that cascaded behind her. Yet, he withheld a thought that today might indeed be his final encounter with Mu Bai. Once Davis received news of him, Su Ran was all too aware of how thoroughly he would erase any traces of their interaction. After all, many strategists were at Davis's disposal. To be ruthless is to be a true man. When confronting adversaries, one must act decisively. Su Ran, Zhuqing. Today's events nearly led us to misinterpret your relationship. Mu Bai claimed you were his fiancé and appeared so woeful that we almost believed him. Had it not been for the marriage certificate you presented, we might have been misled, Flander expressed, looking at Su Ran with remorse. They had placed too much faith in Mu Bai. Seeing him display such despair, they genuinely believed Zhu Zhuqing was his betrothed. Had Su Ran not produced the marriage certificate, he and Zhu Zhuqing would have faced wrongful accusations. The thought filled Flander with guilt. The other teachers, recalling the earlier scene, broke into a cold sweat. Had they truly believed Mu Bai's fabrications, they could have inadvertently driven Su Ran away. If Su Ran departed, both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would surely follow. After all, the trio represented half of Shrek Academy's students. Now that Mu Bai had left, only Oscar and Ma Hongjun remained at Shrek Academy. Oscar, a food system soul master with innate full soul power, possessed great potential, yet he was limited by his auxiliary spirit. Although auxiliary soul masters enjoy a high status and respect, if respect is not granted, it is of little consequence. Oscar's sausage spirit, after all, did not compare to the formidable spirits of the Ning family that enhance combat prowess. The 7-treasure glazed tile, revered even by soul masters of the Spirit Hall, is a coveted asset. Even the Pope would envy the augmentation it provides. If a level 99 soul master were to have the assistance of a soul saint with a 7-treasure glazed tile spirit, their combat capability could reach terrifying heights. Only the 7-treasure glazed tile spirit garners such widespread admiration, while other auxiliary soul masters hold far less prestige. Ma Hongjun, though gifted, might face limitations due to the constraints of his spirit, leaving his future uncertain. Even if he does not falter, his body may eventually succumb to strain. There are no fields that become barren, only oxen that tire. No matter how industrious, even the most diligent oxen will one day reach their limits. The more one plows, the more fertile the land becomes. Dean, esteemed teachers, there is no need for such concern. Mu Bai's actions were indeed deplorable. Had he not intentionally escalated matters today, I would have kept these feelings to myself, for we are all classmates, Su Ran stated. Well said. What our Shrek Academy lacks is talent like yours, Flander exclaimed, laughing heartily as he clapped Su Ran on the shoulder. It seems Su Ran possesses not only extraordinary talent, but also noble qualities worthy of emulation by other students. Indeed. From now on, Shrek Academy will rely on you, Zhao Wuji added. By the way, I intend to appoint you as an assistant teacher at our academy. What do you think? Naturally, we cannot offer a high salary, Flanders said cheerfully, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Su Ran's level of cultivation was clearly no mere coincidence. Su Ran must possess his own unique cultivation method, otherwise, how could he have reached such a remarkable level of mastery? At such a tender age, Su Ran has achieved the remarkable status of a genius soul master. A feat undoubtedly attributable not only to his innate talent, but also to his unique cultivation methods. Su Ran was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that Flinder would soon enlist him to undertake menial tasks. A class once a week or every 2 weeks will suffice, Flinder stated, emphasizing that this was contingent upon Su Ran's availability, for his current cultivation remained paramount. Flinder was certainly not inclined to allow Su Ran to neglect his primary responsibilities in order to impart knowledge to the students of Shrek Academy. Very well, Su Ran nodded, acquiescing to Flinder's request. Given his current state, he felt he had little to teach. Merely playing the piano, painting, or writing a few characters would suffice to bestow upon them countless benefits. After all, Su Ran was presently imbued with extraordinary buffs. Principal, I shall take my leave with Zhuqing now, Su Ran said, pulling Zhu Zhuqing along as they turned to depart. Will you try to attend class tomorrow? Flinder inquired. Sure. Su Ran waved his hand dismissively. With his overwhelming buffs, did he even require formal lessons? He could effortlessly assist them in overcoming their bottlenecks and achieving breakthroughs. Naturally, each individual could only derive 3 benefits from him at most. At this moment, Su Ran remained blissfully unaware of the true extent of his terrifying abilities. Years later, his paintings would fetch astronomical prices at auctions, with countless titled Douluos yearning to glean insights from his art. Even divine seekers would discover profound revelations within his works, enhancing their affinity for the divine realm. Of course, all of this lay far in the future. The following morning, Su Ran ventured to Soto City, dispatching a letter to Davis to inform him of Dai Mu Bai's circumstances. How Davis chose to act against Dai Mu Bai was of no concern to him. To Su Ran, Dai Mu Bai was merely a minor stepping stone, an inconsequential, powerless prince beset by those who wished him harm. Thus, he posed no threat in Su Ran's eyes. If anything, he perceived Davis to be the greater menace. After conveying the news about Dai Mu Bai, Su Ran returned to the academy in the afternoon. Su Ran, what will you be teaching us today? Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu asked, each entwining an arm around his. Flinder had mentioned the previous day that Su Ran would instruct them in cultivation, inciting a sense of anticipation within them. While Xiao Wu was aware of Su Ran's identity as an auspicious beast, and thus was not overly surprised by his talent, Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious. Viewing Su Ran as utterly unique, naturally, she looked forward to learning from him. You'll find out shortly, Su Ran yawned. Accustomed to sleeping with Zhuqing, he found his sleep quality diminished when alone. Did you not sleep well? Zhu Zhuqing, observing his demeanor, inquired with concern. What do you think? My dear wife didn't sleep beside me. How could I rest peacefully? Su Ran replied, somewhat irked. I shall not indulge you. If you cannot sleep, let Xiao Wu keep you company. I shall not. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, playfully pushing Xiao Wu away. After spending a night with Su Ran, it took her quite some time to fully recover. If she continuously accompanied him, her body simply could not withstand it. She recalled the first time they were together, feeling utterly drained, requiring a long period of recovery before daring to wear a skirt again. Xiao Wu, overhearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, flushed and quickly averted her gaze. When confronted with such matters, any girl would feel a tinge of shyness. Oh, what do you think, dear Xiao Wu? Su Ran turned his attention toward her. Pursuing a girl required audacity. What was that saying? To take advantage of an opening, one must seize the moment to draw closer. How could one build a harem without a thick skin? You decide, Xiao Wu murmured, her face aflame as she spoke softly, with Zhuqing still present. Su Ran dared to pose such a question. Very well, I shall clean up tonight and pay you a visit, Su Ran whispered near Xiao Wu's ear, the breath tickling her and turning her face crimson, as if it might bleed. The sensation resonated throughout her body, leaving her utterly flustered. Enough of this. She quickly redirected the conversation. You are now our assistant teacher. If what you present fails to meet our expectations, I shall not accept it. You had best be prepared. Then, what I present today is of exceptional quality, Su Ran replied with a smile. When Su Ran and the others arrived at the plaza, Ma Hongjun and Oscar had already been waiting for quite some time, along with several teachers from Shrek Academy. They too were eager to discern how such a prodigy as Su Ran comprehended cultivation and what methods he employed. Su Ran, Ma Hongjun and Oscar greeted him, unable to contain their anticipation, for they believed that any insights from such a remarkable genius would be immensely beneficial. Please line up. Su Ran instructed Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to join Oscar and the others in formation. As an assistant teacher, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum. In truth, I have little to impart. It is up to you to comprehend the essence of it. The extent of your understanding will be your fortune, Su Ran declared. Yet his words ignited a wave of curiosity among all present. What precisely was Su Ran planning to do? As all faculty and students turned their gazes toward him, they witnessed Su Ran ascend the stone platform at the center of the training ground. At this moment, Su Ran stood atop the stone platform, his long sword pulsating with soul energy. Rays of sword light emanated forth, striking a nearby stone wall, resulting in a cascade of debris tumbling to the ground. Su Ran stood motionless, casually wielding the long sword in his hand, as if it were a brush. The elegance and grace with which he flourished the blade moved all who beheld him. Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Ran with rapt admiration at that moment. His aura was truly unparalleled. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, among others, could not help but be touched as well. Even as men, who wouldn't yearn for such unrestrained freedom? If this young man fails to achieve greatness, it would indeed be a travesty of cosmic proportions, sighed Flandre. Despite his vast experience, he had never encountered a man quite like Su Ran. He began to comprehend why extraordinary young women like Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao would choose to share a husband and remain by Su Ran's side. A man of such caliber, how could one possibly find another in this world? Su Ran's brilliance is so remarkable that other geniuses pale in comparison before him. It is no exaggeration to assert that none of the prodigies of this era have managed to excel in his presence. A hint of sword intent flows like 1,000 rivers, while his sleeves billow like clouds soaring to great heights. The shadow of a chivalrous figure flickers, leaving one to ponder its whereabouts as the ethereal palaces stand in desolation. As the final stroke on the wall was completed, a faint metallic sound reminiscent of a sword being drawn seemed to resonate from that very wall. Su Ran sheathed his sword and leapt down. At that moment, the wall instantly cracked, fissures spider-webbing across its surface. When all the cracks converged, the entire stone wall trembled slightly, and small fragments began to cascade down. At this juncture, everyone beheld the content etched upon the wall. A striking row of characters emerged, as if they had burst forth from the stone itself. The letters, imbued with a subtle yet palpable sword energy, captivated onlookers, drawing them into a trance. As they savored the words in the poetry, the audience found themselves entranced, utterly astonished by Su Ran's extraordinary talent. While Su Ran's prowess and cultivation already placed him at the pinnacle of the continent, it appeared that his artistic gifts were even more exceptional. Su Ran, is he still an ordinary person? How does it seem that he possesses such a plethora of knowledge? Moreover, he is remarkably proficient at it. Flanders and the others couldn't help but marvel. However, what enlightenment could Su Ran offer them? What is there to comprehend? Flanders pondered. He blinked, gazing at the characters on the wall, and for some inexplicable reason, a flash of inspiration surged within him. Concepts that had previously eluded his understanding suddenly became crystal clear in that fleeting moment. Simultaneously, the speed of his soul power's circulation accelerated dramatically, growing increasingly rapid. The cultivation bottleneck that had confined him for over a year appeared trivial in that instant. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Old Zhao, protect me, Flanders bellowed, feeling as though he had discovered the opportunity for advancement, preparing for Zhao Wujie's safeguarding. However, when he turned to look at Zhao Wujie and the others, he was instantly taken aback. Chapter 92. Collective Enlightenment and Flanders' thoughts at that moment. Beside Flanders, Zhao Wujie had already closed his eyes, his soul power retracted, entering a wondrous state. The other instructors, Xiao Xiao and Li Yusong, were similarly entranced. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, they had already settled into a meditative posture, their soul power surging, all exhibiting signs of imminent breakthroughs. Clearly, everyone had derived immense benefits from the wall. Damn it, Flanders muttered under his breath. Just that brief moment of distraction had caused the speed of his soul power's operation to slow considerably, and the opportunity for breakthrough seemed to be slipping away. Realizing this, Flanders dared not lose focus again and promptly sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power to assault the cultivation bottleneck of level 79. Such an opportunity for breakthrough was rare. He had no intention of squandering this fortuitous moment. In an instant, the playground fell silent. Su Ran, however, departed from the field, feeling somewhat helpless, as he could not glean any insights from his own calligraphy. These augmentations were beyond his reach. In truth, most support-type soul masters' abilities cannot be applied to themselves. Su Ran returned directly to his dormitory and indulged in a restful slumber for the afternoon. This evening, he had resolutely decided to consume Xiao Wu, and thus it was imperative to conserve his energy. He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Xiao Wu's physique was petite and slender. Though not as voluptuous as Zhu Qing's, the delicate form was far more likely to ignite a man's possessive desires. Each time Su Ran embraced Xiao Wu's lithe body, he found himself irresistibly compelled to draw her closer, melding her into his own being. Naturally, he was also curious about the extent of skill points she might bestow upon him. His current situation was rather dire, with merely 600 skill points to his name. Earning skill points through tasks was an excruciatingly slow process. The allure of a harem was far more expedient. Last time, Zhu Qing had granted him 3,000 skill points, and surely Xiao Wu would provide at least that much, if not more. In a few days, Ning Rongrong would also be arriving, yet another opportunity for skill points. However, Ning Rongrong possessed a rather proud disposition. It was only natural for a young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to exhibit a few quirks. Yet, did this not enhance the thrill? He had never bullied a girl before, and he imagined that Ning Rongrong still retained a temperament that would lead her to weep at the slightest provocation. Moreover, the notion of training his own wife was imbued with a sense of nurturing. Yet, Tang San and the inept Xiao Gang were also on their way. Following the narrative's trajectory, Tang San would arrive first, with Xiao Gang trailing behind. Regardless of Xiao Gang's timing, a humiliating fate awaited him. Su Ran was determined to expose Xiao Gang's true character to Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, two exquisite and legendary beauties. What merit did Xiao Gang possess to be deemed worthy of them? Su Ran found himself immensely intrigued by such legendary women, although he had yet to behold them. He could vividly imagine the allure exuded by their voluptuous and mature forms. As Su Ran pondered these thoughts, he stifled a yawn and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, on the playground, the faculty and students of Shrek Academy remained enveloped in a state of enlightenment. After a considerable duration, Xiao Wujie was the first to awaken. Although his cultivation level had not noticeably changed, the insights he gained far eclipsed any mere enhancement of power. His comprehension of his martial soul had deepened significantly. With this newfound familiarity and understanding of his martial soul, ascending to the title of Soul Douluo would become substantially easier. What manner of person is Su Ran? This is truly formidable, Xiao Wujie murmured to himself, surveying his surroundings. He observed that everyone else was similarly entranced in the same state he had just emerged from. Could it be that all who gazed upon the inscriptions on the wall would fall into such a state of enlightenment? It was indeed terrifying. Such enlightenment was said to be a rare occurrence, scarcely encountered within a decade. In fact, most soul masters might never experience this state throughout their lives. In this state of enlightenment, one briefly enters a realm of clarity where all cultivation dilemmas are resolved in an instant. While this state does not necessarily confer immediate enhancements in cultivation, the subsequent years of training would undoubtedly become considerably more manageable. Those insurmountable barriers once deemed impossible could now be traversed with relative ease. Before long, Xiao Xinxiao, a food-type soul sage, also emerged from his moment of epiphany. His face aglow with vitality. He exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Wujie, clearly having reaped significant benefits. Following closely, Li Yusong, Flinder, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun gradually awoke as well. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's cultivation surged past the 27th level, while Oscar reached the 29th. Flinder's cultivation also ascended by one level to 79, leaving him just a step away from becoming a Soul Douluo. Congratulations, Flinder. You are one step closer to Soul Douluo. Someone exclaimed. This breakthrough is but a minor achievement. Yet, who exactly is Su Ran? Such an astonishing ability is simply beyond comprehension, Flinder murmured. In that instant, he could no longer view Su Ran as a mere junior. Instead, he recognized him as an equal, a formidable peer. Indeed, if word of Su Ran's capabilities were to spread, it would likely incite a frenzy among all factions. Moreover, Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing also possessed remarkable talents. Should they attract the attention of powerful entities, it could lead to considerable complications. As the saying goes, an innocent man suffers for his wealth. Our Shrek Academy, despite harboring extraordinarily gifted individuals, lacks the capacity to safeguard them, Xiao Wujie expressed with concern. Given Su Ran's exceptional prowess and his revolutionary martial ring configuration, it was impossible that such a phenomenon would not cause a stir. Yes, I am aware of this. I will devise a plan, Flinder nodded, fully cognizant of the implications. Yet, he had already formulated his own strategy. Blue Tyrant Academy was where his heart lay. Having spent countless days observing Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Xiao Wu reveling in their unabashed affection, his patience was wearing thin. Previously, the absence of female students at Shrek Academy had allowed him to remain composed. But now, with Su Ran's daily displays of love, who could possibly endure such a spectacle? Su Ran often found himself in close embraces and tender moments with Zhu Zhuqing and the others, and though he harbored his own thoughts, he held little interest in the youthful allure of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. He had someone special in his heart. However, with the impending arrival of Xiao Gang and his disciples at the academy, he pondered whether he should yield to Xiao Gang once more. Flinder, feeling a pang of melancholy, grappled with the reality that Lu Erlong had affections for Xiao Gang. He could not compel Erlong's heart. After all, a forced affection is seldom sweet. His desire was for Lu Erlong to find joy, for her happiness would also bring him solace. Guard over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Do not disturb their enlightenment, Flinder instructed, burdened with his thoughts as he sauntered away. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were puzzled by Flinder's sudden shift in mood, but refrained from inquiring further. The other instructors, however, who were familiar with Flinder, understood his internal struggle. Flinder's philosophy on love was simple. If you flourish, so shall I. In contrast, Su Ran believed that while a forced fruit may not be sweet, it will indeed quench one's thirst. For Su Ran, a woman he could not claim would be unattainable for anyone else. If he could not possess her heart, he would at least seize her body. He was not the type to remain unmoved while the woman he desired lay in another's embrace. Time would eventually weave love, yet Flinder had yet to grasp this truth. It would be only after Su Ran and Lu Erlong developed a deep bond that Flinder would come to realize the folly of his previous beliefs. Nevertheless, at that moment, he would sincerely wish for Su Ran and Lu Erlong's happiness, for witnessing her joy would bring him a measure of comfort. Chapter 93, Xiao Wu's Affection. Adding to the harem after Flinder departed, the other students and faculty of Shrek Academy, who had awakened from their introspection, maintained a contemplative silence. Their gazes fixed upon the powerful words inscribed on the wall. Each of the 24 characters radiated strength and an unrestrained attitude. They could discern Su Ran's character merely through these words. However, having experienced enlightenment once, they could not derive further cultivation benefits from the inscription. It was evident that this state of realization was a fleeting opportunity for each individual. Su Ran is truly remarkable. I felt as though my martial soul had undergone a transformation, and my mastery over flames has deepened, murmured Ma Hongjun, relieved that he had not opposed Su Ran. For such blessings would have eluded him otherwise. This was merely the beginning. If Su Ran could bestow such benefits with a few casual strokes, what wonders might lie ahead? Indeed, Su Ran is extraordinary, Oscar concurred, feeling a profound understanding of his sausage martial soul after the recent enlightenment, his cultivation nearing the level of soul sage. He now held Su Ran in deep admiration, resolving to regard him as a figure of respect and to follow his lead, reaping the rewards of his wisdom. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu experienced their moments of enlightenment longer than the others, as Su Ran's innate skills provided a superior boost to his harem and beloveds. When Zhu Zhuqing finally awakened, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of level 27, just a step away from level 28. Furthermore, her comprehension of her martial soul, the phantom spirit cat, had deepened significantly, although Xiao Wu's strength had not seen much improvement. She managed to resolve some pressing issues regarding her soul beast reconstitution during this moment of enlightenment, an insight far more valuable than mere strength. In truth, had Su Ran played a melody, all faculty and students below the rank of Soul Sage at Shrek Academy would have undoubtedly elevated by a level, and even Flinder and others would have reaped substantial gains. Yet for geniuses, the significance of a single level increase was minimal. The true treasure lay in the insights gained through cultivation. After such enlightenment, it would be nearly impossible to encounter a bottleneck in cultivation for the next year or two. A benefit that far outweighed mere rank advancement. Of course, the ability to comprehend such insights depended on one's aptitude. Without the capacity to grasp these lessons, one might gain nothing at all. However, the students of Shrek Academy, each a prodigy in their own right, were not lacking in talent. Wow, Zhuqing, you've broken through by 2 levels. You're nearly at 28, exclaimed Xiao Wu, a fleeting glimmer of red light passing through her pupils unnoticed by the others. Everyone has benefited in their own way. Surely, you've gained much as well, Zhu Zhuqing smiled knowingly. Though her own cultivation may not have revealed any visible changes in Xiao Wu, she sensed a subtle shift, indicating that Xiao Wu had indeed gained significant insights. Xiao Wu nodded, linking her arm with Zhu Zhuqing's. Suddenly, she recalled a promise made to Su Ran for that evening. You should head back. You have matters to attend to tonight, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her gaze appraising Xiao Wu's figure. Tomorrow. She intended to inquire with Su Ran about whom he favored a little more. After all, Su Ran had already experienced it. She was eager to hear his thoughts. Should his response fail to satisfy her, she would ensure he faced the consequences. Su Ran remained oblivious to the fact that Zhu Qing was preparing to broach the subject of death with him. However, when confronted with such inquiries, Su Ran was not without his own stratagems. He could merely offer an ambiguous response to deflect the matter. Zhu Qing, do not speak nonsense, Xiao Wu whispered, casting a furtive glance around her surroundings. After uttering those words, she greeted the teacher on the playground and departed with a heavy heart. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao Wu promptly entered the bathroom to commence her bathing ritual. As she prepared to present herself to the one she cherished, she exercised great caution, wishing to leave no unfavorable impression in Su Ran's mind. Additionally, she felt a subtle rivalry brewing within her. Although she and Zhu Qing were close friends, she could not bear the thought of being inferior to her. Thus, she resolved to showcase only her most exquisite self to Su Ran. After meticulously inspecting herself and finding no blemish, Xiao Wu donned a delicate pink embroidered mid-length dress that gracefully brushed her knees, complemented by a pair of white over-the-knee socks. Standing before the expansive floor-length mirror outside the bathroom, she scrutinized her reflection for an extended period. Observing the way her long hair coiled into a scorpion braid, she hesitated not a moment longer. Her slender fingers deftly unraveled the braid, allowing her cascading locks to flow freely down her back. Her hair, long enough to reach her calves, transformed her appearance. In that moment, Xiao Wu was a vision of beauty. The cascading hair softened her playful demeanor, imbuing her with an alluring grace. The image of Su Ran surfaced in Xiao Wu's mind, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth and her eyes to shimmer with affection. She recalled her mother's words. Only when one encounters a person worthy of their deepest affection can they unveil their finest self. Clearly, she had now found such a person. Su Ran, the imperial beast, would undoubtedly bring joy to her mother if she were to learn of her daughter's affections for such a creature. When Xiao Wu knocked on Su Ran's dormitory door, Su Ran was instantly captivated by her presence. Xiao Wu, exquisitely beautiful, was simply too perfect to behold. It was only now that he understood why Xiao Wu, Qianrenxue, and Bibi Dong were hailed as the most extraordinary beings in the arena of Duyi. Truly, her beauty was unparalleled. Given a few more years, as the youthful innocence faded, her visage would only become more exquisite. Su Ran Gij, what are you staring at? Xiao Wu noticed the fervent gaze Su Ran directed at her. causing her to shyly lower her head. A flutter of anxiety coursed through her at the thought of what was to come. Yet her heart also brimmed with joy at being acknowledged by her beloved. Observing the almost fervent look in Su Ran's eyes, how could she not feel elated? Xiao Wu, you are truly beautiful. Su Ran, unable to restrain himself any longer, stepped forward and passionately kissed Xiao Wu. She closed her eyes, surrendering herself to his embrace. This night, she belonged solely to him. Su Ran, regardless of her intentions, would always acquiesce. Of course, this was due to Xiao Wu's ignorance of Su Ran's ruthlessness. Otherwise, she would surely lament her decision. With a swift motion, Su Ran kicked the door shut, securing it with a lock. In one fluid movement, she seized Xiao Wu, lifting her effortlessly and depositing her onto the bed. At that moment, Su Ran transformed into a ravenous wolf. Chapter 94. I cannot allow your greatness, but I can. The morning sunlight streamed into the room, bathing it in a warm glow. Su Ran gradually awakened, cradling the delicate and enchanting Xiao Wu, who remained in a peaceful slumber, showing no signs of stirring. Yet, Su Ran had no intention of rousing her. After all, Xiao Wu had endured a sleepless night. The vigor of youth was boundless, inexhaustible, and while most young men falter at the moment they are needed, this was not the case for Su Ran. His body had experienced a remarkable enhancement upon acquiring the Qilin bloodline, elevating his physical prowess significantly. There was no doubt about his capabilities, in a certain sense. He now existed at a level of vitality surpassing that of ordinary humans. With the possession of dual states, no one could rival him in this regard. Among the soul beast races, the auspicious beasts stood as the strongest. Naturally, dragon-type soul beasts were even mightier, their innate silver essence not merely a saying. Even the most composed and tranquil of dragon-type soul beasts carried such genetic traits, inscribed within their very bloodlines, impervious to the will. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from the girl in his embrace, exhaling a heavy sigh before gently dressing and washing his face, careful not to disturb her. Simultaneously, he examined the fluctuations in his skill points displayed on the system panel. At that moment, the skill points had surged from 600 to 4,600. As the heroine of the Douluo Continent, Xiao Wu's rewards were indeed substantial. However, Su Ran could not help but ponder a question: which type of woman would grant such an extraordinary reward of 10,000 skill points? Would it be Bibi Dong, Qianren Xue, Poseidon, or perhaps the goddess of life? Su Ran pondered for a while but found no clarity, so he decided to let it go. Overthinking serves no purpose. When the time comes, understanding will come naturally. After finishing his morning routine, Su Ran directly sought out Zhu Zhuqing, and together they made their way to the dining hall. However, before they could reach their destination, they were met with a cacophony of discordant voices. Please, just let me go. I can't take it anymore. I'll break. A sharp female voice pierced through the air, laced with agitation, fear, and resistance. No, absolutely not. You cannot leave me, even if we break up. You must give me a few more chances. Another male voice erupted, his tone more fervent than the girl's. It was clear that this was a confrontation between Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. Sui Hua, a young girl of 17 or 18, was not particularly striking in beauty. Yet her features were decent enough, complemented by a well-proportioned figure that hinted at her potential for motherhood. Though her waist was slightly thicker, it was still acceptable. As a peasant girl, she could not afford the luxuries of the pampered daughters of affluent families, yet in her nearby village, Sui Hua was regarded as a local beauty. For Ma Hongjun, Sui Hua was indeed a suitable companion. He was a decent fellow, perhaps a notch above Mu Bai, at least not one to abandon his wife and children. However, for him, Sui Hua was sufficient. Ma Hongjun lacked ambition. Even the finest of wives would be of little use to him. In the original tale, he had the potential to inherit a first-level divinity, yet squandered it, resulting in him becoming a second-level deity. A second-level deity could not bring others to the divine realm, leading to Bai Qinxiang's tragic demise as she aged alone. Ma Hongjun remained at Bai Qinxiang's side throughout her life, only ascending to divinity after her passing. This aspect of his character revealed that he was not without merit, yet he could not even safeguard his wife. Therefore, Su Ran was naturally inclined to consider expanding his harem. After all, he recalled that Bai Qinxiang had a penchant for high-waisted crop tops and long trousers. And as a speed-type soul master, her physique was undoubtedly well-maintained. Clearing his throat softly, Su Ran interrupted the tumultuous exchange between Ma Hongjun and Sui Hua. Brother Ran. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, hastily releasing his hold and greeting Su Ran with deference. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, Su Ran now held a position of great esteem. Quickly, address him as Brother Ran, Ma Hongjun urged, casting a stern glance at Sui Hua. Brother Ran, Sui Hua echoed, respectfully bowing to Su Ran. She was taken aback. Ma Hongjun, a talented soul master, was known for his pride, yet he displayed such respect towards someone who appeared even younger than himself. However, she was not well versed in the intricacies of the soul master world. To her, every soul master was an exalted being. What transpired? Su Ran inquired. Brother Ran. Sui Hua is my girlfriend. She hails from a nearby farm, and now she wishes to break up with me, Ma Hongjun confessed, scratching his head awkwardly. Indeed? Su Ran turned at Sui Hua, who was blushing fiercely. Brother Ran, I simply cannot endure it any longer. My ordinary body is truly insufficient. I do not deserve him. Sui Hua lamented, her voice tinged with tears. Hearing Sui Hua's candid confession, Zhu Zhuqing, empathizing as a woman herself, felt a flush of sympathy for her. She understood all too well that with Su Ran's formidable abilities, an ordinary person or a frail support-type soul master could potentially face life-threatening situations. Even she, a combat-oriented soul master who regularly trained, had been left in a vulnerable state. One could only imagine the torment an ordinary individual or a support-type soul master would endure. They would likely need to recuperate for at least 10 days to half a month. Brother Rand, you should be aware that I am not in control of my own body, Ma Hongjun awkwardly explained. How he longed to live a life like an ordinary person. Could he truly be blamed for his overwhelming strength? Is it the malevolent fire? Su Ran mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This scene did not go unnoticed by Ma Hongjun, who felt a surge of excitement. What kind of person is Su Ran? He is a divine being capable of bestowing benefits upon all soul masters, even those formidable soul saints. In his heart, Su Ran is nothing less than a deity. Su Ran possesses an air of mystery, and it is highly probable that he can assist in alleviating the problem of the malevolent fire. With a sudden thud, Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground. In his heart, he believed that if Su Ran could not save him, then no one else in the world would be able to help. Ran Gu, I implore you to assist me, he cried out. You are so powerful. Surely you can find a solution for me. If you refuse to help, I shall remain here, kneeling, without rising. His desperate pleas rendered both Su Ran and the two women, Zhu Zhuqing and Sui Hua, utterly speechless. Su Ran was aware of the means to resolve the issue of the malevolent fire, which essentially required the assistance of a spirit master specializing in either extreme ice or extreme fire to purify the flame's essence. Yet, among the fire and ice spirit masters, only Shui Binger and Huowu possessed any significant strength. Although their martial souls were formidable, they had not yet reached the pinnacle of their potential. Unless one ventured to the extreme northern regions to seek out the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire would remain virtually incurable. I currently cannot remedy your affliction, Su Ran stated. However, I can assist you in addressing the root of the issue. He produced a white vial from his storage soul guide. This, of course, was the product of his first lottery draw, Wei Gu. Unlike Wei Gu, this substance would not grant him renewed greatness. Rather, it might help to temper his desires. Su Ran was uncertain of the potency of this remedy. Yet he reassured himself that if it proved too overwhelming, he still had the means to replenish his vitality. However, when Su Ran noticed the gradual thinning of Ma Hongjun's beard, he could only lament the consequences of his actions. A shattered mirror cannot be restored, even if repaired. It will inevitably bear flaws, such as faltering at critical moments. System, is this remedy truly effective? Su Ran inquired, motivated by a sense of responsibility towards Ma Hongjun. If the effects were too potent, it could lead to undesirable outcomes. Despite Ma Hongjun's flaws, he still addressed Su Ran with respect. Host, how am I to respond to your query? This reward was intended for your use. Are you unaware of the state you've left the young lady in? The system's voice carried a hint of exasperation as it cast a sidelong glance at Su Ran. From the moment Su Ran acquired the Qilin bloodline, the system had foreseen his impending strength, which justified the reward. Given that Su Ran had attained a life level surpassing that of ordinary humans, Zhu Zhuqing and Huowu would naturally struggle to keep pace with him. No, absolutely not. Su Ran vehemently shook his head. The system could not comprehend his perspective. He would rather exercise restraint than consume such a substance. The system, not being human, could not fathom a man's thoughts. Nonetheless, if this remedy were administered to Ma Hongjun, it was conceivable that he might achieve divine status. The original narrative hinted that Ma Hongjun's inability to ascend to godhood was intricately linked to his depleted physical state. Consuming this remedy would virtually guarantee Ma Hongjun's rise to divinity. However, that is indeed a feasible solution. It could assist Ma Hongjun in resolving his dilemma. This remedy was specifically prepared for the host and cannot harm him. However, Ma Hongjun's constitution is significantly weaker than yours, so he may be more susceptible to its effects. But it is unlikely that he will be left devoid of any vitality, the system explained, its cheeks flushed with embarrassment, reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Though a system, it retained a certain shyness regarding such topics. With that clarified, I see no issue, Su Ran affirmed. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had taken the vial Su Ran offered, trembling with anticipation. He could scarcely believe that Ran Gu truly possessed a means to aid him. I still cannot resolve the issue of the malevolent fire for you at present, but should an opportunity arise in the future, I will endeavor to assist, Su Ran elaborated. His mind racing with the prospect of using the pretext of helping his junior to arrange a rendezvous with Shui Binger and Huowu. Wouldn't that be delightful? The Heavenly Water Academy was renowned for its beautiful maidens, adhering to 3 criteria for admission: water attribute, beauty, and talent. It could be said that the institution was a haven for stunning young women, particularly Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu. In contrast, the Blaze Academy had only Huowu who stood out. Thank you, Ran Gu. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, my true brother, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, carefully stowing the vial away, brimming with excitement. He remained blissfully unaware that Su Ran's intention to help him with the malevolent fire issue was merely a guise. As Su Ran intended to pursue romantic interests on his own, when the truth eventually dawned upon him, he would find himself alone in the dormitory, waiting for Su Ran's return, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. Take 2 pills per dose, twice a day, Su Ran instructed Ma Hongjun. Aware that the potency of the remedy was considerable, consuming it all at once might prove overwhelming. Understood, Rangu, Ma Hongjun replied absent-mindedly, his excitement rendering him oblivious to Su Ran's warnings. He was simply ecstatic at the prospect of being free from his troubles. Suewa, you surely do not wish to part ways with me now? Rangu will assist us, Ma Hongjun stated, gazing at the enchanting figure clad in coarse fabric nearby. He reminisced about his early days at Shrek Academy, often visiting nearby villages when his strength was still developing. Suehua, the village flower, had awakened in him a tender feeling during his youth. Though she may not be exceptionally beautiful now, the innocent thrill of his first crush and the excitement she had evoked in him were incomparable to any other. Let us discuss this further after you've taken the remedy, Suehua replied, her resolve softening. Ma Hongjun was a noble spirit master, a figure of great esteem among the common folk. Were it not for her physical limitations, she would never have contemplated ending their relationship. Having a spirit master as a husband was an unparalleled honor, especially since Ma Hongjun was no ordinary spirit master. Rest assured, what Rangu provided will undoubtedly be effective, Ma Hongjun declared, his faith in Su Ran unwavering. Just yesterday, Su Ran had spontaneously composed a poem, leading to an epiphany among all members of Shrek Academy, bestowing benefits upon everyone. Such power was truly formidable. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, Su Ran was an omnipotent figure, capable of resolving any issue, including his own affliction. Rangu. We shall now descend to test the remedy with Suehua, Ma Hongjun announced, bidding Su Ran farewell as he took Suehua's hand and made their way down. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time, swiftly finishing their meal at the cafeteria before asking the kitchen staff to pack a portion of chicken soup and some vegetarian dishes. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found Xiao already awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, still lying in bed. It was not that she did not wish to rise, rather, her body was entirely unresponsive. Though she had felt somewhat better after a brief slumber, the subsequent aches throughout her body rendered her utterly drained. She could not help but feel vexed. The words of men were often deceptive, devoid of truth. Xiao, you are awake? Su Ran inquired with concern as he entered the room. Where have you been for so long? Xiao huffed, turning her head away with an air of annoyance. I went to fetch you some food. I was worried you would awaken hungry, so I had the kitchen prepare something delicious for you. Su Ran spoke as he placed the neatly packaged food upon the table, then gently assisted Xiao Wu to her feet. Xiao Wu let out a soft moan, her face betraying a semblance of pain. Don't move me, she pleaded, blinking her large, pitiful eyes, exuding a sense of grievance. Does it hurt that much? Su Ran gazed at her with a touch of sympathy, suddenly realizing that perhaps he had been a bit too rough. No wonder the system had awarded him such items during the lottery. What do you say? Xiao Wu playfully chastised. What can be done now? Even if I regret it, it is too late. The situation has come to this. Surely, Xiao Wu cannot simply refrain from eating. Shall she lie here idly? Su Ran, you should leave. I will take care of Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing appeared from the doorway, swiftly pulling Su Ran outside and closing the door behind them. She was all too familiar with Xiao Wu's current state, having experienced it deeply herself not long ago. However, she gradually grasped Su Ran's intentions. If things truly became dire, all Xiao Wu had to do was feign a little more helplessness, and Su Ran would surely relent. Yet, Xiao Wu had yet to master this tactic. Chapter 96, Tang San, the master arrives. Zhuqing, what brings you here? Xiao Wu asked, her demeanor somewhat bashful as she regarded Zhu Zhuqing. It felt rather embarrassing to require Zhuqing's care for such matters. We are all girls. What is there to be embarrassed about? Zhu Zhuqing chuckled lightly, shedding her form-fitting outer garment to reveal her flawless figure before she slipped beneath the covers. Xiao Wu emitted a soft sound, her face reflecting slight discomfort. Though more so, it was tinged with shyness. In the past, she had often teased Zhuqing, and now the tables had turned. Oh dear, Su Ran has truly been reckless, turning our Xiao Wu into this state. I shall ensure he pays for it later, Zhu Zhuqing declared earnestly, her hands, however, betraying a mischievous intent. In their dormitory, Xiao Wu had often taken advantage of her, teasing her, and now it was time for retribution, especially since Xiao Wu was currently unable to move. Sister Zhuqing, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please forgive me. Xiao Wu blinked her incredibly innocent and pitiful eyes, radiating vulnerability and helplessness. She now regretted her earlier actions, having teased Zhuqing when she returned from Su Ran's side. The wheel of fortune had turned, and now it was Zhuqing's turn to torment her. Woo-woo. Yet, she found herself immobilized, every movement eliciting pain, leaving Zhuqing free to do as she pleased. Oh, do you acknowledge your mistake? Zhu Zhuqing observed the small figure beside her, unable to suppress a smile. Yes, I truly understand my error. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, refraining from provoking Zhuqing as she had in the past. Otherwise, today would surely bring her immense embarrassment. Very well then, I shall not tease you further. If Su Ran discovers that I have bullied his precious Xiao Wu, he might just become angry with me, Zhuqing said with a smile, retrieving a bowl of warm porridge from the bedside table. She blew gently on it before offering it to Xiao Wu's lips. This food contained numerous precious medicinal ingredients, and once Xiao Wu consumed it, her body would recover significantly. The recovery ability of a soul master was inherently strong, not to mention that Xiao Wu was a soul beast undergoing recultivation. As the days at Shrek Academy passed, a week had swiftly elapsed. Zhu Zhuqing is not required to attend classes. Apart from his cultivation, he spends his time amusing himself with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, indulging in displays of affection. After his brief moments of cultivation each day, Zhu Zhuqing can often be found on the playground or at the village entrance, munching on an apple while observing Xiao Wu and the others as they engage in their training. Ever since the collective enlightenment incident, the faculty of the academy has largely ceased to monitor Zhu Zhuqing. They understand that he is beyond their tutelage, and excessive interference would only hinder his cultivation progress. Zhu Zhuqing had dedicated seating arranged on the playground and at the village entrance. As he rested, he was also able to offer guidance to several students, much to the delight of the teachers. Often, even they found themselves gaining invaluable insights from their conversations with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, being a time traveler, perceives issues from a completely distinct perspective compared to others. Naturally, some of his thoughts can influence Flinder and his companions. On this day, 3 individuals made their way to the Shrek Academy: Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Ning Rongrong. Initially, Yu Xiaogang had no intention of visiting Shrek Academy, planning instead to exchange pleasantries with Flinder before returning. However, he felt compelled to come because Shrek Academy harbors a prodigy who captivates him, Zhu Zhuqing. He learned from Tang San that Xiao Wu had followed Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing is also Tang San's formidable rival. Yet, these matters are of no concern to him. All he needs to know is that Zhu Zhuqing is an unparalleled genius. Yu Xiaogang's aspiration was to take on a disciple and impart his knowledge, which is why he sought to apprentice Tang San. He believed that if Tang San flourished, he, as Tang San's mentor, would earn the respect of countless individuals, a dream he yearned to fulfill. Yu Xiaogang is a remarkable talent. While his cultivation may be lacking, his theoretical prowess is unparalleled. His independently developed 10 competitive advantages for soul masters are revolutionary. Before him, no one could be called a master, and after him, that title remains unclaimed. However, despite his exceptional intellect, his theories have not garnered acceptance from others. Even with Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, endorsing his ideas, the common folk remain skeptical. If the Pope has recognized his theories, what could other soul masters possibly understand? After much contemplation, he realized he needed a figure to validate his theories and dispel the surrounding gossip. By accepting Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, he could demonstrate the potency of his theories. With Zhu Zhuqing's innate talent, he would likely excel without much guidance. Thus, he merely needed to associate himself with the title of Zhu Zhuqing's teacher in advance. Once Zhu Zhuqing achieves greatness, he would bask in the glory of being the master of an extraordinary powerhouse. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, the true pride of the continent, would be Yu Xiaogang's disciple, allowing him to silence all naysayers. Moreover, with Zhu Zhuqing's assistance, he could align himself alongside Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Although Bibi Dong would never permit him to establish a harem, if Tang San, harboring grievances against the Spirit Hall, were to grow alongside Zhu Zhuqing, he could potentially diminish Bibi Dong's power, enabling him to coexist with both women. Furthermore, as the foremost master of the continent, he could command the former female pope, relishing the sense of accomplishment such authority would bring. "Teacher, what are you thinking?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. He wore a yellow hat, and after days of searching for a solution, he finally decided to dye it. This way, who would notice anything amiss? "Oh, I was contemplating how to enhance your strength upon arriving at Shrek Academy. You possess dual spirit souls, and your future is boundless," Yu Xiaogang replied, patting Tang San on the shoulder, his face breaking into a smile. At this moment, Tang San remained unaware that Zhu Zhuqing was already at Shrek Academy. Having learned of him through a letter from Flinder, Zhu Zhuqing casually inscribed a few words, leading to an epiphany among all members of Shrek Academy. This time, in addition to taking Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, Tang San had another purpose: to observe the inscriptions etched on the stone wall by Zhu Zhuqing, hoping to gain profound insights. Naturally, Tang San also sought enlightenment. After this realization, their master-disciple relationship would likely experience significant enhancement. If he could enter a state of enlightenment, he might even have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Of course, Yu Xiaogang, still lost in daydreams, remained oblivious to the fact that he and Tang San had already been blacklisted by Zhu Zhuqing. Under the heavens, anyone could benefit from the content on the stone wall, except for him and Tang San. Once blacklisted by Zhu Zhuqing, whenever Yu Xiaogang and Tang San gazed upon the stone wall, their cultivation would regress, and even their innate talents might diminish. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's buffs were not something everyone could enjoy. Zhu Zhuqing possessed the authority to determine who could or could not receive his blessings. Chapter 97. Observing the Stone Wall Shrek Academy. Office of Instruction. The Office of Instruction at Shrek Academy was merely a spacious room furnished with a few desks and little else. However, at this moment, the office buzzed with activity as all the teachers of Shrek Academy had gathered here. This was due to the anticipated arrival of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, alongside a letter from the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, announcing that their esteemed young lady, Ning Rongrong, would also be visiting Shrek Academy. Thus, they needed to conduct themselves with utmost seriousness. "Dean, have I passed the assessment?" A soft, melodious voice resonated within the office, belonging to a young girl clad in a simple white long dress. She had long hair cascading down her back, standing slightly shorter than Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Her delicate skin revealed her noble lineage, unmistakably a princess or young lady from a powerful faction. This girl was none other than Ning Rongrong. Her visit to Shrek Academy was primarily due to its seclusion, but what intrigued her even more was the Academy's notorious reputation as a den of monsters. Although Shrek Academy lacked the renown of many other institutions and its strength was not particularly formidable, its unconventional style piqued the curiosity of the little sorceress, Ning Rongrong. If Shrek Academy was indeed a school for monsters, there must be many peculiar beings within. "You've passed, but our training at Shrek Academy is notoriously rigorous. Are you sure you can withstand it? If not, it's not too late to withdraw now," Flinder said with a smile. "I can definitely endure it. Once I arrive, I shall not leave." Ning Rongrong, ever proud, could not allow Flinder's provocation to deter her. As the young lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, how could she fear training? Moreover, she had yet to witness the so-called monsters of Shrek Academy. If the Academy did not possess any genuine monsters and was merely a facade, even if Flinder and the others begged her to stay, she would not. "Very well. When classes commence tomorrow, I shall arrange for a personal coach to oversee your training and cultivation," Flinder said with a grin. He had already decided that Su Ran would be the one to guide Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Fingji had sent him a letter granting him permission to discipline Ning Rongrong as he saw fit, it felt somewhat untrustworthy. Having Su Ran supervise Ning Rongrong's training would allow for guidance, and most importantly, if Ning Fingji were to show concern, it would be unreasonable for him to blame a young prodigy like Su Ran. Furthermore, sending a charming young lady to Su Ran would likely be welcomed by him. Given that training Ning Rongrong would naturally involve more physical contact, perhaps he could even facilitate a romantic connection for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. "Personal coach?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback. "Indeed, this is to prevent you from slacking off during training. He is called Su Ran, of similar age to you. Just a few months older, yet he has already attained the rank of 33rd level Soul Master." Flinder continued to provoke Ning Rongrong. He understood her prideful nature. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she would undoubtedly feel challenged. Su Ran would be the perfect counterbalance to her arrogance. A few months older, 33rd level Soul Master? He broke through to Soul Master at 12? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, then could not help but inquire. Despite her noble background in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she had only reached the 26th level thus far. The disparity between the 26th and 33rd levels was vast. She needed to be at least 14 to break through to the 33rd level. "You will soon find out. For now, please stand here for a moment while I take you to the stone wall to see if you can gain any insights," Flinder cryptically stated. Ning Rongrong, growing increasingly puzzled, complied and stood quietly, aware that she was likely encountering a true genius, one of the highest caliber on the entire continent. Achieving 33rd level at 12 years old was undeniably astonishing. After a short while, Tang San and the Master arrived. The Master engaged in conversation with Flinder and the other Shrek Academy teachers, then instructed Tang San to unleash his martial spirit. 29th level Soul Master. This revelation once again left Ning Rongrong astonished. However, she was not overly surprised, as Flinder had previously mentioned that the Academy's most talented individuals had already reached 33rd level Soul Master. After their discussions, Xiao Gang eagerly expressed his desire to see the stone wall that Flinder had praised so highly. "Let us go, Flinder, take us to see it," he implored. Enlightenment could lead one into a state of clarity, where all problems could be resolved in an instant. He hoped fervently to discover a solution to his physical shortcomings through this experience. "All right, I'll lead you there. Rongrong, you should come along too. I must tell you, all of us, including the teachers of Shrek Academy, have derived immense benefits from that stone wall. It was through enlightenment that I broke through to 79th level. And those young students in our academy, with their exceptional talents and potential, have gained even more than we older folks," Flinder remarked as he walked ahead. "Is that stone wall left by the Academy's greatest genius?" Ning Rongrong could not suppress her curiosity. A storm of emotion surged within her. Could such unparalleled geniuses truly exist in this world? Could mere words inscribed on a wall lead to enlightenment for countless individuals? She held many questions in her heart, struggling to believe, but she knew that once she laid eyes on the stone wall, all her doubts would be dispelled. If she had indeed encountered such a genius, she would do anything to recruit him into the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Tang San shared her anticipation, having gleaned much from the Master's and Flinder's conversations. Shrek Academy possessed a remarkable treasure that could induce enlightenment. Tang San understood well the significance of enlightenment. Beyond merely accumulating soul power, a cultivator encounters various challenges. If these issues remain unresolved, they could impede a Soul Master's future. Enlightenment enables one to attain a state of mental clarity, allowing for rapid cognitive processing and the resolution of all dilemmas. This could even lead to a meteoric rise in cultivation. This treasure piqued his interest immensely. Having trained from a young age, he had never experienced such opportunities, having lacked the resources to access heavenly treasures. Now, with the potential for extraordinary advancement within reach, He was determined not to miss his chance. Here we are. Observe the stone wall before you. May you all reap significant rewards, Flinder announced as they arrived. Indeed. This stone wall requires individuals of profound understanding to derive benefits from it. Those lacking such insight may even experience regression in their cultivation and innate talent. Suddenly, Flander recalled Su Ran's words and cautioned the group. However, it was evident that these words were merely a ruse employed by Su Ran to deceive them. Once uttered, this remark struck Tang San and Xiao Gang, who appeared visibly affected, yet it was difficult to discern Su Ran's machinations in this matter. Rest assured, with the insight possessed by both myself and Tang San, we shall be fine, Xiao Gang proclaimed confidently, directing his gaze toward the stone wall. Tang San and Ning Rongrong followed suit, their eyes fixated upon the wall. A hint of sword intent lingered in the air, accompanied by an ethereal quality. However, upon reading the verses inscribed upon the stone, Ning Rongrong became utterly captivated. Chapter 98. Xiao Gang's cultivation mindset explodes. Flander suddenly gains enlightenment. Ning Rongrong savored the poem etched upon the wall, finding it increasingly profound with each reading. In this world, literature did indeed exist, though it was often the pastime of those with insufficient cultivation talent. Her father, having reached the pinnacle of level 79, no longer needed to devote himself to rigorous training. Thus, he indulged in such pursuits. Yet, she found her father's compositions to pale in comparison to the eloquence of the verses before her. At that moment, she envisioned a swordsman, sword in hand, whose strike rendered the surrounding scenery devoid of color. This brought to mind her grandfather, who had devoted his life to the sword. Surely, he would be thrilled to witness the contents of this stone wall. Could it be that this exceptional genius from Shrek Academy was also a master of the sword? Perhaps he possessed a sword martial soul as well. Ning Rongrong's heart brimmed with curiosity, and the thought of him becoming her personal instructor stirred something within her. As she gazed at the wall, she gradually succumbed to a peculiar state of reverie. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang and Tang San looked on in bewilderment. They acknowledged the beauty of the poem and the elegance of the script, yet they remained perplexed by their lack of enlightenment. Flander had previously asserted that only those with keen insight could reap significant rewards from this stone wall. Could it be that their comprehension was lacking? This seemed implausible. For Tang San was a prodigy, and Xiao Gang was renowned for his unparalleled intellect. As they pondered whether the stone wall held any true value, Ning Rongrong's sudden transformation caught their attention. A radiant aura enveloped her, the 7 treasures glazed tower levitating in her grasp, as 2 yellow soul rings spiraled upwards. In that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared enchanting, her soul power surging forth. With a soft sound resonating in the air, Ning Rongrong's cultivation abruptly ascended by 1 level, reaching 27. Yet, even after this breakthrough, her soul power continued to surge, rapidly approaching the threshold of 28. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Gang was instantly exhilarated. And Tang San could not help but feel a surge of excitement as well. Currently at level 29, Tang San was not far from the coveted 30. Yet here was a soul master of the same age, once trailing far behind, now soaring in cultivation, seemingly closing the gap. How could this not provoke a sense of urgency within him? Was it possible that his own insight was lacking? He shook his head, refocusing on the stone wall, gradually succumbing to its allure, entering a wondrous state. Xiao Gang, too, found himself enveloped in this peculiar state. However, what awaited them was not the elevation of cultivation or the clarity that enlightenment typically brings. Instead, their soul power began to dissipate rapidly, leading to a decline in their levels. The onlookers were astounded, staring in disbelief as they witnessed the visible regression of Xiao Gang and Tang San's cultivation. Xiao Gang, once at level 29, now plummeted to 28, and the descent continued. This unforeseen turn of events left Flander and the others in shock, and inexplicably, they felt a sense of amusement. When Su Ran had warned them that those with insufficient insight would suffer a reduction in their cultivation upon observing the stone wall, they had dismissed it as a jest. The entire Shrek Academy had achieved enlightenment, with none experiencing regression. Could it truly be that such individuals with low insight existed in the world? Had it not been for their regard for Flander, Zhao Wujie and the others would have erupted in laughter. They were only slightly kinder to Xiao Gang due to Flander's influence. In their eyes, Xiao Gang's theories were laughable. Summer insects do not speak of ice, they thought. Xiao Gang had never encountered a formidable realm and yet spoke with such audacity, appearing to them as a mere jester. Previously, they had doubted if Xiao Gang was merely a name-dropper, his theories lacking substance. Now, this scene further solidified their conviction. Anyone capable of regressing from level 29 by 4 levels must possess an incredibly dull intellect. Truly wise individuals would not find themselves in such a predicament. There was a child from a neighboring village who had visited the academy and gained benefits from this very stone wall. Did this master possess an intellect inferior to that of a mere child? Zhao Wujie and the others stifled their laughter, and even Flander struggled to contain himself. In this moment, after years of seeing Xiao Gang again, he realized that Xiao Gang was not all that impressive. If his theories were indeed so profound, how could he fail to resolve his own issues? If he could not address his own shortcomings yet claim to possess superior theories, who would believe him? As Flander reminisced about the time spent with Xiao Gang and Lu Erlong, a troubling thought emerged. He had long harbored a question. Did Xiao Gang truly remain oblivious to Lu Erlong's identity? After years of research into martial souls, Could he genuinely be unaware that Lu Erlong belonged to the Yu family? Although Lu Erlong's martial soul had undergone a transformation, the essence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon was unmistakable. Could he truly not recognize it? Flander cast a penetrating gaze at Xiao Gang, and before the stone wall, he felt as though he had regained a moment of clarity, this time uncovering some profoundly unsettling truths. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. Xiao Gang, I hope you have not been deliberately harming Lu Erlong. Otherwise, I shall not let you go unpunished. Flander looked toward the stone wall, as if beginning to grasp the situation. Normally, Su Ran's writings could only induce a moment of enlightenment, yet Flander's current realization was unrelated to his cultivation. No. My cultivation. Xiao Gang's countenance turned pale as he awakened from that state. At that moment, his cultivation had plummeted to a mere 25. The sudden drop of 4 ranks left Xiao Gang in disbelief as he sensed the fluctuation of soul power within him. He could hardly accept the reality of his situation. His cultivation had plummeted from 29 to 25. Once able to call himself a quasi-soul master, he now found himself relegated to the status of a mere great soul master, inferior even to the students of Shrek Academy. As he grappled with the shocking decline, he felt a fresh wave of terror wash over him. No, not again. Please. No more drops. He pleaded inwardly as the stability he had just regained began to slip away once more. The sensation was akin to a deflating balloon, bursting suddenly and falling rapidly. Confusion clouded his mind. He had just examined the contents of the stone wall. Why was his rank still falling? After a brief pause, the descent resumed, shattering his mental state. Overwhelmed, Xiao Gang collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant and his face ashen. In a moment of despair, blood erupted from his mouth, and his rank fell to 20. Were it not for the constraints of the soul rings, he feared he would have descended even further. With an innate soul power of only half a level, reaching rank 29 had already been an arduous journey, taking him a decade. Now, was he expected to endure another 10 years? 10 years of diligent cultivation had been rendered futile in an instant, and he could no longer contain his anguish as blood poured from his lips. 10 years. Such a duration of relentless toil. With his rank reduced to 20. He could only anticipate the mockery he would face in the future. More critically, did this regression signify a lack of talent? A deficiency in comprehension? Would he be subjected to even more ridicule moving forward, with others having found a reason to deride him? As these thoughts spiraled through his mind, his mental state shattered further, blood continuing to seep from his mouth. Why am I deemed worthless? Xiao Gang lamented. As the son of Yu Yuanzhun, the esteemed head of the Yu family, he held a noble status, yet here he was, facing such a dismal fate. With an innate soul power of merely half a level, achieving rank 29 had been a monumental challenge. After finally reaching that level, he now found himself back at 20. Was this divine retribution? What had he done to deserve this? From a young age, he had been bullied at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And upon arriving at the Spirit Hall, he was targeted by Qian Xuanji and others. After painstakingly taking a talented disciple under his wing, he had hoped for a brighter future, only to find himself in this dire predicament. Wait, Tang San must not come to harm. Xiao Gang shouted frantically, turning his gaze towards his precious disciple to assess his condition. A flicker of hope ignited within him, only to be extinguished almost immediately. The sight of Tang San's state plunged him deeper into despair. Why is my beloved disciple, Tang San, also regressing? His heart ached at the thought. Was Tang San's comprehension lacking as well? This was a prodigy with dual martial souls, one of only 2 such talents on the entire continent alongside Bibi Dong. How could someone of such caliber lack understanding? Not daring to dwell on it further, Xiao Gang impulsively kicked Tang San, rousing him from his state of regression. Teacher? Tang San awoke in shock, bewildered by the sudden action. He had been on the verge of a breakthrough, sensing his cultivation rapidly advancing. Were it not for the restrictions of the soul rings, he would likely have reached rank 35. His talent was indeed exceptional, though Ning Rongrong was also a genius. Her comprehension could not rival his. After all, he was a transmigrator. How could his understanding be compared to that of ordinary individuals? Tang San, what has happened to your cultivation? Xiao Gang gazed at him in despair. The sight of Tang San's regression pained him deeply. His own decline was inconsequential, after all. His achievements in cultivation had already plateaued. But for Tang San, this was a different matter entirely. He was Xiao Gang's sole hope. If Tang San could not make a name for himself on the continent, how could Xiao Gang rise? How could he earn the respect of others? Most importantly, if Tang San were to be ruined under his tutelage, he would not only fail to gain respect but would also be subjected to scorn from all. A talent with dual martial souls was a rarity throughout history, and to have such a soul master wasted under his guidance would surely lead to his disgrace. My cultivation, how has it decreased? Tang San staggered back, his face pale. Hadn't he just been on the brink of achieving rank 35? Why was his soul power now only at rank 25? This was incomprehensible. Had all his insights during the breakthrough been mere illusions? Why did his cultivation regress instead of progress? Could it be that he was not a genius but a failure? How was that even possible? Fury welled within him as he glared at the stone wall. Surely there was something wrong with it. How could it be that others were breaking through while he was not? But why has she succeeded? She is already at rank 28. He exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at the girl in the white dress beside him. Could it be that her talent and comprehension surpassed his? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's cultivation had indeed surged to rank 28. Born into the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had consumed countless rare treasures throughout her life. In this moment of enlightenment, those energies were being unleashed, propelling her rank upwards dramatically. The stark contrast between Ning Rongrong's ascent in the plummeting ranks of Tang San and Xiao Gang was unbearable for both. They not only struggled to accept their own declines but also grappled with the notion that their talent and comprehension were inferior to others. Teacher, my rank has dropped by 4 levels. Tang San's face reflected despair. Even if he wished to cultivate from rank 25 to 29, it would require a year of effort. For a genius, such a setback would create a significant gap with his peers. Once a standout among his contemporaries at rank 29, he now felt diminished by comparison. Had this happened at another time, he might have accepted the outcome, but now he faced a formidable adversary. With his rank lowered, how could he confront Su Ran? How could he reclaim Xiao Wu? The thought of Su Ran possibly embracing his beloved Xiao Wu, while he lacked the strength to save her, filled him with unbearable anguish. Little San, do not be disheartened. I understand your feelings, Xiao Gang consoled, embracing Tang San. Look at me. I am now only at rank 20. Having regressed by a full 9 levels. Whether I can ever reclaim this lost power remains uncertain. Yet, in light of my plight, you should recognize your own fortune. At that moment, Xiao Gang's heart brimmed with resentment, feeling as though fate itself was conspiring against them both. Tang San, sensing the profound loss that weighed upon his teacher, felt a glimmer of solace in their shared suffering. Though he found himself in a pitiable situation, his teacher was in an even more dire state. In comparing their circumstances, he felt a significant sense of relief. Simultaneously, he harbored some sympathy for his instructor. Previously, their relationship was merely that of a typical teacher and student, but now, they resembled friends, as only they could truly comprehend each other's feelings. At that moment, Tang San and his master leaned against one another, the cool breeze accentuating the desolation surrounding them. In chapter 100, Tang San was furious, realizing that Su Ran was behind the mischief. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong had awakened from her epiphany, her cultivation levels soaring to the 20th rank. Just an hour prior, she had been a 26th rank Great Soul Master, and now, astonishingly, she had ascended 2 levels in a single hour. Such rapid advancement seemed almost impossible. In previous times, it would have equated to half a year's worth of cultivation. Yet, today, she had achieved what would typically take her 6 months in just 1 hour. This meant she had elevated her abilities by the equivalent of half a year's worth of progress in merely 60 minutes. Ning Rongrong was elated. Her curiosity piqued about the mysterious genius she had yet to meet. This individual could hardly be described as a mere talent. They were undoubtedly a prodigy. Simultaneously, she noticed Tang San and Xiao Gang, her astonishment growing. Was it truly possible that comprehending the stone wall could lead to a regression in cultivation? And such a significant one at that? She instinctively patted her chest, feeling fortunate that her luck had not been so cruel. She had never been particularly fond of cultivation. Had her own abilities regressed, she would have been unable to endure such a blow. Rongrong, come here. Excellent, excellent, your comprehension is remarkable. Flinder cheerfully beckoned to Ning Rongrong. As a soul master of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, although she was a great soul master, her standing was exceptional. Even in comparison to those at the soul sect level, a soul sage of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda shared a status akin to that of a titled Douluo. Presently, Ning Rongrong could enhance her teammates' speed and strength by 30%. Although she was only at the 28th rank, her status was not inferior to that of a soul sect. In the original text, Flinder had made a grave error in comparing Ning Rongrong to Oscar, who possessed innate full soul power. Even ordinary martial souls with such power could not compete with a soul master of level 7 or 8 who possessed a formidable martial soul. This was why Su Yutao had dismissed Tang San upon discovering he wielded the blue silvergrass martial soul. Unaware of Tang San's dual martial souls or the royal bloodline contained within the blue silvergrass. If it were merely ordinary blue silvergrass, even the innate full soul power would not save him. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong ultimately ascended as a divine being, the 9-colored goddess, achieving godhood due to her martial soul attributes, which provided 100% amplification of all attributes. What god would not cherish such a boon? Even the god of destruction, a divine king, would not turn down such an enhancement. This was something other support-type soul masters could not accomplish, underscoring Ning Rongrong's unique martial soul and its resultant status. Flinder, might you take me to meet this genius? Ning Rongrong inquired, her beautiful blue eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, the image of a handsome young man wielding a sword, exuding charm and elegance, filled her mind. What girl does not dream of love? Especially one like Ning Rongrong, who had been spoiled since childhood at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. At this age, she was in a phase of youthful rebellion and romantic yearning, naturally envisioning a sweet romance. Moreover, having snuck away, how impressive it would be to return home with a partner of such remarkable caliber, even if things progressed further. Returning with a surprise for her father and her esteemed grandfathers would surely bring joy. Certainly. However, you need not seek him out. He is already on his way here. Flinder replied with a smile, his gaze directed towards Su Ran, who was approaching the playground with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing the disheveled appearances of Tang San and Xiao Gang, Su Ran could not help but burst into laughter, akin to the sound of a pig. These two clowns are simply too amusing. If not for the need to maintain decorum, I would be doubled over with laughter. Greetings, Junior. I am Su Ran, he said, shifting his attention from Tang San and Xiao Gang to the delicate girl beside Flinder. Ning Rongrong, with her gentle demeanor, stood slightly shorter than both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, her figure modestly proportioned. Her skin was remarkably smooth, a testament to her nature as a support-type soulmaster, appearing even more radiant under the sunlight, almost as if one could draw moisture from her skin with a mere touch. Su Ran, were those 4 lines of poetry on the stone wall written by you? Ning Rongrong inquired, her large, beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Su Ran's image resonated with her expectations, although she felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing he appeared to have more than one girlfriend. Indeed, Su Ran replied nonchalantly. Wow, that's impressive, senior. I am Ning Rongrong, she said, extending her hand to shake his. As Su Ran and Ning Rongrong engaged in conversation, Tang San felt a sudden shudder coursing through his body, ignited by a deep-seated hatred emanating from his very soul, causing him to clench his fists tightly. This was indeed Su Ran's voice. It dawned upon him that Su Ran was also present at Shrek Academy. Could it be that the peculiar circumstances surrounding him and his teacher were the result of Su Ran's machinations? He recalled Dean Flinder mentioning that the inscriptions on the stone wall were left behind by Su Ran. It seemed entirely plausible that Su Ran had orchestrated their misfortunes. With this thought, Tang San's composure shattered, and a wave of fury surged within him. He abruptly turned to face Su Ran. At that moment, Su Ran held Zhu Zhuqing, clad in form-fitting attire, in his left arm, her alluring figure unabashedly on display. In his right arm, he cradled Xiao Wu, adorned in a pink gown and white stockings. Equally breathtaking. Embracing both women, Su Ran appeared to be engaged in a lively discussion with Ning Rongrong. His demeanor exuded an air of nonchalance and carefree elegance, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke envy in the hearts of men everywhere. To wield power over the world, yet to revel in the company of beautiful women, this is a universal aspiration among men. Who among them does not yearn for numerous wives and enchanting companions scattered across the land? Su Ran embodied such a charismatic youth, inciting a sense of envy in those who witnessed him. Yet, Tang San felt no envy whatsoever. Instead, his heart was consumed by profound hatred for Su Ran. Glaring at Xiao Wu nestled in Su Ran's embrace, his eyes brimmed with icy disdain and resentment. How could Su Ran so brazenly mistreat Xiao Wu? It was one thing to have her snatched away through despicable means, but to treat her with such disregard was utterly unacceptable. Su Ran, so it was you all along. I had wondered why my teacher and I found ourselves in such dire straits. Why my cultivation had plummeted so rapidly. Now it is clear that you were the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Tang San spoke coldly, his voice dripping with frost. Setting aside Xiao Wu's plight for the moment, he was determined to seek justice from Su Ran for the drastic decline in his own powers. Su Ran is despicable and shameless. Having snatched away his beloved Xiao Wu is one thing, but now he even seeks to harm him. Is Su Ran still a person? His teacher is even worse off than he is. Can Su Ran still manage anything? Chapter 101. The Guardian of the Husband, Xiao Wu. Tang San. What nonsense are you speaking? Was it Su Ran who asked you to come here and watch? Just seeing Tang San put Xiao Wu in a foul mood. And now he has the audacity to slander Su Ran, further tarnishing Tang San's image in her eyes. To her, Tang San is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Once uncertain of Tang San's true nature, she is now completely convinced. It is likely that Tang San has been tracking them to arrive at Shrek Academy. Otherwise, how could he have found this place? Among the myriad of prestigious Soul Master academies, he chooses to come to the remote Shrek Academy. It seems he has been searching for her and Su Ran's whereabouts for days. The moment he discovered their presence here, he rushed over. How insidious of him. However, she is no longer the naive girl she once was, having once been a soul beast for 100,000 years, even if she was somewhat innocent. Having been deceived by Tang San once, she would never fall for his tricks again. She is a 100,000-year-old rabbit, not a foolish pig. How could she possibly be deceived by Tang San again? Xiao Wu declared, I will not argue with you. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, feeling a pang of heartache. She is far more beautiful now than before. In the past, he lacked understanding and did not know what to buy for her or how to adorn her. Now, under Su Ran's care, Xiao Wu, in her pink dress and white stockings, is charming and exudes femininity beyond compare. Yet, the more beautiful she becomes, the more pain he feels in his heart, and the more he despises Su Ran. That scoundrel Su Ran has already gone too far by taking Xiao Wu from him. Now he dares to seek other women while flaunting it in front of her. Such audacity is intolerable. I must speak. Did Su Ran agree for you and the master to come and watch his poetry? You shamelessly stare, and even if your comprehension falters and your cultivation declines, you still have the gall to come here and make a fuss. Tang San, do you even deserve it? Su Ran's strength, identity, talent, and brilliance, what does he lack compared to you? Does he need to take action against you? With a mere flick of his hand, you would crumble. Does he need to resort to underhanded tactics against you? Xiao Wu spoke fervently, transforming into a fierce protector of her husband, leaving Su Ran astonished. Originally, Su Ran held a significant place in Xiao Wu's heart, But after solidifying their relationship, his position surpassed all others. A woman is often biased towards her husband. Even if conflicts arise between them, she will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him in public. Upon hearing Tang San's slander against Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of indignation. However, she recognized that Su Ran and Xiao were familiar with the person before them, so she chose to remain silent. Ning Rongrong looked down upon Tang San. Although she held no romantic feelings for Su Ran, he was the one who had helped her experience a surge in cultivation, her benefactor. Yet here was Tang San, accompanying her to witness Su Ran's poetry, only to suffer a decline in his own cultivation, and then absurdly blaming Su Ran for his own shortcomings. Seeing Xiao Wu's fierce defense of her husband filled Su Ran with gratitude. He had not anticipated this charming side of her. Meanwhile, Tang San was seething with rage. How could he not be furious after being confronted by Xiao Wu? He recalled how, in the past, she had always followed him around, calling him brother. Now, she no longer called him that and instead targeted him at every turn. Yet, he did not blame Xiao Wu. All his ire was directed at Su Ran. Once he exposed Su Ran's true nature, he believed their relationship would return to its former state. Xiao Wu, feeling guilty, would only come to love him more. However, Tang San was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Wu had already seen through Su Ran, or he might have been driven to madness. Even confronting Su Ran in a fit of rage. Su Ran, if you have the ability, do not hide behind women. Come out like a man and face me. Tang San shouted at Su Ran, unwilling to escalate matters with Xiao Wu. Oh, Junior, what brings you here? Su Ran replied to Tang San and the master with a calm smile, revealing a gentle demeanor. While Xiao Wu was merely bickering with him, should he step forward? Tang San would likely be unable to contain himself. However, with so many witnesses present, it would be best not to provoke him today. Su Ran, was it you? Are you the one scheming against me and the master from behind the scenes? All of you have experienced a surge in cultivation. Yet only the master and I have seen a decline. If this is not a deliberate targeting of us, I cannot believe it. Tang San spoke coldly, fixing a fierce gaze upon Su Ran. Even if others believed it to be mere coincidence or attributed it to their lack of comprehension, he would not accept it. He knew just how despicable Su Ran was. Su Ran was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, though he appeared charming on the surface. He was cunning and filled with traps, ready to ensnare the unwary. Clearly, he and the master had once again fallen victim to Su Ran's schemes. Tang San, you should speak with a clear conscience. The negative effects were likely outlined by the dean from the very beginning. Now that your cultivation has declined, you come seeking me. Is this not childish? Su Ran looked down upon Tang San and the master with disdain. No matter how high their comprehension, it mattered not. He had long since blacklisted them. Not only would their understanding of the poetry inscribed on the stone wall diminish their cultivation, but even future performances and artworks by Su Ran would adversely affect them. Indeed, Tang San, I had already informed you of the consequences from the outset. If you are dissatisfied, come seek me. I was the one who brought you here, Flender interjected, somewhat displeased at Tang San's direct confrontation with Su Ran. How could Su Ran possibly target them? The consequences had already been foreseen by Su Ran a week prior. At that time, Tang San and Xiao Gang had yet to arrive at the academy, and Su Ran was the sole individual privy to the knowledge of their impending arrival. Thus, how could Su Ran have been in a position to target Tang San and the others? Su Ran was utterly oblivious to their impending arrival. How could he possibly prepare for it? Could it be that Su Ran possessed the extraordinary ability to foresee the future? Such a notion was patently absurd. If he truly wielded such power, he would have long since abandoned his current path to become a fortune teller. The dean, I, Tang San, found myself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. He recognized that he had fallen into a trap, yet what did that matter? The others were convinced of Su Ran's correctness. What more could he say? It is a lamentable circumstance when one stands alone in clarity while the rest of the world is ensnared in delusion. When everyone perceives you as mistaken, rendering you voiceless in your anguish, it becomes a rather tragic predicament. Little San, this indeed stems from our own lack of insight. We cannot place the blame on others. Xiao Gang remarked, patting Tang San on the shoulder. He understood that both he and Tang San had been ensnared by Su Ran. Yet they could not pinpoint a justification nor mount a defense. Moreover, had they not succumbed to greed, how could Su Ran have ensnared them? In his view, Su Ran had evidently deceived them due to the enmity between his disciple Tang San and himself. He was merely an unwitting casualty. Contemplating these thoughts, Xiao Gang found his resentment towards Su Ran considerably diminished. If he could accept Su Ran as a disciple, it would mitigate his losses. Su Ran, a peerless genius, possesses a future even more promising than Tang San. Should he take Su Ran as his disciple, Xiao Gang would undoubtedly achieve fame across the continent. Chapter 102. Want to take Su Ran as a disciple? Dream on. Teacher Tang San gritted his teeth, his gaze coldly fixed upon Su Ran. He understood this principle all too well. Su Ran employs despicable tactics. However, he consistently manages to handle matters adeptly, rendering his treachery undetectable. Even if one were to persist in entangling with Su Ran here, no fruitful outcome would be achieved. Yet, he is unwilling to accept this reality. The mere thought of that scoundrel Su Ran causing him such distress fills him with unease. If it were due to his own lack of insight or a decline in his cultivation, he could perhaps find some solace within himself. Alas, The predicament he finds himself in is entirely a consequence of Su Ran's actions. How could he possibly refrain from feeling fury? Su Ran has not only seized Xiao Wu from him, but now also seeks to undermine him further, with his cultivation level plummeting to a mere 25. The fruits of a year's arduous training have been utterly obliterated by Su Ran's actions, fueling his resentment. However, acknowledging his own inadequacies, he reflects that he cannot blame others for his plight. Xiao Gang, maintaining a facade of tranquility, speaks calmly, concealing the tempest of fury raging within him. As he strives to preserve the image of an unshakable sage, Xiao Gang's visit to Shrek Academy carries an ulterior motive. He wishes to take Su Ran as his disciple. Xiao San, please proceed to organize your dormitory. I have matters to attend to here, he instructs. Understood, teacher. I shall take my leave, Tang San replies. Ever respectful of his elders and never one to refuse Xiao Gang's directives. Casting a resentful glance at Su Ran, he turns and heads toward the dormitory area. At present, he is far from being Su Ran's equal. Su Ran's methods are exceedingly cunning, laden with intricate stratagems, rendering conventional tactics ineffective against him. Yet, one must not forget that he possesses Tang's six hidden weapons. Once he masters the Yin Wang Tai and the Guanyin Tears, he will ensure that Su Ran comprehends the meaning of cruelty. These top 3 hidden weapons, which have eluded the elite of the Tang sect throughout history, must be his to command. With these in hand, Su Ran's demise would be inevitable. Su Ran, we have ample time ahead. The one who ultimately prevails shall be me. Tang San vows silently. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Xiao Wu's body has already borne the marks of Su Ran. Had he been aware, he would likely find himself unable to muster even a semblance of laughter, let alone envisioning a triumphant conclusion. As he observes Tang San gradually distance himself, Xiao Gang's gaze shifts to Su Ran. Witnessing Su Ran, effortlessly surrounded by admirers, exuding an air of nonchalance, Xiao Gang cannot help but admire the young man's charm. One cannot be youthful without romance, he muses. With talent, strength, status, identity, wealth, and beauty, Su Ran undoubtedly embodies an enviable existence. This scene evokes memories of Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong for Xiao Gang. How he wishes he too could bask in such companionship. Erlong and Dong are mature women, exuding a captivating allure that is unparalleled. Are you the illustrious young talent, Su Ran? I have heard of your genius for quite some time, Xiao Gang proclaims. Taking a deep breath as he approaches Su Ran, forcing a smile while fixating his gaze intently upon him, Su Ran undoubtedly surpasses Tang San in numerous aspects, not only in terms of innate talent, but also in temperament and strategy. Greetings, Master. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Su Ran remarked, gazing at the Master, who bore the appearance of a wandering sorcerer. He suddenly recalled how, in his previous life, he had been swindled out of a considerable sum by a blind fortune teller. Ah, so you are aware of me, Xiao Gang exclaimed with delight. He had not realized that his reputation had spread so widely, even earning the respect of a prodigy like Su Ran. Indeed, Master, your scholarly contributions are known far and wide, particularly the assertion that there are no worthless martial souls. Only incompetent soul masters has garnered my utmost respect, Su Ran responded with a smile. In the original narrative, Xiao Gang was often characterized as boastful. Among the notable figures in Douluo Continent, who could truly be deemed to possess a worthless martial soul, the Shrek's 7 monsters, the 7 girls of the Water Academy, the formidable beings of the Spirit Hall, and various sects never showcased instances of individuals with worthless martial souls ascending to greatness. His grandiloquent claims were, in essence, a mere farce. However, when the time was ripe, Su Ran would extend his assistance. He had always been inclined to help others and would embody this principle in practice. He was eager to witness how Tang San would transform his first martial soul into a mere ordinary blue silver grass and yet become a soul master of worth. Cough. Cough. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Xiao Gang's countenance turned pale. That statement was the most criticized aspect within the realm of martial souls. In truth, there had never been a case of a worthless martial soul surpassing the title Douluo rank, nor even reaching the soul sage level. Thus, Su Ran's words pierced his heart like a dagger, inflicting a wound upon his pride. Nevertheless, Su Ran surely meant no harm. Su Ran was well aware of his esteemed reputation, so it was hardly surprising that he would accept him as a disciple. Su Ran, I shall not beat around the bush. Do you wish to become my student? Xiao Gang sought to get straight to the point. The master's cultivation is not superior to mine, remarked Ma Hongjun, who had approached Flinder's side and could not help but whisper at this scene. In his mind, Su Ran was a figure of divine prowess. What was Xiao Gang? He could not even comprehend the verses of Su Ran. Possessing a level of insight inferior to that of a child, yet he entertained the notion of teaching Su Ran? Such dreams were futile. Indeed, echoed another voice. He was just contemplating understanding Su Ran's essence, yet now he wishes to take Su Ran as his disciple? The expressions of Oscar and the others were tinged with disdain. In a world where strength is revered, what qualifications did a weakling possess to make such claims? Previously, they might have held a modicum of respect for this renowned master. But after witnessing his performance alongside Tang San, that respect had evaporated. Could a master with such poor comprehension truly have the capacity to cultivate the top 10 contenders? They were rife with skepticism. Do not speak nonsense. The master's reputation on the continent is resounding. How could you possibly comprehend it? Flinder rebuked. Though a flicker of satisfaction stirred within him, he had begun to harbor doubts about Xiao Gang, suspecting that Xiao Gang had been deceiving ere long all these years, causing her to squander over 20 years of youthful beauty waiting for a girl, all due to Xiao Gang. However, he lacked concrete evidence for now. Deciding to first hear Su Ran's perspective. Su Ran was a prodigy, and his viewpoint might differ from theirs. Perhaps he would provide the answers Flinder sought. The murmurs of Ma Hongjun and Oscar irked Xiao Gang, but upon hearing Su Ran's words, he felt a deeper sting. Master, Su Ran, hold your theories in high regard. However, I believe you must find a truly suitable individual to put your theories into practice. There are no worthless martial souls. Only incompetent soul masters. If you could take a soul master with a worthless martial soul as your disciple, you could realize your theories. Which is precisely what I wish to witness, Su Ran said with a smile. How could he not understand Xiao Gang's intentions? It was merely a matter of hitching a ride on the coattails of a rising star, hoping to bolster his own reputation as a master of strong disciples. A genius. Barring unforeseen circumstances, would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. What relevance did teaching have in this context? In the original narrative, those who had even a slight connection with Tang San either became deities or titled Douluo. It was evident that Xiao Gang merely sought to exploit Su Ran's potential for his own gain. His so-called theories were of little worth. If a genius were to take a pig as a master, and subsequently became strong, that pig would also attain the title of a master of strong disciples. Clearly, Xiao Gang was such a pig, devoid of any real ability, merely seeking to leech off naive prodigies, dreaming the impossible dream. Tang San was initially ignorant of the Soul Master world, confused even about Soul Master ranks, which was why he accepted Xiao Gang as his teacher. Who else would be so foolish? Chapter 103. Why do the two senior sisters seem odd? The vast data Xiao Gang procured from the Spirit Hall was suffused with limitations, applicable only to ordinary Soul Masters at best. After all, the data compiled by the Spirit Hall primarily reflected a synthesis of the majority of Soul Masters, fundamentally unsuitable for prodigies. In the original tale, Tang San repeatedly refuted Xiao Gang. Had he followed Xiao Gang's advice, one could question whether Tang San could have ever achieved divinity. Thus, in a certain sense, Xiao Gang was only capable of nurturing mediocrity. You have rejected me? Xiao Gang's face paled, involuntarily retreating a few steps, and upon witnessing Su Ran's ambiguous smile, he immediately grasped the situation. Su Ran, this is an affront to his dignity. Su Ran had never truly respected him. Rather, he looked down upon him. The words he uttered were intended to humiliate. Master, I speak for your benefit. To embody your theories, you must seek a disciple of lesser talent. At present, I feel I have no need for a teacher. My cultivation is progressing quite well on my own. Su Ran chuckled softly, outright rejecting the notion. If it were a beautiful female teacher, perhaps there would be a glimmer of possibility. After all, embarking on a poignant and melodramatic teacher-student romance seemed rather appealing, potentially evoking a different sensation within Su Ran himself. The notion of a man aspiring to be his teacher was nothing short of folly. In terms of understanding martial spirits, who could rival the prowess of a system lady? With a treasure of a system at his disposal, what need had he for a teacher? When faced with uncertainty, consulting the system was far more gratifying. Given this, I shall not impose further. A faint smile stretched across Xiao Gang's pale visage, and he could only respond to Su Ran's remarks with a hollow chuckle. If he truly possessed the capability to transform a waste into a genius, he would have cultivated his own prowess long ago. A waste remains a waste. Only a genius has the potential to become a formidable force. He was no deity. How could he possibly elevate a waste to brilliance? In that moment, Xiao Gang was engulfed by a profound sense of shame and frustration. He was acutely aware that Su Ran was belittling him, yet he found himself unable to retort, for those words were indeed his own. Nonetheless, Su Ran's blatant lack of awareness would ultimately lead to consequences. Su Ran's regression in cultivation had already provoked his ire. He had initially considered granting Su Ran a chance. If only Su Ran would take him as his master, he could assist him in becoming stronger. However, with Su Ran's decision now made, it seemed their relationship had irreparably soured. No matter how exceptional Su Ran's talent, it could not rival Tang San's dual martial souls. Once Tang San reached the rank of title Douluo and completed the 9 soul rings of the Haotian hammer, his cultivation would soar. At that point, no one would stand a chance against him. Moreover, it appeared that Tang San possessed hidden cards even he could not discern, making it merely a matter of time before Su Ran was subdued beneath his heel. Xiao Gang, enough of this. Let us old-timers go enjoy a drink, he declared. Su Ran, please look after Ning Rongrong and help her find a dormitory. Acquaint her with the surroundings. Seeing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Flinder directly pulled Xiao Gang away. The other teachers of Shrek Academy followed suit upon witnessing the scene. Once the teachers departed, Su Ran found himself pinched by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who grasped the tender flesh at his sides. Earlier, with others present, they had been willing to show Su Ran some leniency, allowing him to engage in casual conversation with Ning Rongrong without issue. But now, that was no longer feasible. Su Ran winced, unable to suppress a sigh of resignation. Ning Rongrong, too, felt a bit embarrassed, having noticed the peculiar behavior of the three. I am Su Ran. These are Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. We have only recently arrived at the academy, Su Ren introduced, loosening his hold on Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. They nodded at Ning Rongrong, their curiosity evident in their gazes. I am Ning Rongrong, she replied in a delicate tone, her beautiful eyes blinking as they shifted towards the trio. Yet the trace of unease on her face remained. For the two women beside Su Ran were watching her with an air of vigilance, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. All right, no need for more words. You all accompany Rongrong to find her dormitory and make her bed. I shall not join you, Su Ran said with a grin, knowing that there was ample time ahead. There was no rush. Even if he wished to engage in deeper conversation with Ning Rongrong, the presence of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu made that nearly impossible. After all, he was now considered a half-teacher at Shrek Academy. Communicating with Ning Rongrong would not prove difficult in the future. During classes, he could even teach his partner techniques to enhance her flexibility and physical endurance. What a delightful prospect. Moreover, he had his own pursuits to attend to, namely practicing swordplay, essential training for a swordsman who must strike decisively and draw blood with every swing. Then we shall take our leave. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, no longer irked with Su Ran, led Ning Rongrong towards the dormitory area. Rongrong, do you hail from the Ning family of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Thanks to Su Ran's influence over the past few days, Zhu Zhuqing had grown considerably more cheerful and open. Her curiosity was piqued. There were not many renowned families of soul masters with the surname Ning on the continent. And the Ning family of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the most illustrious, considering Ning Rongrong's delicate appearance and her obvious supportive nature. Zhu Zhuqing immediately associated her with this legendary lineage. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Xiao Wu echoed, surprised. The top 3 sects and the bottom 4 sects held great renown on the continent, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed one of the top 3. Yes, I am from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You need not look at me so. Since I have come to Shrek Academy, I am merely an ordinary student. Moreover, if you are here, your status must also be quite significant, Ning Rongrong responded, sticking out her pink tongue playfully. After recent events, she no longer dared to underestimate the individuals of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were Su Ran's girlfriends, living with him and benefiting from his nurturing presence. If she, an outsider, could glean insights from a poem Su Ran had casually composed and achieve breakthroughs, then surely Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, as his closest companions, would derive even greater advantages from him. By the way, Rongrong, your skin is exquisite, Xiao Wu remarked, mischievously touching Ning Rongrong's arm. Immediately feeling the silky softness of her skin, the sensation was so delightful that even she found it hard to resist, let alone any man. Zhu Zhuqing gazed enviously at Ning Rongrong, aware that as battle-type soul masters, they could never possess such flawless skin. Such a complexion was enviable even to her, as a woman. With a newcomer like this in their midst, Su Ran was sure to be captivated. Although Su Ran possesses a kind heart, he remains unable to overcome his carnal inclinations. In recent days, he and Xiao Wu have found themselves nearly overwhelmed with tasks. Yet, Rongrong, with her delicate complexion and gentle demeanor as a support-type soul master, possesses stamina akin to that of an ordinary person. Is it not perplexing? Xiao Wu. Zhuqing, what are you pondering? After a brief period of acquaintance, Ning Rongrong gradually began to relax. However, feeling bashful under the playful teasing of the two girls her age, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from them. I wasn't thinking of anything. Let us proceed. We shall find you a more tranquil dormitory, Xiao Wu chuckled, ceasing her banter with Ning Rongrong, and the two led her toward a small, dimly lit room. Chapter 104. How profound is Yu Xiaojang's depth? As night enveloped the surroundings in silence, the symphony of crickets resonated in the air. Shrek Academy, nestled within a quaint village, exuded a serene and leisurely ambience at night. However, Su Ran had always found little appreciation for such beauty. For him, the nocturnal hours were exceedingly precious. No matter how splendid the scenery, could it rival the allure of a beloved? Moreover, being in the prime of youth and vitality, he naturally gravitated towards more vigorous pursuits. Yet, this evening, he was summoned by Flander. In the dim light, Flander and Su Ran sat across from each other. After a brief exchange, Flander sighed deeply. Now you should comprehend. The once inseparable golden iron triangle appeared unbreakable, yet it was riddled with underlying conflicts. Both Xiao Gang and I harbored affections for Lu Erlong. Ultimately, I chose to withdraw. I had believed that my departure would grant Erlong a blissful existence, yet I did not foresee the subsequent turn of events. Erlong has remained alone in an empty dwelling. Neither Xiao Gang nor I have visited her in all these years, Flander lamented. He now regretted that at the moment Yu Xiaojing left Lu Erlong, he ought to have shown concern for her. However, as a man who had faltered in matters of the heart, how could he dare to return? Lu Erlong did not harbor feelings for him. Would his return not further complicate her emotions? I understand. However, Dean, you did not summon me merely for a heart-to-heart. Su Ran smiled, aware of Flander's true intentions. Undoubtedly, it pertained to the matter involving Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojang. Do not feign ignorance, young man. Did you think I was unaware that you were targeting Xiaojang today? Flander remarked sternly. He had discerned that Su Ran was not being forthright. Having confided in Su Ran about the past of their golden iron triangle, He found the young man still pretending to be oblivious. Today, Su Ran's actions are clearly directed toward Xiao Gang. Could he possibly remain oblivious to this? Furthermore, it is evident that Su Ran was already acquainted with Yu Xiaojiang and possessed a considerable familiarity with him. The disdain that Su Ran harbors for Yu Xiaojiang, stemming from the depths of his soul, is unmistakably genuine. Su Ran must certainly possess some insights. Perhaps those are the answers he seeks. Director, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I have done nothing. How could I possibly target him? Su Ran asserted. Enough of this line of inquiry. What I wish is for you to assist me in analyzing whether Xiao Gang is truly that kind of person. I have long harbored suspicions that Xiao Gang deliberately ended his relationship with Erlong, Flander remarked, clenching his fists in frustration. For the sake of Erlong's happiness. He was willing to withdraw, yet he could not tolerate anyone who dared to harm her. According to my conjecture, Director, the catalyst for Xiao Gang's breakup with Lu Yi was a significant event that had recently transpired, Su Ran said calmly, taking a measured sip of tea. What significant event? Flander inquired, his heart racing with unease. He had not anticipated that Su Ran might actually possess some knowledge on the matter. The former Pope, Qin Xuanji, has passed away. Qin Xuanji? What connection does his death have with Xiao Gang and Erlong's breakup? Flander questioned, still somewhat perplexed. In truth, exceptional soul masters pay little attention to trivial matters and often find themselves bewildered by these intricate affairs. Only with a clear mind can one ascend to the highest of realms. Thus, even with Su Ran's hint, Flander initially remained oblivious. Before Xiao Gang encountered you, he had a far more legendary romantic history. Has the director forgotten it? Su Ran continued to prompt. You mean Xiao Gang's relationship with Bai Bai Dong in the spirit hall? Flander suddenly awakened, as if grasping something of great significance. His eyes widened in realization, and the thought of his own suspicions filled him with trepidation. Xiao Gang had faced ridicule since childhood in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, leading him to leave in pride and seek refuge in the spirit hall. There, he found the first woman capable of restoring his dignity, Bai Bai Dong. In those days, Bai Bai Dong was utterly devoted to Xiao Gang, yet he was eventually driven away by Qin Xuanji. Perhaps at that time, even he could not have fathomed the possibility of rekindling a relationship with Bai Bai Dong, prompting him to seek a second woman who could assist him, Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a pivotal figure in the Golden Iron Triangle. By aligning himself with her, he could wield considerable influence within it. After all, did not the director also heed Lu Yi's counsel? Su Ran spoke slowly, and the astonishment on Flander's face deepened. He had a premonition that Su Ran's deductions were drawing ever closer to the truth. What could the reality of the situation be? Please continue, Flander urged. Taking a deep breath. Upon learning of Qin Xuanji's demise, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with elation, for Qin Xuanji's death meant that he could once again be with Bibi Dan, who had now ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. He faced a choice between the Pope and an ordinary member of the Spirit Fusion Technique. The answer was undeniably clear. Thus, he severed ties with Aunt Lu. However, wasn't it when Xiaojiang brought Erlong back to the family that they coincidentally recognized her as the daughter of his uncle? Moreover, it was the family that compelled him to part ways with Erlong, Flander murmured, his expression somewhat grotesque. He struggled to accept this reality. If this were indeed the case, how profound must Yu Xiaojiang's scheming be? Should Erlong discover the true nature of Yu Xiaojiang's character, how heartbroken would she be? Flander shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't accept it, yet he sensed a flaw in Su Ran's reasoning. Dean Flander, you are indeed naive. What if Yu Xiaojiang had known from the outset that Lu Erlong was his cousin? Even if he were unaware that Lu Erlong was his cousin, they were undoubtedly blood relatives. It is worth noting that he had spent some time in the spirit hall, during which he diligently researched the matter of his mutated martial soul in order to resolve his own issues. Do you suppose he could not discern that Lu Erlong also belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon mutation? Su Ran's words struck Flander like a thunderclap, reverberating in his heart. Indeed, had Yu Xiaojiang known of Lu Erlong's identity from the very beginning and deliberately brought her back to the family, it would have been entirely disconnected from him, allowing the family to tear them apart. I shall confront that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang and demand clarity. Flander was incensed, his soul power surging wildly, the formidable presence of a soul sage causing the very room to creak. How despicable Yu Xiaojiang truly was, how pitiful Lu Erlong had been, enduring years of solitude. Yet Yu Xiaojiang was so callous. Alas, perhaps it is better to let the dean be. Without witnesses, we cannot compel him to admit anything. If you seek trouble with Yu Xiaojiang, it may alert him to our intentions. The dean must remain composed. Yes, my heart nearly faltered. What should I do now? How can I unveil his true nature before Erlong? Without evidence, Erlong will certainly not believe us, Flander urged anxiously. Upon discovering Yu Xiaojiang's true character, his sole desire was to expose him before Lu Erlong, to help her see who truly stood by her side. The one she cherished, Yu Xiaojiang, had been deceiving her all along. In this world, only the Yu family was privy to this matter. When the time is ripe, we might pay them a visit, which could potentially unveil the truth. Su Ran remarked. With the system's assistance, he understood these matters well. The reason Yu Xiaojiang had not returned to the Blue Electric Tyrant clan over the years was due to his intentions towards his cousin, which led to his furious expulsion by Yu Yuanjin. That would suffice. However, I have one more question for you. Is love about possession? Or is it about watching her live happily from afar? Flander could not help but inquire, knowing Su Ran was well-versed in matters of the heart. The greatest love is often that of letting go. If the beloved finds happiness, what is the cost of one's own sacrifice? Sometimes, witnessing the woman you adore in another man's embrace brings immense joy. Her laughter brings you joy as well. Su Ran was taken aback and hastily sought to enlighten Flander on the essence of profound love. Such love knows no bounds. It cannot be simply equated with possession. Chapter 105, Teaching the Three Women Yoga. A night has passed, and the sun now ascends high in the sky. Outside the door of Su Ran, 3 young ladies stood together, all adorned in fitted attire that accentuated their unique silhouettes. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Has Su Ran always been like this? Ning Rongrong, surprised to see Su Ran still in slumber within his dormitory, inquired. In her recollection, geniuses were invariably diligent, rising early, maintaining a regular routine, and devoted to their cultivation. Given Su Ran's exceptional talent, she believed he ought to be a fervent practitioner. Yet, why was he still asleep? He appeared even lazier than herself. Su Ran has consistently been this way, Zhu Zhuqing replied helplessly. Since the moment she met him, he had always been in this state. He even had the audacity to claim that a joyful mind and body lead to superior cultivation. She had no faith in his whimsical assertions. Su Ran was evidently just idle. Please wait a moment. I will rouse Su Ran, Zhu Zhuqing declared as she entered the room. Su Ran, it's time to rise. You must teach us to cultivate shortly. As she spoke, she prepared to lift the covers from Su Ran. Just as her hand approached the edge of the bedding, a robust hand swiftly emerged and pulled Zhu Zhuqing onto the bed. Ah, she exclaimed, startled as she found herself drawn onto the mattress. Su Ran, Xiao Wu and Rongrong are still outside, Zhu Zhuqing said in a fluster, pressing her hands against Su Ran's chest to maintain distance. With Xiao Wu and Rongrong waiting outside, she dared not engage in any overly intimate contact with Su Ran. What if she inadvertently provoked his ire? The thought of emerging disheveled before them was mortifying. Darling, what do you suggest we do? Su Ran mused, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Qing's form, perfectly encased in her tight-fitting attire, before locking onto her eyes. The intensity of his gaze was enough to melt her resolve. Zhu Qing was all too familiar with such looks. She couldn't help but shiver, unable to meet his eyes. And pleaded, Su Ran, not now. Tonight, you can have your way, all right? That sounds agreeable, he replied, firmly grasping her delicate hands that were pressed against his chest. Before leaning in to bestow a passionate kiss upon her soft lips, he was well aware of the proprieties, even if his desires surged. He would refrain from indulging in them during daylight hours. While everything was visibly clear in the light, given the bashfulness of Zhu Qing and the others, they were not yet ready for such encounters. By night, should Su Ran keep the lights on, they would resist him fiercely. The prospect of engaging during daylight seemed far more daunting. Yet, this was merely self-deception. With Su Ran's current vision, there was no distinction between night and day. He could see everything plainly. He was well aware of the few moles on Zhu Qing's skin. It was simply that the darkness of night provided them with a psychological refuge. Su Ran held Zhu Zhuqing and kissed her for an extended moment, releasing her only after he felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhuqing, what is the matter? Outside the dormitory, Xiao Wu observed Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly exit. Her face flushed with a deep crimson hue, a sight she had grown accustomed to. Often, she would enter Su Ran's room, where he would inevitably engage in playful antics. Thus, she had become desensitized to such occurrences. However, a peculiar feeling stirred within Ning Rongrong. Although she was an innocent girl, she was no longer a child. She understood perfectly well what had transpired between Zhu Qing and Su Ran during her 3-minute stay inside. Just the thought of it made her feel parched. Su Ran soon emerged, instructing them to jog 5 laps around the village before gathering on the playground. Zhu Zhuqing managed to compose herself, feigning calmness as she spoke. The dean had mentioned earlier that Su Ran would oversee their training from now on, meaning that apart from theoretical classes in the Soul Master Tournament in Soto City, all their future training would be under his guidance. This news brought them a sense of joy, as exercising and training with someone they admired was undeniably delightful. Furthermore, Su Ran's formidable strength assured them that his training methods would be both reasonable and effective. I'll run ahead, Xiao Wu declared, nodding as she dashed out first, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Completing 5 laps around the village was not a daunting task, even for Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master, as it merely served as a warm-up to prepare their bodies for subsequent exercises. Upon arriving at the playground, they found Su Ran leisurely seated on a chair, munching on an apple. Observing the 3 women, glistening with perspiration from their exertion, he couldn't help but revel in the scene. Flander certainly knows how to enjoy life, he mused, thankful that he wasn't saddled with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. He had no interest in training men. Nurturing his beloved's development while indulging in delightful experiences was far more appealing. 3 stunning beauties were indeed a feast for the eyes. Su Ran, aren't you supposed to be training us? Zhu Zhuqing protested, noticing Su Ran's relaxed demeanor on the chair. She felt it was rather unfair. They all required training, yet he appeared to have special privileges. Although he was her boyfriend, she couldn't suppress her annoyance. Previously, she had been fine with the arrangement. but seeing him basking in the sun while she trained made her pout in discontent. You shameless rascal. Nevertheless, her curiosity about the training methods Su Ran had in store for them remained piqued. Today, I shall teach you a practice known as yoga. Yoga is a training regimen specifically designed for women. Regular practice can detoxify, enhance beauty, and sculpt your figures, allowing you to maintain a youthful appearance, Su Ran explained. Reminiscing about yoga from his previous life, it was indeed the ideal form of exercise for women, ensuring that they retained their grace and beauty even while training. Yoga inherently aids in accentuating the curves of the bust, waist, hips, and legs, he added, unable to resist the allure of watching Zhu Zhuqing and the others practice. After all, the techniques involved in yoga would undoubtedly showcase their exquisite figures. For women, beauty and physique were perennial concerns, second only to their cultivation. Thus, when Su Ran spoke of yoga's benefits, he instantly captured the attention of the three young ladies. There are numerous yoga poses. We will practice them one by one. Let us begin with the first pose. Who wishes to go first? Su Ran inquired directly. I will. Ning Rongrong eagerly volunteered. Having witnessed Su Ran's extraordinary abilities the previous day, she was now intrigued by the miraculous yoga movements he mentioned. The prospect of beauty-enhancing exercises made her heart flutter with excitement. Stand upright and raise your right leg, Su Ran instructed, positioning himself before Ning Rongrong to guide her through the yoga movements. Following his directions, Ning Rongrong balanced on one foot, raising the other high, forming a perfect straight line with her legs. This posture showcased her well-defined curves and elongated legs. As she assumed the pose, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She found it rather mortifying for a girl to adopt such a stance. Maintain your flexibility and stability, Su Ran encouraged, his hands gently grasping her raised foot. The sight of her alluring form left him momentarily breathless. Despite knowing how captivating these yoga poses could be, witnessing the reality of it all was still a shock. Dressed in fitted white pants that clung to her form, the fabric had become slightly damp from their previous run. Now, in this pose, her rounded hips and elongated leg lines were on full display, overwhelming Su Ran with their beauty. Is this really yoga you are teaching me? Ning Rongrong inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, feeling a mix of embarrassment and suspicion regarding Su Ran's intentions. Is this truly a form of training? Focus and hold your position. I will assist you with adjustments, Su Ran replied, just as a tingling sensation coursed through Ning Rongrong's hips, accompanied by a sharp, crisp sound. Su Ran abruptly jolted Ning Rongrong from her daydreams with a sharp slap. Ning Rongrong instinctively covered her backside with both hands. A wave of embarrassment and anger coursing through her heart racing uncontrollably. She had never anticipated Su Ran could be so audacious. Did he not realize that a girl's backside should not be casually touched by a boy? Yet, amidst her indignation, a strange sensation stirred within her. The tingling from her rear spread throughout her body, causing her delicate figure to quiver slightly. This was her first intimate contact with a boy, naturally invoking a sense of peculiarity within her, especially considering that the boy in question was Su Ran. Su Ran, a man of exceptional talent, striking appearance, and remarkable charisma, possesses a nonchalant and elegant demeanor that captivates young maidens like Ning Rongrong. While all girls profess a desire to marry a reliable man, they often find themselves irresistibly drawn to the allure of the rebellious. Although dependable men offer stability, it is the bad boys who provide excitement and an unprecedented sense of novelty. This is the reason why, in reality, honest men often find themselves overshadowed by scoundrels. With a confident posture, Su Ran gently lowered the hand that had been lifting Ning Rongrong's foot, transitioning to her back to correct her posture. In that moment, Su Ran acted with the intention of helping Ning Rongrong, ensuring his actions were not exploitative. Yet, he still reveled in the experience. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong felt overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she sensed the pure masculine energy emanating from behind her, leaving her heart racing and her body weak, as if drained of all strength. At that moment, she loathed her own uncooperative body, gritting her teeth in an effort to resist the tingling sensations that coursed through her. Drenched in fragrant sweat, she would have preferred to run laps around the village than endure such humiliation at the hands of Su Ran, especially with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, his official girlfriends. Watching intently, the scrutiny from them only heightened her embarrassment. Su Ran, is it done? Ning Rongrong asked, her voice tinged with shyness and breathlessness, laced with a hint of a sob. You're all set. Just hold on to the heel of that leg and gently press down, Su Ran replied, choosing not to take further advantage of her vulnerability. After all, their relationship had not yet reached that level, and it would be inappropriate to go too far at this stage. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied. Ning Rongrong's body was remarkably soft. If Su Ran were to describe it in a single word, it would be soft. Being a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong lacked the rigorous training that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had undergone. Her body resembled that of cotton candy, which even Su Ran couldn't resist touching a few extra times, taking advantage of the training under the pretense of proper instruction. What is wrong with that? Observing Su Ran's thoughts, the system couldn't help but think him shameless. Such an embarrassing position, And yet, the girl was displaying it before him. Even in the places where the host once lived, girls practicing yoga were not easily seen by boys. The host was truly incorrigible. However, she was the system, and her yoga poses were far more graceful than theirs. She couldn't help but wonder what expression the host would have when she eventually took form. The system glanced down at her own figure, a voluptuous bosom, a flat abdomen devoid of excess, and long, beautiful legs. She eagerly anticipated the day when she could successfully manifest and stand beside the host, protecting him. What about you? Upon observing that Ning Rongrong had assumed her position and remained utterly still, Su Ran then directed his gaze towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also momentarily taken aback, casting a playful yet bashful glance at Su Ran with their enchanting eyes. Su Ran was not merely training. He was brazenly taking advantage of them. While they, as Su Ran's girlfriends, could perhaps accept this, Ning Rongrong was not in the same position. It was astonishing how he treated her in such a manner. At this very moment, it was evident to them that Su Ran harbored certain intentions towards Ning Rongrong. After all, Su Ran was quite the lecher, and given Rongrong's beauty and delicate demeanor, it was no surprise he would be captivated. With a huff, Zhu Zhuqing found a clean patch of grass not far from the two girls on the playground. She removed her petite shoes and imitated Ning Rongrong's pose. However, Zhuqing's figure was exceptionally alluring. Her long legs elevated, the perfectly rounded contours of her hips and chest were accentuated by her fitted clothing. For the time being, her physique was unmatched by either Ning Rongrong or Xiao Wu. The beauty of her curves was vividly displayed. Upon striking this pose, Zhu Zhuqing began to understand the level of embarrassment Ning Rongrong must have felt at that moment. Even though she was accustomed to the gazes of boys, she could not help but feel a tinge of shyness. Shameless, lecher, Xiao Wu exclaimed, noticing Su Ran's unwavering attention on Zhu Zhuqing. Unable to resist, she mimicked the pose as well. In comparison to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably more refined and perfect. Her legs spread wide, even surpassing a 180-degree angle, approaching nearly 200 degrees. With her long, elegant legs positioned, she resembled a graceful archer. Xiao Wu, being inherently flexible, possessed a physical adaptability that the other two girls could not match. Chapter 107. What is Su Ran doing? Tang San was furious. Su Ran reclined on the rattan chair, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the three women striking elegant poses. The beauty of these three maidens undoubtedly brought him immense delight. Meanwhile, Tang San approached the playground. Harboring a hint of concern for Xiao Wu, Su Ran, in Tang San's heart, was nothing more than a despicable and lascivious scoundrel. What good outcome could possibly arise from Xiao Wu falling into his grasp? This morning, when Flander entrusted Xiao Wu's training to Su Ran, a sense of unease crept over him. However, now that he and Xiao Wu shared no connection, he could only watch helplessly as she fell into Su Ran's clutches. Throughout the morning, he was consumed with worry that Su Ran might exploit the guise of training to commit some shameless act against Xiao Wu. Thus, he resolved to personally observe Su Ran's actions. Su Ran, do not become too complacent. With merely a cultivation level of 4, I shall soon surpass you. Moreover, I have already begun researching hidden weapons. With the financial support of my teacher, I can procure many precious materials for crafting these weapons. Once I create my invaluable hidden weapons, you shall meet your demise. Xiao Wu may temporarily reside with you, but as long as she has not taken that final step with you, there remains a chance for redemption, Tang San murmured, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. That day, he had run 2 laps from the academy to Soto City while bearing a heavy load. Originally, his teacher's training regimen required him to carry a 50-pound stone for the journey, yet he had chosen to elevate the difficulty several levels. The training was arduous and grueling, but the thought of Xiao Wu suffering under Su Ran's control dulled his sense of hardship. No amount of physical exhaustion could compare to the heartache of losing Xiao Wu to Su Ran. He was determined to reclaim her from Su Ran's grasp. Though he might not possess the strength at present, this did not signify that he would remain powerless forever. His twin martial souls and the Tang sect's hidden weapons required formidable power to unleash their true potential. Currently, the hidden weapons he crafted were merely ordinary tools. But the treasures of the Tang sect were far beyond mere artifacts. Such weapons could even merge with one's body and soul power. Like the terrifying weapon known as Guanin's Tears, which could be unleashed through the continuous refinement of one's soul power. In that moment, he would be truly invincible. And Su Ran, no matter how formidable, would find himself beneath his heel. Though Su Ran was cunning, he would never anticipate that Tang San was not of this world. Unlike the indigenous inhabitants, he possessed the wisdom of another realm. Armed with such knowledge, what could Su Ran possibly contend against him? Host brother. Tang San is approaching the training ground. A voice from the system echoed in Su Ran's mind, alerting him. Oh, Tang San is coming? Su Ran raised an eyebrow, releasing his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings, quickly detecting Tang San's presence. Since he has arrived, allow me to showcase my prowess. A smile graced Su Ran's face as he observed the stunning beauty practicing yoga not far away. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were entirely engrossed in their training. Initially, they had thought that Su Ran was taking advantage of them, but after a while, they began to appreciate the benefits of the yoga postures. After some practice, they discovered an unexpected sense of comfort in their bodies. Despite being drenched in fragrant sweat, they felt no fatigue, as if impurities were being expelled with each drop. Their bodies seemed to become significantly lighter amid this transformation. Yoga, after all, was a time-honored exercise method for girls, refined over countless years in another world. Even though they were in Douluo Continent rather than Earth, the principles remained applicable. At least from Su Ran's perspective, 3 hours of yoga training was far more efficient than running for the same duration. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, yoga sculpted the body beautifully. For instance, the posture Su Ran had just taught them was designed to enhance the curves of the hips and legs, as well as the flexibility of their limbs. All right, you may stop for now. Zhu Zhuqing, Rong, sit down and rest while I teach Xiao the next move. Su Ran instructed. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls ceased their movements. Sweat glistened on their skin, and a gentle breeze swept over them, refreshing their bodies. They were surprised to discover the remarkable sensations within their bodies after practicing yoga. It was clear that Su Ran did not intend to take advantage of them. This yoga was indeed extraordinary. Simple movements could effectively train various parts of the body, proving itself to be more professional and effective than ordinary training. This realization quelled any lingering unease within them. After all, Su Ran had claimed that this yoga could detoxify, beautify, and preserve youth, making it imperative for them to take it seriously. Beauty was a concern for every woman, and given that the 3 striking girls of Shrek Academy held such high standards, they naturally did not wish to be outshone by others. What should I do, Su Ran? Xiao inquired, her large black eyes blinking curiously. They had only practiced one posture thus far, which, while not difficult, had become somewhat monotonous. First, kneel on the ground, Su Ran directed, recalling a more intimate position. If Tang San were to witness Xiao in such a pose, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Oh. Xiao complied without hesitation, kneeling on the ground. After all, Su Ran was her boyfriend and a rare beast. Kneeling before him was no issue. Lean your head back. Support yourself with your hands on the ground. Yes. Just like that, and raise your waist. Under Su Ran's guidance, Xiao knelt gracefully, her body forming a stunning arc. The high-waisted, form-fitting attire accentuated her smooth, flawless abdomen. Su Ran could not help but admire the astonishing flexibility of Xiao Wu's physique, which was truly exceptional. Is this correct, Su Ran? Xiao asked. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed into Su Ran's fervent eyes. A mixture of shyness and joy swelled within her. To be cherished by someone who gazed at her with such intensity was an indescribable happiness. At that moment, Tang San arrived at the training ground and caught sight of the scene. Xiao Wu knelt on the ground, hands supporting her weight, her waist arched beautifully, showcasing her exquisite figure. The gentle rise and fall of her chest and her slender waist created a striking vision of beauty. Yet, this beauty was marred by the presence of Su Ran. His right hand supported Xiao Wu's waist from below, while his left hand rested on her slightly exposed abdomen. The side of his hand, partially hidden by her form-fitting attire, suggested a depth of intimacy that sparked wild imaginings. What is Su Ran's hand doing? No one knows. However, upon witnessing this scene, Tang San was utterly infuriated. Chapter 108. Stop, release that girl. Seeing this unfold, Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. What is Su Ran doing? Su Ran is indeed using the pretext of training to take liberties with Xiao Wu. Furthermore, he has compelled her to adopt such an embarrassing posture. This position is utterly humiliating, and it is clear that Xiao Wu is only assuming it under Su Ran's coercion. Su Ran is truly shameless. Su Ran's request for Xiao Wu to assume such an alluring pose was one thing, but the audacity of his hand was quite another. What was he doing? Why did his hand venture beneath Xiao Wu's clothing? Was Su Ran once again indulging in inappropriate caresses? At that moment, under Tang San's scrutinizing gaze, Su Ran's palm, which was pressed against Xiao Wu's abdomen, seemed to be in a state of restless movement. The specifics of that motion were obscured by distance, leaving Tang San uncertain as to whether Su Ran was engaging in some indiscreet act through her attire. However, while he could not discern the actions of the hand above, he could clearly observe the movements of Su Ran's other hand below. Su Ran's hand, resting on Xiao Wu's slender waist, was slowly caressing her smooth, supple back, gradually descending, nearly grazing her pert figure. Witnessing this, Tang San was immediately consumed with rage. His body heaved violently, breaths coming in short gasps, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. At that moment, Xiao Wu shot a flustered glare at Su Ran, perplexed by his sudden impropriety. Previously, when Su Ran had assisted Ning Rongrong with yoga poses, there had been no such transgressions. However, now Su Ran's behavior was utterly shameless, brazenly taking liberties with her. Yet, as she glanced around, her gaze landed on Tang San, and she quickly comprehended his intentions. Su Ran was deliberately trying to provoke Tang San. Throughout the past 6 years, she had attended school alongside Tang San. Although their relationship remained platonic, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, which explained his current demeanor. With this realization, a sweet warmth blossomed in Xiao Wu's heart. Su Ran has always appeared indifferent to everything. 1,000,000 gold soul coins meant nothing to him, as he casually tossed them to her and Zhu Zhuqing. Was this truly what Su Ran cared about? Suddenly, Xiao Wu recalled Mu Bai. Due to the relationship between Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, Su Ran had harbored some discontent. Having beaten Mu Bai several times and eventually expelling him from Shrek Academy, Su Ran harbored a profound disdain for Mu Bai, and it was likely that his aversion towards Tang San was even more pronounced. After all, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, had once nearly brought him harm. Thus, Su Ran's contempt for Tang San was undoubtedly intensified. A myriad of emotions flickered through Xiao Wu's mind, and in an instant, she grasped Su Ran's intent. Regardless of Tang San's despicable and shameless nature, which held no relevance to her, if Su Ran found pleasure in it, then let it infuriate him. Darling Xiao Wu, you are simply remarkable. Your movements are impeccable. Allow me to assist you, Su Ran remarked with a smile. Withdrawing his hand from within Xiao Wu's clothing and placing both hands on her slender waist, intending to help her rise. Xiao Wu obediently nodded, allowing Su Ran to embrace her waist. Just as she was about to stand, her foot unexpectedly slipped, causing both her and Su Ran to tumble to the ground. In that instant, Xiao Wu's legs bent again as she knelt, her body leaning backward, while Su Ran was simultaneously drawn towards her, collapsing onto her. Xiao Wu let out a delicate cry. At that moment, her thighs nearly folded together, contorting into a position that would be unattainable for any other girl in the world. Yet, Xiao Wu, having undergone a rebirth as a soft-bone rabbit after 100,000 years, possessed an extraordinary level of flexibility. Thus, even in this near-limit position, she remained unperturbed. Su Ran comprehended the intentions of Xiao Wu, and without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss her delicate lips. To an outsider, this moment might appear as mere coincidence, yet both Su Ran and Xiao Wu shared a profound understanding, knowing precisely what was transpiring. Their intent was to provoke Tang San's ire. My precious Xiao Wu, you are truly obedient. Su Ran murmured sweet nothings during the kiss, words only Xiao Wu could decipher. He had not anticipated her enthusiastic cooperation, yet considering the circumstances, it seemed evident. In Xiao Wu's heart, Tang San's image had likely crumbled. To her, Tang San had transformed into a demon, coveting her soul rings and bones. She believed he had come to Shrek Academy solely for her and Su Ran. Thus, Xiao Wu was more than willing to assist Su Ran in vexing Tang San, although she did not fully grasp why their actions would incite Tang San's anger. She felt no inclination to ponder the matter deeply. After all, Tang San had pursued her since he was merely 6 years old, displaying a depth of calculation uncommon for one so young. What merit was there in studying such a person? All she needed to know was that Tang San was her adversary, while Su Ran was her beloved. The rest was inconsequential. No, it could not be this way. My Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes, devoid of emotion, fixated on the scene before him, his heart shattering within. He and Xiao Wu had never engaged in any intimate gestures. The most they had shared was a simple hand-holding. At that time, she had still been a little girl, not yet a young woman, and such gestures held no significance. As Xiao Wu matured into a young lady, a distance had grown between them. After she moved out of the 7th dormitory, their hand-holding had dwindled, let alone any kisses. Yet, why was it that Su Ran could do what he had never dared? Xiao Wu should have been his girlfriend. Without Su Ran, she would have been his. Her slender waist, her beautiful long legs, her smooth back, everything about her ought to belong to him. But what was Su Ran doing now? At that moment, Su Ran was firmly pressed against Xiao Wu, lost in their kiss. Stop. Release that girl. Tang San could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, shouting in fury. His gaze was icy as it bore down on Su Ran, and he felt an immense relief that he had come to check on Xiao Wu. Otherwise, she might have suffered at Su Ran's hands. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Nothing irreversible had transpired. Had he delayed any longer, the shameless rogue might have ravished Xiao Wu entirely. But now that he was here, he would not permit anyone to harm her. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect Xiao Wu. His desires were modest. All he sought was a place in her heart. If his selfless devotion could stir even the slightest ripple within her, it would suffice. Chapter 109. Without strength, do not pretend before me. Su Ran turned his gaze to Tang San, a glimmer of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Nevertheless, he lifted Xiao Wu from the ground. For her captivating beauty was not something he wished Tang San to behold too much. Su Ran's contemptuous and disdainful gaze ignited a fierce anger within Tang San, who glared fiercely at Su Ran. He began to suspect whether Su Ran was aware of his arrival, deliberately putting on an act for him. Regardless of Su Ran's intentions, he had thoroughly provoked Tang San. His beloved Xiao Wu, that exquisitely beautiful Xiao Wu, was being held beneath Su Ran, kissed by him. This was something he could never accept. What brings you here, Tang San? Before Su Ran could respond, Xiao Wu's voice, laced with icy fury, cut through the tension. Tang San had initially intended to seize her soul ring and soul bone, and now he seemed to have discovered their whereabouts by some means, directly pursuing them to Shrek Academy. Was Tang San truly so relentless? They had fled to Shrek Academy, yet he had followed them there. Tang San's obsession with her soul ring and soul bone was evident. Xiao Wu had yet to settle the score with him, and yet he dared to confront her so boldly. Perhaps Tang San's audacity stemmed from the presence of his father, the titled Douluo Tang Hao, who had accompanied him. Nevertheless, even with that support, Could Tang San truly believe he had the upper hand over her and Su Ran? Su Ran is a creature of auspicious omen. Should any calamity befall him, the ferocious beasts in the nearby soul beast gathering grounds will surely sense it. If Su Ran were to perish, they would not fare any better. Xiao Wu, I do not come to trouble you. I am here to offer a warning. Su Ran is nothing but a brute. Far from the paragon you envision him to be. Observe how he lured you away only to pursue numerous other women. If he truly cherished you, would he act in such a manner? Tang San felt his heart shatter as he met Xiao Wu's furious gaze, brimming with resentment. During the month following Xiao Wu's departure from Notting Academy, he attended school and practiced alone, during which he truly comprehended the profound place Xiao Wu held in his heart. In his 2 lifetimes, he had devoted himself to the intricate study of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques and hidden weapons. Xiao Wu was the first girl to step into his life. The moment she sweetly called him brother, he realized she was the one he would protect with his very life. As long as he existed, no one was permitted to harm Xiao Wu, unless he himself were to perish. Even if Xiao Wu did not reciprocate his feelings or wish to be with him, he would honor her wishes. However, he would never allow her to be with Su Ran. Su Ran is despicable and shameless. He is merely infatuated with Xiao Wu's physique and would never truly care for her. Xiao Wu, return to my side, will you? Su Ran is nothing but a demon. Even though Tang San believes that Xiao Wu cannot possibly come back to him before he eliminates Su Ran, he still wishes to try. For upon witnessing Xiao Wu's exquisite visage, a ripple of emotion stirred within his heart. After a month of separation, his longing for her had morphed into an intense obsession. In the face of this obsession, all rationality evaporated. All he desired was for Xiao Wu to be by his side. Without her, even if he stood atop the world, what would it matter? How absurd. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? Have you suddenly transformed into a tender-hearted person? How laughable. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her voice laced with fury as she stepped boldly towards Tang San, delivering a forceful kick. She could hardly fathom that Tang San, now more unscrupulous than before, would attempt to undermine her relationship with Su Ran. Was he truly waiting for her to sever ties with Su Ran before striking? Such foolishness. Su Ran is an imperial beast. Even if he harbored no feelings for her and acted against her, what of it? A sovereign commands their subjects to perish, and they must comply. Moreover, her bond with Su Ran was still strong. Tang San's Navi attempts to dismantle their connection through such vile means were utterly misguided. Yet, despite finding Tang San's actions laughable, Xiao Wu was revolted by him. She could tolerate any of his other despicable acts, but not the destruction of her relationship with Su Ran. That crossed a line. Tang San gritted his teeth, refusing to dodge, and was sent staggering back several meters from her kick. His obstinacy and feigned innocence only deepened Xiao Wu's anger. Was he pretending after deliberately trying to ruin her relationship? Xiao Wu, I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Tang San managed to force a smile, even as pain surged within him from her seething hatred. I don't care what you want. Today, I must teach you a lesson, Xiao Wu replied coldly, casting a fierce glance at Tang San. Just as she prepared to confront him, Su Ran pulled her back. He had never been one to hide behind a woman. Do not be angered. Such a person is not worth your ire, Su Ran said, enveloping Xiao Wu in his arms while casting a chilling gaze at Tang San. Oh, Xiao Wu pouted and subdued her fierce demeanor, curling up like a docile kitten in Su Ran's embrace. Su Ran, you had better behave. If Xiao Wu suffers any grievances in your presence, I shall not spare you, Tang San warned icily, witnessing Xiao Wu, who had just been furious with him, now nestled peacefully in Su Ran's arms, filled Tang San with agitation. Her starkly different attitudes towards them pierced his heart deeply. Tang San, I find your interference quite excessive. Do you really think I need to report my actions with my girlfriend to you? Who do you think you are? Su Ran replied coolly, his eyes narrowing at Tang San as he approached. It had been a long time since he had fought anyone, and he found himself yearning for the thrill of confrontation. Fortunate that Tang San had appeared. Su Ran, Tang San gasped, swiftly summoning his martial spirit. 2 yellow soul rings glimmered as numerous strands of blue-silver grass surged towards Su Ran. A useless martial spirit is just that, a useless martial spirit. Even with the blood of a sovereign, you are nothing but a waste, Su Ran murmured, charging toward Tang San without releasing his own martial spirit. The oncoming blue-silver grass was effortlessly torn apart by Su Ran's raw strength. With sheer force, all illusions crumble, he declared, delivering a powerful punch to Tang San's cheek. Bang! A muffled grunt echoed as Tang San was sent flying. It mattered not that Tang San possessed only 25 levels of soul power. Even if their strengths were equal, he would still be no match for Su Ran. Tang San, I am not fooled by your antics. When you pose before me, you must demonstrate true strength, Su Ran said, leaning over to scrutinize Tang San, who lay on the ground clutching his aching face. Without waiting for a response, Su Ran kicked him several meters away once more. Tang San moaned as he cradled his face and abdomen, overwhelmed by despair. Su Ran's power had grown far beyond his own, leaving him utterly helpless. Yet, even knowing he was outmatched, he could not stand idly by and watch Xiao Wu fall into the clutches of danger. He was a man, and he had his own dignity. Su Ran, you will pay for this. Tang San clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he watched Su Ran's retreating figure. His lower lip was bitten, crimson blood trickling down. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His focus remained fixed on Su Ran's silhouette, filled with hatred. He despised his own weakness, lamenting why he could not defeat Su Ran and reclaim Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Xiao Wu's attitude toward him had soured considerably, likely a consequence of Su Ran's influence. The more time she spent with Su Ran, the deeper she would be ensnared in his ideology, leading to an increasingly negative perception of Tang San. Chapter 110. Tang San, I wonder how you will address me in the future. Su Ran, one day I shall trample you beneath my feet, Tang San vowed, his fists clenched tightly. He was prepared for rigorous training, resolved to practice day and night until his strength matched Su Ran's, and then he would trample Su Ran into the ground mercilessly. He would reclaim Xiao Wu as well. No matter how poorly she viewed him now, it was merely a result of her being deceived by Su Ran. Once she awakened to the truth, regret would consume her. With this thought, Tang San's mood lifted slightly. The faint resentment he held toward Xiao Wu dissipated. She was not to blame for anything. When Xiao Wu learned the truth, she too would endure suffering and remorse. Tang San, nursing his aching body, made his way back to the dormitory, only to be struck anew by a piercing pain in his heart. Su Ran, are you all right? Does your hand hurt? Xiao Wu lay nestled against Su Ran, blinking her beautiful dark eyes as she gently massaged his hand, still warm from striking Tang San. Hearing her words, Su Ran broke into a silly grin. Xiao Wu's knack for provoking was growing stronger. Meanwhile, Tang San stood there, dumbfounded. He had been humiliated, his face swollen, yet Xiao Wu was unconcerned about his pain, instead fussing over Su Ran. He was the one who had been beaten, his cheek bruised, and yet Xiao Wu showed no care for his suffering. Previously, he had ignored his own pain. Now, it was undeniable. It hurts, of course it hurts. Help me massage it, Su Ran chuckled, allowing Xiao Wu to cradle his hand in her embrace. All right. Xiao Wu blinked playfully, a charming smile gracing her lips. After the two had walked away, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind. Su Ran, what on earth is happening? Zhu Zhuqing could not restrain her curiosity, ever since Master and Tang San had arrived. She had sensed that the relationship between Tang San and Su Ran was far from cordial, and now she was even more convinced of it. Previously, Xiao Wu and Tang San had been studying at Nodding Academy, where Xiao Wu possessed something that Tang San coveted, a treasure that could significantly augment his strength. To her surprise, Tang San had now followed them to Shrek Academy, evidently harboring new intentions toward Xiao Wu. Su Ran explained, indeed, Zhuqing, Rongrong, do not be deceived by his facade. I was once tricked by him. Tang San is an exceptional actor, and when he performs, he believes himself to be the aggrieved party. Do not let him ensnare you. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, simultaneously cautioning both Zhuqing and herself. If he dares to lay a hand on Xiao Wu again, I shall teach him a lesson. Zhu Zhuqing asserted, intertwining her arm with Xiao Wu's in a gesture of solidarity. She had harbored little fondness for Tang since the first time she witnessed him slandering Su Ran, and hearing of his sordid past only deepened her disdain. And I too. Should he dare to bully Rongrong, I will ensure he pays dearly, Ning Rongrong declared, patting her gently rising chest with a boldness that radiated camaraderie. She had come to regard Xiao Wu and Zhuqing as her dear sisters. After all, they were contemporaries, each possessing extraordinary talents and beauty, which naturally fostered a rapid bond among them. However, Su Ran, given your formidable strength, why not eliminate him directly? Ning Rongrong could not help but inquire, her gaze fixed upon Su Ran. Su Ran's talent is unparalleled, a sight rarely witnessed in a lifetime. With an innate soul power of level 9. She has already been hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. What then can be said of Su Ran's genius? A peerless aberration? Tang San is not so simple. He is a soul master with twin martial souls, one of which is the Haotian hammer. His father is the renowned Haotian Douluo, famous throughout the continent. Su Ran explained. Twin martial souls? Haotian Douluo? Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were taken aback. They finally understood why Su Ran could tolerate Tang San's reckless behavior. It turns out his background is so formidable. Furthermore, Tang San's talent is astonishingly high. On the entire continent, only the current Pope, Bibi Dong, possesses twin martial souls. Historically, the number of soul masters with twin martial souls recorded is fewer than 5. Tang San is indeed one of them. Does this not make you and Xiao Wu quite perilous? The Haotian Douluo is immensely powerful. Even the former Pope perished at his hands, Zhu Zhuqing inquired with concern. She disregarded the news of Tang San's twin martial souls, focusing solely on the Haotian Douluo. What if Tang San commands the Haotian Douluo to act against Su Ran? Ning Rongrong also expressed her unease. Inexplicably, upon learning of Su Ran's potential danger, her heart tightened. Do not worry about me. Even if the Haotian Douluo were to come, I would remain unharmed. I possess a trump card, should I employ it. I can contend even with the title Douluo, Su Ran said mysteriously, referring to the level 95 title Douluo strength experience card. By utilizing that card, he could maintain that title Douluo state for up to a day. This time, he would not find himself in a predicament similar to the last. What trump card? This time, even Xiao Wu could not suppress her curiosity. She knew that Su Ran, being a divine beast, might differ from their ordinary soul beast in transformation. Yet, she could not fathom how Su Ran could possibly contend with the title Douluo. It's a secret, one I cannot disclose for now. Now, go take your baths. Su Ran chuckled softly, playfully patting Xiao Wu's pert backside, urging her to proceed. Let us depart first. You may wait for us outside. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she shot Su Ran a playful glare before skipping off towards the dormitory. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. Only then realizing the alluring state they were in. Their garments were entirely drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies, accentuating their youthful curves. After the three departed, Su Ran returned to his dormitory, where a vibrant and robust blue-silver grass flourished on the balcony. This particular specimen was distinct from ordinary blue-silver grass, for its leaf edges shimmered with a golden hue. This exquisite plant was, of course, Ayin. Su Ran, adhering to his customary practice, dripped several drops of plant essence nurturing solution onto Ayin, who immediately erupted in a dazzling display of blue-golden light. Ah, Tang San. If only you were aware that your blue-silver grass spirit originates from here, I wonder what your reaction would be. Ayin is now in my possession, and she shall eventually become my woman. I can only imagine how you will refer to me then. Su Ran's fingers gently caressed the leaves of the blue-silver grass. A peculiar sensation coursing through Ayin's entire being, evoking an unusual feeling within her. Even in her current botanical state, Ayin retained her sensory capabilities. Not only was her tactile sense keen, but she also possessed a remarkable degree of visual acuity. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, his recent outrageous antics had not escaped Ayin's notice. As Ayin absorbed the nutrient solution completely, the golden radiance emanating from her leaves began to diminish. In that moment, Ayin appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary blue-silver grass. At least externally, she bore little difference from the common blue-silver grass lining the roadside, save for the faint golden patterns along the edges of the leaves that denoted her royal status among her kind, hinting at her extraordinary nature. Without access to superior plant nurturing solutions, Ayin would require a decade to regain her former vitality, Su Ran murmured. After witnessing Ayin's unparalleled beauty, he resolved to ensure her revival. With his current identity as a mystical beast, once Ayin was restored, she could be welcomed into his harem. Presently, Ayin harbored deep resentment towards Tang Hao. Should Ayin regain her strength, she would not need Su Ran's intervention to confront Tang Hao. Of course, Ayin was no match for Tang Hao, but she could expose his vile deeds to the world, thus unmasking the grotesque facade he had maintained, leading to his disgrace. A man who exploits his wife to gain strength could hardly expect respect from others. In that scenario, Tang Xiao would also likely take action against Tang Hao, as he too held affection for Ayin. Years ago, both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao had been enamored with Ayin, with Tang Xiao ultimately stepping aside. The relationship among Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Ayin bore resemblance to that of Lu Erlong and her companions. However, if Tang Xiao were to learn of Ayin's dire plight at the hands of Tang Hao, how would he react? At that point, should Ayin incite further agitation, it was likely that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao would engage in a fraternal conflict. Ayin, the outcome of this matter rests entirely upon you. Su Ran cradled the pot containing Ayin as he made his way to the quarters of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. As a rough man, he was ill-suited to care for Ayin, and the thought of neglecting her watering duties, causing her to wither, was unacceptable. Ayin had already become his intended concubine, and he could not allow any misfortune to befall her. The dormitory shared by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing was far more exquisite than Su Ran's own. The myriad of feminine belongings were meticulously organized, presenting no hint of disarray. Just then, Xiao Wu emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate white spaghetti-strap dress, her long legs and slender, fair arms fully exposed. In her hand, she held a pink handkerchief, drying her damp hair. Su Ran, you're here, she greeted him. Her expression devoid of surprise, accustomed as she was to his frequent visits. Initially, she had felt shy, but soon grew unperturbed by his presence. However, after several encounters where she had inadvertently been caught emerging from the bathroom, she and Zhu Zhuqing now refrained from dressing too revealingly during the day, for fear that Su Ran might take liberties with them. Although they were indeed a couple, they still hesitated to display any affection in the presence of others. Ah, where is Qing? Su Ran inquired casually as he took a seat at Zhu Zhuqing's desk. She's in the shower. Why? Are you hoping to join her? Xiao Wu teased, her large, enchanting eyes sparkling as she cast a playful glance toward the bathroom. Oh, Su Ran turned his gaze toward the bathroom, where a clothes rack outside displayed several garments in pink and black. Zhuqing favored black attire, while Xiao Wu preferred shades of pink. The sound of running water from within the bathroom invited the imagination. However, I believe my Xiao Wu is the more alluring of the two, Su Ran joked, playfully pushing Xiao Wu onto her pink bed, causing the bow-tied straps of her dress to slip from her shoulders. Su Ran suddenly took Xiao Wu's smooth, white shoulder into his mouth. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, Xiao Wu noticed the sound of water in the bathroom seemed to diminish, jolting her back to clarity. Su Ran, stop. Zhu Qing is about to come out. With the last vestiges of her strength, Xiao Wu forcefully pushed him away and exclaimed, Su Ran, that shameless lecher, was still making advances while Zhu Zhuqing remained in the room. So what if Zhu Zhuqing comes? After all, you are both my treasures. Besides, you all reside in the same dormitory. What have you not seen of each other? Su Ran shamelessly retorted. Xiao Wu had just finished her shower, and a faint scent of milk lingered on her skin, reminiscent of the aroma of infants just a few months old. This unique fragrance that belonged solely to Xiao Wu captivated Su Ran. No. If you continue like this, I will be angry, Xiao Wu pouted, casting him an irritated glare. She was well aware of Su Ran's intentions. However, as soon as she sensed his shameless thoughts, both she and Zhu Zhuqing would resolutely resist and deny him any opportunity. For in recent days, she had discerned a pattern. Once a boundary was crossed, it would lead to another. If she were to relent even once, both she and Zhu Zhuqing would be in dire straits. Su Ran, you bad person. You wish for me and Zhu Zhuqing to join you? Dream on. She and Zhu Zhuqing would never acquiesce to his demands. Very well then, Su Ran conceded, recognizing her resolve. He had always respected the wishes of women and would never coerce Zhu Zhuqing or Xiao Wu into anything. Love should possess a semblance of possessiveness. Yet it must not veer into selfishness. Su Ran gently cradled Xiao Wu's delicate form in his lap, allowing her to rest peacefully in his embrace. He rested his chin upon her fragrant shoulder, his fingers gliding over her exquisite collarbone. Su Ran, did you come over for a reason? And what else with the pot of grass? Surely, you don't think I still graze on grass? Xiao Wu remarked with discontent, eyeing the pot of blue silver grass on the ground. Blue silver grass is everywhere. You wouldn't dare think to use this as a potted plant, would you? Of course not. Do you notice anything unusual about this particular blue silver grass? Su Ran smiled. Is there something different about this blue silver grass? Xiao Wu inquired, surprised, as she swung her legs playfully in the air while seated on Su Ran's knee. No, this isn't ordinary blue silver grass. This is the blue silver emperor, she exclaimed in astonishment. As a soft-bone rabbit who had lived in the Douluo forest for 100,000 years, she was well acquainted with this plant and its spirit beast, although she couldn't comprehend why the gold hue, symbolizing the blue silver emperor, would appear on such a modest plant. There was no doubt regarding its identity. By the way, blue silver emperor, could this be Sister Ayin? Xiao Wu trembled with excitement, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Ran. Is Sister Ayin still alive? Though blue silvergrass is the most common plant on the continent, its vitality is incredibly tenacious. It's not so easy for the 100,000-year blue silver emperor to perish, Su Ran explained with a chuckle. Is this truly Sister Ayin? Xiao Wu was ecstatic, jumping off Su Ran's lap and exclaiming joyfully. Although the soft-bone rabbit and blue silvergrass were natural enemies, their long-standing friendship had blossomed during the ages spent together in the Douluo forest. Yes, after Tang Hao harmed Ayin and offered her as a sacrifice, I rescued her from a dark cave where she was left to wither away, Su Ran revealed. The name Douluo filled Xiao Wu's eyes with a chilling murderous intent. Repeating the name, her dark eyes flickered with a hint of red. Her hatred for Douluo and Tang San was only slightly less than that of the being from the spirit hall. In her heart, if she were to rank her most despised individuals, the first would be the Pope of the Spirit Hall, followed by Tang San and Tang Hao. Do not worry. I shall always be here for you. I will assist you, Su Ran reassured her, taking Xiao Wu's hand. Though he would not let go of a woman like Bibi Dong, he believed that one day he could resurrect Xiao Wu's mother, Aro, thus resolving their conflicts. Feeling Su Ran's presence, the deep-seated hatred within Xiao Wu began to fade. Su Ran, as the Emperor's spirit beast, was a being of unparalleled power. If he claimed he could help her, she believed he would indeed do so. Sister Ayin, do you still remember me? Xiao Wu knelt down, gently caressing Ayin's leaves, which affectionately curled around her fingers, indicating that Ayin sensed her presence. Ayin and Xiao Wu, who are you conversing with? Zhu Zhuqing emerged in a black halter dress, her figure accentuated by the well-fitted garment, her long hair tied back with a black ribbon. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, who was joyfully interacting with the blue silver grass. This is Sister Ayin, Xiao Wu pouted, glancing at Su Ran for confirmation before continuing. Sister Ayin. Who is Sister Ayin? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, curiosity piqued. The name seemed familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had heard it. Zhu Zhuqing, you haven't heard? 12 years ago, a 100,000-year spirit beast astonished the entire continent. In fact, the former Pope of the Spirit Hall died because of this spirit beast. A 100,000-year spirit beast. Are you referring to Douluo's wife, Ayin? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Indeed, this is Sister Ayin, Xiao Wu nodded. Xiao Wu then recounted the events of the past, causing Zhu Zhuqing's expression to shift dramatically. She had not anticipated the profound conspiracy hidden behind the love story of Douluo and the 100,000-year blue silver emperor. But how does Xiao Wu know all this? Zhu Zhuqing pondered. Zhuqing, I am also a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. Tang San pursued me because of my spirit rings and bones, which is why he came to Shrek Academy. This is also why Su Ran and I harbor such disdain for him, Xiao Wu continued. So that's how it is. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, momentarily dazed. After all, a 100,000-year spirit beast was a legendary existence. One could go a lifetime without encountering one. The rarity of a 100,000-year beast returning to human form was unparalleled. And to think that such a being was among her daily companions was astonishing. Zhuqing, will you dislike me because of this? Xiao Wu pouted, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing with innocent eyes. The watery glimmer in her eyes stirred even Su Ran's heart, making it difficult for him to resist the urge to feel sympathy. Although he knew that this was one of Xiao Wu's signature tactics, every time he witnessed her in such a state, both he and Zhu Zhuqing felt their resolve weaken. Xiao Wu, how could that be? You are my dearest friend. We have lived together for so long, understanding each other's depths. How could I possibly dislike you because of your identity? If anyone should be worried, it should be me. After all, you are 100,000-year spirit beast. Your status and position far surpass mine, Zhu Zhuqing replied, squatting beside Xiao Wu and stroking a yin's leaves. Oh Yin, as if reciprocating Xiao Wu's affection, curled her leaves around Zhu Zhuqing's fingers. Though Yin and Zhu Zhuqing were not particularly familiar, Yin had seen Zhu Zhuqing plenty of times in Su Ran's dormitory, and thus felt no sense of strangeness. Zhuqing, you truly want to mind? Xiao Wu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of uncertainty. Despite their close bond, a subtle barrier lingered between them. Since discovering Tang San's true nature, she had grown wary of the world around her. Although her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had blossomed into that of sisters due to Su Ran, she still bore some reservation. Mind what? We are all part of Su Ran's world. What is there to mind? Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, not taking Xiao Wu's identity to heart. Since Su Ran entered her life, he had become her most cherished possession. Beyond him, her family and Xiao Wu held equal importance. In her heart, she regarded Xiao Wu as family. While others might harbor greed upon learning of Xiao Wu's status, she held no such inclinations. Ultimately, she cherished the time spent with Su Ran above all else. Yet she wouldn't cling to him daily. Often, when Su Ran sought her out, she would even refuse his advances. Su Ran is a prodigious talent destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Naturally, she will not permit anything to hinder Su Ran's cultivation or cause harm to her body. The disparity in their innate gifts is too vast, and it is evident that she cannot accompany Su Ran or fight alongside her in the future. All she can do is strive to minimize any impact on Su Ran. However, let us not dwell on such matters. It is already quite late. Perhaps Su Ran should interrupt the two of them and reach out to embrace their waists. His gaze roams over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both clad in loose, strapless dresses that sway enticingly with their movements, stirring a restless yearning within Su Ran. How shameless! Su Ran, you insufferable rogue! The two women exclaim in unison, their voices laced with indignation, even as Su Ran envelopes them in his embrace. Instantly, a flurry of playful punches rains down upon him. What is there to be embarrassed about? I am here to help dissolve the barriers between sisters. Chapter 113. Ning Rongrong's heart awakened several hours later. Su Ran found himself unceremoniously ejected from the dormitory by the combined efforts of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. However, he had emerged only after satisfying his hunger. After all, with Su Ran's stubborn disposition, even if Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were to vehemently oppose him and refuse, he would still do what he deemed necessary. Su Ran is not the type of indecisive person when the moment of truth arrives. He will not heed the whims of his daughter. While he may indulge her in everyday matters, can she still speak such nonsense when the trousers are already off? At this moment, as the night deepens, the twinkling stars adorn the earth with a silvery frost. Although the hour is late, under the radiant moonlight, the surroundings remain as bright as day. Su Ran stretched his arms wide and indulged in a leisurely yawn. Having just completed an intense workout, he felt no trace of drowsiness. Beneath the starry night, the darkness resembled daylight. Su Ran, clad in a sleek black attire, wielded the god-slaying sword with a grace that allowed him to move with agility, the blade shimmering with brilliance. Perhaps it was an illusion. Or perhaps it was the nocturnal ambience. But Su Ran's swordsmanship exuded an air of lofty pride, as if he were poised atop a peak, surveying the lesser mountains below. Although he stood before one, he seemed to occupy a distant, solitary pinnacle, a disconcerting distance that drove one to the brink of madness. As Su Ran immersed himself in the dance of his sword, a stunning maiden adorned in a delicate blue gown arrived at the scene. Her ears were adorned with light-colored crystal earrings, and her flowing hair was intricately braided and cascaded down her back. The exquisite blue dress, complemented by form-fitting pure white stockings, accentuated her graceful figure. Though not voluptuous, her delicate charm and ethereal aura were enough to captivate any observer. Ning Rongrong, the esteemed young lady of the affluent seven-treasure glazed tile sect, possessed a refinement and grace that neither Zhu Zhuqing nor Xiao Wu could claim. This innate nobility was unfeigned. Were she to don a more elaborate attire, even in Suodo City, her lineage would be unmistakable. Tonight, sleep eluded her. During training earlier, she found herself entranced, adopting poses before Su Ran, allowing him to manipulate her form with an unsettling ease. What was happening to her? Her emotions were in turmoil. She had always been willful yet maintained her virtue. Since she could remember, aside from her father and two grandfathers, no other man had ever touched her. Yet today, Su Ran had crossed that boundary without any sign of her anger. This unnerved her. She should have been infuriated. Why did she find no distaste in his actions? In fact, when Su Ran reached for her, she even caught glimpses of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu watching her, which sent a thrilling rush through her, an exhilarating mix of shame and excitement that lingered within her. As she pondered, her delicate feet, adorned with exquisite blue crystal shoes, playfully kicked the stones on the path. Was that Su Ran? Her beautiful eyes widened as the sound of slicing air drew her attention. The night was deep, filled with the symphony of chirping insects, and the sharp sounds of the sword were especially pronounced. Leaning against a grand tree, she gazed towards Su Ran, who appeared to be in perfect harmony, his foundational sword techniques seemingly melding seamlessly in this moment. Was this the true Su Ran? His extraordinary swordplay, coupled with his ethereal movements, dazzled Ningrongrong. Su Ran's countenance was already striking, but in the act of wielding his sword, he emanated a unique gallantry. It was not just Ningrongrong. Even a man would feel overshadowed in his presence. His sword techniques, while seemingly lacking in complexity, were deceptively profound. Each stroke was a masterclass in simplicity, slashes, cuts, thrusts, all executed without superfluous motion, yet when combined, they evoked admiration. The foundational sword techniques he executed, distilled from the experiences of countless swordsmen over millennia, had been a reward from a recent quest. Su Ran understood the principle of simplicity and mastery. These basic moves formed the bedrock of countless formidable sword arts. Mastery over these foundational techniques equated to an understanding of countless others, as the system had informed him. The techniques were akin to Su Ran's self-created soul skills, condensing his soul power into his sword, unleashing these streamlined strikes with considerable lethality. To him, mastering these techniques meant he could effortlessly defeat any opponent below the Soul King rank without even resorting to soul rings or skills. Moments passed, and Su Ran's eyes sparkled with intensity. He leaped gracefully, and with a flicker of his sword, he cleaved a terrifying scar approximately 5 inches deep and 6 feet long into the stone before him. One could only imagine the devastation had that strike landed upon a person. Even a Soul King would be cleaved in twain. Ningrongrong gazed in awe, her expression softening. Could this be Su Ran's self-created soul skill? Such a display evoked memories of her grandfather, the sword master, who was renowned across the continent, wielding the 7 killing sword spirit, rivaling even the might of the renowned Haotian hammer. If her grandfather were to learn of another sword genius on the continent akin to himself, he would surely be elated, cherishing the discovery. She recalled her grandfather's lingering regret of never encountering a sword-wielding soul master of equal strength. He had often remarked that certain understandings could only be grasped by those who had attained the rank of title Douluo with the sword spirit. Although Su Ran had yet to achieve that rank, she perceived a reflection of her grandfather in him. Indeed, there were aspects in which she sensed Su Ran's comprehension surpassed that of her grandfather. Whether it was the carefree elegance with which Su Ran wielded his sword or the profound pride he exhibited, he possessed a unique aura that defined a true swordsman. Suddenly, a thought struck Ningrongrong. Su Ran had not yet joined a sect, had he? What would happen if he were to join the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Surely, her father and her grandfather would commend her for such an illustrious companion. Su Ran, a prodigious talent, may one day surpass even Grandmaster Jin in strength. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, being a supportive sect, lacks combat prowess as the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda does not possess offensive capabilities. They have consistently needed to attract formidable soul masters to maintain the sect's prominence. Often, while the 7 Treasures Glazed sect appears resplendent, numerous challenges lurk beneath the surface. Currently, the 2 guardians of the sect, Grandmaster Jin and Grandmaster Gu, although powerful, stand as the only title Douluo. There are no other title Douluo within the sect, nor are there any soul Douluo above the 85th level. Even she cannot deny that both Grandmaster Jin and Grandmaster Gu are aging, and inevitably, there will come a day when they depart from this world. Who will then safeguard the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? Should the sect lose its title Douluo, its enviable supportive abilities may lead them into perilous circumstances. However, what if she could successfully entice Su Ran to join their ranks? Su Ran's innate talent is remarkable, complemented by his formidable sword martial soul. The most crucial factor is his youth. Should he become a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect would undoubtedly remain secure for the next 2 centuries. Rongrong, what are you doing here? Su Ran's sudden voice pierced the night as he emerged from behind Ningrongrong. Observing her exquisitely delicate attire, Su Ran couldn't help but express admiration. This must be the true essence of Ningrongrong. Earlier, when she visited Shrek Academy, she wore a simple white dress. But now her refined appearance revealed an elegance that was both profound and striking. Huh? Su Ran? Ningrongrong was startled by a sudden presence, her heart racing as she instinctively patted her slightly trembling chest. Ningrongrong's figure was commendable, not as exaggerated as Zhu Zhuqing's, yet still boasting AB size, comparable to that of her peers. Given her potential, it's likely that her figure will not fall short of Zhu Zhuqing's in the future. While Zhu Zhuqing possesses an attractive physique, the Zhu family's genes tend to mature early, suggesting that her development may not progress much further. In contrast, Ningrongrong is at a pivotal stage of growth, and she is likely to rival Zhu Zhuqing in stature as time unfolds. In comparison, Xiao Wu remains quite petite. Her figure is hardly more substantial than a dumpling. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's legs are a sight to behold, long and elegantly shaped. Rongrong, are you here in the dead of night to secretly watch me? Su Ran asked with a teasing smile, his hands resting against the grand tree behind Ningrongrong, effectively cornering her. Huh? How could that be? I simply couldn't sleep and decided to take a stroll, Ningrongrong stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed into the handsome face of Su Ran, which was mere inches from her own, causing her heart to flutter. The warm, moist breath of Su Ran brushed against her cheeks and neck, creating a tantalizing sensation. In that moment, she could hardly bear to look at him. She turned her head away, revealing only her delicate and fair profile. Oh, is that so? Su Ran smiled, gently grasping Ning Rongrong's alabaster chin. Aligning her face so that her eyes met his gaze directly, Su Ran's deep black eyes caused Ning Rongrong's delicate body to tremble slightly, a blush spreading across her entire form. As the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never encountered a boy who dared to treat her in such a manner. Yet, the one before her was Su Ran, a rare and extraordinary talent seldom seen in a millennium on the Douluo Continent. Given Su Ran's remarkable character, Ning Rongrong felt not a trace of resistance within her. Instead, she was enveloped in a gentle shyness befitting a young lady. What is Su Ran intending to do? The night has deepened, and does Su Ran wish to kiss her? Ning Rongrong's heart races wildly. In this moment, it feels as though the world around them has fallen silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths. The surrounding stillness accentuates the palpable tension between them. As she gazes at Su Ran's increasingly close visage, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she instinctively closes her eyes. Uncertain of her own feelings, she realizes she has never kissed anyone before and remains oblivious to what such an experience entails. With her eyes shut, she anxiously awaits Su Ran's approach. She cannot identify the nature of her emotions towards him. Yet the thought of rejecting a kiss from such an extraordinary talent seems utterly unfathomable. She waits with bated breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Rongrong, what are you doing? You have a fallen leaf in your hair. Let me remove it for you, Su Ran remarked, holding a withered leaf from an ancient tree. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes and gazed at Su Ran, who wore a nonchalant expression. A slight tremor ran through her delicate frame. Her heart a tumult of embarrassment and anger, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Had she truly misunderstood? Was it merely her own fanciful inclinations? Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip with frustration, and in an instant, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Moments later, the tears cascaded down, plopping softly onto the ground. Su Ran, you scoundrel. Throughout her life, Ning Rongrong had never endured such indignity. Was Su Ran truly so oblivious? At such a moment, could her allure be so insignificant? Curse Su Ran, detestable Su Ran. She resolved to inform her father, grandfather Jian, and grandfather Gu about Su Ran's transgressions. He would surely regret it then. Ning Rongrong pouted. Choosing silence as tears continued to stream down her cheeks. Her eyes fixed intently on Su Ran, as if he had committed some grievous offense against her. Given Ning Rongrong's proud nature, being mocked would undoubtedly leave her feeling profoundly ashamed. Had it been anyone else, her temper would have flared, but against Su Ran, she could muster no ill feelings, only the solitude of her silent tears. Hey, is this really happening? You're crying? Su Ran said, feeling a pang of awkwardness, realizing he may have gone too far. All right, enough of the tears. I admit my mistake. How about I perform a magic trick as a gesture of apology? Su Ran could not bear to see a girl in tears, especially when it came to Ning Rongrong, whose delicate demeanor masked a facade of strength. This sight softened Su Ran's heart, and he had no choice but to offer his sincerest apologies. Su Ran's words captured Ning Rongrong's attention, and she ceased her tears, though her body still trembled with sobs, evoking a sense of compassion. What is magic? Ning Rongrong asked softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, and the traces of tears on her beautiful face dispelled any thoughts of malice. Magic is, just watch closely. Su Ran cradled a withered old leaf in both hands. Under Ning Rongrong's gaze, he shook it gently a few times before suddenly releasing it. In that instant, Ning Rongrong was momentarily entranced. Hundreds of luminescent fireflies erupted from the palms of Su Ran's hands, illuminating the surroundings with a soft glow. The fireflies swirled around her and Su Ran, gradually drifting towards the horizon. The beauty of this scene was nothing short of enchanting. Ning Rongrong stood there in astonishment, extending her delicate arm as the fireflies gently settled upon her palm. Unable to resist, she cast a gaze towards Su Ran, her watery eyes softening with warmth. Chapter 115. What I desire is this. Hey, Su Ran, where are you going? Ning Rongrong inquired. Having played with the fireflies for a while, and noticing Su Ran moving towards the outside, she couldn't help but follow him. I'll accompany you. I can't sleep either, she declared, hastily catching up to Su Ran as they walked side by side. Su Ran, do you often practice at night? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. She rarely observed Su Ran practicing, and he often refrained from participating in the training arranged by their teacher, sometimes even training them instead. Previously, she had harbored many doubts. How could someone so seemingly lazy possess such high cultivation? Now, it dawned on her that Su Ran had been utilizing their sleeping hours to engage in his own training. Su Ran is not lazy. It is merely that they have not recognized her efforts. That is all. Su Ran had always utilized the time when they were asleep to cultivate his skills. Perhaps this tranquil environment was indeed the most suitable for him. He raised an eyebrow, reflecting that usually at this hour, he would either be resting with Xiao Wu or with Zhu Zhuqing. Tonight marked the first instance of him practicing swordsmanship in the dead of night. If I find it difficult to sleep in the future, may I come and watch you practice? Ning Rongrong inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. When Su Ran practiced, his movements were truly ethereal. No, he replied. I prefer not to be disturbed while practicing. Consider today an exception. It shall not happen again. Without a moment's contemplation, Su Ren outright rejected the idea. Such diligence was uncharacteristic of him. He typically practiced only occasionally. This physique was a gift from the system, inherently possessing remarkable attributes, allowing him to grasp concepts with minimal effort. There was no necessity for arduous training. As for physical conditioning, his constitution rendered ordinary exercises virtually ineffective. If such training bore substantial benefits, those fierce beasts would not remain in slumber for countless years. Wouldn't constant repose weaken the body? In truth, the constitution of soul beasts differs fundamentally from that of humans. Am I not capable as well? Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment as she gazed at Su Ran's remarkably handsome face illuminated by the moonlight, and impulsively inquired. However, the moment the words left her lips, regret washed over her. It seemed that Su Ran bore no significant connection to her at present. Although Su Ran had nearly explored every facet of her being, their relationship appeared to have settled into that of ordinary friends. To be precise, Su Ran was now her teaching assistant, a figure akin to a mentor. Su Ran and she are merely friends with a student-teacher relationship. Beyond that, there is nothing more. Is her statement not a tad too intimate? They are not lovers, after all. No, that won't do. Su Ran smiled faintly. Oh, Ning Rongrong pouted. If it won't do, then so be it. By the way, Su Ran, have you joined a sect yet? Would you consider joining our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Our sect is currently the most powerful among the top 3 sections. Moreover, we are immensely wealthy, with businesses flourishing in various locations. If you were to join us, you would never have to worry about cultivation resources. Additionally, there are titled Douluo experts who can assist you in acquiring soul rings. Ning Rongrong proudly patted her chest as she spoke. Ever since the Haotian sect closed its doors and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect began to decline, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has subtly emerged as stronger than the other 2 sections. In terms of financial power, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is unparalleled, rightfully earning the title of the wealthiest sect in the world. Even in a place like Soto City, the Ning family's enterprises are evident. However, their family's numerous ventures are so extensive that even she cannot keep track of their specific holdings in Soto City. After all, she is still quite young and has yet to reach the stage of managing family affairs. Nonetheless, the wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is acknowledged by both empires. Never mind. I am accustomed to my freedom and prefer not to join any sect. Su Ran, observing Ning Rongrong's exuberance, poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. No matter how rich the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is, it has little relevance to him. In Su Ran's eyes, wealth holds the least value, at least for him. Many of the things he requires cannot be bought with money. However, even if you join a sect, you can still enjoy your freedom. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will not impose excessively upon you. Ning Rongrong grasped Su Ran's hand, pulling it close to her chest, and declared resolutely. Since the conversation had reached this point, she was determined not to let Su Ran leave so easily. As the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she felt it was her duty to contribute to the sect's prosperity. Su Ran was determined to win over such a prodigy at any cost. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong's well-developed figure, and as she held his hand tightly, he could not help but notice her physique. While her form might not rival Zhu Zhuqing's, it was still quite admirable, especially as she was merely a young girl. Joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was certainly an option, though he had his own stipulations. Su Ran looked at Ning Rongrong and smiled. If he were to establish a harem with Ning Rongrong, it would undoubtedly grant him another wave of skill points. What are your requirements? Ning Rongrong asked eagerly. As long as you are willing to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I can provide you with anything you desire. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to the predatory gleam in Su Ran's eyes. Otherwise, she might have refrained from making such an enthusiastic offer. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Though our rules are quite stringent at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are an exceptional talent and will undoubtedly have privileges. Here, you can do as you please. Ning Rongrong replied in a soft voice. What about you, my lady Ning Rongrong? Su Ran inquired, his gaze fixated on her. A delicate fragrance wafted from her. A unique scent that was distinctly hers. Next time, please refrain from wearing perfume. I am not fond of that aroma, Su Ran stated. His intense gaze rendering Ning Rongrong momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Su Ran's request. What did it mean that he wanted her? Did he actually have feelings for her? Her heart raced, and her mind fell into a blank, unable to process his words. At that moment, Su Ran tilted his head and pressed a fervent kiss against Ning Rongrong's smooth neck and delicate collarbone. The warmth of his breath against her skin made her body go weak, leaving her devoid of strength. What I desire is this. Chapter 116. Ning Rongrong's heart is given. Su Ran gently caressed Ning Rongrong's neck with one hand while resting the other on her smooth back, passionately kissing her neck and cheek. A soft whimper escaped Ning Rongrong's throat, an involuntary sound that betrayed her confusion. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, caught off guard by such an encounter. Should she reject Su Ran? Yet, the thought pained her. Deep down, despite her reluctance to admit it, she realized she had likely developed feelings for the charming rogue before her, who already had 2 girlfriends. Su Ran's innate talent and character surpassed that of his peers, and their similar ages only intensified her feelings. In truth, the moment she learned of Su Ran's exceptional abilities from Flandre, a spark had ignited within her. However, upon discovering his existing relationships, she buried those thoughts deep within her heart. Yet, with each of Su Ran's playful provocations, her hidden emotions flared back to life. After all, Ning Rongrong was still just a girl. Despite her boldness within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had always maintained a respectful distance from the opposite sex. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone like Su Ran. It was remarkable that she could withstand his teasing. Ning Rongrong, she murmured softly, calling out his name. Held in Su Ran's embrace, her entire being softened, the delicate curve of her waist surrendering to him. Don't speak. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ran pressed his lips against her tender ones, silencing her unspoken words. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at Su Ran, her eyes reflecting a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Su Ran, what did that mean? She asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I said, if you want me to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school, it's possible, Su Ran replied, holding her close, his fingers lightly tracing her alabaster chin. But there's a condition. You must be mine. He had no intention of joining the seven-treasure glazed tile school without a personal incentive. While the school was indeed formidable, he did not require a powerful ally. Moreover, given the current precarious situation of the school, especially after the Haotian school had secluded itself, the Spirit Hall had been increasingly active across the continent. Presently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect relied solely on the strength of Yu Yuanjin, while the seven-treasure glazed tile school had only the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo to defend it, rendering them insignificant against the 20 or more title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall boasted 9 or more title Douluo ranked at level 95 just in their worship hall, with Qian Daolu at 99 and Jin E Douluo at 98. If he truly sought a powerful ally, he would not consider the seven-treasure glazed tile school. The Zhu family would suffice. Although they lacked formidable warriors, they possessed an army. Unless one was a top-tier powerhouse, being surrounded by countless soldiers would lead to exhaustion and eventual demise. Thus, the only allure the seven-treasure glazed tile school held for him was Ning Rongrong. Furthermore, adding another to his harem would significantly enhance his skill points, which he currently lacked. What say you? Do you disagree? Su Ran inquired, his hands gently massaging her slender waist. Although framed as a question, his tone left no room for refusal. He was inherently selfish. Even if the woman he desired had affections for another, he would not relinquish her. He would claim her body, if not her heart. He was not the type to remain indifferent while witnessing the woman he cherished in another's embrace. He would pursue what he desired with relentless determination. Should he be unable to possess her fully, he would still keep her close. I disagree, Ning Rongrong retorted, her voice a mix of pride and vexation, stirred by Su Ran's domineering tone. Very well, I shall proceed here and now, Su Ran declared, placing his hand on her shoulder, feigning an advance towards her. Su Ran's words startled Ning Rongrong, causing her to jump in surprise, and she couldn't help but silently curse his shamelessness. Su Ran is undeniably a prodigious talent, possessing an extraordinary gift. However, what accounts for his utter shamelessness? He is, quite frankly, more lecherous than any man she has ever encountered before. Su Ran was akin to a man who had never known the satisfaction of a full meal. Despite already having 2 girlfriends, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, he remained insatiably greedy. This cannot continue. If you dare to lay a hand on me here, I will truly be angered. Should you persist in your advances, I shall never acknowledge you again, Ning Rongrong declared. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stepped back a few paces to distance herself from Su Ran. Observing the fervent gaze in Su Ran's eyes, she felt a genuine concern that he might indeed act upon his desires. After all, she still considered herself a pure maiden and did not wish to surrender her innocence prematurely, regardless of her feelings for Su Ran. What then? I shall acquiesce to your request, but I am not yet prepared for such a step, Ning Rongrong confessed, casting a furtive glance at Su Ran before hastily lowering her head. Deep within her heart, she harbored a nebulous affection for him, previously suppressed. Now, in this candid moment with Su Ran, a flicker of joy sparked within her, though this delight remained concealed beneath the delicate veneer of her femininity. Too shy to be openly expressed. What kind of preparation? Su Ran teased, feigning indifference as he continued to jest with Ning Rongrong. What else could it be? It is exactly that, she murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment. After a prolonged struggle to articulate her thoughts, she resorted to pinching Su Ran's arm in frustration as a means of venting her feelings. Su Ran, despite his profound understanding, had just been contemplating engaging in an act of shameful intimacy, yet here he was, feigning innocence. Where did you women learn such tactics? Why is it that every one of you employs the same methods? Su Ran's face twitched slightly. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would pinch him when angered, though not with excessive force. What intrigued him was the origin of these women's tactics. A pinch here, a scratch there, and a kick to the groin. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing and the others merely resorted to pinching. A kick would undoubtedly present considerable challenges to their future blissful existence. How many other women are you involved with outside? Ning Rongrong inquired, her beautiful eyes filled with discontent as she regarded Su Ran. This lecherous man must have bullied numerous other pretty girls while out and about. Apart from Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, did Su Ran have other confidants? None. For now, it's only you, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, Su Ran clarified. Having traversed into the Douluo Continent for merely a month or two, he did wish to engage with the likes of Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and Qianren Shui. Yet even as a master of time management, he found it challenging to carve out the necessary time. Nevertheless, the days ahead were long. He would take his time, advancing steadily and methodically, and eventually attain everything he desired. He had always been a steadfast advocate of the harem, and he was determined to establish a grand harem on the Douluo Continent. Only by cultivating a harem could he amass abundant skill points, grow stronger, and find joy. 3 is but a modest number, a far cry from the 3,000 beauties of a harem. Chapter 117. Only after arriving at the 7 treasure glazed tile school could one proceed. Only temporarily? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Su Ran, instantly seizing upon the significant wording in his statement. If there were merely 3 now, did it not imply that many more would follow? There may not be any others in the future, Su Ran replied with a cheerful smile. A man's words are often deceitful. One must grow accustomed to it. Ning Rongrong retorted with a disapproving glance at Su Ran. She had come to understand him. Su Ran was indeed a notorious flirt. This revelation left her at a loss for words. Had he not been so unfaithful, they would not have found themselves together. However, with such a notorious reputation, it was certain that women would continue to surround him. Let us not dwell on these matters. Future events can be discussed later. We must live in the present, Su Ran suggested, deftly shifting the conversation. With aspirations of establishing a harem, he would certainly not relinquish the prospect of other beautiful women. It was not his style to forsake an entire forest for a single green leaf. Being adults, why complicate matters with endless choices? Naturally, he desired them all. Very well. When will you return with me to the 7 treasure glazed tile school? If you wish to pursue that matter, you must first gain my father's approval. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, Ning Rongrong added, ensuring to clarify her statement. If she failed to articulate this clearly, Su Ran would likely not let the matter rest easily. Su Ran was overwhelmed with fear, concerned that she might not be able to endure it. Why wait until her belly was swollen before returning? If the rice was already cooked, her family would no longer oppose their union. Su Ran could not help but glance at Ning Rongrong's well-developed figure. If he waited that long, he might not be able to restrain himself. He was no Lu Xiaowei, capable of remaining undisturbed in such a situation. He was not a saint. When the time came, he would indulge. No, that was absolutely out of the question. They would discuss it once they returned to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong asserted. In truth, it was merely an excuse. They had only just begun their relationship, and she had never experienced such matters before, naturally requiring some time to adjust. Is that so? Perhaps they could revisit the issue when school was on break or when Shrek Academy moved to Heaven Do City. At that point, they would be able to frequently visit the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The 7 treasure city was quite close to Heaven Do City, allowing them to see her father-in-law often. Su Ran chuckled. Ever since Flander had uncovered Xiao Gang's true identity, his longing for Lu Erlong had intensified. Previously, out of respect for the feelings between Xiao Gang and Lu Erlong, he had refrained from visiting her. Yet now, he was filled with yearning, sympathy, and pity for Lu Erlong. Naturally, he was eager to relocate the academy to Heaven Do City. Su Ran speculated that they would likely move to Tiando City within the next month or two, merging with the Lamba Academy. This occurrence would precede the timeline in the original narrative, where Shrek Academy's relocation to Lamba Academy was much later. Are we truly relocating to Tiando City? Ning Rongrong inquired. Astonished. Tiando City is a place where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. Does Shrek Academy truly possess the financial means to establish a campus there? Some matters are not easily explained, Su Ran replied. However, we are not constructing a brand new academy in Tiando City. Instead, we are merging with other institutions. Even after the merger, Shrek Academy will remain the leading entity. Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded in acknowledgement, although a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. It was of little consequence. Initially, she had sought to escape the comforts of her home, which had led her to the remote Shrek Academy. Yet now, with Su Ran by her side, she found herself yearning to return. It was simply a desire to introduce Su Ran to her father and 2 grandfathers, for she believed her chosen spouse to be truly one of a kind. Su Ran possesses an unparalleled talent and exceptional abilities. Having such a boyfriend, it is only natural for her to want to showcase him proudly. Coming from a prominent family and being an auxiliary spirit master, it is customary for her to marry a powerful soul master who is loyal to the 7 treasures glazed sect in order to maintain its esteemed position. Despite numerous suitors approaching the sect, she has consistently dismissed them on the grounds of her youth. However, she is aware that if she reaches the age of 18 without finding a suitable partner, her father will undoubtedly impose a match upon her. An auxiliary spirit master must be paired with a formidable soul master to safeguard the sect. Yet now, she feels unburdened by such concerns. Su Ran's talent is unmatched. Attaining the rank of soul master at the tender age of 12, his true strength is even greater. She cannot fathom that they would be dissatisfied with someone as formidable as Su Ran. Nevertheless, what if Shu Qing and Xiao Wu were to discover her relationship with Su Ran? In recent days, both Shu Qing and Xiao Wu have treated her kindly, and she worries that she may have inadvertently encroached upon their affections. Contemplating this, Ning Rongrong's delicate face crinkled with concern. What troubles you? Su Ran inquired, playfully tracing her smooth cheek with his finger. Ning Rongrong's skin was as tender as a baby's, eliciting Su Ran's admiration. I was pondering Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. What if they find out about us? Ning Rongrong pouted, observing Su Ran's nonchalant demeanor with a hint of irritation, lightly kicking him with her foot. After all, she had finally found two friends her age, and she did not wish for discord to arise between them over such matters. Most importantly, she felt guilty for being the one intruding upon their friendship. What can be done? Just be honest about it. Can this really be kept a secret? Su Ran replied with a smile. However, Ning Rongrong remained conflicted, her face scrunched in distress as she gazed up at Su Ran. But what if? Fear not. Go rest now, and when you awaken tomorrow, everything will return to normal. I will speak to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu about our relationship, Su Ran assured her, guiding Ning Rongrong toward her dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had already been turning a blind eye to such matters. As long as he did not behave excessively in public, they would not interfere. In fact, since Ning Rongrong's arrival at the academy, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had subconsciously accepted her presence. I shall retire for the night, Ning Rongrong declared as she stood at her dormitory door, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Su Ran's cheek before retreating inside and closing the door. The events of the past few days felt surreal to Ning Rongrong, a blend of exhilarating thrill and lingering uncertainty. From the moment she stepped through the gates of Shrek Academy, her experiences had unfolded like a dream. In this academy filled with prodigies, with the enigmatic Su Ran by her side, she had now become his girlfriend. Such rapid developments left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, she understood that from the instant she became a student at Shrek Academy, her life had undergone a monumental transformation. She would no longer be alone. She had Su Ran and two sisters alongside her. After escorting Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory, Su Ran departed, unleashing his martial spirit. The 3 rings, 2 purple and 1 black, flashed as he surged outward with all his might. The reason he had urged Ning Rongrong to sleep rather than continuing their intimate conversation was that he sensed a terrifying presence approaching. This aura was profoundly ominous, imbued with a chilling malice that instantly revealed the identity of the newcomer, Tang Hao. Since acquiring the bloodline of the Qilin, Su Ran's perceptive abilities had sharpened significantly. Although he was still coming to terms with the extent of his heightened senses, he was aware that his spiritual perception could rival that of a soul Douluo. The unique nature of the divine beast granted him an extraordinary sensitivity to danger, allowing him to detect Tang Hao's presence the moment he arrived. As Su Ran sprinted toward the exit, Tang Hao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. With Xiao San currently at the academy, he wished to keep his identity concealed for the time being, not wanting it to be revealed to the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. Despite his formidable strength, exposing himself could lead to dire consequences. The families of Zhu and Ning were both highly influential, and should anything happen to their direct descendants, it would certainly create an uproar. If these prominent families traced the incident back to him, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Although he was unafraid of gaining more powerful enemies while in hiding, the current state of the Haotian sect was precarious, and further antagonism could lead to its total collapse, an outcome he wished to avoid. Thus, seeing Su Ran leave the academy and head outside only deepened the icy smile on Tang Hao's face. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he had realized that the coveted 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, the 9th spirit ring he had chosen for Xiao San, had been taken away by Su Ran. Su Ran, a being of the soul beast realm, found it rather effortless to persuade Xiao Wu to part ways with Tang San. The unexpected appearance of his son's century-old soul ring only deepened Tang Hao's animosity towards Su Ran, having taken Xiao Wu and Ayin from him, which ultimately led to the loss of his arm. Tang Hao swore vengeance against Su Ran. After a brief interval of about 15 minutes, as the distance from Shrek Academy increased, Su Ran finally came to a halt, his gaze directed toward the horizon in the direction of Tang Hao. I never anticipated we would cross paths again, Su Ran. I thought I would have to go to Shrek Academy to find you. Huh, to think you still dare linger here. Tang Hao's voice resounded, clad in a long black robe that enveloped his entire form, appearing as a mere shadow in the nocturnal surroundings. With that, Tang Hao unleashed his martial spirit, showcasing 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings, radiating a formidable presence befitting a title Douluo. If my conjecture holds true, as a soul beast of 100,000 years, you currently cannot wield your original powers in this transformed state. You are merely a soul master now, nothing more. I am uncertain how you previously managed to engage in combat in your true form after transformation. Perhaps it was some secret technique that granted you a fleeting semblance of your former 100,000-year capabilities. However, such power cannot be sustained. Am I correct, Su Ran? Tang Hao spoke with a calm demeanor, acknowledging the terror that Su Ran's transformation embodied, which had even thwarted his explosive ring technique. Yet, he surmised that Su Ran could not maintain such strength indefinitely. Last he encountered Su Ran, the sudden shift from human to beast form had piqued his curiosity, though he had initially assumed Su Ran to be a formidable soul beast conjured from potent mental energy. In the days that followed, however, he concluded that Su Ran must indeed be human. If it were mere illusion, it could not have appeared so authentic. Thus, through a series of deductions, he arrived at a final conclusion. Su Ran was a soul beast of 100,000 years undergoing a reformation. able to temporarily revert to his original form through a secret method. If Su Ran were truly such a powerful 100,000-year soul beast, he could have easily slain Tang Hao during his moment of vulnerability. The sole explanation was that Su Ran had sensed the imminent expiration of his secret technique and had to flee in haste. A defeated general dares to speak of bravery? What grants you such confidence? After our last encounter, where you were thoroughly vanquished, you now dare to boast? Su Ran responded coolly. Tang Hao's deductions were nearly accurate. Although he failed to identify Su Ran's true identity, the latter indeed could not manifest the prowess of a century-old unicorn. Nevertheless, he possessed a 95-level title Douluo experience card. Once he elevated his cultivation to that level, what would Tang Hao amount to? He would merely find himself ground beneath Su Ran's power once more. Su Ran. At this juncture, you still dare to act with bravado? Surrender Ayin, and I may grant you your life. Tang Hao's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Ayin had become paramount to him, for she now fully comprehended his past transgressions, the schemes he had orchestrated against her. This awareness stirred within him a tempest of anguish and regret, alongside a burgeoning desire for vengeance. Should Ayin survive or divulge the truth of his treachery, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. At his current level of notoriety, strength was of little consequence, unless he could surpass the leaders of the Spirit Hall. He would continue to live in the shadows. The only solace he found lay in his esteemed reputation as the youngest title Douluo on the continent, and the poignant love story between him and Ayin that had garnered admiration far and wide. Despite the disdain of many for his association with a soul beast, most regarded him with respect and reverence. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, an exalted figure with immense influence, was idolized by countless devotees of the hall. Yet, having slain the Pope, he had not become a pariah. Instead, his love story had earned him respect. However, it was clear that should the sordid tale of his betrayal against Ayin emerge, he would be transformed from a revered figure into a grotesque villain, facing a fate of utter ruin. Previously, he had hesitated to resolve to kill Ayin, but now he recognized the necessity of her demise, as well as that of Su Ran. Su Ran and Ayin have perished, yet he remains the lofty Haoyan Douluo. His son, Tang San, continues to absorb the soul rings and soul bones of 100,000 years. At that time, once Tang San grows powerful, he and his son will stand united, rendering the Spirit Hall powerless against them. Chapter 119, Level 95, Divine Aura, Stirring Guyuna. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Ding. Please sever one of Tang Hao's arms as compensation for Ayin and reclaim Ayin's 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone from Tang Hao. Ding. Mission reward, 1,000 points. A gentle reminder. Host brother, do not directly kill Tang Hao, for in the future, host brother must expose Tang Hao's misdeeds to the public, and Ayin must be the one to exact vengeance upon him. If Tang Hao is slain now, Ayin will have no chance to seek retribution. Moreover, Tang Hao possesses a wealth of skill points for future tasks. The system's lady smiled sweetly, reminding him. She felt no concern for host brother, only worrying that Tang Hao might be swiftly eliminated. Though the experience card would only elevate host brother's cultivation to level 95, his martial soul is the god-slaying sword. Once he reaches level 95, his combat prowess will ascend to an alarming degree. Even at level 95, figures like Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong, and Tang Chen, those who have cultivated their soul master ranks to the pinnacle of 99, will be far from Su Ran's match. Su Ran's formidable martial soul was truly terrifying, reaching the level of a title Douluo capable of slaying gods. Thus, this experience card representing a title Douluo of level 95 was, in essence, akin to a card embodying divine strength. Su Ran nodded, as he had never intended to easily extinguish Tang Hao's life. For someone like Tang Hao, death would merely serve as a release. Su Ran wished to keep Tang Hao alive, allowing him to witness the depth of his former beloved Ayin's hatred towards him. He intended for Tang Hao to see firsthand how his once dear wife turned against him, how his brethren became estranged, how his sect regarded him with shame, and how his son was mercilessly tormented by Su Ran himself. This, indeed, was the true punishment for Tang Hao. Once he had reveled enough in this torment, he could allow Ayin to bring about Tang Hao's demise at a later time. After all, one must seek a semblance of enjoyment while navigating this world. He relished watching Tang San and Tang Hao, as well as Xiao Gang, caught in his grasp, yearning to resist yet finding themselves utterly powerless. Su Ran, what are you contemplating? Do you not recognize your precarious situation? Tang Hao inquired, a shiver running down his spine under Su Ran's penetrating gaze. Was Su Ran's strength not as feeble as he had surmised? Did he possess hidden cards? Yet, what could a recultivated 100,000-year soul beast possibly conceal? Although he had lost an arm, he was no longer in the same wounded state as before, having practiced for a month the technique of exerting force solely with his right arm. Now, he believed he could stand against Su Ran's soul beast form without facing defeat. But why did Su Ran now exude such an aura of danger? What was truly transpiring? As Tang Hao pondered, he resolved that regardless of Su Ran's hidden cards, he would not be daunted. Though Su Ran was powerful, what of it? Could he not flee if he could not prevail? With this thought, Tang Hao hesitated no longer, channeling all his soul pressure towards Su Ran. The sheer intensity of his soul pressure became almost tangible, terrifying in its might. Nearby trees within a 10-meter radius were crushed, and the soft grass and shrubs were uprooted. Merely the manifestation of his soul pressure created such an overwhelming spectacle. Tang Hao demonstrated what it meant to be a peak title Douluo, although his cultivation had not yet reached its zenith. His combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary title Douluo of level 97, placing him among the elite of the continent. For Tang Hao, challenging those beyond his rank was a commonplace affair. Masquerading as a deity, I shall see what cards you truly hold. It is regrettable that I have wasted 100,000-year soul ring today, but I will claim your soul bone, and that rabbit's soul bone as well. Little Sam will one day possess 3 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, and his achievements will far surpass anyone on this continent. Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly. A single 100,000-year soul bone was considered an invaluable treasure on the continent. Even the Pope of the Spirit Hall possesses few such soul bones, perhaps only one. Yet, Tang San would one day possess 300,000-year soul bones and a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, as a dual martial soul wielder, Tang San's potential would reach unfathomable heights. He might even have the opportunity to ascend to divinity. With dual martial souls and 300,000-year soul bones, if he were to venture into the city of slaughter, he could easily traverse the Hell Road and inherit the domain of the god of slaughter, as long as he passed the divine examination. He could become the god of Shura. The roles of hunter and prey can sometimes shift. Those who deem themselves hunters often find themselves perceived as prey by others. Su Ran remarked coolly. As his words fell, Su Ran's aura surged wildly, and in an instant, his presence eclipsed that of Tang Hao. Su Ran's martial soul. The god-slaying sword is a transcendent-level martial soul. When Su Ran reached the rank of title Douluo, his aura had already ascended to the pinnacle of soul masters in this world. With the cultivation of a 95th-level title Douluo, Su Ran's presence soared to that of a first-level deity. This is the essence of Su Ran's martial soul. The god-slaying sword possesses the ability to slay gods, and its attributes inherently elevate its rank far above any other martial soul on the continent. In an instant, Su Ran's aura surged to a divine level. His soul power inside him vast and boundless, almost without end. At this moment, Su Ran could distinctly perceive the formidable strength of his current state. This aura surpassed all beings in the Douluo Continent. However, it is undeniable that the Silver Dragon King, Qilin, a superpower resting in the life lake of the Star Do Forest, possesses strength that far exceeds Su Ran's. Even with only half the power of the Dragon God, Qilin wields God King level strength. She has, however, dissipated much of her divine power to evade the scrutiny of the divine realm, hiding in the life lake while awaiting an opportunity to reemerge. Nonetheless, even in this diminished state, Qilin's power remains terrifyingly formidable. At this very moment, in the depths of the life lake, nearly 1,000 meters down within the Silver Dragon Fortress, a breathtaking woman sat upon a silver-white bed, deep in meditation. This was Qilin, the Silver Dragon King. In her human form, she boasted long, flowing silver hair, which not only cascaded smoothly but also shimmered with a crystalline quality. Her ethereal silver locks moved as if stirred by an invisible breeze, complementing her exquisitely crafted visage, a true masterpiece of creation. Below her, a pair of voluptuous curves accentuated her figure, while her waist was slender enough to be grasped with a delicate hand. Her nearly semicircular, rounded hips were smooth yet not excessive, and her long, graceful legs captivated all